Ye Luo, disdainful of assisting those with connections, engaged in a fierce confrontation with the head coach of the national under-23 team, ultimately departing the squad in a fit of anger. Following this, he acquired the most formidable football system, receiving as initial rewards 3 templates of legendary status: the Ronaldo template, the Ronaldinho template, and the Ronaldo Nazário template. By merging these 3 templates of the most iconic Ronaldo figures in history, Ye Luo embarked on a remarkable journey. A superlative forward, possessing unparalleled skill, speed, and strength, emerged on the football pitch. Golden boots, accolades for best player, and championships soon followed. Fans exclaimed, "If Ye Luo is not recalled, I swear I shall never watch another match of the national team." The general manager of the Football Association pleaded, "Please, ancestral spirits, return. I shall kneel before you." The national team lamented, "Come back quickly. The blades sent by fans are threatening to inundate the pitch." Chapter 1. The Maverick Yuo. System activation. In a parallel world, Blue Star. November 11th, 2010. At a stadium on the outskirts of Malaga, in the land of the duck. To the flanks. Shift to the flanks. Move. A middle-aged man with black hair and yellow skin stood on the sidelines, vociferously directing the match, occasionally brushing back the greasy fringe that lay across his forehead. On the pitch, 2 teams of young players were engaged in a fierce contest. The scoreboard displayed the scores of both teams. On the substitutes bench, having just completed his warm-up, Ye Luo approached the sideline. Coach Lee, with his neatly trimmed hair, fair skin, and refined features reminiscent of Beckham from the Dragon Kingdom, stood anxiously directing the game beside Coach Lee Tai of the national under-23 team. This national team was formed in preparation for the 2012 London Olympics, and at this juncture in 2010, there remained 2 years until the event. Consequently, the players' ages predominantly ranged from 21 to 23 years, in accordance with the age restrictions for Olympic football. However, Ye Luo was the sole exception. He was not an overage player but rather a young talent who had advanced from the youth team to the under-23 squad, still shy of 18 years of age. Coach Lee turned to face Ye Luo, forcing a strained smile. This was due to his discontent with Ye Luo, the Maverick. Since joining the team, this young man had been rather insubordinate, particularly in terms of tactical execution, often disregarding orders, displaying a lack of organization and discipline, and favoring cut-ins for shots on goal. Thus, under normal circumstances, he would seldom be granted playing time. Yet, the current match situation was unfavorable for the Dragon Kingdom's under-23 team. Their opponents were the Getafe U21 youth team. Although labeled U21, the majority of the opposing players were merely 18 or 19 years old, even based on the documented ages. The Dragon Kingdom's under-23 team was older by a year or 2. Furthermore, the youth team had consistently outperformed the senior squad, a fact attributed to age manipulation. It was hardly surprising that they would succeed by leveraging their physical advantages. After all, in youth competitions, a 1-year age difference could significantly impact physical capabilities, let alone several years. Coach Lee had initially hoped this friendly match would bolster the team's confidence in preparation for the upcoming Malaga Cup International Youth Invitation Tournament. However, the reality was far from his expectations. The outcome revealed that the young players of the Getafe U21 team, who were 2 to 3 years younger than the Dragon Kingdom's national Olympic team, overwhelmed them with a score of 3-0 before halftime. Fortunately, this match was merely an internal warm-up. Otherwise, the backlash from the nation would have been severe. Lee Tai had initially not intended to field Ye Luo. The reason was straightforward. Although Ye Luo was a player who had advanced a grade and possessed considerable talent, his emotional intelligence was lacking. Despite being with the team for over a month, he had yet to make any gestures of acknowledgement. However, Lee Tai understood the necessity of balancing relationships within a team. It was essential to have players of genuine skill to ensure the stability of his position as head coach. Xiao Yi, when you get on the field, make sure to take possession of the ball, break through to the byline, and deliver crosses for the tall striker. Lee Tai focused his thoughts and conveyed his tactical instructions. Ye Luo glanced at the tall, frustrated player from the Dragon Kingdom's national Olympic team, who had once again failed to seize an opportunity. Despite his height, the player resembled a slender reed, lacking substantial muscle. His ability to contend was severely inadequate, and with a high center of gravity, he resembled a sailboat tossed by waves, easily losing his position with the slightest nudge from opposing defenders. 10 minutes had passed in the second half, and after over 50 minutes of play, Ye Luo had yet to witness any reliable performance from the tall striker. He couldn't secure the first touch, failed to position himself effectively, and had barely made contact with the ball. It was perplexing that such a player could be selected for the national Olympic team and even start. It was no wonder that many within the team were disheartened, feeling there was little hope for this squad to compete for a spot in the London Olympics. Coach, you know this is futile, right? He simply doesn't possess the ability to compete against the opposing center backs. Forget about winning headers. He hasn't even managed to jump in duels. Ye Luo bluntly gestured toward the field. He was well aware of why the tall striker had been allowed to join the national Olympic team. The answer was simple, through backdoor dealings. Ye Luo was no fool. He was acutely aware of the unspoken rules within the Dragon Kingdom's football scene. To get on the field, one needed connections. Li Tai's expression darkened. This young man had some skill, but he was difficult to manage. Coaches in the Dragon Kingdom often found such players to be a source of frustration. On one hand, their talent was undeniable. When a victory was crucial for securing one's position, one had no choice but to utilize them. On the other hand, such outspoken individuals offered no regard for authority, occasionally putting their coaches in awkward predicaments, as was the case now. Ye Luo's voice reached the substitutes bench, drawing the attention of the senior players on the Olympic team. Over the past month, they had witnessed firsthand how much of a maverick the Dragon Kingdom Beckham truly was. Yet, his abilities were undeniable. He was swift, adept at cutting in and shooting with power. In comparison to his peers in the Dragon Kingdom's football sphere, Ye Luo's talent was indeed exceptional. However, one must remember that sometimes, being too unyielding can lead to breaking. For instance, at this moment, several players on the bench of the national U23 team displayed expressions of derision. The center forward, a steadfast mainstay of the team, owes his position not to extraordinary skill, but rather to his connections. His family maintains a favorable relationship with the higher-ups and has generously provided benefits to Coach Li Tai, thus ensuring his continuous starting position. Not only does he start every match, but he also insists that other players adapt their playstyle to accommodate him, executing high balls and crossing from the flanks. All indicative of a core player's treatment. Naturally, many players harbor resentment, but dare not voice their frustrations. For young athletes in the Dragon Nation's football scene, the road to prominence is fraught with challenges. Mere talent is insufficient. Li Tai, a revered figure in the Dragon Nation's football history, wields considerable influence, particularly due to his close ties with the newly appointed general manager of the Dragon Football Association, Chung Xinyuan. This connection is one of the reasons for Li Tai's ascension to the role of head coach for the national U23 team. He was taken aback and incensed by Ye Luo's audacity to confront him at this juncture. What is the issue? He has received 500,000. If I can't even secure a starting position for him, how will I sustain my reputation? He thought. Damn it, this kid is indeed difficult to deal with. Had I known, I would have approached things differently. Taking a deep breath, he brushed his bangs aside, suppressing his inner turmoil. Though challenging, he realized he truly needed Ye Luo, as the latter's speed and ability to break through defenses from the flanks presented a viable solution to their predicament. Despite having accepted considerable bribes, Li Tai was one of the few players in the history of Dragon Nation's football to have made a mark in the top 5 leagues. So his abilities were not to be underestimated. Narrowing his eyes, he fixed his gaze on Ye Luo and asserted, "Whether he can perform is not your concern. I am the head coach, and your sole responsibility is to execute my tactics." Ye Luo scoffed. The excitement he felt upon joining the national U23 team a month ago long since extinguished. As a traveler from a parallel world and a fervent football enthusiast in his previous life, he had never undergone systematic football training. In this lifetime, he cherished the opportunity, particularly as his physical attributes were relatively commendable within the Dragon Nation. However, he was disillusioned to discover that even in this parallel world, the football scene in the Dragon Nation remained mired in chaos. Ye Luo was no longer willing to tolerate such circumstances. A smirk of irony crept across his lips. In the next moment, he was taken aback as a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! The ultimate football system has been activated. Ding! You have a chance to select a system option. Option 1. Endure and take the field. Reward. Ninja Turtles buff. Option 2. Assertively refuse. Reward. SSS level novice gift pack. Chapter 2. The strongest begins. Fusion with the 3-row template. Ye Luo was momentarily stunned. A system? A golden finger? Having faced numerous challenges, He promptly disregarded Li Tai's presence, focusing entirely on the system. Option 1. How could that even be considered? Without hesitation, he decisively chose option 2. Li Tai observed Ye Luo's expression and initially thought the latter had softened. A sense of triumph surged within him. What did it matter to possess talent? To step onto the field, one must still obtain the approval of the head coach. Moreover, once on the field, one must adhere to the team's strategy. A genius? The football realm of Langwa is not devoid of prodigies, yet the ability to perform remains uncertain. Li Tai chuckled coldly within, while his face donned a veneer of amiability. In a few days, during the Malaga Cup Youth Invitational, he would require this young man to exert himself. He softened his tone, saying, "Xiao Yi, I recognize your capabilities. If you comply with the coaching staff's arrangements, I will assign you as a starter against the Malaga youth team in the upcoming Malaga Cup." A slap followed by a sweet date. Li Tai truly possessed a certain finesse. Upon hearing this, a smile flickered at the corners of Ye Luo's mouth. Li Tai, believing Ye Luo had acquiesced, gently placed a hand on his shoulder, preparing to offer some words of encouragement to secure Ye Luo's loyalty. "Director Li, I have quite the appetite, but I don't consume everything," Ye Luo retorted, the smirk on his face replete with derision and disdain. He fixed his gaze upon Li Tai and remarked, "I once thought that the national Olympic team led by a distinguished football veteran from Langwa might exhibit some refreshing changes. Yet it appears to be the same old routine." Li Tai froze, his expression seemingly frozen in time. Shock and confusion filled his eyes. This young man truly was impervious to coercion. Why was he opposing him? Hadn't Langwa football always operated in such a manner? Everyone was here to earn a living. Did this lad genuinely intend to play football? Suddenly, Li Tai became alert, a mix of astonishment and fury washing over him. "Do you comprehend the gravity of your words?" Before he could finish, Ye Luo chuckled coldly. "Of course, I understand precisely what I am saying, and I am well aware of the consequences. That is good to know. If you fail to take the field today, you should be aware that I can make your life in the Langwa football scene unbearable." Li Tai sneered, having abandoned all pretense. Ye Luo burst into laughter, then tore off his training vest with a swift motion. "I have long since wished to extricate myself from this cesspool." Li Tai's expression stiffened. He suddenly recalled that this young man had terminated his contract with a domestic club before coming to Banduk. Realizing that controlling him would indeed prove challenging, it seemed this lad had long prepared for his exit. However, Li Tai scoffed. "Do you think you can make a name for yourself abroad? What a farce. There are countless players like you overseas, all vying for the same opportunities. In the realm of Langwa media, you may be hailed as a genius, the Beckham of Langwa, but once you step outside, who are you? That is of no concern to you. Whether I find success or not is unrelated to you." Ye Luo had already made preparations for his venture abroad. If he could not compete in the top 5 leagues, he would settle for lower divisions or even leagues in smaller Eastern European nations. Anything would be preferable to remaining in his homeland. Ye Luo had come to realize that those truly passionate about playing football could only compromise within the domestic scene, for otherwise, they would find it nearly impossible to advance. Thus, Ye Luo has resolutely decided to extricate himself from this cesspool. He intends to remain in Europe. Accompanying the national youth team abroad presents a golden opportunity. With so many countries in Europe, he can explore each one individually. If he cannot make it in La Liga, he can strive in the Segunda División or the Primeira Liga, and even in the Segunda Liga in Portugal. Being able to elevate himself to the ranks of the Dragon Nation's national youth team would indeed classify him as a professional player. Ultimately, he would still be able to play the game. He would not allow himself to be used as a pawn for someone else's benefit. Absolutely not. At that moment, he removed his jersey, revealing his robust physique, muscles chiseled like stone, starkly contrasting with his plump teammates. The onlookers could not help but gaze in his direction. Ye Luo's eyes fell upon the national flag emblazoned on his jersey, a flicker of sorrow passing through his gaze. "My country, my football." A lament escaped his lips as his fingers traced the fabric. He understood that this act of removal meant that the chance to don it again was likely lost forever. What football youth has not harbored dreams of the World Cup? With a firm resolve, Ye Luo turned away, placing the jersey upon the bench, leaving only a silhouette behind. Accompanied by a myriad of complex glances, some filled with disdain, others with admiration, indifference, and even mockery, Li Tai observed Ye Luo's retreating figure, a momentary flash of complexity flickering in his eyes. Once upon a time, He too had been filled with similar fervor and idealism. Now, having fallen into despair, Li Tai felt a sharp pang of pain. He became somewhat hysterical, realizing that such disorganization and lack of discipline would surely lead to no opportunities. He was doomed. He was utterly finished. The football scene of the Dragon Nation could no longer accommodate him. Li Tai pointed at Ye Luo's back, roaring in a frenzy. Ye Luo merely smirked, dismissing Li Tai's warnings. He had already prepared himself for a rupture with the domestic football scene. Thus, this warning was of no consequence to him. Moreover, he now possessed a system. With this golden finger in hand, he could not believe he would fail abroad. As Ye Luo stepped onto the field, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding! You have chosen to boldly refuse, and have received an SSS-level novice gift pack. Ding! Do you wish to open the novice gift pack? Yes, Ye Luo silently affirmed. Ding! The novice gift pack has been opened. Congratulations! You have obtained the SSS-level player template 3. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired the SSS-level template, Ronaldo's dribbling ability template. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained the SSS-level template, Ronaldinho's ball control ability template. Ding! Congratulations! You have received the SSS-level template, Cristiano Ronaldo's scoring ability template. Ding! Congratulations! You have been awarded 100 fusion points by the system. Note: template fusion requires the consumption of fusion points. The fusion progress of templates must remain consistent to avoid unpredictable consequences. Since you possess 3 SSS-level templates simultaneously, the fusion progress may be exceedingly slow. Would you like to proceed with the fusion? The voice continued to resonate. Ye Luo stood in stunned silence. The dribbling of Ronaldo, the ball control of Ronaldinho, the scoring prowess of Cristiano Ronaldo. If these were to be fused together, what formidable monster of a player will emerge? Slow? Even if slow, one must still integrate. System: what is the progress of the integration with 1 fusion point? The progress of the 1 fusion point is as follows. Please review. Suddenly, a luminous screen appeared before Ye Luo. According to the classification of professional players' abilities, they can be categorized into 5 levels: C, B, A, S, and SS. Consuming 1 fusion point allows for the direct integration of the abilities of a C-level player template at 100, a B-level player at 50, an A-level player at 20, an S-level player at 5, and an SS-level player at 1. It seems that the significance of these fusion points is immense. They pertain to whether one can ultimately and successfully merge 3 SS-level templates into oneself, thus transforming them into one's true capabilities. Chapter 3. The Union of 3. The capital of the world's best. With 100 fusion points, one can only integrate 30 of the abilities of Ronaldo Nazário, Ronaldinho, and Cristiano Ronaldo. However, this amalgamated 30 of their abilities is exceedingly powerful. Ye Luo took a deep breath, eagerly opening the system. SS-level template ability. Ball control breakthrough reference player. Ronaldo Luis Nazário de Lima, also known as O Fenomeno or the Alien. Template description. Upon fusion, one acquires the peak ball control breakthrough ability of Ronaldo, encompassing dribbling, passing, and speed. SS-level template ability. Touch reference player. Ronaldo de Assis Moreira, also known as Ronaldinho. Template description. Upon fusion, one acquires the peak ball control of Ronaldinho. SS-level template ability. Scoring reference player. Cristiano Ronaldo dos Santos Aveiro, also known as CR7. Template description. Upon fusion, one acquires the peak scoring ability of Cristiano Ronaldo, including shots within the penalty area, long-range efforts, headers, positioning, and adjustments. Ye Luo inhaled deeply. Whether it be Ronaldo, Ronaldinho, or Cristiano Ronaldo, each has etched their name into the annals of football history as superstars, possessing unparalleled individual abilities. Ronaldo's ball control breakthrough and speed, Ronaldinho's exquisite touch, and Cristiano's scoring prowess all represent the pinnacle of excellence. To simultaneously acquire these 3 abilities, Ye Luo understood, could propel him toward becoming one of the greatest players in history. This would endow him with the potential to dominate an era. Ye Luo's hands trembled slightly. His mental fortitude was robust, yet he could not help but feel overwhelming excitement at this moment. He must fully integrate these 3 abilities. Once complete, there would be no doubt that he would ascend to the status of the world's best player. Furthermore, if Ye Luo could obtain even 30 of the strongest abilities of these 3 top-tier players, it would undoubtedly be sufficient. Integration. It is imperative to integrate. Ye Luo was acutely aware that while he possessed some talent in the realm of football and longwa, the journey ahead was still monumental. However, within the realm of global football, particularly in Europe and South America, regions teeming with prodigious talent, his own abilities scarcely stand out. Speed. There are countless players who possess remarkable velocity. Cutting in for a shot? Many share that skill as well. Football is an industry with a high elimination rate. If one aspires to become a professional player, nearly half of the children in every age group will be discarded. Ultimately, those who reach the ranks of professional teams are indeed rare. The entire football industry resembles a vast pyramid. Those who play in the top 5 European leagues occupy the pinnacle of this pyramid, while beneath them lies an immense base, where the majority reside at the bottom. Ye Luo is acutely aware of this reality. Therefore, acquiring these 3 abilities is fundamental to ensuring he can ascend to the apex. Of course, possessing these 3 abilities is one matter. The ability to truly harness them is quite another. Skill does not merely correlate with game statistics. It requires reasonable and flexible application. He still has a journey ahead. However, at the very least, Ye Luo's starting point has transformed. He now possesses the foundation to scale the highest peaks. As a warm current flowed through him, Ye Luo could distinctly sense changes within his body. If he had a ball at his feet at that moment, he would even feel as though the football had become an extension of himself. Opening the system, Ye Luo beheld his attribute template. Name: Ye Luo. Nationality: Dragon. Country: Age: born February 14, 1993, 17 years old. Position: left winger, center forward, shadow striker. Right winger. Ability rating: 72. Fusion templates: ball control, SS level, progress 33, dribbling, SS level, progress 33, scoring, SS level, progress 33, ability badges, none. Fusion points: 1 point. Ye Luo was momentarily taken aback. I have assimilated 30% of Ronaldo's dribbling, 30% of Ronaldinho's ball control, and 30% of Cristiano Ronaldo's scoring ability. How can my ability rating only be 72? Host: although you have acquired abilities from 3 SS level templates, it does not imply that you can fully unleash your potential. For instance, in the game, every character possesses the same abilities, yet the power they can exert varies depending on the player controlling them. That makes sense. Ye Luo found it reasonable. To illustrate, if both a master and a bronze player were to control Yasuo, would their performance be identical? Despite sharing the same abilities, the manner in which these capabilities are employed varies from person to person. Thus, he still has a considerable journey to reach the pinnacle of the world. But does that truly matter? The mere fact that he has obtained these 3 ability templates is an immense stroke of fortune. What lies ahead for him is the pursuit of maximizing these 3 abilities, or rather, his potential. Ye Luo clenched his fist. He is no longer the same. He possesses the potential to be among the world's greatest. His initial ambition was merely to secure a chance to play in one of the 5 major leagues. However, his aspirations have now evolved into a quest for global supremacy. I yearn to become the best in the world. Ye Luo murmured softly. Hey, hello. A clumsy attempt at Mandarin echoed in Ye Luo's ear, diverting his attention from the system. Suddenly, darkness enveloped his vision. Upon looking up, he was greeted by the sight of a middle-aged Caucasian man, resembling a rubber swimming ring, standing before him. The man bore a slight smile, his head and chin round, with a belly sagging over a slender brown belt, making Ye Luo worry that this poor belt could snap under the weight above. Seemingly aware of Ye Luo's concern, Phil Norad adjusted his belt and inquired in a broken Mandarin, "Do you speak Mandarin or English?" In an effort to establish rapport. Phil had already greeted him in the only Mandarin he knew. A scout? Indeed, this was Ban Duck country, one of the epicenters of world football. The La Liga, which rivals the Premier League, is situated here, making the presence of a scout unsurprising. "You can speak in Mandarin," Ye Luo replied. In preparation for playing abroad, he had made ample provisions, with language being a crucial factor. After all, on the football field, communication among teammates is vital. Language barriers can pose significant challenges. Ye Luo had studied Spanish, Portuguese, German, French, and, of course, English. Although he was not particularly fluent, he could manage basic exchanges. Phil Norad let out a deep sigh of relief. "Oh, thank God," he said, a friendly smile spreading across his round face. "I am a scout from Malaga, and you can call me Phil. To be honest, I have been following your progress for the past 2 or 3 weeks." Phil scrutinized Ye Luo from head to toe. While watching from the stands, he couldn't discern Ye Luo's physical condition. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that Ye Luo did not appear as frail as he had seen from a distance. The muscles in his arms looked robust, and while his skin was tanned, his face was surprisingly fair. Did this young man perhaps apply sunscreen during training? Phil dismissed these random thoughts and allowed a gentle smile to grace his lips, his eyes reflecting kindness. Would you be interested in a trial at Malaga? Phil asked. In Chapter 4, Ye Luo felt as though he had left himself no retreat. This was serendipity, as the saying goes. When one is sleepy, a pillow is provided. Ye Luo's heart soared with joy. He possessed talent but lacked a platform. With no connections in band duck country, how could he find a team that would embrace him? According to his plan, he had intended to cast a wide net across various clubs for trials. However, it was evident that the majority of La Liga teams are unlikely to grant themselves the opportunity for trials, which is quite understandable. Ye Luo is but an obscure figure. How could he possibly secure a chance with a La Liga club? However, if La Liga is out of reach, La Segunda might still be a viable option. Ye Luo firmly believes that if he is afforded an opportunity on the professional stage, he shall astonish everyone. To his surprise, even before he could seek out a chance, a scout appeared at his doorstep. The ease of the situation led Ye Luo to question whether this individual might be a fraud. One cannot fault Ye Luo for his suspicion. When venturing into the world, it is prudent to remain vigilant, lest one be taken advantage of. Recognizing the doubt and skepticism in Ye Luo's eyes, Phil Norad remained unperturbed. It is entirely natural to harbor mistrust toward strangers. A reasonable person would invariably exercise caution. Nevertheless, he genuinely saw potential in Ye Luo. As an experienced scout for Malaga, he had been observing Ye Luo's performance with the Dragon Nation's Olympic team during this period. With remarkable speed and powerful shooting, Ye Luo possessed the potential to become a key player in a La Liga team if provided with appropriate training. Even if he could not secure a starting position in La Liga, serving as a substitute or eventually being sold to a lower division would still yield income for Malaga. Phil Norad produced a business card. Young man, my phone number and the address of the Malaga Youth Academy are on this card. Rest assured, this invitation for a trial is genuinely from Malaga's official channels. There will be no fees for the trial, and accommodation and meals are provided. If you remain apprehensive, you may travel to Malaga's training base independently. It is merely an hour by train from here. I have already sent your match footage to the Youth Academy. And upon your arrival, you simply need to introduce yourself. Phil Norad patted Ye Luo on the shoulder before turning to depart. Such is the nature of a scout's work. In Norad's eyes, Ye Luo exhibited a degree of talent, though it was not substantial enough to warrant any sacrifices to necessitate his move to Malaga. He merely extended an invitation for a trial, without guaranteeing success. The scout's responsibility was to submit scouting reports to the Youth Academy and recommend players. Whether the academy would ultimately retain Ye Luo was beyond his control. Ye Luo watched the stout figure of the scout retreat, his mind briefly flashing with information regarding the Malaga club. If his memory served him correctly, Malaga was poised for significant reinforcements during the winter transfer window, and their newly appointed head coach was none other than the former Real Madrid manager, the Chilean engineer Manuel Pellegrini. Joining Malaga could indeed present a commendable platform for Ye Luo, if he could swiftly integrate 3 SS-level templates. Achieving merely a 50 fusion progress would elevate him to the status of a first-rate star in La Liga. Pellegrini would have no reason to be unimpressed by his abilities, and it would not be outlandish to envision becoming the marquee player at a club like Malaga. This hefty scout did not appear to be a fraud after all. After all, what could he possibly deceive others about if he himself is devoid of wealth? Furthermore, Malaga is undoubtedly a club in La Liga. If my memory serves me correctly, Pellegrini recently succeeded O'Neill as the new head coach of Malaga just 2 weeks ago. In the upcoming 2 seasons, Malaga is poised to secure a place among the top 4 in La Liga, thus participating in the Champions League. Choosing Malaga as a springboard for my career seems entirely fitting. So, why not seize the opportunity? Ye Luo tucked his business card into his pocket and made his way to the hotel where he was residing. Having severed ties with the national U23 team, it was the perfect moment for him to discreetly make his exit. He planned to retrieve his belongings and take a train to Malaga, where he would find a hotel near the youth training academy for the night. The following morning, he would attend a trial at the academy. Meanwhile, within the stadium, Li Tai stepped aside, holding his phone, engaged in a conversation with Chung Yuan, the general manager of the Dragon National Football Association. Mr. Chung, the situation is as follows. How do you suggest we proceed? Li Tai inquired. What other course of action is there? Such insubordination towards the coaching staff, challenging their authority. Being a disruptive element lacking organization and discipline, he should be dismissed immediately, along with a public announcement detailing the reasons for his expulsion. Cheng Yuan responded from the other end of the line. Understood, understood. Li Tai nodded repeatedly. By the way, is there any issue with the Malaga Cup? The national team has been underperforming lately, and the U23 team needs a few victories to bolster the fans' confidence in the national squad and somewhat alleviate the negative public sentiment surrounding our team. Ye Luo is of little concern. Cheng Yuan's focus was on the Malaga Cup, an invitation-based international youth tournament held in the country of Bandung, featuring 16 teams each year. This year, the Dragon U23 team has also been invited to participate, prompting the national sports channel to acquire broadcasting rights for the event. Consequently, the performance of the U23 team in the Malaga Cup will attract nationwide attention. Rest assured, our first opponent is the Malaga youth team, which is fielding their U18 squad, consisting of players aged merely 17 to 18. Our U23 players are all in their 20s. Surely, we need not fear these young athletes. Li Tai confidently proclaimed. We will undoubtedly secure victory in this match. That's excellent. Cheng Yuan chuckled on the other end of the line. Do your best, shall we? I will personally oversee the match in a couple of days. If the U23 team qualifies for the Olympics in London, a position on the national team will be reserved for you. Thank you, Mr. Cheng, for your support. Li Tai nodded and smiled ingratiatingly. However, once the call ended, his smile turned into a cold sneer. You think you can outmaneuver me? I wish to see just how capable you truly are. With the announcement of his dismissal, Ye Luo found himself utterly cornered in the realm of dragon football. Cheng Yuan, having concluded the call, did not dwell on the matter. To him, Ye Luo was merely a troublesome player, easily dismissed with a mere finger. The notion that he could create any waves in dragon football was simply implausible. The Dragon Kingdom's Football Association does not permit the existence of such uncontrollable troublemakers. Disobedient? Then do not play. 30 minutes later, the official website of the Dragon Kingdom Football Association and its official social media account simultaneously issued an announcement. National Olympic team player Ye Luo openly defied the coach's directives, resisting the tactical strategy, displaying a lack of organization and discipline. Consequently, he is expelled from the National Olympic team and banned from all levels of the national team for 2 years. This announcement sent shockwaves through public opinion. Oh, this is what Dragon Kingdom football players are like. Remarkable, indeed, to openly confront the coach. A lack of organization and discipline, devoid of a sense of national honor. How can this football ever prosper? The expulsion is justified. Such players should never be allowed in the national team. A mere 2-year ban? They should be banned for life. Is Ye Luo the Beckham of the Dragon Kingdom? What Beckham? Just a pretty face with mediocre skills and a big temper. Deservedly punished. In an instant, fans flooded the internet with furious comments. The truth often takes a back seat to emotion. Ye Luo's social media was besieged by angered fans, resulting in tens of thousands of comments. The public sentiment was decidedly unfavorable towards him. In his hotel room, Ye Luo uninstalled the social media app and stood before the bathroom mirror. With his clean-cut short hair and youthful features, he still bore the traces of adolescence. He certainly understood that he lacked the leverage to confront the Football Association. They were a colossal entity, and he was merely an unknown player. Thus, if he were to engage in a dispute now, he would undoubtedly be crushed by the overwhelming tide of public opinion. Unless he could become an unassailable giant within the Football Association, or carve out a monumental legacy on the pitch, football is a realm where the victor reigns supreme. Ye Luo, you have no retreat left, he murmured to himself. Chapter 5. The Prodigy. Just then, the voice of the system resonated. Ding. You have activated the main storyline mission. Sign with the Malaga youth team. Mission rewards. 1. Fusion point. 1. 2. C-grade random gift box. 1. The following morning, the bright sun of the Iberian Peninsula illuminated the grass of the Malaga Youth Training Academy. Inside the office, the head coach of the Malaga U18 team, Bruno Schultz, had Ye Luo's basic information laid out on his desk. Name: Ye Luo. Date of birth: February 14th, 1993. Nationality: Dragon Kingdom. Height: 176 centimeters. Weight: 71 kilograms. Position: left winger, right winger, shadow striker, attacking midfielder. Strengths: speed, high success rate of cutting in and shooting, powerful shots, unafraid of confrontations, competent in wing play. Weaknesses, limited attacking methods, poor defensive positioning, low crossing accuracy, overly strong desire to shoot. This is a player coming for a trial today, and Phil believes he could seize an opportunity in La Liga within the next year, Bruno remarked. His assistant, Enzo Rodriguez, displayed a keen interest upon hearing this. It certainly merits our attention. Phil Norad, a seasoned scout from Malaga, has indeed identified players worthy of significant focus. Before the young lads from the team arrived at the training ground, the two coaches took the opportunity to review the match footage of Ye Luo compiled by Norad. His speed was commendable, his shooting power formidable, and his competitive spirit unyielding. However, there were some flaws in his fundamental skills, particularly in his timing for shots, they remarked. At that moment, a phone call interrupted them. The trial player, Ye Luo, had arrived. Let us go and ascertain the caliber of this prodigy from the Dragon Kingdom. If his prowess is merely as represented in the footage, he may still have a slight distance to cover before reaching La Liga, Bruno Schultz remarked. Each year, many players come to the youth academy for trials, yet few manage to establish a firm foothold. In truth, a trial is not a mere one-time transaction. It is a process of training. This process entails training alongside the youth academy for a period, allowing the coaches to assess the player's potential. During this time, trial players must take care of their own accommodation and meals. Thus, participating in a trial does not imply anything definitive. It merely involves training alongside the team. Players must strive to showcase their strengths during this training period to impress the club's coaches and secure a contract. Ye Luo, of course, did not meet with the U18 youth team head coach, Bruno Schultz, immediately upon arrival. Prior to the trial, he underwent a series of basic physical condition tests, primarily focusing on speed, explosiveness, and stamina. After the assessments, Schultz received a physical report that left him astounded. Ye Luo, already endowed with a natural speed talent, exhibited even greater quickness after incorporating an additional 30% of Ronaldo's speed attributes. His sprinting time for the first 30 meters was 3:83 seconds. This lad is faster than I had imagined, exclaimed assistant coach Enzo. We may indeed have struck gold, Schultz replied with a smile. In the realm of football, particularly for a forward, speed is the purest of talents. While stamina and physicality are also linked to innate ability, they can be significantly enhanced through training, thus bridging the gap in natural talent. In other words, these aspects can be developed. However, speed remains an entirely innate gift. Although it is possible to improve speed through training, the results tend to be limited. Some individuals are simply born with speed. Of course, even among those who are fast, there exist various types. Some excel in initial acceleration, while others thrive in sustained acceleration. Relatively speaking, players with quick starts enjoy a distinct advantage on the football field, as it is not a 100-meter track. Therefore, speed tests in youth training academies typically measure 30-meter sprints rather than 100-meter times. What does a 30-meter time of 3:83 seconds signify? This is an exceptional starting speed, comparable to that of the legendary Ronaldo in his prime. Only a player endowed with such innate speed could achieve this feat of passing to oneself 3 seconds into the future. Schultz, recognizing the remarkable speed of Ye Luo, felt a surge of confidence, yet he couldn't help but harbor a tinge of regret. It is truly a pity. Had Ye Luo received training in the youth academy of the Duck Nation from a young age, he could have emerged as one of the finest players of his generation. Who knows, he might have been a renowned prodigy by now. The outdated youth training system in Dragon Country is a grave waste of such talent. Schultz shook his head in disappointment, then set aside the physical data he had been reviewing. Merely based on this information, he was inclined to give Ye Luo an opportunity. He would let him join the training sessions. Ye Luo received his training jersey, and the equipment manager smiled as he said, "You will train with the U18 team over the next few days. Whether you can impress the coach enough to secure a formal contract depends on your performance. Good luck, young man." "Thank you. I will make it," Ye Luo replied confidently. The equipment manager gave him a thumbs up. "I admire your confidence." Ye Luo smiled slightly. "Is it difficult to remain in the Malaga youth team?" "Not particularly. At least, within the training grounds of Malaga's U18 team." The expressions of everyone, from coaches to players, were uniformly agape, their faces frozen in a mixture of shock and fear. Schultz felt his legs tremble. Fortunately, he had seated himself on the bench before the match, or he might have found himself unceremoniously collapsing onto the field, which would have been utterly embarrassing. One cannot fault Schultz for his lack of composure. The scene unfolding on the pitch was simply unbelievable. The training leading up to the friendly match had proceeded normally: sprints, passing drills, and possession games. Ye Luo had seamlessly integrated into the team, much to Schultz's satisfaction. However, everything deviated from Schultz's expectations when the internal match commenced. The internal match was divided into two halves, each lasting 25 minutes. And what transpired? With 5 minutes remaining in the first half, Ye Luo had already netted 4 goals. Yes, 4 goals. In merely 20 minutes. In the third minute of the match, Ye Luo seized the ball and unleashed a long-range shot that found the back of the net. Shortly thereafter, he dazzled everyone with a display of dribbling, weaving past 3 defenders before effortlessly scoring against the goalkeeper. Following that, he scored with a header from a corner kick, outjumping 2 center-backs to direct the ball into the goal. His final goal came from a long run down the wing, cutting inside to shoot as the ball skimmed along the grass and nestled into the corner of the net. A long-range strike. A series of deft dribbles leading to a one-on-one goal, a powerful header, and a well-timed cut-in shot. Each of his 4 goals was a masterpiece, showcasing scoring prowess that left the coaches of Malaga's youth team utterly astonished. The players of the Malaga U18 youth team appeared as mere children in the presence of Ye Luo, who operated on an entirely different level. Ye Luo was virtually unstoppable. With the ball at his feet, he effortlessly executed shots on goal. Within just 20 minutes, he had taken 8 shots, scoring 4 of them. Enzo Rodriguez's hands trembled in disbelief. What kind of monster is this? Enzo, who was temporarily officiating, glanced towards Schultz on the sidelines. After exchanging looks, Enzo understood Schultz's unspoken message. The match could not continue. If this persisted, the confidence of the Malaga U18 players would be utterly shattered. A mere trial match had escalated into an utterly disastrous affair. Enzo promptly blew the whistle, bringing the match to an abrupt end. The players of the Malaga U18 team exhaled in relief, their previous disdain for Ye Luo vanishing entirely, replaced by a palpable fear of this creature. Where did he come from? Everyone pondered, their nerves tingling. The update plan had yet to be signed, but there should be no significant issues regarding the contract. Before the official launch, updates would occur twice daily, at midnight and again at 6 in the afternoon. A request for recommendations and investments was made. The new book's outline had reached a staggering 1 million words, and investing in this work would undoubtedly yield returns. In Chapter 6, regarding the youth team's contracts, Ye Luo felt remarkably at ease. Once again on the pitch, his sensations contrasted sharply with his previous experiences. Football seemed to extend from his very limbs. Cutting in to shoot had always been his forte, yet now his ability to do so had reached unprecedented heights. His touch upon receiving the ball had improved exponentially, directly influencing the threat level of his offensive plays. Ye Luo was positioned on the left flank, playing as a left winger, harnessing his right foot's cutting-in shooting prowess. In this context, the attacking strategy assigned to Ye Luo's substitute group involved a fierce assault down the right flank to create space on the left, followed by a long pass to shift play and provide the left winger with opportunities to break through. This was, in fact, part of the trial. Schultz sought to evaluate Ye Luo's capabilities in ball control and attacking situations. After all, cutting in to shoot was considered Ye Luo's signature trait. In this straightforward attacking maneuver, Ye Luo astonishingly netted 4 goals in quick succession. His ball control was impeccable, and his acceleration was remarkable. Notably, both his shot selection and accuracy were exceptional. After all, this was augmented with 30% of peak Cristiano Ronaldo's scoring ability. Ronaldo, who later became the highest goalscorer in official matches, often faced criticism for transitioning into a poacher role, yet his prolific scoring was no mere happenstance. His greatest attribute lay in his timing and selection for shots. In terms of shot placement, Ronaldo arguably ranks among the best in history. Thus, his transformation proved to be remarkably successful, as he transitioned from a winger known for his explosive plays to a pure scorer, continuing to dominate the field. Moreover, Ye Luo had amalgamated 30% of Ronaldinho's finesse with 30% of Ronaldo's dribbling prowess. This significantly heightened the threat posed by Ye Luo's signature inward curling shot. It was as if 3 Ronaldos were at the service of a single Ye Luo. What fortune could be greater? What's the matter, coach? Ye Luo inquired, brimming with enthusiasm. After scoring 4 goals in this training match, he wondered if he might impress the youth team's coach. Should I try to score a few more? To his surprise, Schultz abruptly called off the match. Ye Luo had no choice but to approach him for clarification. This young man is quite the conversationalist. Bruno Schulz thought to himself as he assessed Ye Luo. He spoke, "There is no need to continue this match. If we proceed, my player's confidence will be utterly shattered by your prowess. You have scored from long range, dribbled with finesse, executed inward cuts, and even netted a header. It is as though you are flaunting your arsenal. Young man, would you be interested in signing a youth contract with Malaga?" Schulz inquired. Ye Luo was momentarily taken aback. Although he understood that securing a contract with Malaga was not particularly challenging, the prospect of actually receiving an offer felt like a weight lifting from his chest. Noticing Ye Luo's reaction, Schulz assumed he was dissatisfied with merely a youth contract. He quickly clarified, "This is within my authority as a youth team coach. I will promptly recommend you to the first team coach. Given your abilities, your presence in the youth team has become somewhat redundant. You need to gain experience in professional leagues as soon as possible. If you can impress the first team coach, a professional contract will soon be presented to you, provided you can consistently demonstrate the skills you have just showcased. By the way, do you have an agent?" "Yes, it's Giro," Ye Luo replied, unable to resist correcting him. He then shook his head and said, "I do not currently have an agent, but I can certainly sign the youth contract with Malaga. That poses no issue. I shall sign the youth contract first and complete the system tasks thereafter. Furthermore, as long as I possess sufficient talent, I need not fear the absence of a professional contract. I would rather the wealthy owner who acquired Malaga ponder how to retain the youth team's extraordinary talent." The constraints of the youth contract were minimal, and Ye Luo felt no hesitation in signing it. Upon hearing Ye Luo's agreement to sign, Schulz was overjoyed. He disregarded the training altogether, delegating the training responsibilities to assistant coach Rodriguez, and personally escorted Ye Luo to finalize the contract, determined not to let him slip away during the process. It was crucial to keep a close watch, after all. Even professional players had vanished once they boarded a plane and entered the medical examination room. After affixing his signature to the youth contract with Malaga, both Ye Luo and Schulz sighed in relief. "Congratulations, young man. You will not regret your decision today," Bruno Schulz beamed. "Indeed, I shall embark from here," Ye Luo replied. Bruno Schulz gently patted Ye Luo on the shoulder, acknowledging that he was now a player for the Malaga youth team. "Do you have accommodation?" he inquired. "The academy can arrange housing nearby, free of charge. Additionally, you need to collect your training gear. Our academy has a dedicated equipment management department. Remember, after each training session, you need not take your gear home for cleaning. The time is nearly up today. Starting tomorrow, you will officially begin your training," Bruno Schulz stated. Ye Luo nodded in agreement. "Understood, coach." He indeed needed to find a place to stay nearby. Since the team could facilitate this, it alleviated some of his burdens. Moreover, he was aware that he would soon transition from the youth academy's training base to that of the first team. All he needed was an opportunity, one that would draw the attention of Pellegrini. He firmly believed that the Chilean engineer could not overlook him. Once Bruno Schulz departed, Ye Luo accessed the system's task panel. At that moment, the main task of signing with the Malaga youth team was marked complete, rewarding him with 1 fusion point. Fusion point balance. 2. Ye Luo sighed deeply. Why must the 3 templates synchronize? Otherwise, I could have already acquired a 100 SS level template ability. Such a pity. His gaze shifted to another reward. C-level random gift box. There is a chance to obtain a C-level item reward. Ding. Would you like to open the C-level random gift box? Yes. Ding. Congratulations, you have received the item C-level speed badge. C-level speed badge, speed 1. Description, a badge that enhances speed. Note, only one badge of the same type can be equipped. A slight boost in speed. He wondered how much difference that would make. Ye Luo furrowed his brow, thinking. After equipping the C-level speed badge, he felt no surge of warmth or explosive power. It seemed as though he had donned a mere counterfeit badge. At that moment, the system's mechanical voice chimed in. Ding. You have triggered the main task. Score your first goal in a match. Task rewards. 2 fusion points, 2 C-level random gift boxes. Chapter 7. A genius of historical proportions. Scoring my first goal in a match. It seems to refer to a goal for the Malaga youth team, Ye Luo pondered. So, who would be the opponent for Malaga U18's next match? The Malaga U18 participates in the Spanish Youth First Division, Juvenil A, the pinnacle of youth leagues in Spain. There are a total of 7 groups, each comprising 16 teams. The group stage employs a home-and-away knockout format, with group champions qualifying for the playoffs, which lead to the Spanish Youth Championship. The victors will be crowned champions of the Youth League for that season. He navigated to the official Malaga Club website to check the schedule for the Malaga U18 team. The Academy's U-Series teams begin training from the age of 9 up to U21. Typically, players under 21 are required to train and compete with the reserve team, ceasing their participation in youth leagues. Those who have surpassed the age of 20 and aspire to pursue a professional career must seek opportunities in professional leagues. If one cannot play in La Liga, there are still chances to explore lower-tier leagues. The league systems of any footballing powerhouse are immensely vast, providing an unobstructed pathway from the pinnacle of top-tier leagues down to grassroots regional divisions. Many players in La Liga have honed their skills in lower divisions before being discovered by top-tier clubs, ultimately gracing the fields of elite competitions. U18 player Ye Luo furrowed his brow as he gazed at the screen filled with Spanish text. While he could converse in some Spanish, the challenge of literacy proved to be greater. Nevertheless, Spanish, being a Latin-based alphabetic language, follows basic spelling conventions. Thus, the ability to speak often translates to the ability to read. Consequently, Ye Luo swiftly located the schedule for the U18 matches. The next game, the first round of the Malaga Cup group stage, was against an opponent that made his eyes widen in realization. He suddenly smacked his forehead in exasperation. How could I have forgotten? The Malaga youth team is, after all, the next adversary for the national under-23 team. The Malaga Cup has been incessantly promoted by domestic media. In Europe, the Malaga Cup does not garner significant attention as a youth tournament, its fame even eclipsed by the domestically held WF Cup. However, the current media buzz is largely due to the participation of the national under-23 team. The Malaga Cup is an invitational tournament for youth teams, where participating clubs typically send their U18 squads, comprising players under 18 years of age. The national under-23 team, however, is not only older by official records, but may be, in reality, 2 to 4 years older. In professional football, the age of 20 is a pivotal juncture for entering professional leagues, and at this age, even a single year can make a significant difference. Thus, the national under-23 team, with an average age visibly 2 years greater and possibly even 3 or 4 years in actuality, holds a considerable advantage in such youth invitational tournaments, with prospects of achieving commendable results. This expectation is why the domestic media is so fervently promoting the event, as many anticipate that the national team will secure several significant victories in the Malaga Cup. Yet, Ye Luo squinted, aware that his reputation in the domestic football scene was now tarnished. Accusations of defying the head coach, disregarding management, lacking organization and discipline, and exhibiting a lack of national pride were all labels affixed to him. Initially, he believed it would take considerable time to shed these negative connotations. Unexpectedly, an opportunity was now at hand. If he could secure a media interview post-match, it would be splendid. Ye Luo closed the webpage and prepared for sleep, recognizing the importance of maintaining a good night's rest to uphold his physical condition. As an athlete, such discipline is integral to his craft. And at that moment, at the training base of the first team, within the office building of the club, the office of head coach Pellegrini remains brightly lit. Malaga has been enduring a challenging period lately. Former coach Ferreira was dismissed after just 9 rounds of La Liga, a decision undoubtedly linked to the team's dismal performance. Over those 9 matches, Malaga managed only 1 victory, 2 draws, and suffered 6 defeats, accumulating a mere 5 points. They find themselves languishing in 19th place on the league table, barely ahead of Zaragoza, who, despite failing to secure a win, have garnered 4 points through 4 draws. Following Ferreira's departure, the former Real Madrid coach Pellegrini took the helm. Typically, a change in management inspires a brief resurgence in team performance. However, under Pellegrini, Malaga's situation has remained dire. In the 10th round, they suffered a 0-1 defeat to Espanyol on the road, followed by a home draw of 1-1 against Levante in the 11th round. The 12th round saw them lose 0-2 against La Coruña away, and in the 13th, they fell 0-2 to Mallorca, amassing only 1 point from Pellegrini's first 4 matches. This has incited a frenzy among local media. Moreover, the upcoming 14th round poses an even greater challenge, as the team is set to face Real Madrid away. Given Malaga's current form, it is unrealistic to expect them to dream of securing points at the Bernabéu. However, the gravity of the situation is heightened by the fact that they are up against a wounded beast. In the 13th round, Real Madrid suffered a humiliating 0-5 defeat at the hands of Barcelona, marking an unprecedented loss for Mourinho's squad. They are in urgent need of a resounding victory to restore confidence and appease fans, and the Madrid media. In this context, Pellegrini's team is likely to become a mere punching bag for Real Madrid, whose strength is indisputable. They boast the highest total squad valuation in the world. To Malaga, facing Real Madrid is akin to a fragile figure standing before a giant, likely to be crushed underfoot. Should they endure another significant defeat at the Bernabéu, the team's morale would plummet to an irretrievable low. Thus, Pellegrini and his coaching staff are pouring their hearts and souls into devising a strategy to help Malaga emerge from the Bernabéu unscathed. Yet, misfortune does not come alone. The team's key offensive players, Uruguayan striker Bastian Fernandes and local winger Luca, are likely to miss the match due to injury. The only available forwards are the veteran Moroccan Bahar and the over 30 Portuguese player Adinho. Relying on these two seasoned players to penetrate Real Madrid's defense seems a daunting task, allowing Mourinho's team to confidently press forward and dominate Malaga on home soil. At present, the only glimmer of hope for Pellegrini and his team lies in the lengthy FIFA international break that follows the conclusion of the 13th round of the league. This extended period of respite allows the team ample time for recuperation and adjustment. Furthermore, considering Real Madrid's abundance of international players, it is conceivable that the national team fixtures might inflict the so-called FIFA virus upon them, thereby granting Malaga a modicum of opportunity. Just as Pellegrini was reflecting on the recent string of defeats in his office, he was unexpectedly visited by the U18 youth team coach, Bruno, who uttered a statement that left Pellegrini utterly astounded. "Sir, within my squad, there exists a talent of historic top 10 caliber." Chapter 8, How Swiftly Time Flies. A talent of such historical significance? Pellegrini fixed his gaze upon Bruno, searching for any hint of jest or signs of senility on the face of the seasoned youth coach. Regrettably, Bruno's eyes sparkled with determination, devoid of any semblance of humor. "Old Bruno, are you jesting?" Pellegrini shook his head in disbelief. He was no novice coach, after all. He had been the head coach of Real Madrid last season. Pellegrini understood that some youth coaches might exaggerate their players' abilities in an attempt to promote them to the first team. He could tolerate claims of having a genius or even a super talent, but to assert that one possessed a historical top 10 player was a tad excessive. Did he truly comprehend the implications of such a designation? How absurd. Why was this old man seeking amusement at such an hour? Moreover, Pellegrini had neither the time nor the inclination to focus on Malaga's youth academy, having been with the team for less than a month. With only a single point garnered from 4 matches, the pressure on the coaching staff was unprecedented. Who had the bandwidth to concern themselves with youth players? "I am not jesting. I speak the truth," Bruno asserted. Pellegrini furrowed his brow, feeling a surge of irritation. His mood was already precarious. A historical top 10 player? Are you implying that Malaga's youth academy has produced a miniature Messi? At present, I cannot afford to focus on the youth academy, Bruno. The first team has no room to accommodate players from the academy. What we require now are points. Points. Do you understand? Pellegrini exclaimed, his voice echoing through the hall, prompting some members of the Malaga first team's coaching staff and personnel to peer curiously through the doorway. "He is not Messi," Bruno replied, shaking his head. "He is merely a trial player. However, he scored 4 goals in just 20 minutes during an internal match, utilizing various techniques: a long solo run after evading multiple defenders to score against the goalkeeper, an incisive cut-in from the left to shoot, a powerful header from close range overpowering a defender, and a stunning long-range shot. His offensive repertoire is impressively diverse. Although he lacks experience in matches, he possesses ample skills to torment defenders." A subtle smile graced the corners of Bruno's lips. "I believe he is the player you require, Mr. Pellegrini. The youth team matches hold little significance for someone of his caliber. He needs to showcase his talents on the professional stage and deserves a professional contract." Upon hearing this, Pellegrini regained his composure. A trial player achieving 4 goals in 20 minutes certainly warranted his attention. Moreover, Bruno, being an experienced youth coach, must have had his reasons for such a statement. "I apologize, Bruno," Pellegrini said, his calm restored. The pressure he had been under was immense. Yet losing his temper with the youth coach was unwarranted. "That's quite all right, coach," Bruno replied with a smile. "I have the complete video of his performance in this match for you to review. In 3 days, we will face the U23 team from Longwa, whose players are over 2 years older than ours. This match may present significant pressure for my lads, and you are welcome to observe his performance live." Accepting the USB drive from Bruno, Pellegrini nodded slightly. "I shall watch his performance. I hope he surprises me." In 3 days, the national team players would depart, and tactical training would be minimal, allowing the assistant coach to lead the team. Thus, Pellegrini would indeed have the time to witness a youth match. "You will not be disappointed," Bruno assured him. "I will ensure that you are thoroughly impressed." The next day, before training commenced, Bruno summoned Ye Luo to his office to inform him of Pellegrini's intention to assess his performance. Ye Luo was nearly ecstatic, unable to conceal the broad smile that stretched across his face, reaching his earlobes. What a straightforward young man he was. Bruno chuckled, fully aware of the rare opportunity this presented for Ye Luo. With both of the team's primary strikers injured, the squad was relying on 2 seasoned veterans. "You must give your all in this match, showcasing your scoring prowess to win over our head coach," Bruno encouraged, patting Ye Luo on the shoulder. "Rest assured, coach. I will undoubtedly impress our head coach," Ye Luo exclaimed. The first team had gone several matches without a win, with their goal-scoring ability in question and 2 primary forwards sidelined. This was an excellent opportunity. Ye Luo understood that for an ordinary youth player, securing such an opportunity in a systematic manner was quite challenging, unless circumstances aligned as they had now, with injured key players necessitating the call-up of youth squad members. If he performed well under pressure, he could earn further chances. Conversely, a poor performance could not only extinguish this opportunity, but also diminish his confidence significantly. From Bruno's perspective, Ye Luo had already attained the individual skills necessary to compete in La Liga. However, whether he was psychologically prepared would depend on the strength of his mental fortitude. As it stood, only time would tell. Ye Luo was characterized by his optimism, often adorned with a radiant smile, indicative of his extroverted and sunny disposition as a player. Such individuals tend to unleash their potential in the most crucial of matches. "Prepare for training. I will devise tactical routines centered around you in the coming days. Should you fail to impress me during this period, I shall not grant you a place on the field," the coach stated. "Rest assured, coach. I will certainly rise to the occasion," Ye Luo replied with a grin, before exuberantly exiting the coach's office. As he reached the threshold, he clenched his fist and exclaimed, "Yes." Observing Ye Luo's spirited demeanor, Bruno, within the confines of the office, smiled faintly. As the youth coach, he was indifferent to the youth team's achievements. The academy's mission was not to secure championships or victories, but to cultivate sufficiently skilled professional players. Thus, centering a match around a player who had only recently joined the team was a rather audacious undertaking in the professional arena. However, within the youth league, it posed no significant concern, as victory was not Bruno's primary consideration. At that moment, Ye Luo, having only just exited, abruptly returned. Bruno looked up, inquiring, "What is it? Do you need something else?" Ye Luo promptly bowed at a 90-degree angle, exclaiming, "Thank you, coach." Bruno was momentarily taken aback, but soon chuckled. Realizing that the young man's emotional control was quite commendable, he managed to remember such courtesy even amidst his excitement. During training, Ye Luo's exuberance was palpable, particularly during the inter-team scrimmages, where the young goalkeeper faced his powerful shots and found himself overwhelmed. Ye Luo's extroverted nature allowed him to quickly bond with his new teammates, and his evident talent promised a future as a star in La Liga. The U18 players were keen to avoid any discord with him, recognizing that with his displayed prowess, he might very well ascend to the ranks of elite superstars. After a day's training, Ye Luo returned to his residence and opened his computer to peruse domestic football news. He discovered an overwhelming influx of coverage regarding the Mallorca Cup, predominantly centered around the national team's preparations under Coach Li Tai. Reports on the national team's training regimen, pre-match press conferences, and Li Tai's displayed confidence stirred considerable excitement among domestic fans. With the media's fervent promotion, the relatively obscure Mallorca Cup had transformed into a renowned youth tournament, attracting attention from numerous prestigious clubs' youth teams. "Let the hype continue. The more they promote it, the harder I shall strike back," Ye Luo mused. His current image in the country leaned precariously towards that of a traitor, compounded by the already tarnished reputation of Dragon Country football. A scandal involving a Dragon Country football player. This has become a widely discussed topic across the nation, captivating not only football enthusiasts but also the general public. In summary, Ye Luo has achieved fame through a different avenue. The path to redeeming his tarnished reputation is quite straightforward. He simply needs to excel. After all, he is an athlete, not a trainee with merely 2.5 years of practice. He does not rely on his appearance for success. It is his prowess that matters. As long as he demonstrates sufficient skill, Even without uttering a word, devoted fans will naturally rise to his defense, advocating for his vindication. Moreover, how could he possibly remain silent? If he makes a name for himself, for instance, by playing in La Liga, every pre-match press conference and post-match interview will serve as a platform for his voice. The influence of the Dragon Country Football Association, no matter how formidable, cannot silence the national media. Furthermore, we are in the era of the internet. While Ye Luo was contemplating how to deliver a more resounding rebuttal post-match, he suddenly paused, a smile creeping across his lips. The mechanical voice of the system resonated in his mind. Ding. You have triggered a system-side quest. Defy the Dragon Country Football Association. Quest description. Clear your name of the slander by the Dragon Country Football Association at the Malaga Cup and confront them in front of the Dragon Country fans. Quest reward. Based on the quest completion rating. So, the more impactful the rebuttal, the more generous the reward? Ye Luo's motivation surged. Eager to step onto the field and dominate the national Olympic team with fervor. 3 days swiftly passed. During this time, the coverage by the Dragon Country media was entirely focused on the national Olympic team, failing to recognize any changes in their opponents, the Malaga U18 youth team. Or perhaps they simply lacked familiarity with the Malaga U18 team, and the Dragon Country fans showed little interest in the youth squad of a relegation-threatened La Liga team. If the fans were disinterested, the media would naturally follow suit. Consequently, 1 hour before the match, in the locker room, Li Tai furrowed his brow upon receiving the starting lineup of the opposing team. He fixated on the name of the number 7 player from Malaga U18. This name seemed vaguely familiar. Could it be that young man? Li Tai's frown deepened. Just then, his assistant and the team leader, Guo Tao, rushed in, visibly agitated. He was supposed to lead the players out for warm-ups, as the match was to take place at a public football field in Malaga. Although youth matches typically draw few spectators, many Malaga fans had come to watch. And warming up while acclimatizing to the field was part of the pre-match routine. Oldly, guess who I just saw? It's Ye Luo. That kid actually joined Malaga U18. Guo Tao exclaimed, his expression a mix of excitement and concern. Not only did he join Malaga U18, but he is also starting in the lineup. Li Tai handed Guo Tao the official starting list he had just received. What? He is starting? Guo Tao was taken aback, then lowered his voice, inquiring. Could there be any trouble? Li Tai responded with a cold smile. What trouble could there be? That kid possesses some skill, but he is merely under 18. A little attention to his inward curling shots should suffice. Besides, this situation is not entirely detrimental to us. We know this lad quite well. Indeed, as long as he fails to make an impact in this match, we shall face no issues. Guo Tao asserted. I will keep an eye on the warm-up. You think of ways to contain that kid. I believe that his opportunity to participate means he is eager to prove himself, which might inadvertently hinder the overall performance of our opponents. Li Tai nodded. It's nothing of great concern. Even if we do not win this match, we must ensure that he has no chance to shine. Just keep that in mind. Guo Tao nodded in agreement and hurriedly exited. At that moment, Li Tai's phone rang. He answered quickly, Director Chung. What is going on? How did that kid end up on the opposite side? The voice on the other end, Chung, sounded displeased. Rest assured, it's just a minor hiccup. The situation remains under my control, Li Tai assured, patting his chest. I have already made it clear that we cannot afford to lose, nor can we allow that kid any opportunity to turn the tide. Understood. We shall employ a strategy of overpowering the weak. Victory is assured, Li Tai declared. Moreover, that kid's capabilities are rather mediocre. He has some unique traits. But had we not been aware, he might have found a chance to shine. However, with a little vigilance, we can prevent him from showcasing his strengths. Li Tai did not underestimate Ye Luo. Rather, he had a clear understanding of the young talent's past. At 17, earning a place in the national youth team is indeed a testament to his abilities. Yet, in Li Tai's view, that was the extent of it. Freezing such a winger would not pose a challenge, especially with prior preparation. Furthermore, Li Tai believed that Ye Luo was currently brimming with the desire to demonstrate his prowess. He would likely take matters into his own hands, thereby disrupting the attacking rhythm of the Malaga youth team. If he faltered and was substituted early by the coach, it would only highlight his lack of strength, a rebellious nature, and a low emotional and football intelligence, while also showcasing Li Tai's discerning eye. Chapter 10. Trouble arrives. Chung and a group of high-ranking officials from the Football Association were seated in the stands. Aside from a few local Malaga fans attending the youth match, the presence of Dragon Country supporters was scarce, primarily composed of local Chinese residents. In contrast, numerous journalists were in attendance. In the press area, sharp-eyed reporters quickly spotted Ye Luo on the football field. Oh my, isn't that the Beckham of Dragon Country? Ye Luo? He has actually joined Malaga U18? I thought his career in domestic football was over. Who would have thought there was still a path for him abroad? It's unfortunate, though, with his talent, he should have been a mainstay in the Chinese Super League in a couple of years. What a lucrative opportunity he has missed. Such a pity, he is simply too young. The reporters buzzed with speculation. As the Hengtai team from Changzhou embarked on a lavish spending spree in the Chinese Super League, the transfer fees and salary levels of players from the Dragon Nation have skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket. Given the capabilities of the national team players, the majority struggle to secure a starting position in Spain's second division. In that league, a salary of 500,000 euros per annum is considered among the upper echelons. Conversely, within the Dragon Nation, a national player's annual salary begins at a staggering 8 million RMB. Following the current trend, it is conceivable that in the future, a national player could command an annual salary of 20 to 30 million. Thus, from the perspective of these journalists, the Dragon Nation's equivalent of Beckham seems to have missed out on a lucrative opportunity simply due to youthful naivety. Seated centrally in the VIP section, Cheng Yuan could faintly hear the murmurs of Dragon Nation reporters below him. A subtle smile graced his face, exuding a confidence that belied his true feelings. He hardly regarded Ye Luo with any seriousness, perceiving him merely as an inexperienced youth under 18. He dismissed the notion that playing abroad held any significance. After all, Malaga was merely a relegation-threatened team, and Ye Luo was only part of their U18 squad. Should he manage to break into Malaga's first team? As the sole representative of the Dragon Nation in Europe's top 5 leagues, Cheng might harbor some concern. But given that he was only involved with the U18s, the prospect of him even making it to professional leagues was uncertain, and thus there was little to worry about. The camera then focused on Cheng Yuan, the general manager of the Dragon Nation Football Association, as he appeared prominently on the screens of fans watching the live broadcast on the national sports channel. Simultaneously, the familiar voice of Lu Jianhong, the channel's dedicated commentator for national team matches, resonated through the airwaves. Greetings to our viewers. You are watching the live broadcast of the Malaga Cup Youth Invitational, featuring a match between the Dragon Nation U23 team and the Malaga Youth team. As you can see, the general manager of the Football Association, Cheng Yuan, is present to oversee the match. This encounter is part of the U23 team's European training series. Designed to expose our players to the advanced football tactics prevalent in Europe, Lu's voice flowed incessantly, much to the dismay of many fans who found his somber commentary style unappealing. At that moment, the players from both teams emerged from the tunnel. The Dragon Nation U23 players turned their heads to glance at Ye Luo, who stood at the back of the Malaga youth team lineup. Their expressions ranged from surprise and envy to disdain, yet none approached him. Although Ye Luo shared a cordial rapport with most of the U23 players, barring a few strained relationships, the lingering tension from his previous conflicts with Li Tai deterred them from initiating conversation at that moment. Ye Luo, of course, did not take the initiative to greet his former teammates from the national youth team. In his heart, this match was a fierce battle, a struggle to reclaim his honor. As the players emerged from the tunnel, it is noteworthy that among the starters of the Malaga U18 team, the number 7 player was none other than Ye Luo. As the camera focused on his visage, the online fans erupted in a frenzy. Goodness, is that really him? Wasn't he expelled for his lack of discipline and organization? They murmured. He may have been expelled from the national team, but that's not a global ban. What is going on now? The king returns? What nonsense. This kid dares to defy his coach and shows no sense of national pride. How could he create such chaos while representing the country? It's no surprise he was expelled. Yet, joining the Malaga youth team suggests he possesses some skill. The fans online were divided. A minority sympathized with Ye Luo, defending him, yet the majority were vehemently criticizing him. After all, people tend to follow the crowd. Under the media's influence, Ye Luo had become irredeemable. How could he expect forgiveness merely for joining the Malaga youth team? As Ye Luo stepped onto the field alongside his teammates, his gaze drifted towards the VIP area. Oh, even the program's source had come to watch. If they didn't create a spectacle, it would be a disservice to such an occasion. Li Tai and his assistant, Guo Tao, stood at the sidelines, anxious about potential mishaps. My right eyelid keeps twitching, Guo Tao remarked, visibly unsettled. This was a nationwide broadcast. If any chaos erupted, how would they manage the aftermath? Li Tai felt a twinge of nervousness too, yet he was not overly concerned. What kind of trouble could Ye Luo possibly stir? Would he expose any bribery? This was a football match, not an investigative interview. What chances did he have to speak? Furthermore, in the realm of football, performance speaks volumes. If his display was subpar, no one would take his words seriously. Rest assured, I've checked. This lad has joined the Malaga youth team for less than a week. His teammates probably don't even know him. What good performance could we expect? Guatao nodded in agreement. Football is a team sport. If one cannot even recognize their teammates, how could they achieve synergy or teamwork? As the two conversed, the referee had already blown the whistle to commence the match. Ladies and gentlemen, with the referee's whistle, the game officially begins. Malaga takes the kickoff, swiftly transferring the ball to the left, right at Ye Luo's feet. The once calm voice of Lu Jianhong erupted into a roar, jolting the fans, who had been lulled into a stupor by his monotonous commentary, back to attention. On screen, Ye Luo effortlessly controlled the long diagonal pass that had come from the right. A splendid touch. Before the audience could express their admiration, Ye Luo suddenly flicked the ball with the outside of his right foot, then with a deft twist of his ankle, he executed a brilliant nutmeg. The football slipped between two defenders, and in a sudden flash, Ye Luo darted past them just before they could close in. An exquisite nutmeg. Ye Luo. Amidst Lu Jianhong's astonished exclamation, Ye Luo swiftly maneuvered towards the center, then unleashed a powerful strike with his right foot. Bang. Chapter 11. In this moment he astounded the entire nation. Bang. The resounding noise drew the attention of everyone present to the field. The ball soared into the air, tracing an eerie arc without any spin, leaving the National Olympic Team's goalkeeper utterly unprepared as he watched the ball sail into the net from the opposite side of his center of gravity. What a magnificent goal, Lu Jianhong exclaimed. A flawless control, a nutmeg, a decisive cut, and a thunderous shot, all executed in one fluid motion. Absolutely stunning. This was the sentiment shared by all. The goal was indeed breathtaking, and astonishingly, it had come less than 30 seconds into the match. This left the players of the National Olympic team on the field in a state of bewilderment. Particularly the two players who had been outmaneuvered by Ye Luo exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting shock and disbelief. They had anticipated closing in on him, expecting to control the ball, assess the situation, and make a safe back pass, seeking to avoid any missteps. Who could have imagined that Ye Luo would dare to take such a risk, exhibiting such audacity and skill? They had unwittingly become mere props in Ye Luo's spectacular performance. Simultaneously, Li Tai was seething with rage. His anger was unprecedented. Before the match, he had stressed the importance of defending against Ye Luo, insisting that at least two players must mark him closely under any circumstances. And what was the outcome? Just as the match commenced, Ye Luo scored a goal, such a beautiful goal at that. Damn it, can you two even play? Get off the field if you can't. He fumed. How could you let him get past you? As Li Tai ranted, the spectators in the stadium were equally astonished. Fans of both Malaga and the Dragon Nation's Olympic team shared the same sentiment. Many had yet to fully immerse themselves in the match, still settling into their seats or chatting with those beside them, completely unprepared for the sudden goal. However, in a nondescript corner of the stands, Malaga's head coach Pellegrini and his assistant Malosca were keenly observing. What a remarkable touch, impeccably controlled, and so daring. That nutmeg even reminded me of Ronaldinho. Malosca marveled. Pellegrini nodded in agreement. It seems Bruno was right. He truly deserves a chance with the first team. But just a chance? With this performance, perhaps we can consider surprising Mourinho in the next match. Malosca added. Facing a formidable opponent like Real Madrid, a wounded beast, Pellegrini mused, to be honest. Without seeking some change, Malaga stands no chance at all. He furrowed his brow slightly. He did not wish for Ye Luo to make his debut in an environment like the Bernabéu. Undoubtedly, in Pellegrini's mind, with just that one goal, Ye Luo had already secured his place in the team. Ye Luo was a prodigy, a fact Pellegrini was firmly convinced of. However, the deployment of such gifted young players required considerable caution. If the youth academy and junior team matches were akin to gentle streams, then La Liga was a tumultuous ocean. A fish that swims freely in a stream might find itself overwhelmed by the raging waves of the sea, and with a single misstep, could be dashed against the shore by a mighty wave. Each year, how many talented players emerging from youth academies make their La Liga debuts? only to gradually fade into obscurity? The youth academy is one realm, while La Liga is another. Whether a talent from the academy can adapt to the rigors of La Liga remains uncertain. As Pellegrini pondered this, on the field, Ye Luo, having just scored a goal, rejected the jubilant teammates eager to celebrate with him. He sprinted towards the coaching staff on the sidelines. What was his intention? A question mark floated in the minds of nearly everyone present. The television cameras zoomed in on the hero of the moment. After scoring, Ye Luo raced toward the coaching area. Was he there to express gratitude to the head coach? Just as Lu Jianhong's words trailed off, his expression shifted dramatically. He realized Ye Luo was heading towards the coaching staff of the national U-23 team, from which he had been dismissed. As a commentator for the national television station, Lu Jianhong had some insight into the circumstances surrounding Ye Luo's expulsion from the U-23 team, as well as the unspoken rules that permeated the various national teams. Therefore, he could not possibly believe that Ye Luo was there to thank Li Tai. What could he possibly be up to? In the next moment, Lu Jianhong's eyes widened in shock, his body jolting forward, inadvertently sending the papers on his desk crashing to the floor. The viewers watching the live broadcast could distinctly hear the sound of documents hitting the ground, a typical blunder that would warrant a salary deduction. Yet, in that moment, no one cared about such trivialities, for what transpired on the screen was far more astonishing. Under the camera's gaze, Ye Luo stood before Coach Li Tai of the U-23 team. He lifted his jersey, revealing a white undershirt adorned with a message written in marker. Coach Li, success is earned through talent, not bribes. Before the upright youth, Li Tai trembled uncontrollably. He was utterly flabbergasted. He had never witnessed such audacity and reckless abandon from a player from Longhua. Did Ye Luo comprehend the gravity of his actions? This was live television, broadcast across the nation. With this outburst, where would he hide his face? This kid, he was truly a thorn in the side. Li Tai's trembling hands were visible to all. His evasive gaze and flustered expression captured on the television screen. Behind him stood the coaching staff, rendered speechless by shock. They had never anticipated that a player from Longhua would dare to act in such a manner. His outburst would undoubtedly reveal his true character to domestic teams in the future. Who could possibly tolerate someone so brazen and intolerant of dissent? Which team would be willing to take him on? Every club in the country harbors some secrets. Who would dare to employ a person with such audacity? He was not merely attacking Li Tai's reputation. He was jeopardizing the livelihoods of everyone in the domestic football community. No one would want him now. This young man was utterly finished, with no hope of returning to the domestic football scene. On the bench, the players from the national under-23 team gaped in astonishment, their shock tinged with a hint of admiration. At that moment, the boundary line on the pitch separated Ye Luo and Li Tai, and the entire stadium, along with every fan watching the match, was collectively dumbfounded. Chapter 12. A resounding slap. Chapter 12. Slap. 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 Goodness. What about this red envelope? Is there more to the dismissal than meets the eye? Perhaps a bribe was involved to get on the field, an old tradition. Online, Longhua fans were abuzz with discussion. The previously one-sided negative sentiment towards Ye Luo began to shift due to this remarkable goal. It was simply breathtaking. He controlled the ball with grace, flicked it past two defenders, and then cut inside to unleash a powerful strike with his right foot, executing a stunning elevator shot. Such individual brilliance would captivate even the harshest of spectators. Standing before Li Tai, a cold smile crept across Ye Luo's lips. He was certain that the recent events had spread across the nation. Did they think he would bow down and appease them to earn his place on the field? Not a chance. He was determined to expose their sordid dealings. Unable to make it, he was determined to carve out his own path. Just wait until he became the world's top football star. What could these specters of the past do to him then? He fixed his gaze on Li Tai, whose discomfort was palpable as the young man's playful mockery pierced through him. Though Li Tai averted his eyes, he could feel the weight of the world's gaze upon him, leaving him flustered and at a loss. What a farce it was. Before a boy not yet 18, the once passionate Li Tai, who had once roamed the British football scene, now found himself unable to meet the young man's stare. This reality stung him deeply, igniting a growing fury within him, yet he had no outlet for it. Fortunately, Ye Luo let out a cold laugh and walked away, casting aside his jersey before heading towards the stands. Meanwhile, in the press area, journalists were beginning to react. This young man was truly audacious. What would he do next? As the crowd had yet to fully digest the recent events, they witnessed Ye Luo sprinting towards the stands. Heading directly to the representatives of the Dragon Nation Football Association seated in the middle of the low-rise bleachers. He then raised his hand, and with a resounding clap, mimicked the action of slapping someone. Was he striking the Football Association? Was he hitting the general manager, Cheng Yuanyuan? In the press box, Cheng's face turned an ominous shade of gray. It was a catastrophe, a complete debacle. One could only imagine the repercussions. Not tomorrow, but at this very moment. This scene would ignite a media frenzy across the nation. The news would swiftly become a trending topic, with everyone online disseminating the event widely. The Football Association could only resort to threatening certain football media outlets, particularly those reliant on covering the national team and the Chinese Super League, by revoking their press access to the matches in a bid to enforce compliance. However, their power had limits. With the plethora of national media, from newspapers to television, the situation was far from controllable. Although the Dragon Nation Football Association was ostensibly a private organization, it operated in tandem with the Sports Administration's Football Management Center, sharing the same personnel under different banners. Hence, they could somewhat obscure matters with official channels. But what era were they living in? This was the digital age, rife with various online media outlets. Could the Football Association truly manage this? An official beside Cheng pointed shakily into the arena, struggling to articulate his thoughts, while another official vented his fury, claiming it was a disgrace to the nation, utterly disorganized and undisciplined. Who was responsible for promoting such a rebel? There must be accountability. A faction of bureaucrats simmered with anger, yet after all their threats, they were at a loss for how to address the situation. If Ye Luo was resolute in leaving the domestic scene, they were genuinely powerless. Meanwhile, the online discourse had erupted. The match between the youth teams garnered unprecedented attention. Across major football forums and social media groups, videos of goals, Ye Luo's slogans, and the striking visuals of the incident shocked fans, while simultaneously providing them with a sense of exhilaration. Ye Luo transformed from a public enemy into a heroic figure advocating for the fans. Why? Because they understood that the decline of Dragon Nation football was not solely the fault of a few players. Criticizing the players was merely a reflection of their broader frustrations. The true underlying issue lay with the Football Association and those high-ranking officials. They were the ones accountable for the continual degradation of Dragon Nation football. Ye Luo's slap was not merely a blow to the association's face, but struck at the very psyche of the fans. Well done. A resounding hit. The Football Association was a disgrace. In an instant, fans took to the internet to vent their frustrations, all while the atmosphere at the venue was electric. Even the fans of the Dragon Kingdom's national Olympic team were applauding for Ye Luo. Well done, Ye Luo. Play abroad. Don't return. Keep it up. In the stands, the fans who had come to support the national Olympic team turned their cheers towards Ye Luo. Upon returning to the field, Ye Luo raised his hands in gratitude, thanking the supporters. The few spectators present were all clapping for this young man. He is truly a spirited lad. Pellegrini observed everything, and although he was unaware of the specifics, the conflict between Ye Luo and the coaching staff of the Dragon Kingdom's national Olympic team was evident to all. After all, can a star truly be considered a star without a touch of individuality? At the very least, it demonstrated that our young man possesses commendable mental fortitude and audacity. Malaga chuckled, remarking that he had seen news from the Dragon Kingdom, noting that the individual seated in the stands was the general manager of the Dragon Kingdom Football Association. Pellegrini glanced at the section of the stands where the program source was located, then returned his focus to the field. His interest in Ye Luo was growing ever more profound. A flick of the tail to evade a defender, a cut inside to shoot. What other skills do you possess? Show them, if you dare. It was as if a progress bar in a game had surged forward. This goal had significantly raised Pellegrini's internal progress bar. Yet, there remained a considerable distance before Ye Luo could be promoted to the first team as a starter. Ye Luo, of course, was well aware that this match was merely a convenient opportunity to counter the Football Association's criticisms. For him personally, he needed to exhibit formidable prowess in this game to impress Pellegrini. In his excitement, Ye Luo could distinctly sense that his abilities had indeed improved dramatically compared to before. His stopping, passing, and shooting were all notably refined. Moreover, his shooting positioning was remarkably precise. He was not only active on the left flank, but frequently ventured into the center and right side seeking opportunities. His ball handling skills tormented the national Olympic team's defenders, who were likely wishing to request substitutions immediately. He relentlessly received the ball, dribbled, passed, and sought shooting opportunities. Once the match resumed, the spotlight was entirely on Ye Luo. He had become the most radiant player on the pitch. It was evident to discerning eyes that his level surpassed that of everyone else on the field by several tiers. Chapter 13. The Pendulum. The Pendulum. Here it comes again. In this unfortunate match, Ye Luo faced off against the right-back Zhang Linpeng, who had previously been selected for the national team and had shattered the domestic transfer record with a transfer fee of 6 million RMB when moving from Shanghai East Asia to Changzhou Hongtai. In the domestic football scene, Zhang Linpeng, at the age of 21, was considered a player of considerable strength, which was precisely why the wealthy team Hongtai had taken notice of him. The current season of the Chinese Super League had concluded, with Zhang Linpeng and Changzhou Hongtai claiming the championship. At just 21, Zhang Linpeng was named the best newcomer of the season and was included in the best 11 of the Chinese Super League. It can be said that this young right-back has experienced a year of remarkable achievements. Although frequently criticized for his subpar positioning and spatial awareness, the physically gifted Zhang Linpeng, endowed with exceptional strength, resilience, and explosive agility, has managed to hold his own against many foreign players in the Chinese Super League. His performance has even attracted the attention of several international clubs. Unfortunately, the inflated market value of domestic players makes it improbable for foreign clubs to invest substantially in acquiring a player from the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, Hangzhou Hongtai is unlikely to willingly part with such a talented player to seek opportunities abroad. In this particular match, Zhang Linpeng faced the most significant challenge of his career against Ye Luo, who is more than 3 years his junior. The prowess of this former teammate from the U23 national team overwhelmed Zhang Linpeng, leaving him breathless and nearing his physical limits after just 15 minutes of play. As Ye Luo once again seized the ball on the left flank, Zhang Linpeng had no choice but to confront him head-on, simultaneously beckoning his teammates for support. The reinforcements were equally skilled, comprising the right midfielder Zheng Jin from Shandong and the future captain of the national team, defensive midfielder Wu Qian. Towering behind them stood the formidable center-back Mei Fong, all of whom are destined to become the backbone of the national squad. At this moment, Zhang Linpeng and Zheng Jin pressed forward in tandem, with Wu Qian providing cover and Mei Fong securing the penalty area. The defensive formation appeared flawless. Yet, the fans watching from their screens were filled with anticipation, eager to witness Ye Luo's magician-like performance. As similar scenes had unfolded multiple times in the first 15 minutes of the match, here it comes again, with several defenders converging around him. What kind of artistry would Ye Luo unveil this time? Lu Jianhong could not help but exclaim. As a commentator from the Dragon Kingdom, he was expected to support the national U23 team, yet in this match, he unabashedly cheered for Ye Luo. This was partly due to Ye Luo's nationality, but primarily because his performance truly warranted admiration. Under the eager gazes of the spectators, Ye Luo deftly manipulated the ball with his right foot, creating mesmerizing artistry beneath his feet. Lu Jianhong remarked that he had never witnessed such exquisite ball control from a player in the Dragon Kingdom. Captured by the camera, Ye Luo, seemingly oblivious to the ball, moved with the grace of a calligrapher wielding a brush, flowing effortlessly as he crafted a captivating piece of Chinese script. Suddenly, he halted, akin to a dramatic shift in a symphony. With a flick of his right foot, he deftly maneuvered the ball before swiftly transferring it to his left. The successive feints compelled both Zhang Linpeng and Zheng Jin to dance along, their weight shifting to the left as Ye Luo's center of gravity seamlessly transitioned to the right. With a light touch of his right foot and a powerful push from his left, he launched himself like an arrow, effortlessly gliding past two of the most promising young talents on the Super League stage. As the two individuals adjusted their center of gravity, one slipped, causing his body to fall backward, completely abandoning his defensive position. In a desperate attempt to assist, Wu Qian rushed forward, executing a last-ditch sliding tackle. This was a make-or-break moment. Either he would successfully impede Ye Luo, or he would allow Ye Luo to confront the defense head-on. Wu Qian had no other defensive options left. He could not match the speed or rhythm of the game. The only tactic available to him was to commit a foul. Watch out! Amidst the gasps of Lu Jianhong and the spectators, Ye Luo seemed to possess a sixth sense. Suddenly, he came to a sharp stop, leaving Wu Qian to helplessly watch as his body slid past Ye Luo, missing him entirely and veering out of bounds due to inertia. Turning back, Wu Qian saw that Ye Luo had already penetrated the penalty area, with the towering Mei Fong standing before him like a mere wooden post. easily deceived by a feint. Fortunately, the main goalkeeper of the national Olympic team, Wang Dalei, had swiftly charged forward, positioning himself in front of Ye Luo. Ye Luo. The crowd erupted. After deftly maneuvering past 4 defenders, Ye Luo now faced Wang Dalei. Lu Jinhong felt a deep internal conflict. Ye Luo had evaded 4 defenders and was one-on-one with the goalkeeper. However, should he score, the national Olympic team would find themselves 2 goals down. And Ye Luo's goal would become a mere backdrop for a spectacular play. This conflict resonated not only within Lu Jinhong, but also among the fans of Longwo watching the match. They often criticized the team harshly, vowing never to support the national football team again after a loss. Yet, when the game commenced, they secretly turned on their televisions, anticipating another goal against their team. As they braced themselves to voice their frustrations, they found themselves in a conundrum, as it was a Longwo player poised to score. At that moment, Wang Dalei was not dwelling on such dilemmas. His speed in charging forward was a significant advantage. He had once trained with Inter Milan, and there were even rumors that the club considered retaining this Longwo player. Ultimately, Wang Dalei returned home, but any player linked to Inter Milan, even in rumor, possessed a modicum of skill. His positioning and stance to thwart the one-on-one were exceptionally executed, effectively blocking Ye Luo's potential paths. He even deliberately exposed the top of his head, aiming to entice Ye Luo into attempting a lob. This was Wang Dalei's specialty. His remarkable jumping ability and physical prowess gave him confidence that he could leap and deflect the ball as Ye Luo lifted it. In a one-on-one scenario, it is a battle of wits between the goalkeeper and the forward. In a flash, Ye Luo had brought the ball right up to Wang Dalei. The goalkeeper felt a wave of relief wash over him. The closer he was to his opponent, the smaller the angle for the shot, thereby increasing the likelihood of a successful save. Just then, Ye Luo suddenly dropped his left shoulder. Wang Dalei immediately recognized the feint. Ye Luo's dominant foot was his right. It was evident he would attempt to break toward the right side with greater assurance. Wang Dalei immediately prepared to shift to the right. At that very moment, Ye Luo indeed leaned to the right. Success! Wang Dalei felt a surge of joy within him. However, in the next breath, the exuberance on his face froze. To his astonishment, Ye Luo, having seemingly tilted completely to the right, suddenly shifted back to the left. With a gentle flick of his right foot, Ye Luo's body whizzed past Wang Dalei. It was already impossible for Wang Dalei to adjust his center of gravity. His upper body was inclined towards the right where Ye Luo had darted, but his lower half, under the influence of gravity and inertia, veered in the opposite direction. The resulting effect was that his body appeared immobilized, unable to move an inch, as he could only watch helplessly as Ye Luo effortlessly slotted the ball into the empty net. 2 words flashed through his mind. Pendulum. Chapter 14. Doing nothing, just plummeting. Ye Luo. Ye Luo. Ye Luo. Oh my. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. My heavens. In the defense studio, Lu Jinhong held his head in his hands, his instinctive exclamations inadvertently enhancing the commentary's impact. In front of the television, nearly all the fans gasped in astonishment. What was that? The pendulum. Perhaps it was the signature move of the most gifted forward in history, Ronaldo, now astonishingly replicated by a player from Long Nation. This was the pendulum dribble. In less than a second, Ye Luo executed a series of weight shifts, displaying an incredible sense of balance. Wang Dalei could not stop Ye Luo's goal. Frankly, although the national U23 team was trailing 0-2, I felt no despair at all. Rather, I was exhilarated, invigorated, for I had witnessed the emergence of a genius player, a talent belonging to Long Nation. His prowess surpassed that of all current national team players tenfold. He is the hope of our Long Nation football. Lu Jinhong, in his excitement, was nearly at a loss for words. Outside the studio, the director gestured anxiously. What nonsense. Just days ago, Ye Luo had been publicly reprimanded and dismissed from the U23 team. Yet, here on the national sports channel, the commentator dared to praise him so lavishly. Was this not a deliberate act of discord, undermining unity? Lu Jinhong, realizing his overexcitement, understood the need for restraint. However, he felt no regret, for he had witnessed the rise of a prodigy. This was undoubtedly the hope for Long Nation football, provided he could reconcile with the National Football Association. Did you see that clearly? Pellegrini suddenly sprang to his feet, his voice trembling as he looked at his assistant, Marloska. The rapid succession of 3 weight shifts in less than a second was simply astounding. This was little Ronaldo. Marloska marveled. Perhaps he could become our secret weapon. Pellegrini exclaimed with enthusiasm. Are you suggesting we field him at the Bernabéu? Might that not be premature? Marlosca frowned. No, this is not premature at all. He is an undeniable genius. Pellegrini pointed towards Ye Luo, asserting his conviction. His positioning and shooting on the flanks, his speed, his ball progression, and his exquisite touch are unparalleled among his peers. Moreover, his attributes are numerous. Pellegrini marveled. Indeed, this player possesses the penetrating ability reminiscent of 33% of peak Ronaldo, the finesse of 33% of peak Ronaldinho, and the scoring prowess of 33% of peak Cristiano Ronaldo. Although none of these abilities have reached the pinnacle, they are undeniably of elite caliber. The amalgamation of these three skills allows Ye Luo to employ diverse tactics to torment the opponent's defense. This is precisely what Pellegrini values. He requires a true dynamo, one who can facilitate a potential escape from the Bernabéu unscathed. His team necessitates a transformation. And perhaps Ye Luo's inclusion is the catalyst for such change. Perhaps this heralds the dawn of Malaga's resurgence. Amidst a series of setbacks, any coach's foremost inclination would be to seek alterations in personnel, as this is the most direct method to reverse a team's fortunes. Such a prodigy necessitates no adaptation period. He is a shark, unafraid of the vast ocean. Pellegrini chuckled as he took a seat. La Liga is immensely pressurized. Are you not concerned about overwhelming him? Marlosca inquired. Pellegrini paused for a moment before replying. This is a gamble, not only for us but for him as well. If he can withstand such pressure, he possesses the potential to ascend to the ranks of superstars. And if he falters? Pellegrini shrugged. With his talent, he could still carve out a place in La Liga, surpassing the majority of professional players. In this world, the football industry represents the most extensive athletic enterprise. It sustains the greatest number of professional athletes globally. However, the majority reside at the lower echelons of the football league pyramid, forming the foundation that supports the pinnacle of professional football, such as the top 5 leagues in Europe and the UEFA Champions League. To play in La Liga, one of the 5 major leagues, is indeed to occupy a position at the apex of the football industry, earning more than most professional players. Marlosca turned to gaze at the youth sprinting toward the stands, his expression shifting slightly. What is this lad up to now? Incredible. A genius. Absolutely astounding. Has there ever been such an explosive talent in the history of Langwa? As the journalists in the press box were left astonished by Ye Luo's recent goal, they witnessed him rush to the sidelines, raising his hand in salute to the general manager of the Football Association seated at the podium. A hush fell over the crowd. Faces changed as some turned to look back. The general manager's countenance darkened, resembling that of soot at the bottom of a pot. When they glanced back at the stands, they beheld the defiant youth proudly holding his head high, undeterred even in the presence of the general manager of Langwa's Football Association, a figure so exalted for a mere 17-year-old. Unfazed, he met the gaze with steely defiance. How can one bow and scrape before the powerful? A reporter murmured softly. Now I truly understand the spirit of youth, the essence of Litai, and the virtue of unwavering integrity. Another journalist interjected suddenly, but such rigidity is prone to breakage. The two exchanged knowing glances. Bend a little. I refuse to believe that Yuan is capable of anything beyond preventing him from playing football domestically. Is he truly a deity? A rotund reporter spat disdainfully. Among the press, there were expressions of regret, scorn, contemplation, and indifference. This is indeed a colorful circle of contrasts. Yuan has departed, someone whispered. The reporters turned their heads, only to catch a glimpse of the disgraced general manager of the Dragon Kingdom Football Association. Ye Luo felt a pang of disappointment. After scoring just 2 goals, you choose to flee and concede defeat? It leaves one feeling utterly lost. With Yuan gone, Ye Luo's gaze shifted towards Litai. Litai trembled slightly, genuinely intimidated by Ye Luo. Why provoke this headstrong youth? He thought, attempting to shrink into his seat on the coach's bench. Yet, as Ye Luo passed nearby, his unwavering gaze met Litai's. He said nothing, did nothing. His eyes burned like torches, illuminating every lurking specter. Litai fidgeted restlessly, yearning for the match to conclude, yet he understood that the end of this game merely heralded the onset of another tumult. Chapter 15. The Joy of Battling the Football Association. As Ye Luo netted his second goal, the morale of the Dragon Kingdom's Olympic team seemed on the brink of collapse. In the 34th minute, following a powerful 1-2 exchange with a teammate in the center, Ye Luo unleashed a fierce shot. The ball was parried by Wang Dalei, striking the post before bouncing back into the penalty area, where a forward from his team capitalized and scored. 3-0. Although the goal was not directly his, 70 to 80% of the credit belonged to him. During halftime, Bruno praised the team's performance in the locker room, while on the other side, Li Tai was in a furious rage, overwhelmed with unprecedented anger and humiliation. A distinguished figure in Dragon Kingdom football, the head coach of the national Olympic team, had been publicly shamed. How unbearable it was. The only glimmer of hope to salvage some dignity lay in the possibility of the Olympic team performing admirably in the second half, perhaps equalizing or even turning the tide. Under Li Tai's fervent encouragement, the players indeed exhibited their fury on the field, earning 3 yellow cards within the first 10 minutes of the second half. Yet despite their fervent efforts, they were unable to halt Ye Luo's relentless scoring. In the 53rd minute, the Malaga U18 team executed a cross from the right flank. Ye Luo surged into the penalty area from outside, leaping high above the towering figure of Mei Fong, who stood at an impressive height of 190 centimeters, to head the ball towards the goal. The proximity of the header left Wang Dalei utterly unprepared to react. Mei Fong, still assessing the ball's trajectory, barely registered its location before witnessing Ye Luo seemingly soar into the air, propelling the ball towards the net. 4-0. Ye Luo has completed his hat trick. A header. Oh, how beautiful. Ye Luo advanced from outside the box, then leapt magnificently to execute the header. A goal reminiscent of one Cristiano Ronaldo scored during a Champions League match for Manchester United, Lu Jianhong marveled. The dribbling, the cut-ins, the one-on-one finishes, the synergy with teammates, and even the headers. Ye Luo was exuberantly showcasing his offensive arsenal. He understood that Pellegrini was undoubtedly observing him from somewhere at this very moment. He needed to convey to the coach of Malaga that he possessed the requisite prowess to compete at the first-team level. He had an abundance of skills to exhibit on the pitch, and he could become a formidable asset in Malaga's offensive strategy. For Ye Luo, this match resembled an unconventional audition, or rather, an interview, a stepping stone to the La Liga stage. Following this goal, Ye Luo refrained from taunting Li Tai. Compared to a ticket to La Liga, those provocations were utterly trivial. He spread his arms wide, embracing his teammates in the corner flag area. Among the spectators were fans from Longwa, comprised of students studying in Spain, tourists visiting the country, and expatriates conducting business locally. Their faces were adorned with the national flag. Originally there to cheer for the Olympic team, at this moment, they all rallied behind Ye Luo. What a stunning goal. Go, Ye Luo. Ye Luo, please give me an autograph. I will come watch your match at Malaga's home ground. The fans chanted from the stands, disregarding the labels of insubordination to the coach, lack of organization, and being dismissed from the Olympic team. They had cast aside such notions. In competitive sports, victory reigns supreme. Performance speaks volumes. The talent Ye Luo exhibited was ample proof that he could command the national team's play. No, the national squad could revolve around him. In this context, if the coach failed to acknowledge this, it would reflect his incompetence, negligence, and stubbornness. After celebrating the goal with his teammates, Ye Luo raised his arms in gratitude towards the Longwa fans for their unwavering support. He pursed his lips, having once dreamt of donning the national team jersey, representing his country on the grand stage of the World Cup, celebrating victories with his supporters just as he was now. Yet, at this moment, all of that remained a mere fantasy. He had undeniably offended the Football Association gravely. Furthermore, based on his actions today, even if the current coach were to step down, it is unlikely that the new general manager of the Football Association would summon him to the national team again. For he has not merely slapped the face of one individual, but rather that of the Football Association itself, and the entrenched interest groups within the realm of Dragon Country football. He has effectively alienated a cohort of profit-seekers entrenched in nearly every niche of Dragon Country football. From the Football Association, coaches, players, to certain prominent journalists, and so forth. One can only imagine the future that awaits him, filled with renowned journalists penning articles to disparage him, with an incessant stream of online trolls and detractors assailing him through social media and various media outlets. As Ye Luo contemplated this, a subtle smile crept upon his lips. Now, that is truly intriguing. Battling against the heavens is a source of boundless joy. Contending with humanity is equally exhilarating, and engaging in a struggle against the Football Association is delightfully entertaining. After accomplishing this goal, Ye Luo was soon substituted. The players of the Dragon Country Olympic team were becoming increasingly aggressive, and he harbored concerns for Ye Luo's safety. Fully aware of the numerous incidents of grievous fouls that had marred Dragon Country football in the past, if Ye Luo were to be injured by these reckless, or even deliberately harmful, fouls, it would indeed be a grievous loss. Once he was substituted, the match lost much of its allure. For the players of the Dragon Country Olympic team, the person who had brought them such humiliation had already departed the field. Now, they found themselves trailing by 4 goals. And despite their desire to recover, they were powerless to do so. Moreover, the players from Malaga's U18 team had all emerged from Spain's esteemed youth training system, mastering the art of controlling the game and orchestrating passing plays, skills that were practically woven into the very fabric of Spanish football. As the match drew to a close, the majority of the remaining time was consumed by the Malaga U18 players' intricate passing. By the 90th minute, the cameras had largely shifted their focus away from the game, honing in on Ye Luo, who sat on the bench, now the center of attention. In the press area, journalists had already activated their smartphones or handheld camcorders, knowing full well that post-match interviews would likely not be broadcast. Should any post-match interview air in Dragon Country, it could potentially lead to a live incident, given Ye Luo's unpredictable character, who could say what he might utter. Thus, the most prudent strategy to capture the ensuing buzz would be to record it independently and disseminate it online, where constraints are comparatively fewer than those imposed by major television networks. Without a doubt, the best player of the match, having completed a hat trick, was Ye Luo. Lu Jinhong proclaimed, immediately launching into a lengthy discourse, lamenting the decline of Dragon Country football and its current state, his tone rife with concern and sleepiness. Just as the audience was nearing their limit, the referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling the conclusion of the match. Accompanied by Lu Jinhong's voice, an abrupt applause followed. The national television sports channel eagerly ceased its live broadcast. Chapter 16, The Surge of Public Opinion. In fact, the cameras on the field promptly focused on Ye Luo. Simultaneously, the referee, with a smile, presented him with a match ball, an honor bestowed upon the player who achieved a hat trick during the game. As Ye Luo turned around, cradling the football, journalists from Long was surged towards him like sharks sensing blood, encircling him completely. They clamored, thrusting various recording devices almost into Ye Luo's face. However, Ye Luo did not shy away from the reporters. The side quest that defied the Football Association had not yet been declared complete, indicating that the post-match interview could also serve as a part of that defiance. It's simple. Li Tai wants me to assist that center forward in our team, but I am unwilling, Ye Luo stated. The journalists fell silent, eager to extract more sensational news from him. You have seen the level of that center forward. Not only is he inferior to me, but he also pales in comparison to others in the team. Yet, he manages to secure a starting position. Why? What could possibly be the reason? Because he has provided benefits to Coach Li Tai. Ye Luo's frustration grew with each word. The journalists were left speechless. They were aware of the envelope incidents, yet it was a first to hear someone like Ye Luo speak so candidly without a hint of restraint. This young man displayed remarkable audacity. The reporters exchanged glances, astonished and shocked. Of course, they were not surprised by the existence of such envelopes. That was an unspoken understanding among them. What astonished them was that a player, a youth not yet 18, could so calmly articulate such matters. He had not considered the repercussions. Ye Luo unabashedly recounted his experiences with the national youth team. This treatment was something many young players might endure, yet prior to this, no one had been as forthright as Ye Luo, nor had anyone possessed a platform to voice such sentiments. His voice grew louder, resonating in the ears of the journalists. Truly deafening. However, could these words ever be disseminated through legitimate media? No, for no outlet would dare to report such statements. Ye Luo glanced at a young reporter among the crowd, having noticed him nodding in agreement earlier. Hello, I saw you recording, right? The intern reporter from the Southern Sports Daily, Zhong Daong, was momentarily taken aback. As an intern, he had no connections within the group. Unlike seasoned journalists who could glean insider information from former national players or team leaders, he had nearly considered resigning. Yes, he stammered. Wonderful. Could you provide me with a copy of that recording? Ye Luo smiled. Sure. Zhong Daong captured the moment with his mobile phone. The Southern Sports Daily, being a print medium, lacked a television channel. Thus, the video he recorded served merely as a reference for his writing. It held little significance beyond that. Add me on WeChat, And don't forget to send it to me later, Ye Luo said, extending his hand to add his WeChat account to Zhong Dayong's phone, which lay in the locker room. The surrounding reporters gazed enviously, their eyes glinting with jealousy. This was the private WeChat of the future star of Dragon Country football. To connect with him was a ticket to any sports media outlet in Dragon Country, where they would have to treat him with utmost respect. This was what one might call networking. Zhong Dayong, appearing simple-hearted, was not foolish. Adding Ye Luo on WeChat was perhaps the most fortuitous event in his budding career, likely to profoundly alter his professional trajectory as a journalist. Under the scrutinizing gazes of his peers, Ye Luo returned to the players' tunnel after his interview. Meanwhile, some reporters had already uploaded snippets of Ye Luo's post-match interview to various social media platforms, including Weibo, Pinduoduo, and numerous forums. The speed of information dissemination across the internet was astonishing. Soon, a tempest of public opinion targeting the Football Association was brewing online. Ye Luo's performance in the match had sufficiently demonstrated that his abilities surpassed those of the players in the national U-23 team. Yet, why was he dismissed? Was it for defying the coach's tactical arrangements? Such a player should be an absolute core member. If the coach's strategies were unreasonable, should the player not express his indignation? Fans are often particularly lenient towards prodigies. In a flash, the outrage that initially focused on Ye Luo surged forth, magnifying tenfold, 100-fold. Directed towards the Football Association and Li Tai, a tumultuous storm swept across the internet. Fans, fueled by their anger, wielded their keyboards like swords to vent their frustrations. After Ye Luo returned to the locker room, he promptly accessed the system. Ding. Side quest, slapped the Dragon Country Football Association in the face. Completed with an A-grade score. Quest reward. A-grade physique medal X1, fusion points, 6. Ding. Your main quest, score your first official match goal, has been completed. Earning you quest rewards, fusion points X2, C-grade random gift boxes X2. Ye Luo's eyes were immediately drawn to the A-grade physique medal. A-grade physique medal, physique 5. Reduces the likelihood of injury. This was a splendid item. Ye Luo understood that his style of play often attracted hostility. So enhancing his physical resilience was indeed the best outcome. He equipped it without hesitation. He then opened the 2 C-grade random gift boxes, which yielded 2 C-grade items. Little Bear Shin Guards, C-grade item, grants immunity to 1 instance of injury caused by an opponent's defensive action. After use, the Little Bear Shin Guards can only function as standard shin guards, effectively making them a one-time item. That was quite decent. Stamina Recovery Potion restores a certain degree of stamina upon use. A potion? Could it possibly be a stimulant? Ye Luo was momentarily taken aback. Rest assured, the system rewards consist of no stimulant components, the system assured him. I trust you about as far as I can throw you. It's likely that current technology cannot detect it. As if I were unaware. Nowadays, sprinting and swimming have become high-tech competitions, Ye Luo internally scoffed. At that moment, the system's main mission refreshed. Ding. You have received the main mission. Enter the first team S starting lineup. System rewards. 3 fusion points. 1 B-grade random treasure chest. Entering the starting lineup, Ye Luo clicked his tongue in contemplation. Conquering Pellegrini to secure a spot in the starting lineup was not the challenge. The true difficulty lay in being selected for the upcoming match against Real Madrid. To place a player promoted from the youth team into the starting lineup against such formidable opponents required considerable courage. However, that was a concern for the coach. What Ye Luo needed to focus on was continuing to enhance his own prowess. Remaining fusion points, 9. Each template can advance a small step further. Fusion. On the data panel, the fusion progress of the 3 SS level templates stood at 36. Chapter 17. A professionally weighty contract. Meanwhile, Li Tai was drenched in criticism from the program's source, yet ultimately, he remained one of their own. Thus, his position as head coach of the national under-23 team was not revoked. Moreover, due to the significant impact of Ye Luo's situation, the national team suffered a 0-4 rout, which garnered surprisingly little attention. In the face of public scrutiny, the Football Association resorted to its traditional approach, to withdraw into its shell. Regardless, they chose not to respond. The winds of public opinion shift swiftly, and the Football Association was well acquainted with this pattern. After all, every time the national team faced defeat, it unfolded in a similar manner. Time would smooth overall. The program's source was confident in this strategy. However, would he be content with such passivity? Certainly not. As the situation gradually calmed in the public arena, media outlets began to publish articles that were deceptively flattering, yet subtly critical. Publications like Soccer News, featuring writers such as Ronaldinho, served as the Football Association's mouthpieces. Whenever there were no matches for the national team, the Football Association's counterattacks, though delayed, were inevitable. Malaga's first team. 3 days later, Ye Luo found himself standing at the entrance of the first team's training facility. He understood that this visit presented a significant opportunity for him to make his debut in the upcoming match against Real Madrid. The likelihood of him taking the field was quite high. For Ye Luo, his objective was to secure a starting position. Currently, the two main strikers of the team were injured. The team's key attacking player, Uruguayan forward Sebastián Fernández, alongside local winger Luke, was likely to miss the match due to injury. Thus, the only available forwards were the veteran Moroccan Baha and the over-30 Portuguese player Ronaldinho. This meant Ye Luo's competition consisted of two seasoned veterans in their 30s. In truth, as long as his performance does not decline, it is inevitable that he will receive playing opportunities, for the Moroccan veteran, Bahar, cannot possibly endure a high-intensity match for 90 minutes. Such a demand is too taxing for him. Thus, even if Ye Luo does not start, the chances of him coming off the bench are considerable. However, Ye Luo is not merely content with a substitute role. He aspires to contend for a starting position. With this conviction, he stepped into the training facility. Awaiting him in the locker room was the team's first-choice goalkeeper and captain, Francisco Arno. This homegrown player has served the team for a decade since his transfer from Barcelona to Malaga in 2000, establishing himself as an absolute stalwart and the current leader of the Malaga locker room. Ye Luo, right? The head coach has briefed me about you. Follow me, Arno said, leading Ye Luo into the locker room, where he introduced him to the first-team players. At this moment, it was an international break. However, as Malaga is not a footballing powerhouse, the number of national team players within their ranks is limited. Aside from Denmark's Christ and Gonazobi, who had departed, the majority of Malaga's squad comprises players predominantly from Spain and neighboring Portugal, making them a team devoid of star power. Nevertheless, Spanish media widely predict that this team will undergo significant transformation during the upcoming winter transfer window, especially after the Qatari prince, Abdullah Al Thani, completed his acquisition of the club last month. Unfortunately for Malaga's media, the summer transfer window had already closed by that time, leaving the prince, with his oil-rich resources, unable to make immediate impactful signings. He merely brought in a renowned coach, Manuel Pellegrini, who led Real Madrid last season. It is anticipated that during the winter transfer window, Malaga will seize the opportunity to make notable acquisitions in the market. However, for now, Pellegrini must rely on this mediocre squad to compete in La Liga, and Malaga's fans must exercise patience. Yet, even among the seemingly unremarkable first-team players of Malaga, their demeanor towards Ye Luo is rather aloof. A polite smile may serve as a greeting from the few who are cordial, while most simply nod their heads, which can be considered friendly. Some do not acknowledge him at all, which is quite normal. They have witnessed many youth players being promoted to the first team. Yet the vast majority fail to establish themselves, often just accompanying others to gain exposure. Furthermore, with the team's dismal form and a string of winless matches lingering in the relegation zone, the atmosphere in the Malaga locker room is undeniably oppressive. Adding to this is the looming fate of being slaughtered in their next match, making it difficult for the players to maintain a carefree attitude. Regardless of their internal thoughts, the atmosphere in Malaga's locker room is far from lively. Solemn expressions dominate the faces of the players. It appears there is a palpable concern regarding the fate of the team, as well as apprehension about one's own future. The club has been acquired by a wealthy oil magnate, and it is likely that many of the current players will be sold off. Perhaps the winter transfer window will see numerous players facing unemployment. The team captain, Francisco Arno, is not troubled by the prospect of being sold. He has already decided to retire at the end of the season, and moreover, it is doubtful that any club would show interest in a 35-year-old goalkeeper. Not everyone possesses the exceptional talent of Van der Sar, who managed to revitalize his career by transferring to Manchester United in his 30s. "This is your locker," Arno said, leading Ye Luo to a corner of the changing room and pointing at the cabinet above. The jersey number was quite prominent, 41. It was evidently a number designated for a youth team player, as the registration guidelines for the first team in La Liga permit only numbers from 1 to 25. Any number beyond that belongs to players from the youth academy. As a youth player, Yellow did not possess the privilege to choose his jersey number. However, he was indifferent to such matters. For him, the priority was to impress the head coach during training and earn a starting position. Yellow proceeded to his designated spot, changing into his training shoes and jersey, and then, under the guidance of Captain Arno, made his way to the training ground. The training session was being conducted by the assistant coach, Marloska. Yellow glanced around, but he did not see the head coach, Pellegrini. Little did he know that Pellegrini was in an office overlooking the pitch, alongside the club owner, Abdullah Al-Sani, an individual whose wealth was unmistakable, and the general manager, Fernando Sanz. "Is that the Yellow you mentioned?" the club owner inquired, craning his neck to catch a glimpse of the young Chinese player on the field. The greatest gem of the Mallorca Youth Academy, comparable to a young Messi? Fernando Sanz's tone was laced with skepticism, as he questioned whether Pellegrini was jesting. Yet, the coach's demeanor suggested otherwise. "I assure you, gentlemen, I am not jesting. I believe Mallorca must do everything in its power to retain him and offer him a sufficiently substantial professional contract. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that Mallorca will keep him this season." Chapter 18. First Team, Core Treatment. The owner, Abdullah Al-Sani, and general manager, Fernando Sanz, exchanged glances, incredulous. Is it truly that exaggerated? Comparable to a young Messi? That would mean the club possesses a talent with potential Ballon d'Or capabilities. What a jest. Nevertheless, they were not entirely surprised, for Messi's current prominence meant that any emerging prodigy was often likened to him. For instance, there are references to the Austrian Messi, the Korean Messi, and the Egyptian Messi. However, simply being dubbed as XX Messi does not confer the same stature. Who is Messi, after all? He is none other than the heir apparent to the legendary Diego Maradona, the king of Argentine football. Such extraordinary talent emerges only once in a generation, if that. It is inconceivable that such brilliance could arise casually. Consequently, both individuals regard Pellegrini's assertion as somewhat exaggerated. The team's general manager, Fernando Sanz, interjected with a firm tone, stating, "Luis, I believe we should at least wait until he has completed a professional league match before making such claims. Many prodigies who dominate in youth academies often falter upon reaching the first team, making Sanz's caution entirely reasonable." Pellegrini shrugged. He had fulfilled his responsibilities as head coach. Since the club's higher-ups deemed it prudent to exercise caution, Pellegrini had no authority to intervene. Moreover, the upcoming match was against Real Madrid. Should Yellow perform exceptionally well, it could propel him to stardom. Retaining Yellow would then likely require more than just a simple professional contract. On the training ground, Yellow displayed remarkable ease. As he integrated with the team's dynamics, his control over the game flourished. His foundational skills in passing, dribbling, and shooting were impressively solid. Physically, his speed and explosiveness captured the attention of the first-team players. As training progressed, the first-team squad began to take a greater interest in Yellow. In the realm of football, only genuine skill earns respect. During the afternoon scrimmage, Yellow's performance left the first-team players utterly astonished. They had never witnessed a player recently promoted from the youth ranks exhibit such prowess. His talent was unmistakably evident, radiating with intensity. The two primary center-backs, local players Manuel Torres and Ivan Gonzalez, found their previous sense of superiority dwindling. After Manuel once again valiantly forced Yellow's advance out of bounds, he grew frustrated and snapped at his partner, urging him to stay close and prevent Yellow from passing so effortlessly. Ivan, equally exasperated, retorted, "Why don't you give it a try? This kid is not so easily contained." The two main center-backs nearly quarreled on the pitch. It must be said that Yellow's style of play indeed incites a certain level of animosity. In truth, their performances were commendable, managing to surprise even Yellow himself. Had this been in the youth league, Yellow would have scored multiple goals by now. The intensity and skill level of the first team in La Liga are indeed a far cry from the youth league. Yellow felt exhilarated. His encounters with the two primary center-backs enabled him to harness his potential more swiftly, allowing him to adapt, employ, and master the latent abilities he currently possessed. Even against La Liga-caliber defenders, it is undeniably far superior to the youth league. Scoring against a central defender in La Liga is not nearly as effortless as it is when facing a youth team. Yet, therein lies the thrill. Ye Luo stands within the penalty area, wholly engrossed, concentrating all his attention on the match. This is his strength. His focus during the game is remarkably intense, coupled with an insatiable desire to attack the goal. The three SS-level templates signify a technical enhancement. However, On a psychological level, these templates offer little assistance. In truth, many players possess technical talent. Yet, to fully realize one's potential, a formidable mental fortitude is essential. In this regard, Ye Luo possesses an intense competitive spirit and a fervent desire to score. Surrounded by defenders, it seems as though there are no opportunities. However, at the moment the corner is taken, Ye Luo suddenly retreats from the small box to the edge of the large penalty area. The trajectory of this corner fortuitously aligns with his position. As the ball approaches, Ye Luo raises his foot, striking it cleanly. The football abruptly changes direction, striking the underside of the crossbar and bouncing into the net. Oh, what a splendid goal! Numerous players erupt in cheers. This is indeed a remarkably beautiful goal. This young man is undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with. He is destined to become a star. In an instant, everyone rushes over, patting Ye Luo on the shoulder and celebrating his achievement. After the first day of training concludes, Ye Luo dons the red vest, symbolizing a starting position. With only 2 weeks remaining before heading to the Bernabéu, Pellegrini has the opportunity to integrate Ye Luo into the team swiftly. As Pellegrini observes Ye Luo and acknowledges the first-team player's respect for his capabilities, he begins to devise counterattack tactics centered around Ye Luo. Pellegrini, of course, is not naive enough to envision a shootout against Real Madrid at the Bernabéu or to dream that Malaga could impose their will upon them. Although Real Madrid recently suffered a humiliating defeat of 1-5, their opponent was none other than the so-called galactic team, Barcelona. For a small team like Malaga, facing such football giants at Real Madrid's home ground necessitates a prudent approach of solid defense and counterattacks. Thus, Pellegrini places all hopes of scoring on Ye Luo. He designs a 4-4-2 formation for this match, with the Portuguese striker Ronaldinho partnering with Ye Luo in the front line. Standing at 1.88 meters, Ronaldinho possesses a robust physique, serving as a pivotal support for Ye Luo in the attack. Simultaneously, Ronaldinho is tasked with contributing to the defense, acting as the first line of defense for the team. As for Ye Luo, his role is to wait, to anticipate the opportunity for a counterattack. Once the defense successfully regains possession, regardless of who retrieves the ball, they must immediately seek out Ye Luo. Given Ye Luo's demonstrated individual prowess over the past 2 days, he undoubtedly holds a speed advantage when facing Real Madrid's defenders one-on-one. He possesses remarkable ball control and technical prowess. Most importantly, his ability to seize opportunities is exceptionally strong, ensuring the efficiency of Malaga's counterattacks. If he can execute 1 or 2 effective counterattacks, emerging unscathed from the Bernabéu would not be a mere fantasy. In Chapter 19, Ye Tian focuses on training to become a core player, while the journalist Ma offers advice to appease the Football Association. As Ye Luo immerses himself in training, seemingly oblivious to the external affairs, the controversy surrounding him, sparked by his confrontation with the Football Association, gradually subsides. On the internet, a mixture of truth and speculation concerning Ye Luo begins to circulate. Among the more damaging narratives are compilations of his past mistakes. Several opinion pieces emerge, notably one from an influential account named Ma Guanzu Tan, which analyzes Ye Luo's performance in a match between Malaga's youth team and the national Olympic team, showcasing a few gifts to praise his excellent form. The article then shifts tone, asserting that this match undoubtedly represents a pinnacle in Ye Luo's football career, perhaps propelled by his heightened aggression, leading to a career-best performance. However, the discussion quickly turns to Ye Luo's previous performances. While it is true that his earlier displays were commendable, they pale in comparison to his explosive performance in this match. Anyone with intention could compile a highlight reel of mistakes. Consequently, under the influence of the prominent football media entity Ma Guanzu Tan, numerous opinions arise. Indeed, a single outstanding match is not extraordinary, especially under such circumstances where heightened aggression plays a role. Yet, the authenticity of Ye Luo's claims remains questionable. Coach Lee has not been dismissed and is reportedly facing accountability for the rumors. The truth is elusive. Who can discern reality from fiction? I believe Ye Luo's performance is not merely a fleeting surge. Consider his goal-scoring techniques and his ball control. These are the nuances appreciated by true football aficionados. Today, who truly dribbles? It is mostly about passing. Those who understand the game know that frequent dribbling indicates a lack of comprehension. Meanwhile, within the headquarters of the Football News, Editor-in-Chief Ma de Xian smirks at the commentary circulating online. Ma, that kid does possess some talent. Are we perhaps overstepping bounds that could lead to our downfall? Questioned a slender, bespectacled young man, his eyes bloodshot from countless hours at the computer, having clashed with keyboard warriors. With a mocking tone, Mada Xin, his balding head tilted slightly, replied, "Taking him down is a directive from above. This kid has offended significant figures. He cannot simply be left to thrive comfortably. Mark my words, this is merely the beginning. He is still just a youth team player with little opportunity for recognition. Once he steps onto the first team and gains some fame, if he does not become a traitor in the eyes of the public, I will not bear the surname Ma." Madashin let out a cold snort and remarked, "With such a persona, no matter how well one performs, offending someone will mean no chance to earn money domestically. One must remember, excessive rigidity leads to a fall. Oh, Buddha, may you protect me. It's not my intention to target you. It is the higher-ups who seek your downfall. Just don't blame me later. Mr. Ma, speaking of which, the next match is Malaga against Real Madrid, but that kid is U18. Mr. Ma, look. A greasy-haired youth trembled as he pointed at the computer screen. What is it? Madashin leaned closer. Isn't this the official lineup for the match? Gah! Madashin nearly choked. He had meticulously planned a three-step scheme to thoroughly tarnish Ye Luo's reputation. Yet now it seemed only half a step had been executed. And it had already gone awry. Ye Luo had astonishingly appeared in the lineup for Malaga's away game against Real Madrid. The name 41 Ye Luo stood out distinctly among the roster of Latin-named players. Moreover, the large number clearly indicated his identity as a youth player promoted to the first team from Malaga's youth squad. How is this possible? Madashin was left in stunned disbelief. Mr. Ma, what should we do? Are we doomed before we even begin? Calm down. Beads of sweat began to form on Madashin's balding head, likely due to his mind racing. Just then, his phone rang. Chung. Hey, I saw it. He's just in the lineup. You can rest assured. Madashin answered the call, smiling broadly. Yes, he's merely in the lineup. There's no way he'll actually play. Think about it. Who are we up against? Real Madrid. A team you've undoubtedly heard of. How could a U18 player possibly get the chance to step onto the pitch? On the other end of the line, Chung Yuan furrowed his brow. Standing next to him was Li Tai, the head coach of the national under-23 team. Chung glanced at Li, seeking affirmation. Li quickly nodded, indicating that Madashin was indeed correct. A youth academy player poses no threat of taking the field. However, simply making it into the lineup will undoubtedly stir fan reactions. The public outcry, which had finally begun to settle, will surely erupt once more. Even if he doesn't play, the ramifications will be significant. We must find a way to suppress this situation, Chung Yuan stated, frowning. Meanwhile, Madashin remained troubled on the line. Suppress it? Is that so easily achievable? You know how many fans Real Madrid has domestically. If we're talking sheer numbers, they certainly rank in the top 3, possibly even first. The only teams that might rival them are Barcelona and Manchester United. Thousands of Madridistas will be watching, and they will undoubtedly notice the name on the lineup. Moreover, there's no way we can silence the media from reporting on this. Mr. Chung, this matter cannot be suppressed, yet we can divert the blame. A sly smile crept across Madashin's lips. Divert the blame? How do we do that? Inquired Chung Yuan on the other end of the line. This lad is making his debut in the lineup for the first time, and against a team like Real Madrid, his chances of playing are virtually nil. Therefore, we can insinuate that his inclusion in the lineup was purchased. Purchased? Can this even be sold? Indeed. How could it not be? Madashin replied. Have you not heard that some agents in our country specialize in this very business, maneuvering young players abroad, securing a place in a European team's matchday squad, or even obtaining playing eligibility? They then boast domestically, inflating the player's market value, ultimately selling him to domestic clubs at a premium. Was this lad's place in the lineup bought? Whether it is true or not is inconsequential. Chung Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. The influence of public opinion cannot be underestimated. As someone working in the media, you must find ways to steer the narrative. Certainly, just watch and see, Madashin replied with a nod and a bow. Chapter 20. Stirring public opinion. Madashin was far from conventional, and with the lineup, Coach Mu was particularly cautious. Soon, a plethora of news regarding the export and import of domestic players began to circulate online. On the forum account of Ma Observes Football, an article titled Genius? Interest? Beware of the underbelly of export and import quickly ascended the trending topics, aided by some orchestrated promotion. The content had little to do with Ye Luo directly. The initial sections were quite standard, depicting several cases where domestic young players, through the machinations of agents, were signed at exorbitant prices by local clubs. By engaging in a degree of mutual benefit with European teams, they packaged small players from Langwa, elevating their market value, and even skewed tactical resources in certain competitions to inflate their statistics. In this manner, players who initially held little value could be lauded as geniuses, luring domestic teams to become unwitting victims, spending vast sums on transfer fees to bring them back. Such cases are not uncommon and are indeed factual. The article concluded by mentioning Ye Luo's sudden reversal in public opinion and his unexpected inclusion in the lineup against Real Madrid. It is well known that Ye Luo is referred to as the David Beckham of Langwa not for his skills, but rather for his appearance. While he can be considered a young talent in Langwa, his abilities pale in comparison on the European stage. Yet, under these circumstances, he scored a hat-trick in a match against the national Olympic team and secured a spot in the lineup for the highly publicized clash against Malaga at Real Madrid's home ground. Why the national Olympic team? Why Real Madrid? Langwa football has suffered from such pitfalls numerous times. Perhaps we all ought to be on guard. The article did not explicitly state that Ye Luo's inclusion in the lineup was part of an export-import conspiracy. It merely highlighted the irrationalities, leaving ample room for readers' imagination. However, the preceding cases are sufficient for readers to conjure a conspiracy theory. The hat trick against the national Olympic team is a scheme. The inclusion of Real Madrid in the roster is also a conspiracy, all aimed at exploiting the resources of our nation's football. It is truly detestable and abhorrent. With the encouragement of those with ulterior motives, the public discourse began to cloud. Voices of dissent emerged online. After all, in a vast forest, all manner of birds can be found. Moreover, in this world, the majority tend to follow the crowd without critical thought. Can you believe a 17-year-old player from our nation made it onto the La Liga roster? And against opponents like Real Madrid? What kind of background does this player, Ye Luo, come from? I've heard that his family is engaged in business and is quite affluent. Can one pursue football without wealth? In a fleeting moment, various opinions arose, muddying the waters. The truth and justice were thus concealed and buried. It must be said that while our National Football Association may not excel in the sport, they are adept in matters of manipulation. It is unclear where they acquired such skills. Yet, the very premise allowing them to secure Ye Luo's inclusion is that he is merely a filler in the roster. Who could have imagined that Ye Luo is now Malaga's secret weapon on the road, the cornerstone of their counterattacking tactics? The match roster is announced 2 days prior to the game. Thus, at Real Madrid's training base, within the office of Coach Mourinho, lies the match roster of his next adversary. Mourinho is undoubtedly a very meticulous coach. Even if Malaga seems to pose no real threat to Real Madrid, he diligently completes his preparations. He studies the opponent, formulates strategies, and calms the media. Gradually, he instills confidence and motivation in a team that has just undergone reconstruction. Before Mourinho's arrival, Real Madrid was derisively referred to as the Champions League's round of 16 team. They possess the most dazzling roster and the biggest stars in the world. And they are the team with the most Champions League titles in history. Yet, this very team has been halted in the round of 16 for consecutive years. Domestically, they have also been suppressed by their rising rival, Barcelona, under Guardiola's reign. Particularly in the last round of the league, at Camp Nou, Real Madrid suffered a humiliating defeat, losing 1-5 to their archrivals. Thus, in the upcoming match, Mourinho emphasized during training that their sole objective is victory. Moreover, a resounding victory. Although a significant win over Malaga cannot erase the humiliation of the 1-5 defeat to Barcelona, it can at least demonstrate Real Madrid's determination to the outside world. Furthermore, this loss may not be entirely detrimental. It serves to remind the stars of Real Madrid that to triumph over a formidable opponent, they must unite around Coach Mourinho and adhere to the tactical directives of the coaching staff. The defeat in that previous match was, in fact, the result of several stars acting independently, leading to a collapse of the overall strategy. This led to a humiliating defeat. For Mourinho, losing 1-5 to Barcelona, in some respects, could serve as a catalyst to mold his team, transforming this assembly of star players into a formidable battalion with fierce combat prowess. What he required were warriors who would exert themselves wholeheartedly on the pitch, rather than frivolous playboys preoccupied with the thickness of their hair gel. In this regard, He evidently garnered the support of the current Real Madrid locker room, united by their common adversary, Barcelona. Mourinho adeptly capitalized on this, consistently using Barcelona as a means to provoke his players during his tenure at Real Madrid, perpetuating a heightened sense of rivalry between Barcelona and Real Madrid to ignite the players' fighting spirit and determination. This also became one of the pivotal reasons for the eventual rift between the Spanish national team players and Mourinho. Ye Luo? Mourinho gazed at this unfamiliar name and subsequently inquired of his assistant, Carranca, who is this individual? Carranca scrutinized the name, then glanced at the subsequent details. It's quite unfamiliar. He must be a youth player making his debut in Malaga's squad. Judging by the spelling, he appears to be of Eastern descent. Eastern? A citizen of the Dragon Kingdom? Mourinho pondered for a moment. Carranca added, he might just be a youth promotion to fill the roster. We need not expend our efforts on him. However, the sudden emergence of a potential player from the Dragon Kingdom in La Liga piqued my curiosity. What could have impressed Pellegrini? Mourinho mused. After a brief contemplation, he stated, we must not overlook any detail. I want his complete profile. He pointed emphatically at Ye Luo's name on the list. Chapter 21, Predicting the Starting Lineup. Mourinho praises Ye Luo. A newcomer shakes the Bernabéu in no time. Ye Luo's dossier was presented to Mourinho. It included footage of his match against the Olympic team of the Dragon Kingdom. After reviewing Ye Luo's comprehensive profile, particularly his ball-handling performance against the Olympic squad, Mourinho fell into deep thought. After a considerable pause, he indicated the name and said, edit his highlights and send them to our defenders. Carranca blinked in surprise. Do you believe he will have a chance to play? Mourinho turned to Carranca and replied, I am unaware of Pellegrini's intentions, but if it were up to me, what do you think I would do? The Portuguese maestro teased. However, before Carranca could respond, he inhaled deeply and declared, I would start him and even devise tactics centered around him if I were the head coach of Malaga. A subtle smile crept across Mourinho's lips as his gaze returned to the screen in his office, replaying Ye Luo's reception of a long pass. I would start him. Carranca furrowed his brow. Will he actually start? Does Pellegrini possess that audacity? Uncertain, yet his current predicament is quite akin to ours. We must restore the team's confidence in this match, while they face the precarious situation of their coach Pellegrini's position if victory eludes them swiftly. Mourinho shrugged, emphasizing to our players that our opponents in this encounter are likely to be that little fellow. Time passed swiftly, and soon the day of the match arrived. On the eve of the game, the Malaga team reached Madrid, lodging in a hotel not far from the Bernabéu. The following afternoon, at 3 o'clock, just 2 hours before the match, the team awakened from their midday slumber and boarded the bus heading to the Bernabéu. As per tradition, on the bus, head coach Pellegrini announced the starting 11 for the match. In goal stood Captain Arno. The central defensive pairing was predictable, featuring local players Manu Torres and Ivan Gonzalez. The left-back position was occupied by the Portuguese player Rosario, while the right-back was the local talent Gasper. In midfield, two defensive midfielders, Juanito and Apollonio, anchored the center, flanked by two wingers. On the left, the physically robust and highly mobile Portuguese player Elisu, and on the right, the Brazilian Sandro Silva. With 4 defenders and 4 midfielders chosen, only 2 positions remained for the forwards. Forward Edinho, Pellegrini proclaimed. As the announcement concluded, only 1 spot in the starting 11 remained. All eyes turned to Ye Luo. Indeed, Pellegrini's next words confirmed. Ye Luo, although anticipated, hearing his name announced as the starting forward elicited a sigh of relief from Ye Luo, who couldn't help but break into a grin. La Liga, here I come. Ding. Congratulations, you have completed the main quest. Enter the first team S starting lineup. You have received the quest reward, 3 fusion points, 1 B-class random treasure chest. Amidst the congratulations, Ye Luo opened the B-class chest. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained the item, Shooting Boots, B-class. Item, Shooting Boots, B-class. Effect, automatically corrects shooting trajectory by 10 centimeters towards the corner of the goal, aligning with the goalpost and the ground at right angles. Durability, 22, 1 point consumed per match. What a splendid item. Alas, it can only be used for 2 matches. Ye Luo lamented, shaking his head. With 3 fusion points available, he could perform 1 fusion. After the fusion, the progress with 3 SS-class templates stood at 37. The next main quest should be on the horizon. Could it be to score his first goal in La Liga? Amidst Ye Luo's anticipation, the system unveiled the main quest. Main quest. Defeat Real Madrid in this round of the league. Reward: 6 fusion points, 1 A-class random treasure chest. Failure penalty: suspension of the main and side quest issuance for 1 month, with the quest system being locked for a month. Ye Luo was left in a state of bewilderment. Defeat Real Madrid. The Chow and Ima system: you truly are a dog. As the announcement of the match roster unfolded, the team's bus gradually approached the iconic Santiago Bernabéu Stadium, the home of Real Madrid. This stadium, renowned in the footballing world, is named after the club's legendary figure, Santiago Bernabéu. Even before disembarking from the bus, the vibrations of this grand arena could be felt. With a full capacity of over 80,000, the Bernabéu was not completely filled for this match, a reflection of the fans' discontent following Real Madrid's heavy defeat to Barcelona in the previous round. The supporters are notably discerning. When their team falters, they do not hesitate to express their displeasure through boos. Consequently, the official pre-match statistics indicated that approximately 60,000 fans were in attendance. Nonetheless, even this number created an impressive atmosphere. Upon entering the away team's locker room, assistant coach Malaga began to urge the players, hurry, change your clothes. Get into your gear and warm up. Get those bodies moving. Prompted by the assistant coach, Ye Luo methodically donned his warm-up attire and cleats, joining the other 17 players as they traversed the players' tunnel into the Bernabéu. The moment he stepped onto the pitch, the roar of the crowd seemed to resonate through the air, striking his chest. Ye Luo inhaled deeply, realizing what a grand stage this truly was. 1 hour before the match, in the Bernabéu press room, everyone awaited the announcement of both teams' starting lineups. The first to be revealed was Real Madrid's lineup, which offered little surprise. Goalkeeper Iker Casillas, a central defensive pairing of Pepe and Ramos, left back Marcelo, right back Arbeloa, and a double pivot of Khedira and Xabi Alonso. The attacking midfield role was filled by the German player Ozil, while the Ballon d'Or winner Kaká sat on the bench. The forward line consisted of Cristiano Ronaldo, Higuaín, and Di Maria, a truly luxurious ensemble. Not to mention the depth of their bench, which included Kaká, Benzema, Carvalho, Las Diera, and Gago. This exemplified the formidable strength of the Galacticos. In stark contrast, Malaga's lineup appeared significantly less formidable, while the forward positions held no major surprises. The sole unexpected element was the attention drawn to the name, 41, Ye Luo. Who is Ye Luo? This became the unanimous question among Spanish journalists, as this unfamiliar name found its way into the starting lineup against such a prestigious club as Real Madrid. Chapter 22. Anticipating a rebound, Malaga fans hold little hope for redemption. Ye Luo's national team career comes to an end. With a chuckle, AS journalist Lorites broke the tension in the press room, drawing the attention of his fellow reporters towards him. In Malaga, is there truly no one left? 17 years old, a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, with no record of appearances for a professional team. Lloris scoffed. What purpose does Pellegrini have in deploying such a young lad? Is it to humiliate Real Madrid? It is utterly incomprehensible. The Spanish journalists present all shook their heads. This Lloris is indeed a mad dog. Pellegrini has already been dismissed, yet he clings to him, refusing to let go. Last season, during Pellegrini's tenure at Real Madrid, this journalist as was his staunchest adversary. Their feud is far from trivial. Now, Ye Luo is merely a victim of collateral damage. One can only imagine that in this journalist's articles, there will be no praise for Ye Luo. However, what considerations could have led Pellegrini to send a 17-year-old out against an opponent like Real Madrid? A strategic abandonment? That seems unlikely, especially given the unpleasantness surrounding Pellegrini's dismissal last season. How could he so easily concede at the Bernabéu? Perhaps Pellegrini believes this young lad can make an impression against the formidable defense composed of Ramos, Pepe, Marcelo, and Arbeloa. A local Madrid journalist shrugged, prompting light laughter from many in attendance. This remark darkened the expressions of the Malaga reporters. The condescension of the larger club is truly disheartening. Yet, they have little to say in response. Real Madrid's substitutes include Kaká, while Malaga, facing a shortage in their attacking line, can only draw a nameless rookie from their youth academy. This starkly illustrates the difference between Real Madrid and Malaga. Disappointment flickered across the faces of the Malaga journalists. Someone consoled him, saying, "There's nothing to be disheartened about. After all, this is the Bernabéu, ascent it?" Indeed, it is the Bernabéu. The journalist, also a Malaga supporter, wore a bittersweet smile. Historically, Malaga has faced Real Madrid 71 times, winning a mere 3 of those encounters, all on home turf, while suffering defeat in 59 matches and drawing 8. This is the entirety of their head-to-head record. And what of their away games? Malaga has only managed to secure 2 draws at the Bernabéu, losing 31 times. Perhaps no one will remember what such a small team as Malaga has endured at the Bernabéu. Yet for Malaga supporters, losing at the Bernabéu is simply a commonplace memory amid countless defeats. In fact, for a small club like Malaga, losing to Real Madrid is not an insurmountable reality. Well, sighed the Malaga journalist, I merely harbored fantasies about Pellegrini before the match. After 4 winless games, the Malaga fans were hopeful for a resurgence. But it now appears that expecting a strong rebound against Real Madrid at the Bernabéu was indeed a flight of fancy. If the Spanish journalists in the press room found Ye Luo's starting position merely curious, beyond that, in the realm of Dragon Kingdom's football fandom, Ye Luo's selection as a starter is nothing short of a seismic event, a veritable tsunami. Ye Luo commenced the match against Real Madrid. Astonishing. The first player from the Dragon Kingdom to start in an official match against Real Madrid? Absolutely extraordinary. Just days prior, certain social media accounts claimed that Ye Luo's inclusion in the roster was merely a purchased spot. Such baseless slander. It was the account, Ma Guanzu Tan, that first propagated this notion. I recognize this account. It belongs to the infamous Ma Xin. This individual, driven by financial gain, dares to write anything. It appears that the Football Association is orchestrating a smear campaign against Ye Luo. What deep-seated animosity must they harbor? The association, in their incompetence, fails to manage football effectively and resorts to such underhanded tactics. The most astonished individual must be Ma Xin, sitting at his desk, watching the news unfold from the match front. With no significant clashes among the elite clubs this weekend, the match featuring a titan like Real Madrid naturally garnered the attention of major media outlets. The moment the starting lineup was announced, Ma Xin was already on high alert. Although the focus of the football news is primarily domestic, with the conclusion of the Chinese Super League season, they are now compelled to cover international football news. Upon seeing the announced starters for this match, Ma Xin was left flabbergasted. He realized that all his frantic efforts over the past few days, even resorting to his own verified account to malign Ye Luo, had only dug his own grave deeper. His desperation stemmed from a desire to mitigate the positive impact Ye Luo's selection for the Malaga match would have on domestic football. As per the directives of the Football Association, which insisted that Ye Luo must not be portrayed positively. As the only Dragon Kingdom player in one of the top 5 leagues, Ye Luo's influence among domestic fans would be immense. In light of this, Ma Xin was determined to create chaos in public opinion. It must be acknowledged that Ma Xin possesses a commendable writing prowess. Otherwise, he would not have achieved the status of a renowned journalist. However, with the release of the starting lineup, all of Ma Xion's recent theatrics have been laid bare, revealing him as a mere jester. He never anticipated that Ye Luo would indeed be starting. While domestic fans may be easily swayed by media narratives, they are not naive. No matter the circumstances, Malaga is still a La Liga team. The notion of a prestigious La Liga club selling starting positions is laughable. After all, not all football cultures are as devoid of integrity as that of certain factions within the Dragon Kingdom. Simultaneously, at the headquarters of the Football Association, General Manager Chung Su-yuan was seething with rage. In recent days, his primary concern has been Ye Luo's situation. To be publicly humiliated by a young upstart in the presence of a live television audience in Spain is an affront of the highest order for someone who has ascended from a port worker to his current esteemed position. He had initially perceived Ye Luo as a mere ant, easily crushed underfoot. However, this young man has become increasingly prominent amidst his exuberance. After all, the program's source is well-versed in the tumultuous tides of the sporting world. Although he harbors a great deal of frustration internally, his external demeanor remains composed. He understands that, regardless of how Ye Luo performs against Real Madrid, the situation is currently beyond reproach. He swiftly instructed his spokespersons, including Ma Xin, to adopt a low profile and refrain from inciting public opinion. This, however, does not signify his capitulation. The program's source has now firmly resolved to harbor resentment towards Ye Luo. Such a player is deemed unacceptable by national teams. Furthermore, the Football Association has convened a meeting to discuss Ye Luo's expulsion from the national U23 team, thoroughly examining how such a contentious figure was allowed into the squad. Every level of the national team, including the women's national team and local football associations, is called upon to learn from this. The program source calmly orchestrated Ye Luo's prospects in the realm of Dragon Nation football, effectively relegating him to the depths of oblivion. He aims to portray Ye Luo as a paragon of disorder and indiscipline, subjecting him to comprehensive condemnation within the football system. Consequently, even if Ye Luo were to excel in the future, his chances of ever joining the national team again would be extinguished. His official standing has been irrevocably tarnished. Chapter 23. Mourinho sees victory ahead. Ye Luo stands firm with confidence as the players of Real Madrid returned from their warm-up. They were met with the rather smug expression of their coach, Mourinho. The players exchanged glances, each reflecting admiration on their faces. Upon reviewing the opposing team's 18-man roster, Mourinho deduced that the Dragon Nation player named Ye Luo was highly likely to be among the starters, and he meticulously analyzed Ye Luo's attributes along with his match footage. Initially, the players were skeptical of Pellegrini's audacity to thrust a 17-year-old into the spotlight at the Bernabéu against Real Madrid. However, events proved Mourinho correct. This revelation provided the Real Madrid players with significant psychological insight. Their opponents were akin to a serpent attempting to conceal its lethal strike. Yet their coach had seen through the ruse. Consequently, the outcome of the match seemed inevitable. Their pre-match strategy had been unveiled. That is their secret weapon, Mourinho remarked with a smirk, his expression suffused with mockery and arrogance, as if Pellegrini's meticulous preparations had become the greatest of jokes before him. This elicited laughter from the players of Real Madrid, filling the home team's locker room with a buoyant atmosphere. The morale among the ranks of Real Madrid was notably high, and the shadow of their recent defeat at Camp Nou seemed to have dissipated considerably. In response to the players' smiles, Mourinho reciprocated with a grin. He did not perceive Malaga as a credible threat to Real Madrid's prowess. In this match, should any unexpected occurrences arise, they would undoubtedly stem from Real Madrid's own missteps. And now, with smiles gracing the faces of the stars of Real Madrid, Malaga stood no chance whatsoever. As long as these stars revealed even a fraction of their talent on the pitch, they would effortlessly overcome their adversaries. Mourinho's expression turned serious. I am well aware that our opponents today are not a formidable team, and I should not be overly demanding of you in the face of such an adversary. He paused slightly, allowing the Real Madrid players to compose themselves before continuing. The previous league match was a disgrace for us. This dishonor can only be rectified by ourselves. Fortunately, we have another opportunity to face them at home. They were not referring to Malaga, but rather to Real Madrid's archrivals, Barcelona. I truly wish to confront them in this match. Cristiano Ronaldo clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, a fierce expression adorning his handsome face. Mourinho was pleased with Ronaldo's attitude. However, regrettably, we must wait several more rounds of the league before we meet them again. Until then, we must suppress our desire for revenge. We must ensure that we do not fall behind when facing them at home. We must defeat them at our own ground and overtake them. Mourinho raised his fist, exclaiming. The players of Real Madrid felt a surge of intensity. This prompted Caranca, standing behind Mourinho, to silently apologize to Pellegrini, realizing that it was somewhat excessive to rally his players in such a manner against an opponent like Malaga. Nonetheless, Caranca understood the necessity. This match demanded a resounding victory, a triumphant and exhilarating win. Meanwhile, in the away team's locker room, the Malaga players returned to their seats. The starting players prepared for their final appearance, donning their jerseys, putting on their socks and boots, and inserting their shin guards. Ye Luo was no exception. This match was of monumental importance for him, as it marked his professional league debut, and it was a debut that could not end in defeat. If they did not win, the task system would shut down for 2 months, a conclusion that Ye Luo could not bear to accept. He was determined to triumph. He donned B-grade shooting boots and inserted C-grade teddy bear shin guards, doing everything possible to enhance his abilities. As all players prepared, only 10 minutes remained until the match began. A sharp clap resounded as head coach Pellegrini entered the center of the locker room. Silence fell over the room as everyone understood that the coach was about to deliver his final pre-match speech. For most of Malaga's players, they would not abandon the match. Yet they also recognized the difficulty of defeating Real Madrid. Everyone was aware of Ye Luo's prowess, but whether he could perform exceptionally in such circumstances remained uncertain. This match was a gamble for Malaga. Fortunately, even if they lost, it would not be catastrophic. as no one would demand that Malaga triumph over Real Madrid. Such expectations were utterly unrealistic. I know what you were thinking. Is it too crazy to aspire to defeat Real Madrid at the Bernabéu? Pellegrini stated. However, in this world, there are many things that are indeed quite mad. Why should we not dare to dream of accomplishing something audacious? Defeating Real Madrid could very well be the pinnacle of your professional career. Is it not worth exerting every ounce of effort for this? Moreover, our relentless dedication in recent days has been geared towards this very match. As Pellegrini's words resonated, all eyes turned towards Ye Luo. The crux of victory lies in steadfast defense and the ability to score. In this match, Malaga has deployed 10 players dedicated to defense. Yet, for Ye Luo, his singular mission is to leverage his personal prowess to challenge and penetrate Real Madrid's defense. Whether it be Ramos, Pepe, or Marcelo and Arbeloa, he must triumph over them. The greater his impact, the lesser the burden on his fellow Malaga players. If he can assist the team in scoring, whether by netting a goal himself or drawing defenders away to set up his forward partner, Ronaldinho, the probability of Malaga securing victory would incrementally rise. As he felt the collective gaze upon him, Ye Luo abruptly rose, startling Pellegrini, who had yet to finish his thought. However, Ye Luo was oblivious to this. His frustration simmered, as he perceived his teammates to be overly intimidated by Real Madrid. My friends, I am acutely aware of the formidable adversary we face, their immense reputation, and their star-studded lineup. Ye Luo's Spanish had markedly improved since 2 weeks prior. But why should we fear them? I believe it is they who should be apprehensive. They suffered a humiliating 1-5 defeat to Barcelona just 2 weeks ago. Ye Luo extended 5 fingers. They conceded 5 goals. 5. Hence, their intentions for this match are transparent. Unable to best Barcelona, they seek to take their frustrations out on us. Yet why should we become their punching bag? They may have grievances, but so do I. I shall ensure they cannot release their pent-up frustrations, leaving them in discomfort. Ye Luo made a playful gesture, prompting laughter from those present. Yet simultaneously, their trepidation towards Real Madrid dissipated amidst the mirth. Chapter 24. Is it necessary? Witnessing the laughter, Ye Luo felt a surge of exhilaration. This match marks my debut. I refuse to squander it. I yearn to relish the sweetest fruits of victory. So, I implore you all, if we win this match, I shall treat everyone to authentic Chinese cuisine. Ye Luo assured, thumping his chest. He was neither lacking in emotional intelligence nor oblivious to the importance of camaraderie. However, when principles were at stake, Ye Luo's character simply could not compromise. Inspired by Ye Luo's fervor, the spirits and resolve of his teammates soared. After all, this is our match. Devote yourself entirely to the match, young man. Are you questioning my sporting spirit? Your words have ignited a fervent desire within me to secure a victory at the Bernabéu. It is truly disheartening to be treated as a punching bag. The crowd voiced their sentiments in unison. Let us defeat them, Ye Luo exclaimed. Following this, the captain, Arno, rose to his feet, rallying the team with cries of, "Let them stew! Let them stew!" The collective fervor propelled them out of the locker room and toward the pitch, leaving behind a somewhat bewildered head coach and assistant coach. Once the players had departed, Pellegrini reflected on the pre-match preparations he had meticulously crafted, realizing they paled in comparison to Ye Luo's stirring words. It appeared his efforts had been in vain. Nonetheless, as long as the desired outcome was achieved, he thought to himself with a smile, honestly, it is my first time witnessing a 17-year-old exhibit such pre-match fervor in their professional debut. Marloscan nodded in agreement. That was an impressive pre-match rally. The young lad certainly possesses the makings of a team captain. As both teams appeared in the player tunnel, the Real Madrid players frequently glanced back at the 17-year-old from the Dragon Kingdom. Having earned Mourinho's approval, the lad must possess some talent. A playful smirk adorned the faces of the Real Madrid players. Poor little fellow, he must be eager to surprise us. Yet, alas, he has been seen through by our cunning coach. What a stroke of misfortune for him. Soon, both teams took to the field. The moment Ye Luo stepped onto the pitch, he found himself gazing around in awe. This was the Bernabéu, a venue he had never visited before. Now, standing in this world-renowned stadium, the curiosity and astonishment reflected in his eyes caused the Real Madrid players to question whether the young lad was truly as formidable as Mourinho had claimed. Enough of that. His forward partner, Ronaldinho, patted Ye Luo on the shoulder, feeling a tinge of embarrassment for his teammates' naive behavior. As they walked, Ye Luo murmured, "This is my first time at the Bernabéu. Stick around in La Liga, and you'll find yourself here at least twice a year. It's just one of the 20 stadiums in the league. Nothing extraordinary, Ronaldinho replied. Indeed, Ye Luo turned his gaze forward, as his curiosity about the Bernabéu seemed to evaporate. I am here to battle, not to sightsee, he resolved, as the players exchanged handshakes. Real Madrid defender Arbeloa patted Ye Luo on the shoulder, a hint of sympathy gracing his features. Ye Luo primarily played on the left flank, which would see him directly matched against Arbeloa. Although Ye Luo and Ronaldinho were positioned as dual forwards and would not be confined to the left side, Ye Luo's playing style inclined him to drift leftward. Thus, it was likely that Arbeloa would find himself pitted against Ye Luo. What a pity for the young man. His debut is likely to conclude in bitterness. As both teams' players took their positions, the camera honed in on Ye Luo, a strikingly handsome youth standing proudly amidst his teammates. Ladies and gentlemen, here stands Ye Luo. He is about to take the field representing Mallorca, poised to set a record as the youngest player from Dragon Country to appear in one of the top 5 leagues, exclaimed Duan Xian, the commentator from the national television station. The match was on the brink of commencing. If there were any notable figures among the opposing players of Real Madrid, it would undoubtedly be the 17-year-old prodigy, Ye Luo, who might prove to be the most significant variable in this encounter, asserted Andres Montes from Cope TV. The coaches exchanged handshakes as the crowd erupted in cheers. The vibrant atmosphere of match day enveloped them. Immersed in this moment, Ye Luo felt as though every pore in his body had opened up. The lighting at the Bernabéu was soft, not blinding in the slightest. As he lifted his gaze towards the pitch, his body quivering slightly, not from nervousness, but from exhilaration. This was the stage every player aspired to grace. The fans of Real Madrid waved their white flags, creating a magnificent spectacle in the stands, as the anthem of the club resonated throughout the stadium. I shall conquer this place, Ye Luo mused. Ronaldinho placed the ball at his feet, chattering away. Make sure to pass the ball around a bit more. Call for it often, keep moving, and be patient. Our opponents are Real Madrid. When we win back possession, we will look for you immediately. If that doesn't work, just maintain possession, and I'll come up to support you. Ronaldinho, a kind-hearted Portuguese forward, may not have scored often but was a diligent and reliable presence in the locker room, well respected by every coach during his years at Malaga. Whether as a starter or a substitute, he was obedient and physically capable, faithfully executing the tactics assigned to him. All right, Eden, Ye Luo replied, though his gaze remained fixated on the Real Madrid goal. With the referee's whistle piercing the air, Ronaldinho passed the ball to Ye Luo, who returned it to the midfield before sprinting forward. Simultaneously, the Real Madrid players quickly advanced, ready to regain possession with a high-pressing strategy in the midfield. As the ball returned to the feet of center-back Ivan Gonzalez, forward Higuaín surged ahead. On the other flank, Cristiano Ronaldo and Di Maria approached like fierce predators. The players of Real Madrid demonstrated an astonishing level of commitment from the outset, shouted Andres Montes from Cope TV. Ivan Gonzalez glanced forward and, spotting Ye Luo, launched the ball with a powerful kick. The football arced gracefully through the air, landing in front of Ye Luo's path. Concurrently, Arbeloa and Khedira closed in rapidly on Ye Luo, a scene that caused Pellegrini to furrow his brow in concern. In dealing with a 17-year-old player, is it truly necessary for both the defensive midfielder and the defender to launch a joint assault? He glanced at Mourinho, who bore a subtle smile at the corner of his lips, a smile that was utterly infuriating, Pellegrini thought, as he turned his gaze to the front line, his brow furrowing even tighter. Chapter 25. You may believe you are valued, yet you are still underestimated. Ye Luo glanced at the soaring football, then looked at the converging figures of Arbeloa and Khedira, who approached him like a vice. Truly, they are top-tier stars, Ye Luo mused. They are so earnest in their approach, even towards an unknown like me. Initially, Ye Luo had speculated that the Real Madrid players might underestimate him, perhaps overlooking him entirely. He thought he could exploit this oversight to his advantage. For instance, he had just considered that if only Arbeloa were to come at him, he could use his speed to break past him and directly enter the penalty area. If Arbeloa were to commit a foul, he would likely receive a yellow card. A yellow card for the opposing right-back right at the start would be a significant boon for him. However, he was taken aback by the seriousness with which they approached the match. There was no hint of complacency despite his anonymity. Observing this, Ye Luo suddenly decelerated, then leaped, extending his foot to skillfully control the ball. As he landed, the football settled firmly beneath him. What a splendid touch! The commentators gasped in awe. Ye Luo's first touch was remarkably exquisite. His control was impeccable, showcasing his exceptional ball sense. Even in the face of Arbeloa, he exhibited little trepidation. As Duan Xian also marveled at the high difficulty of such a touch. Neither Arbeloa nor Khedira had anticipated that Ye Luo would opt for such a challenging maneuver. Yet he executed it with such steadiness that they were momentarily taken aback. However, they quickly regained their composure. Arbeloa swiftly closed the gap, lowering his center of gravity. He refrained from lunging in immediately, instead maintaining roughly a meter's distance, his body slightly angled, poised to intercept, while simultaneously applying pressure to push Ye Luo towards the sideline. Khedira positioned himself to guard the inside, waiting for the opportunity to double-team the opponent alongside Arbeloa. Noticing the absence of a direct breakthrough opportunity, Ye Luo redirected the ball towards the center, drawing closer to Ronaldinho and Juanito, the midfielder from Malaga. Arbeloa and Khedira followed suit, shifting towards the middle. At this juncture, Ye Luo opted for a lateral pass, then surged forward with determination. Ronaldinho, understanding his intent, played a deft lofted pass towards the left flank, setting Ye Luo in a race against Arbeloa. What is Ye Luo's greatest advantage over Arbeloa? It is undoubtedly his speed. Although Arbeloa was prepared, he was still caught off guard by Ye Luo's pace. There was no time for a foul. He could only grit his teeth and pursue fervently. Ye Luo, speed! Duan Xian exclaimed. At the Santiago Bernabéu Stadium, the home fans gasped in astonishment. The visiting supporters from Malaga erupted into a fervent cheer. Ronaldinho's pass was, in fact, rather difficult to control, high, floating, and spinning. As Ye Luo sprinted, he tilted his body to the side, adjusting his stride, and gently lifted his left foot. The ball landed on the outer instep of his left foot, seemingly adhering as if by glue, obediently descending along Ye Luo's left side. In that fleeting moment as the ball touched the ground, Ye Luo's body suddenly leaned to the left, with a deft flick of his outer foot. He maneuvered past Arbeloa in an instant and cut into the penalty area. Ye Luo, magnificent. A stunning combination of control and dribbling. Ronaldinho's pass, which would have posed a significant challenge for an ordinary player just to receive, had led to such an exceptional display of skill. Just as Duan Xian finished this segment of commentary, he found himself breathless, his body tensing, fists clenched, leaning forward in anticipation. On the monitor, Ye Luo adjusted his steps, his body taut like a drawn bow. This was it. He was going for the shot. Arbeloa turned, his eyes wide with trepidation. The combination of control, dribbling, and now a shot. This had clearly been premeditated. Arbeloa's heart raced with intense unease, as his opponent's shooting stance evoked the memory of someone whose name flickered in his mind. Suddenly, there was a resounding crack. The ball soared into the air. On the coaching bench, Mourinho, with a knowing smile that suggested he had everything under control, abruptly rose from his seat, his gaze fixed intently on the field. A chill ran down his back. This young fellow had thought he was prepared for the challenges of such a stage, but it appeared he had underestimated him. "I'm coming," shouted Ramos, the Real Madrid center-back, just as he witnessed the ball tracing a white arc through the air. Ramos's expression changed dramatically. As Arbeloa was outmaneuvered, he had already left his position to reinforce the defense, simultaneously signaling Khedira to cover for him. That shout was directed at Khedira. It is quite normal for defenders to support each other. Furthermore, Ye Luo was advancing from the left flank, receiving the ball outside the right side of the penalty area. Even if he bypassed Arbeloa, he would only be near the right sideline of the box, with limited angle for a shot. The defensive structure of Real Madrid remained intact, with no Malaga players infiltrating the penalty area to disrupt their line. Thus, the defense was still quite solid. From Ye Luo's perspective, aside from forcibly dribbling into the box to create chaos, he would likely have to pass back. However, what was unexpected was that Ye Luo, after controlling and dribbling, took a direct shot from an angle that was not overly favorable. As soon as the ball was struck, Ramos sensed impending trouble. He leapt with all his might, stretching his neck to intercept. But the ball sailed past the tips of his fingers, leaving only a gust of wind in its wake. Casillas, too, was keenly focused. His position was slightly closer to the right side of the goal, which corresponded to the left side from Ye Luo's attacking perspective. His body was taut, prepared to make a save at any moment. In his eyes, the football struck by Ye Luo initially soared high into the sky before suddenly plummeting. During its descent, it swayed left and right. The football exhibited almost no spin. This was a lifted ball. Casillas, in a sudden movement, extended his hand and stretched his body to its utmost limits. His fingertips grazed the ball, yet the trajectory barely altered. In midair, Casillas turned his head, catching only a slight curve as the ball veered outward. He exhaled a sigh of relief, only to witness the ball seemingly about to graze the far post and cross the goal line, when it unexpectedly curved back inward. This was irrational. Casillas felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. The resounding thud echoed clearly, a sound unmistakable. The Bernabéu fell into a hushed silence. Every ear caught the sound of the ball colliding with the post. The Real Madrid fans, momentarily casting aside their dignified demeanor, craned their necks to catch a glimpse. The ball ricocheted sharply, landed, and then rebounded into the netting above. It was a goal. Chapter 26. Handsome and fierce. Casillas landed and angrily slapped the grass. As one of the most renowned goalkeepers of his era, St. Casillas had certainly conceded spectacular goals before. However, none had been so peculiarly deceptive as this one. An unanticipated slight curve had transformed a ball that seemed destined to skim the post into a goal. Was there a gust of wind on the pitch? Impossible. This was the Bernabéu. How could there possibly be wind here? Casillas felt bewildered. His defensive teammates were even more stunned. Ramos and Pepe stood there, almost speechless. These two contemporary center-backs, ranked among the best in the world, had prepared to face the opponent's secret weapon. Yet they found themselves conceding within the first minute of the match. When Arbeloa turned around, he caught sight of Ye Luo's shooting silhouette. He opened his mouth, but no words emerged. What embarrassed him was that he couldn't even concoct an excuse for underestimating his opponent, as he had approached defending Ye Luo with the same seriousness reserved for the world's top forwards. Nonetheless, it was entirely reasonable that he was taken aback by Ye Luo's speed. Neither Mourinho nor the Real Madrid players had anticipated that Ye Luo could be this fast. Previously, Ye Luo had only showcased his speed against the U23 team from Longwa. Now, however, his speed was indisputably among the elite in football. This was primarily due to his innate quickness, which was a defining characteristic on the field. Moreover, after assimilating Ronaldo's explosive acceleration, his starting speed had ascended to the pinnacle of footballing prowess. However, with no ball at his feet, Ye Luo found himself at a disadvantage. And when Averoa failed to commit a foul promptly, the latter's speed rendered him only a spectator behind Ye Luo. What caught Real Madrid's defense off guard was the audacity of a player newly introduced to the professional arena, who chose to strike directly from a narrow angle. The shot was remarkably decisive and imbued with confidence. All of Real Madrid's players were transfixed by the ball dancing within the net. Cristiano Ronaldo squinted. He observed Ye Luo's shooting motion from the front line. Could it be that this fellow was mimicking my technique? Ronaldo pondered, stroking his chin. At that moment, nearly all the supporters of Real Madrid were rubbing their eyes in disbelief. They had barely settled into their seats when the football thundered into their own goal. The match had scarcely passed the 1-minute mark, and Real Madrid found themselves trailing. What had initially appeared to be a straightforward massacre turned into a shocking revelation, as the seemingly defenseless Malaga delivered an unexpected blow right from the outset. As the Real Madrid fans stood in stunned silence, the previously calm Malaga supporters erupted from their section, their cheers reverberating throughout the stadium. Before the Giants, Gloria let out a roar. Ye Luo watched the football soar into the net, feeling a jolt surge through him, his blood racing. It was as if the entire universe had narrowed down to this single stadium. The first goal in the professional league. Ye Luo hadn't even contemplated how to celebrate when he was tackled to the ground by Edin Dzeko, who rushed to him. Magnificent. Following this, other Malaga players joined in. The goal was exquisite, invigorating. It demonstrated to them that Ye Luo could indeed pose a significant threat to Real Madrid's defense. His individual prowess was formidable. He alone could effectively occupy the entire defensive line of Real Madrid. What does this imply? It means that Malaga would face considerably less pressure while defending. Should Real Madrid's defenders recklessly venture forward to bolster their attack, Malaga would stand little chance of holding their ground. They held no advantage in one-on-one confrontations against Real Madrid's players. Therefore, this goal held great significance. It not only granted Malaga the lead, but, more importantly, ignited a glimmer of hope among the players. The hope of winning this match. All of Malaga's players surged forward, engaging in a jubilant celebration within Real Madrid's penalty area. Surrounding them were the Real Madrid players, who had regained their composure. Their expressions reflected a calm acceptance, for it was merely one conceded goal. Though unexpected, it was not insurmountable. This was the Bernabéu. They still had 90 minutes to overturn the score. Such is the confidence of a prestigious team, they fear not an early setback. At that moment, a chorus of boos erupted. The Real Madrid supporters jeered vehemently, though it was unclear whether their disdain was directed at Ye Luo for scoring. Are the Real Madrid players still on the field? Prior to the match, certain radical groups among the Real Madrid supporters expressed their outrage. Conceding 5 goals at Camp Nou is an immense disgrace for Real Madrid. All the players from that match are deemed guilty. Thus, when the boos arose, many Real Madrid players lifted their gaze towards the stands. Alas, it is a tradition for the fans of Real Madrid to jeer their own team. Concurrently, as the discontent from the Real Madrid supporters escalated far to the east. In the Dragon Kingdom, fans watching this match were also stirred into a frenzy. Even many Real Madrid fans found themselves exhilarated by Ye Luo's goal. The reason is simple. Ye Luo hails from the Dragon Kingdom. During the darkest hours of football in the Dragon Kingdom, he emerged like a ray of light piercing through the overcast sky, offering the nearly suffocated fans a glimmer of hope. Hope, how precious it is. The ball is in. Magnificent. Splendid. A beautiful goal. A remarkable debut. The commentator Duan Xian from the national television of the Dragon Kingdom was unprecedentedly excited. Avero could not match Ye Luo's speed. This is Ye Luo's greatest attribute. He has maximized his speed on the La Liga stage, chasing after the ball, pursuing hope, and racing towards his future. With this goal, Ye Luo proclaimed his arrival in the professional league. This is his starting point. Keep running like this, Ye Luo. Go for it. Duan Xian exclaimed. Online, fans were also cheering. Amazing. Wow, what a phenomenal goal. Darling, come see this divine play. Dominating. Absolutely dominant. A star-studded lineup? I can't believe such a goal was bought. The Football Association, reflection? Reflect on that. This style of play is utterly captivating. I must admit, even without considering his nationality, I would easily become a fan of his. Of course, he is handsome and strikes fiercely. In no time, the footage of Ye Luo's goal transformed into GIFs and videos, spreading widely across the internet. The match had just commenced. Yet the revelry among the Dragon Kingdom fans had reached its zenith. Chapter 27, The Severed Kite. Ye Luo shoots. Beautiful. 1-0. Malaga takes the lead. The goal was scored by their youth academy player, Ye Luo from the Dragon Kingdom. The commentator Andres Montes from Cope Television exclaimed. At that moment, the television displayed Ye Luo's goal from various angles. After a brief moment, he pressed his earpiece and stated, "This is the fastest goal scored this season, at the 24-second mark." Ye Luo has set a record for this season's La Liga. The starting forward from Malaga, the 17-year-old prodigy from Long Nation, Ye Luo, scored an exceptionally beautiful goal. He executed a brilliant 1-2 combination with his striking partner, Edinho, deftly outpacing Alvaro Arbeloa with his speed. Following this, he performed a stunning feint, cutting inside before unleashing a breathtaking shot that left spectators in awe. The trajectory, the angle, the velocity of the ball, utterly unsolvable. Even if it were the legendary Iker Casillas standing in goal. Welcome to La Liga. Enjoy your moment, young lad from Long Nation. On the sidelines, Mourinho had regained his composure. Furrowing his brow, he was informed by Karanka, "This is a bit troublesome." Mourinho did not turn around but nodded in acknowledgement, remarking, "To be honest, we may have underestimated this young man. However, fortunately, there is still a long way to go in the match. Do we need to make adjustments? No need. It's merely a single goal conceded. Just a single goal." This reflects the confidence of Real Madrid, as well as Mourinho's own assurance. Real Madrid, with their plethora of superstar players, could hardly be seen as incapable of breaching Malaga's defenses on their home turf. Mourinho's confidence stems from his formidable 8-year unbeaten home record, which began with Porto's defeat to Firenze on February 23, 2002. Over the course of 8 years, he maintained this remarkable streak across the Primera Liga, Premier League, Serie A, and now La Liga. Leading his team at home, Mourinho had indeed faced situations where they conceded first. Yet, invariably, his teams would either equalize or turn the tide in their favor. In his eyes, this match was no different. It was merely a minor ripple in an otherwise routine home game. There was no significant concern. Everything remained under control. Moreover, Mourinho believed that luck played a part in the goal conceded. If Ye Luo were to attempt 100 shots from that position, the number of times he would breach Casillas' goal would surely not exceed a single digit. There was no need for excessive alarm. He trusted that the stars of Real Madrid could manage such minor pressures. These players had endured numerous trials, competing in countless high-intensity matches and under immense pressure. They had risen to become world-class stars. To react with shock over a single goal would be to underestimate their adaptability. Furthermore, Mourinho believed that the crux of the match lay in how many goals Real Madrid could score themselves. From the outset, their strategy was clear: to attack. With ferocious offense at home, they aimed to suppress their opponents, utterly dismantling them and achieving a resounding victory to elevate team morale and restore confidence among fans and media alike. Thus, Mourinho sat calmly in his position, showcasing his characteristic confident demeanor. However, 10 minutes later, he found himself standing on the sidelines, having realized his error, an error so profound that it was almost unfathomable. Ye Luo is undeniably exuberant. Every time he acquires possession in the forward area, he seems capable of generating a palpable threat. Both Arbeloa and Xabi Alonso received yellow cards due to Ye Luo's incisive breakthroughs. In terms of attempts on goal, Ye Luo managed 3 shots within a mere 10 minutes, all of which were on target. Fortunately, they were long-range efforts from outside the penalty area, and Casillas was able to parry each of them away. However, the Real Madrid defense's disarray in the face of Ye Luo's prowess was evident for all to see. Ye Luo, once again, he unleashed a long-range strike from approximately 27 or 28 meters out. Oh my! The velocity of the ball was astonishing. When Casillas deflected it, he must have felt a chill. Had his wrist strength been slightly less, it could have easily found the back of the net. The television replay showcased Ye Luo's previous shot, as he received the ball near the halfway line, turned, and surged towards the edge of the penalty area before firing. The abundance of long-range shooting opportunities he enjoyed stemmed from Real Madrid's pressing offensive, with both holding midfielders pushing up to the precipice of Malaga's penalty area. Thus, whenever Ye Luo seized possession, he found himself directly confronting the defensive line. Due to the need for caution against Ye Luo's speed, several Real Madrid defenders were hesitant to commit fully, fearing he might exploit his pace to break through. Consequently, they could only maintain their positions while retreating, thereby affording Ye Luo a succession of opportunities to shoot from the periphery of the penalty area. Regrettably, this attempt was once again thwarted by Casillas. It appears that breaching Casillas' goal with mere long-range shots is no simple feat. Such attempts, akin to the recent one, would typically elude the grasp of most goalkeepers in youth matches, given their difficulty. Ye Luo observed the positioning of Ramos and Pepe, contemplating. Though they were retreating, their positioning was evidently strategic. They had relinquished the only available shooting lane, and Casillas was perfectly aligned with it. This suggests that Casillas' abilities were not so formidable that Ye Luo's efforts were destined to fail regardless of their execution. Rather, it was a matter of synergy and understanding between him and his 2 center-backs. Thus, Ye Luo's consecutive long-range efforts from outside the penalty area had all been neutralized. The La Liga is indeed a far more challenging arena than youth competitions, posing a greater degree of difficulty. On the sidelines, Mourinho was visibly perturbed. The threat posed by Ye Luo's counterattacks was too significant to ignore. He felt compelled to implement targeted defensive measures. Swiftly, he summoned Khedira to his side. Do not venture too far forward. Ensure the back line is well protected. Khedira nodded vigorously. The pressure exerted by Ye Luo had compelled Real Madrid's players to elevate their focus to 100%. The intent behind Khedira's withdrawal to a more defensive posture was to establish depth in defense, thereby preventing Ye Luo from obtaining shooting opportunities outside the penalty area while also stifling his speed. Mourinho's tactical adjustments quickly bore fruit. Several attempts by Malaga to find Ye Luo after regaining possession were thwarted by Khedira, who intercepted and cleared the ball before Ye Luo could capitalize. The match appears to be gradually settling into the rhythm of Real Madrid. The cheers from the Bernabéu fans rise in waves as the team relentlessly launches attacks, nearly compressing Malaga's defense into their own half. Up front, Jello seems like a kite cut loose from its string, receiving little support from the back. Chapter 28. The cheetah racing across the green field. The attacking line of Real Madrid is undoubtedly among the most luxurious in the world. On the left, Cristiano Ronaldo. On the right, Angel Di Maria, and in the center, Gonzalo Higuain, all backed by the highly skilled playmaker, Kaká, as well as midfield maestro Xabi Alonso, who orchestrates the tempo of the game. Faced with such a formidable attacking line, any defense in the world would feel immense pressure, and Malaga is no exception. Their veteran captain, Arno, finds himself under severe scrutiny. In the 12th minute of the match, Ronaldo receives the ball on the flank, cuts inside, and takes a shot, which Arno valiantly deflects out for a corner. From the subsequent corner kick, Sergio Ramos heads the ball towards the goal, narrowly missing the post. The away fans are left in a cold sweat, while many home supporters even begin to celebrate what they believe is a goal. In the 14th minute, Real Madrid's onslaught resumes. Di Maria breaks down the wing and delivers a cross. The ball sails over the heads of defenders at the near and middle posts. And at the far post, Ronaldo leaps high, overpowering the center-back to head the ball towards the goal. Arno instinctively reacts, deflecting the ball with his hand, which then ricochets off the crossbar and back into the penalty area, where Higuaín seizes the chance to shoot, only to send the ball soaring over the bar. The Real Madrid supporters in the stands let out a collective gasp of disappointment. "Ah, what a pity," the local Madrid radio commentator exclaims in frustration. "This is how we play. This is how we play. We are Real Madrid. At the Bernabéu, we must always attack. Attack. Attack." The fans echo this sentiment, chanting that attacking is the very lifeblood of Real Madrid and the spectacle they relish. Malaga finds themselves in a very passive position. The commentator from Dragon Nation's national television, Duan Xian, speaks with a hint of urgency. Deep down, he is a Real Madrid supporter, yet in this match, he finds himself unconsciously leaning towards Malaga, hoping that Jello would have more opportunities to shine. After all, he is currently the lone representative of Dragon Nation in the top 5 leagues. Regrettably, during these few minutes, Jello has not been in the spotlight. Instead, it is Malaga's goalkeeper, Arno, who frequently appears on camera. As for Jello, he is indeed trying to assist his team by retreating to deeper positions and expanding his range of movement, desperately seeking opportunities to receive the ball. However, this strategy distances him further from Real Madrid's goal, diminishing his threat considerably. As the players of Real Madrid noticed Yellow had returned to their half, the two fullbacks boldly advanced to join the offensive play. With both flanks stretched wide, Real Madrid's attacking threat grew significantly. Within mere minutes, they seized several opportunities for shots on goal. In the 18th minute, Xabi Alonso attempted a long-range strike from outside the penalty area, but the ball ricocheted off the shoulder of center-back Manolo Torres and sailed out of bounds. Nearby, Cristiano Ronaldo immediately raised his arms and gestured to the referee, indicating a handball, yet the referee resolutely pointed towards the corner flag, signaling that it did not constitute a handball as it had struck the shoulder. He patted his own shoulder to emphasize the point. Subsequently, the players of Real Madrid surged forward, preparing to capitalize on the ensuing corner kick. Yellow glanced back and noticed that the two Real Madrid fullbacks, Marcelo and Arbeloa, were trailing behind. Arbeloa remained dutifully in a defensive position, while Marcelo appeared eager to advance. "What an offensively driven fullback," Yellow mused, subtly shifting his position closer to Marcelo's zone. As the corner was taken, Marcelo pushed forward a few paces, seeking an opportunity for a long-range shot from outside the penalty area. However, the corner delivered by the mischievous player was seized cleanly by the goalkeeper, Arno, who had rushed out to claim it. Just as Arno prepared to hold onto the ball to waste some time, a loud shout pierced the air. "Captain!" Yellow bellowed as he surged forward. His Spanish, tinged with the accent of Longwa, was unmistakable. Without needing to glance up, Arno recognized the source of the voice. He immediately swung his right arm. His powerful arm propelled the ball forward with remarkable speed, crossing the halfway line. "Oh, what a corner from Real Madrid. It's too close to the goalkeeper," exclaimed the commentator from Cope Radio, Andres, his voice rising in excitement. "Yellow. It's Yellow. Oh, Marcelo is chasing him from behind. But he is falling further behind. What incredible speed. Yellow. Yellow." Under the watchful gaze of television cameras, Yellow turned sharply with the ball and accelerated to his maximum speed almost instantaneously. All eyes were drawn to the side of the young man sprinting forward with the ball, his jersey billowing in the wind. The youth charged ahead, fearless and unrelenting. In the rear, Khedira launched himself forward, attempting a challenge that could merit a yellow card. However, for Khedira, this was his last defensive recourse, for he understood that he could not keep pace with Yellow's speed. The timing of Arno's throw initiated a counterattack that presented a formidable challenge for the players of Real Madrid. At the moment the ball was released, there was no defender in sight around Yellow. Marcelo had pushed forward into attack, leaving a significant gap in his defensive position. And although Khedira's efforts to cover the space were commendable, they were insufficient to close the gap in time. Thus, he could only slide tackle directly. It was a straightforward gamble. Either he would successfully defend, and likely receive a yellow card himself, where he would helplessly watch as Ye Luo carried the ball away. Ye Luo Duanxian's eyes widened, his hands clenched tightly. Countless fans from Longwo watching on television shared his sentiment. In the next moment, the tension that had reached its peak suddenly dissipated. As Ye Luo lunged in, Ye Luo pressed forward as if he had engaged in unyielding acceleration in a football video game, his speed surging once more. As he dashed past, Ye Luo's tackle met only thin air. He slid along the grass, eyes fixed on the back of the Malaga player wearing number 41. At that moment, only two Real Madrid players remained before him, Arbeloa and Casillas. Yet behind him, Ramos and Marcelo were in hot pursuit. But for Ye Luo, all he could see was the goal. Advancing with the ball, he surged forward, his body undulating like a cheetah racing across the African savanna. In this fervor, panic first flickered across the faces of the Real Madrid stars. Chapter 29. Is it you they call Saint Casillas? Mourinho suddenly sprang to his feet. As Marcelo surged forward, eager to join the attack, he sensed something amiss. However, at that moment, Real Madrid's offensive momentum was so strong that a goal seemed imminent. And thus Mourinho didn't react too strongly, anticipating that the time for a goal was not far off. Yet, such is the nature of football. In an instant, the situation took a sharp turn. Ye Luo suddenly seized the opportunity for a counterattack. Although he began his long run near the halfway line, the two Real Madrid center-backs had just advanced to join the corner kick attack. Now, only Arbeloa and Casillas stood before Ye Luo. To make matters worse, Arbeloa was carrying a yellow card, making him hesitant to commit a foul. Mourinho's gaze fixated on the young Dragon Country player racing with the ball. The rhythm of his dribble and his running posture unconsciously reminded Mourinho of a certain Brazilian. This thought further agitated him, as if it truly were that Brazilian. The peak Ronaldo would have had an almost certain chance of scoring with such an opportunity. Ye Luo, the opportunity for a counterattack. It has arrived, Duanxian exclaimed. On the television screen, Ye Luo was now facing his first opponent, the lagging defender, Arbeloa. Ye Luo's first goal had been cut into Arbeloa's defensive zone. And now, he was truly engaged in a one-on-one duel with Arbeloa. Between the football and Yellow's foot seemed to stretch an invisible cord, no longer than a meter, guiding his movements and ball control in a perfect equilibrium that neither hindered his speed nor allowed the ball to stray from his dominion, thereby denying his adversaries any chance to intercept. Yellow commanded the football with effortless grace, a talent bestowed upon him by the system. However, to truly unleash this gift and pose a genuine threat that culminates in a goal, one requires a mind that is perpetually engaged in contemplation and an acute awareness of the unfolding dynamics on the pitch. As he dribbled, he keenly observed the defensive positioning of Alvaro Arbeloa and the stance of Iker Casillas. It was evident that Arbeloa, retreating steadily, obstructed Yellow's direct path toward the penalty area, subtly angling his body to deliberately leave his right side somewhat exposed, thereby enticing Yellow to break through on that flank, a route that Ramos would be poised to cover. Ramos, possessing commendable speed, was once a mainstay at Real Madrid's right back, and should Yellow veer toward the right diagonal, Ramos would quickly close the gap between them. Meanwhile, Arbeloa could seize the moment to steer Yellow further toward the sideline. Yellow perceived Arbeloa's intentions. He wished for me to venture right. Unbeknownst to him, the circumstances behind him were uncertain, and he lacked the time to glance back. Thus, he rapidly contemplated his opponent's strategy to make an informed decision. In a flash, Yellow resolved to act. He deftly nudged the ball to the right. Arbeloa, witnessing this, felt a surge of exhilaration and promptly advanced, intent on compelling Yellow toward the sideline. Ramos and Marcelo, trailing behind, shared in this delight, knowing that even a slight deceleration from Yellow would grant them an opportunity. Indeed, as anticipated, Yellow's heart soared, and his feet moved with alacrity. With a sudden deft touch of his right foot, he executed a maneuver that caught Arbeloa off guard. The young lad had not fallen into the trap. He was countering the ruse. Arbeloa abruptly halted, striving to regain his defensive stance. Yet, in that fleeting moment of hesitation, as he braked, Yellow pushed the ball forward with the arch of his right foot. Arbeloa could only watch in disbelief as the football slipped through his legs. He reached out, attempting a final desperate grasp. However, recalling the yellow card he bore, he hesitated for a mere fraction of a second. It was this moment of indecision that allowed Yellow to surge past him, through the legs. Oh, what a magnificent nutmeg! Yellow had outmaneuvered Arbeloa. Now, He faced only Casillas in a one-on-one scenario. Andres, stationed at the commentary box in the Bernabéu, observed this scene with utmost clarity. Arbeloa had intentionally vacated the right flank, luring Ye Luo toward the sideline. This was an immense temptation for any forward, for where there is space, passage becomes a veritable expressway. Yet, from the commentator's perspective, Andres possessed what could only be described as a divine vantage point. He could perceive the specific circumstances. If Ye Luo veered to the right, his diagonal path was likely to intersect with Ramos and Marcelo, who were pursuing in a straight line. Once Arbeloa, Ramos, and Marcelo enveloped Ye Luo, even if he were the living embodiment of Maradona, executing a counterattack would be exceedingly difficult. However, Ye Luo cleverly turned the tables. He feigned a move towards the right flank, then executed a sudden stop that left Arbeloa completely off balance. In a moment of urgency, as Arbeloa extended his foot to retrieve the ball, Ye Luo deftly pushed the ball through his legs. Magnificent. Andres couldn't help but applaud. Many young players possess talent, skill, and speed, yet it often takes 1 or 2 seasons of professional league experience to truly realize their potential. Of course, some may fail to adapt to the rigors of professional leagues, fading into obscurity like a forgotten prodigy. Forward, forward, forward. At this moment, Ye Luo's sole focus was the goal. Casillas stood as the final obstacle, rushing forward. By the time Ye Luo caught up to the ball, Casillas had already positioned himself in front of him. A one-on-one scenario is far from straightforward, especially when the goalkeeper has closed off nearly all angles for a shot. There is a statistic that perhaps many fans are unaware of. The success rate for penalty kicks exceeds 65%, while the combined success rate for one-on-one situations hovers just above 40%, significantly lower than that of penalties. In other words, scoring in a one-on-one is considerably more challenging than converting a penalty kick. Yet, at this moment, Casillas was up against Ye Luo, who possessed the pinnacle of technical prowess reminiscent of the legendary Ronaldo at his peak. Ye Luo's left shoulder dipped forward, but Casillas remained unfazed. Indeed, Ye Luo shifted to the right. Now is the moment. Casillas made his judgment and dove to the right. A commendable attempt. A smile crept across Ye Luo's lips. Everything was a feint. He hadn't shifted his center of gravity at all. As Casillas lunged to the right, Ye Luo calmly controlled the ball and glided past him on the left. Subsequently, with a gentle push of his left foot, the ball crossed the goal line. This was the pendulum. A pendulum maneuver followed by a shot into an open net. The goal was scored. Regardless of the commentator's nationality, they were all left speechless. They collectively recalled the Brazilian, who frequently employed this signature move. Chapter 30. The Tradition of Bernabéu. The pendulum. The pendulum. Incredible. The speed of this counterattack was astonishing. A rapid assault. Online, fans from Dragon Country erupted with excitement. Such a goal, such velocity, such a heart-pounding moment was truly rare for the fans of Dragon Country. In some university dormitories, someone couldn't help but cheer, triggering a chain reaction throughout the entire building. It turned out that quite a few people were following this match. Just minutes earlier, Ye Luo has ascended to the pinnacle of trending topics with his record-breaking goal, marking the fastest goal in La Liga this season. Now, having scored yet again against the illustrious Real Madrid, he has netted a remarkable brace. Even though Malaga ultimately succumbed in this match, Ye Luo has garnered fame, not merely within the confines of the Dragon Kingdom, but on a global scale. This is what it truly means to achieve stardom through a single goal. His recent strike exemplified a flawless amalgamation of speed, skill, and instinct on the pitch. He deftly evaded Marcelo and Ramos, executed a clever nutmeg on Arbeloa, and with a pendulum dribble, outmaneuvered the legendary goalkeeper Casillas, culminating in a spectacular long-range goal. 2-0. Malaga leads Real Madrid away from home. Ye Luo, how splendid. Confronting Casillas one-on-one, he elegantly utilized a pendulum move to slip past the revered keeper and guide the ball into an unguarded net. The balance he displayed while executing such a maneuver at high velocity is truly remarkable. Xuan was also cheering from the commentary booth at the Bernabéu, where numerous commentators were extolling the brilliance of this goal. Andres from Cadena Cope marveled, proclaiming, scoring twice against Real Madrid. What a flawless debut. It is foreseeable that following this match, many prestigious clubs will cast their eyes upon this young talent from the Dragon Kingdom, who is yet to turn 18. Such an assessment is not difficult to reach. Ye Luo's 2 goals showcased a prodigious talent and flair that undoubtedly captured the attention of elite clubs. This was no mere stroke of luck, but a testament to his individual prowess. Additionally, the fact that Ye Luo hails from the Dragon Kingdom adds to his allure. In an era where football's commercial atmosphere is increasingly pronounced, acquiring a capable domestic player from such a vast market of over 1 billion people is bound to pique the interest of many top-tier teams. Meanwhile, in the press box, a group of Malaga journalists erupted in jubilation, while their Madrid counterparts wore somber expressions. Particularly, the AS journalist Reigniting, who has had a contentious relationship with Pellegrini, looked particularly grim. A 1-goal deficit could still be downplayed, but trailing by 2 goals is a far more precarious situation. Reigniting's countenance darkened. Following Real Madrid's recent humiliating defeat, losing to Malaga in this match could cast a shadow over the entire season, potentially jeopardizing the team's morale and performance. On the sidelines, Pellegrini stretched his arms wide and rushed to the edge of the field, raising his fists in triumph. Behind him was Mourinho, whose expression was as dark as thunderclouds. Even Mourinho could not maintain his composure. After all, Malaga is still a La Liga team. With Real Madrid down by 2 goals, no one could confidently declare they could equalize or even surpass the opposition. Moreover, it was certain that Malaga would adopt a defensively robust strategy, making it a universal challenge to breach such a dense defensive wall. Amidst the fervent cheers of the visiting fans, Ye Luo, having seen the ball cross the goal line, opened his arms and sprinted towards the corner flag. This time, no one interrupted his celebration. Ye Luo soared into the air, preparing to execute a sliding kneel. However, his form was incorrect, leading him to tumble forward instead. What was meant to be a graceful slide transformed into a desperate attempt at ground-level flight. Yet, no one paid heed to Ye Luo's celebratory blunder. The jubilant cries of the Malaga supporters were drowned out by sharp jeers. The fans of Real Madrid were in a frenzy, initially thought to be booing Ye Luo for his goal. However, as the match resumed and the real players kicked off, the football landing at the feet of midfield maestro Xabi Alonso, the jeers intensified. It became clear that the Madrid fans were, in fact, booing their own team. This has become a tradition at the Bernabéu, given that they had just suffered a humiliating 1-5 defeat at the hands of their archrivals Barcelona, returning to their home ground only to find themselves trailing 0-2 against a team like Malaga within the first 20 minutes was simply inexcusable. How does one explain such a disgrace? Their pride was in tatters. Amidst the cacophony of boos, the psyche of the star players of Real Madrid began to fray. They had anticipated this match to be a showcase of their attacking prowess, a resounding victory, yet the unfolding reality was difficult for them to accept. Their anxious mindset was evidently detrimental to their offensive organization. The more they pressed, the more chaotic their attacks became. The fans seemed to long for the days of the Galacticos, when the offense relied on Ronaldo and the defense on Casillas. However, the Ronaldo of today hails from Portugal, and he too was feeling the pressure. When the ball found its way to his feet, he rarely sought to pass, opting instead to shoot regardless of the opportunity presented. In the 31st minute, Cristiano Ronaldo received the ball and attempted a forceful dribble but was dispossessed, inadvertently granting Ye Luo a chance for a counterattack. Fortunately for Real, Khedira committed a timely foul, earning a yellow card and averting the danger. This incident sparked criticism among commentators regarding Ronaldo's reckless play, reflecting the broader mentality afflicting the star-studded squad. If the primary star was in such a state, one could only imagine the struggles of his teammates. Real Madrid's offensive strategy had grown alarmingly simplistic. They either resorted to crossing from the flanks or cutting inside for shots, with the star players seeming to believe that an extra pass was merely a waste of time. Consequently, Malaga's players faced considerably less pressure in defense. As the first half progressed, the match grew increasingly tense, with both sides exchanging possession at midfield, leaving Real Madrid struggling to mount any coherent offensive maneuvers. All of this caused Mourinho, standing at the sidelines, to shake his head in dismay. He had yet to fully transform this team, which still bore the lingering issues from the era of the 16. The mentality of trailing, coupled with a reliance on individual brilliance, persisted. Undeniably, Real Madrid possessed an extraordinarily formidable roster. However, football has never been merely a matter of assembling 11 stars to secure the most prestigious championship trophy. The first half of the match concluded amidst such chaos and tension, with Malaga retreating to the locker room, holding a 2-0 lead. Chapter 31. The applause of the Bernabéu. This is a disgrace. A tremendous humiliation. In the locker room, Mourinho remained composed, eschewing hysteria and fury, as he calmly recounted the events of the first half. Indeed, this is a disgrace. None of the Real Madrid stars dared to refute this assertion. I wish to remind you, we have only 45 minutes left to redeem our honor, Mourinho proclaimed. If you continue to play as you did in the latter stages of the first half, winning this match will be but a fanciful dream. We must exercise patience, gentlemen. Xabi Alonso interjected. Cristiano Ronaldo's expression shifted slightly. He recognized that Alonso's words were directed at him, yet he refrained from responding. Xabi Alonso held considerable respect in the locker room, being Spanish, and Ronaldo did not wish to offend him. Mourinho felt a twinge of displeasure, having been interrupted by Alonso during his address, yet he chose not to react. The Real Madrid locker room is perhaps the most intricate in the world, rife with factions and cliques. The first lesson for a coach at Real Madrid is not to eradicate these factions, as that is an unattainable endeavor, but to seek equilibrium among these groups, guiding their collective strength toward the benefit of the team. Mourinho turned to Arbeloa. Alvaro, I will need to substitute you in the second half. Arbeloa was momentarily taken aback, yet Mourinho was not soliciting his opinion. He had made a decision. Karim, you will replace Alvaro in the second half, Mourinho instructed Benzema, directing him to expand his movement and participate more in the build-up play. Benzema is an excellent supporting striker with strong playmaking abilities. As both teams returned to the field for the second half, Real Madrid's substitution immediately garnered attention. Replacing a defender with a forward, the two-goal deficit prompted Real Madrid to fight with all their might. Would they withstand the pressure in the second half? Regardless of the outcome, even if Malaga were to lose, Ye Luo would not. Fans from the Dragon Kingdom bestowed upon Ye Luo an indomitable defensive buff, affirming that he had not failed. Naturally, everyone still hoped for a Malaga victory. However, fate had other plans. Following Benzema's introduction, Real Madrid's attacking front displayed a remarkable transformation. And soon enough, the effects were evident. In the 58th minute, after 13 minutes of the second half, Arnaud's goal was finally breached. Benzema received the ball with his back to the goal in the penalty area, laying it off to create a comfortable shooting opportunity for Cristiano Ronaldo, who did not disappoint his teammate. With a right-footed strike, the ball soared into the net from a tight angle. 1-2. Real Madrid had pulled a goal back. The balance of the match began to tilt in favor of Real Madrid. With a goal scored, the morale of Real Madrid surged, and their assaults became increasingly ferocious. Ye Luo was compelled to retreat from the front line to assist in defense. The entire Malaga team appeared as if it were a dam about to be overwhelmed by a colossal tsunami, ready to be shattered by the surging waves at any moment. In the 68th minute, after receiving the ball just outside the penalty area, Xabi Alonso unleashed a powerful shot. Ye Luo, charging in from the side, executed a sliding tackle, deflecting the ball out of play and averting the crisis. Even he had to retreat to such a position for defense, underscoring the immense pressure on Malaga's backline. After resolving the immediate threat, Ye Luo seized the opportunity to lie on the ground for a brief respite. After taking several deep breaths, he swiftly rose to rejoin the fray. Real Madrid's onslaught continued to intensify, leaving Malaga's defense on the brink of collapse. The commentators echoed the sentiment that a goal from Real Madrid seemed imminent. As the minutes ticked by, in the 81st minute, Malaga's defense finally succumbed to the overwhelming pressure. When Cristiano Ronaldo took a shot, the ball struck the arm of center-back Ivan Gonzalez. The referee immediately blew the whistle. Penalty. A penalty awarded to Real Madrid. This decision could drastically alter the course of the match. The ball indeed made contact with Gonzalez's arm, but whether this warranted a penalty might become a topic of debate post-match. Regardless, once the penalty was awarded, its validity could not be contested, regardless of the presence of VAR. At the penalty spot, Ronaldo completed his brace, leveling the score for Real Madrid. This goal ignited the fervor within the Santiago Bernabéu stadium. The fans erupted in ecstatic cheers, eagerly anticipating a third goal. The entire stadium felt like a volcano on the brink of eruption. With Malaga seemingly engulfed by the scorching magma, Ye Luo was drenched in sweat. With about 10 minutes remaining, he took a deep breath. His stamina was nearing its limit. He was acutely aware that without a response from the attack, Malaga's defense could not withstand such a relentless assault. To respond offensively, Ye Luo realized he had to rely solely on himself. As the match resumed, faced with Real Madrid's aggressive frontline press. Ivan Gonzalez had no choice but to clear the ball long. Upon regaining possession, Real Madrid swiftly passed the ball to the flanks, where Ronaldo awaited. Just as Ronaldo received the ball, he heard his teammates' loud warning. However, before he could react, a Malaga player came sliding in. Ye Luo's tackle. Gasps erupted from the stands. Brilliant! Duan Xian exclaimed, as Ye Luo intercepted the ball cleanly from Ronaldo's feet. Ye Luo sprang to his feet and charged forward with the ball. He had no time for coordination with his teammates, as they were too exhausted to advance. Leaving Ye Luo, unburdened by defensive duties, the only one capable of regaining his stamina. Almost at the very moment Ye Luo seized the ball, Marcelo, who was positioned behind Cristiano Ronaldo, swiftly lunged forward, colliding shoulder first with Ye Luo. Gritting his teeth, Ye Luo met Marcelo's challenge head-on, staggering momentarily before regaining his balance and continuing to advance with the ball. Accelerate! 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 From the opposite side, another player charged in, Xabi Alonso, the orchestrator of Real Madrid's midfield. He had intended to capitalize on the confrontation between Ye Luo and Marcelo, seizing the ball from beneath Ye Luo's feet to launch another offensive. However, Ye Luo's rapid recovery took him by surprise. Alonso prepared to retreat while waiting for support. Yet, Ye Luo granted him no opportunity. Instead, he surged forward, closing the distance and compelling Alonso to initiate a defensive maneuver. Alonso refrained from tackling, opting instead to position his body. But just as he advanced a step, Ye Luo executed a sudden stop and an explosive acceleration. This shift in tempo left Alonso utterly unable to keep pace. By the time he reacted, Ye Luo had already dashed past his next opponent. No. It was two opponents, Khedira and Pepe. The duo immediately prepared to close ranks defensively, but Ye Luo deftly maneuvered the ball with both feet, performing a rapid nutmeg as he sped through the narrow gap between them. Pepe reached out instinctively to pull him back, but Ye Luo's arm swung back, striking Pepe's wrist. Ye Luo had slipped past him once again. Amidst the commentators' astonishment, Ramos rushed forward, lowering his center of gravity to counter Ye Luo's impending breakthrough, only to be momentarily stunned. He witnessed Ye Luo adjusting his stride as he navigated between Khedira and Pepe. Was he about to shoot? Ramos was taken aback. He had never anticipated Ye Luo would make such a choice. In truth, he was still a good 30 meters from the goal. Such a distance seemed rather imprudent for a shot. Yet, Ye Luo struck with unwavering determination. As he maneuvered between Khedira and Pepe, he had already spotted the advancing Ramos and the poised Casillas behind him. Casillas was prepared to intervene, believing Ye Luo would rely on his speed to bypass Ramos. Should Ramos be outpaced, he could swiftly close off Ye Luo's path to both breakthrough and shot. However, Ye Luo, keenly observing his adversary's actions, made a bold decision. He shot directly. Thud! The ball soared into the air. It whizzed past Ramos, who turned to see Casillas leap into the air, straining to deflect the ball, only for it to slip through his fingertips and descend into the net behind him. Ye Luo spread his arms wide, soaring across the field. He had succeeded. The exhilaration of the goal swept away all fatigue. The players from Malaga joyously surged from the backfield. At that moment, in the corner flag area, Ye Luo was the sole focus. The Bernabéu fell into silence. Clap, clap, clap. It was uncertain which section of the stands initiated the applause, nonetheless. The sound swiftly resonated throughout the stadium. The fans were applauding. The fans at the Bernabéu rose to their feet, applauding. Chapter 32. All for one, one for all. The atmosphere in the stadium was electric. Television screens captured the sight of fans standing in unison, applauding fervently. Ye Luo's performance had captivated the discerning audience of this arena. Real Madrid's supporters are notoriously exacting. They do not hesitate to express their discontent with boos when their team falters. However, they are equally generous with their applause. When one performs exceptionally well, even if they are an opponent or a bitter rival, this stadium will acknowledge their brilliance. Remember how Ronaldinho once received applause from the Madrid fans on this very pitch? 2-3. 2-3. Ye Luo completed a hat trick. It was astonishing, almost unbelievable. Andres, the commentator from Cope Television, exclaimed in disbelief, clutching his head. Ye Luo intercepted the ball from Cristiano Ronaldo, then embarked on a dazzling run starting from the left edge of his own penalty area. He deftly evaded Marcelo, followed by Xabi Alonso, Sami Khedira, and Pepe, weaving past four defenders. Just when everyone anticipated he would continue his dribbling spree, he suddenly opted to shoot. A powerful strike from 30 meters away. The ball sailed past Ramos, nestling into the bottom corner of the net. This was the pinnacle of his individual prowess. Undoubtedly, Malaga has unearthed a gem. Following this match, Ye Luo will achieve global recognition. A star is born. Look, the Bernabéu is applauding him. All the Real Madrid fans are on their feet, celebrating the impressive performance of this young lad from the Dragon Country. As Andres shouted in exhilaration, not far away, the commentator from Madrid television shook his head. If Real Madrid were to lose this match, it would be solely to Ye Luo, the prodigy who has emerged from obscurity. Relish the applause of the Bernabéu, young man. In the press box, some were also clapping, yet most were fixated on Ye Luo. Regardless of the final outcome of this match, Ye Luo remained the focal point, making his professional debut with a hat-trick against Real Madrid. Each of these 3 goals was a masterpiece, competing for the title of the most spectacular goal of the round. All of this foretold that post-match, Ye Luo would be the sole focus of the media. Numerous journalists had already begun searching for information about Ye Luo online. The fans were undoubtedly eager to learn everything about this emerging talent. On the sidelines, Mourinho furrowed his brow. He did not dwell on his unbeaten home record. Instead, his mind was consumed with one thought: the final moments of the attack. Yet, faced with such a defensive lapse, even Mourinho found himself at a loss. Like countless stories in films and novels, his team now seemed to serve as a stepping stone for the rise of a new protagonist. Mourinho meticulously replayed Ye Luo's 3 goals in his mind. To be honest, although the 3 goals were spectacular, showcasing Yellow's individual prowess, his speed, his shooting ability, and his exquisite ball control, Mourinho remained convinced that it was solely Yellow's explosive form that led to such an outcome. Any professional player has the potential to deliver a signature performance. Regrettably, Yellow's defining moment transpired against his own team. With a furrowed brow, Mourinho turned his gaze to the large screen on the pitch. The match had now entered the 88th minute. Considering the added stoppage time, there were at most 5 or 6 minutes remaining. Time was running out for Real Madrid. Without much hesitation, Mourinho made the decision to substitute. He opted to bring on Kaká, replacing the center-back Pepe. Before long, Kaká had donned his kit and stood ready at the sideline. Mourinho leaned in quickly to relay his instructions. Once you enter the field, position yourself behind the forwards, seek opportunities to shoot, let Ozil drift wide, and have Ronaldo move centrally, while Marcelo and Di Maria focus on delivering crosses. Kaká nodded in agreement. This season, he had seen limited playing time. Injuries had hindered the former Ballon d'Or winner, robbing him of his speed, consistent appearances, and rhythm. Thus, receiving a chance to play in the dying minutes of the match was a precious opportunity for Kaká. He positioned himself eagerly at the sideline as the 4th official raised the substitution board. Kaká replaced Pepe, a midfielder, for a defender. Real Madrid was gearing up for a fierce assault. Mourinho had played his final trump card. Malaga needed to withstand the onslaught from Real Madrid in the final minutes to secure 3 points from the Bernabéu. Duan Xian's excited voice resonated through televisions nationwide, reaching all fans watching the match. Come on, we must win. This is Yellow's breakout performance. We cannot afford to mess it up. In truth, even a loss would not tarnish Yellow's rise to prominence. However, a victory would be even more splendid, would it not? As a Real Madrid supporter, I find myself hoping for Yellow's success. Online, fans from Dragon Country overwhelmingly supported Malaga. Pellegrini glanced at the newly substituted Kaká and then at Yellow, who lay on the ground, cramping in both legs, assisted by teammates and medical staff. 17-year-old Yellow had persevered through such an intense match, enduring until the 80-minute mark before cramping, a remarkable feat of stamina for his age group. Furthermore, speed-oriented players typically struggle to maintain such endurance. Thus, Yellow's physical condition was already commendable. After sprinting over 50 times and returning to participate in defense, he had given his all. He had presented an impeccable debut performance. Pellegrini called over veteran Spanish midfielder Fernando, instructing him to remind the players that the young lad had already contributed enough. Now, their task was to secure the victory. Fernando nodded vigorously, assuring his boss, "Rest assured, we will not let the young lad's debut falter, even if it costs us our all." As Fernando stood on the sidelines, the substitution board raised high. The applause from the Bernabéu resonated once more, a thunderous ovation greeting Yellow as he prepared to leave the pitch, feeling as if he were performing in his own arena. "Listen to that applause," Andres shouted. Yellow limped off, not out of intention to delay, but because he had exhausted every ounce of his energy in that explosive performance. Fernando remained unhurried, clapping as he awaited Yellow's arrival. Upon the 34-year-old veteran's approach, he enveloped Yellow in an embrace. "Well done, Yellow. Now it's our turn to shine," Fernando exclaimed, patting Yellow on the shoulder before dashing onto the field. "Brothers, our mission now is to fiercely defend this lead. Stay alert and do not let Yellow's magnificent debut go to waste." Arno bellowed. The Malaga players responded with fervor, their exhaustion seemingly vanishing amid the thrill of the goal. In the final moments of the match, the basic structure had transformed into a wall of Malaga players, resolutely positioned within their penalty area, thwarting Real Madrid's relentless assault. Time ticked away. As the clock struck 90 minutes, the fourth official raised the board indicating 4 minutes of stoppage time. Just 4 minutes remained until the end. On Real Madrid's side, even Ramos had surged forward to play as a striker. There was no time for organized attacks. They resorted to long balls aimed at the penalty area. In such critical moments when a goal was essential, even a powerhouse like Real Madrid resorted to long passes and crosses. This ancient tactic, employed since the inception of modern football, seems destined to endure eternally on the pitch. Yet, as Fernando had predicted, the Malaga players threw themselves into the fray, fully committed in those final moments. Each shot from the opposition was met with fervent blocks, bodies on the line, determined to secure the victory. Yellow had dazzled with a hat trick, gifting Malaga a chance for a historic triumph at the Bernabéu. They were on the brink of their first ever victory in this hallowed ground. If even the 17-year-old was giving his all, how could the veterans do any less? Not honoring this match, not honoring the sport. Ultimately, as the last corner was taken, even goalkeeper Casillas surged into the box, leaping high to head the ball towards goal. But as the ball soared over the crossbar, the referee's whistle signaled the end of the match. It was over. The match had concluded. Congratulations to Malaga. Congratulations to Yellow. They had achieved an epic victory, breaching the Bernabéu for the first time. Andres shouted with exhilaration, his gaze immediately locking onto Yellow. Fully aware of the significance of this moment, a new star is set to rise. The camera's lens quickly focused on Ye Luo. On the television screen, Ye Luo jubilantly cheered from the sidelines, celebrating alongside the substitutes, the coaching staff, and the Malaga players who descended from the pitch. Although this victory only secured 3 points, insufficient to lift Malaga from the relegation zone, it was enough to instill confidence in the players and the fans alike. They firmly believed that this match marked the beginning of the team's resurgence. The game concluded with a score of 2-3. In the broadcasting studio, Duan Xian could not contain his excitement, standing up in his tailored suit above, paired with floral beach shorts below, much to the amusement of the staff. Yet, he was oblivious to their laughter, overwhelmed with joy like any ordinary fan from Long Country. Ye Luo had achieved a hat trick. In this match, he set multiple records for Long Country players. He became the first to score against Real Madrid, the first to net a brace in La Liga, and the first to accomplish a hat trick in La Liga. He established a monumental milestone for Long Country's players abroad. A perfect debut, a flawless match. These 3 goals were sufficient for Ye Luo to carve out a place for himself in the global football arena. As Duan Xian articulated this, everyone sensed him suppressing his subsequent thoughts. The unspoken words echoed within him, except for the Super League controlled by the Football Association. However, the Super League does not deserve Ye Luo. Indeed, a hat trick against Real Madrid. I can hardly wait to see Malaga's next La Liga match. Frankly, I doubt Malaga can retain Ye Luo, but that is of little consequence. Wherever Ye Luo goes, we shall follow his team's matches. When is the next game? I can hardly contain my anticipation. The fans from Long Country erupted in cheers. Ye Luo approached the field, ready to express gratitude to the visiting supporters. However, midway, he was intercepted by someone. Casillas approached him directly. "Hey, young man, your performance was truly outstanding. Shall we exchange jerseys?" Casillas remarked. Although conceding 3 goals to Ye Luo left him somewhat frustrated, the Real Madrid captain evidently displayed great sportsmanship by seeking out Ye Luo for a jersey swap. Ye Luo paused for a moment, then smiled. "Of course. To be honest, I am somewhat flattered that a superstar like you would approach me for an exchange." Ye Luo responded graciously. Casillas chuckled. "With your performance, you will soon become a world-class star. It's hard to believe you are not yet 18. Ye Luo intended to exchange pleasantries and depart, as he was not well acquainted with Casillas. However, The next words from the captain took him by surprise. By the way, do you aspire to participate on a larger stage? Casillas winked and asked. Such as the Champions League. Malaga is merely a small team in La Liga, and the Champions League seems an unattainable dream for them. Before Ye Luo could respond, the seasoned Spanish veteran, Malaga's captain, and old goalkeeper Arno placed an arm around Ye Luo's shoulder. Hey, Casillas, don't harbor any ill intentions. Ye Luo is our jewel at Malaga. Casillas shrugged in response. All right. I shouldn't have said that in this context. With a wink towards Ye Luo, he prepared to turn away. In Casillas' eyes, a player like Ye Luo was destined for a grand club. It was impossible for Malaga to retain him, especially in this era of financial football. The Champions League. I shall conquer it eventually. Ye Luo smiled at Casillas. Casillas couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Good. The young man has ambition. However, claiming the Champions League is no easy feat. Skill and luck are both essential. Moreover, the chances for smaller teams to achieve Champions League glory are dwindling. Ever since Mourinho led Porto to that historic Champions League victory, the title has rotated among the giants of the Premier League, La Liga, and Serie A. In this age where the strong grow even stronger, opportunities for smaller leagues and teams are scarce. Furthermore, luck is an indispensable factor in securing the Champions League. Even the great Ronaldo never won it, did he? As Ye Luo donned Casillas' jersey in preparation to thank the fans in the stands, the referee called out to him once more. Young man, congratulations on your perfect debut. This ball belongs to you. The referee handed him a football. Ye Luo suddenly realized that completing a hat trick allowed one to take home a match ball as a keepsake. With a broad smile, he replied, thank you. He then joined the throng of players thanking the away fans. Ye Luo, Ye Luo, Ye Luo. Approximately 1,000 Malaga supporters at the Bernabéu chanted his name repeatedly. In just one match, he had become the darling of the Malaga fans. Chapter 34. A weighty professional contract in the locker room. Ye Luo luxuriated in a bathtub, the warm water cascading over his weary body. He couldn't help but close his eyes in comfort. Such exhaustion was unprecedented in his previous matches. A wave of fatigue washed over him, and his muscles felt sore and swollen. Although Ye Luo's stamina was commendable for his age group, as a player yet to turn 18, his physique had not fully developed. His height, weight, and other physical attributes were still maturing. In terms of endurance, he could not compare to those who had reached full maturity. Ye Luo also reflected on his performance during the match, recognizing his lack of experience in managing his energy. For instance, his striking partner Ronaldinho, an experienced player in his 30s, may not have had better stamina than Ye Luo, yet he was able to persevere until the very end. In the final moments, there was still energy to engage in defense. This only proves one thing. The opponent possesses more extensive experience in matches, allowing for a more judicious allocation of stamina. After each game, Ye Luo engages in reflection and summarization, a habit of his. However, the rational distribution of stamina is something that can only be honed through a greater number of high-intensity matches, an issue that cannot be resolved in a short time. With this in mind, Ye Luo opened the system panel. The task of defeating Real Madrid had been exceeded, earning him 6 fusion points. Without hesitation, he opted for fusion. Fusion progress, 39. Ye Luo increasingly anticipated the effects when these 3 SS-level templates fused to 100. Another reward was an A-level random treasure chest. After some contemplation, Ye Luo decided to open the chest, as he was in dire need of strength at this moment. It was foreseeable that from the next match onward, any opponent would conduct thorough research on his performance in the match against Real Madrid, leading to targeted defenses. If he did not continue to improve, he might find himself constrained in the next match. This was Europe, the most developed region for football, where new tactics and playing styles could emerge at any moment. Coaches here are constantly analyzing opponents and contemplating ways to secure victory. Thus, he could not afford to remain stagnant. If he could not thrive in Europe, he might as well seek another line of work. Just then, a mechanical voice from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained an A-level special item, Virtual Arena. Virtual Arena, A-level. Description: in the matches you have completed, you can absorb 5 matches for unlimited replay. The field, opponents, weather, and environment remain unchanged. Note: this virtual arena can only reset stamina once a day, and each match will consume real stamina, so please be mindful of stamina allocation. Matches absorbed, 0.5. Only 1 stamina reset per day? Moreover, each match's stamina consumption is real. This means that, in fact, He can only complete 1 or 2 matches a day before having to withdraw. After all, he was not an Iron Man. However, this could indeed train his ability to compete under extreme fatigue. Immediately, Ye Luo chose to absorb the match against Real Madrid into the virtual arena. Since the virtual arena can absorb only 5 matches, it would be prudent to include various types. The match against Real Madrid was a typical case of a weaker side relying solely on counterattacks. Thus, it was a representative example. Ye Luo mused that he should also seek matches that are evenly matched or those that break through tight defenses. The virtual arena would undoubtedly enrich his experience rapidly, the significance of which was no less than mere items that enhance strength. At that moment, the mainline task from the system was also refreshed. Ye Luo glanced at the new mainline task. Main quest, the first professional contract. Task reward, dependent on the contract's rating. Note, salary will constitute a significant portion of the evaluation. Task description, as a professional athlete, it is imperative to secure a contract that reflects your true worth. What does it mean to possess a contract that befits your abilities? The crux of this task lies not solely in the contract's representation of your performance, but rather in its weight, particularly concerning salary. Salary undoubtedly serves as the most direct manifestation of a player's value. Since professional players are employed by a team, one must strip away the cultural attributes traditionally associated with football, such as loyalty. Ultimately, playing football is a job, and therefore, the most telling indicator of a player's value is the salary they command within the team. This also serves as a crucial reference for a player's standing in the locker room. The long-standing rivalry between Messi and Ronaldo, who have alternated between the top 2 positions in football salary rankings, is intrinsically linked to this notion. Thus, the essence of this quest is undeniably to secure a professional contract of sufficient weight, specifically, one that offers a lucrative salary. Prior to this, however, one may wish to consider the role of an agent. Oh, welcome, our hero. When Ye Luo emerged from the bathroom, the players in the locker room erupted in cheers. They transformed into fans in the stands, raising their arms in reverence. Clearly, they had already celebrated wildly prior to this moment. The locker room was in disarray. One could only imagine the expletives that the cleaning staff at the Bernabéu would utter upon encountering such a scene. Nevertheless, the players of Malaga were oblivious to such concerns. They were heroes of Malaga, having made history by defeating Real Madrid at the Bernabéu for the very first time. This was undoubtedly a moment worthy of grand celebration. Ye Luo, who scored a hat-trick in this match, will forever be a pivotal figure in discussions of Malaga's classic matches. He brought this victory to Malaga. The players surrounded Ye Luo, and champagne was uncorked. One could only wonder who thought to bring champagne to such a regular league match. However, Pellegrini did not curtail the players' celebrations. After all, the match had concluded. It was not halftime. Let them enjoy the champagne. Moreover, the entire Malaga team had been under immense pressure, haunted by the specter of relegation. Now, with the victory over Real Madrid, that burden had been lifted. The relieved players could approach their next match with renewed vigor. For Malaga, defeating Real Madrid was merely a means to earn 3 points. They still found themselves entrenched in the relegation zone. As Pellegrini announced a day off, the atmosphere in the dressing room reached a crescendo. After a lively celebration, the players, under the guidance of a few seasoned veterans, ventured into the vibrant nightlife of Madrid. The underage Yellow was fortunate enough to experience the nocturnal allure of Spain, collecting an array of notes from various women and admirers, much to the envy of his teammates. Chapter 35. Renowned across Europe, a rare opportunity. At that moment, the match captured the attention of media outlets throughout Spain and even across Europe. Yellow undeniably became the focal point of this fervor. The player who executed a hat-trick against Real Madrid was undoubtedly worthy of extensive coverage. That evening, the aftermath of the match dominated nearly all football news across European internet platforms, overshadowing even the much-anticipated Premier League clash between Chelsea and Manchester United occurring simultaneously that weekend. On this night, nearly all European football fans turned their gaze toward the modest team of Malaga, particularly those supporters of prominent clubs. Any star emerging from a small team becomes the object of admiration for fans of the larger clubs. After all, it is well understood that for any star, moving to a major club post-fame is a common trajectory. Yellow's remarkable performance in this match left many fans of elite clubs in awe. Furthermore, the cost of signing Yellow would not be exorbitant. Nevertheless, there were skeptics who dismissed it as merely one match, suggesting it did not warrant excessive attention. However, the fact that he showcased a hat trick against Real Madrid, ending Mourinho's 8-year unbeaten home record, remained a sensational highlight. Coupled with the brilliance of Ye Luo's 3 goals, his reputation soared. In no time, videos of Ye Luo's goals flooded various social media platforms. On YouTube, his highlight reel rapidly ascended to the sports category's trending list post-match. Incredible. I feel as though I am witnessing Ronaldo, the Brazilian Ronaldo. Fantastic. I adore his style of play. Alvaro Arbeloa seems like a mere post in comparison. Ye Luo's name resonated throughout Spain and the entirety of Europe. The following day, European football media predominantly focused on this match. The front page of the local Malaga newspaper, Malaga Sports, featured a grand photograph of Ye Luo with the headline, "Historic first victory over Real Madrid. Malaga's gem secures our triumph." Spanish media outlets extensively covered the match as well. The Madrid newspaper Marca displayed a photo of the dejected Real Madrid players on its front page, juxtaposed with an image of Ye Luo celebrating his goal, accompanied by the exaggerated headline, "A God descends. The Bernabéu conquered." The AS newspaper has been vociferously criticizing the performance of Real Madrid players. Following a humiliating 1-5 defeat against Barcelona away from home, they then suffered a 1-3 loss to Malaga on their own turf. Such performances are unequivocally subpar. In this match, every Real Madrid player deserves a score of 0, not just in Spain but also across various European media outlets, which have extensively reported on this debacle. The renowned French football publication, 442, headlined, "Real Madrid crushed by a rising star." Meanwhile, the British Sky Sports declared, "Mourinho's record comes to an end." Young Prodigy secures Malaga's historic first victory over Real Madrid with a hat trick. The entire continent of Europe is abuzz with discussions surrounding this match. The world witnessed Ye Luo's remarkable performance at the Bernabéu, a player not yet 18, making his professional debut against a formidable opponent like Real Madrid. Single-handedly led his team to victory. This is a true manifestation of rising to fame. Moreover, his 3 goals were not mere strokes of luck. They showcased Ye Luo's exceptional speed, dribbling ability, ball control, and finishing prowess. This is Europe, the epicenter of world football, where the most elite players aspire to serve the top clubs. The football media here is remarkably professional and highly skilled. They can discern Ye Luo's formidable talent, asserting that as long as he remains injury-free, he possesses the potential of a star player. The prowess he displayed, coupled with the latent potential he harbors, represents a vast market of over 1 billion people behind him, enticing the continental giants like sharks sensing blood in the water. Particularly intriguing is the revelation by a local Spanish media outlet that Ye Luo is bound to Malaga by merely a youth training contract, and that he has not even been with the Malaga Academy for over a month. This implies that the cost to acquire Ye Luo would be minimal. The restrictions of a youth training contract are quite weak. A mere fee of several €100,000 could secure Ye Luo's transfer from Malaga, provided he is willing to leave. This brings us to the second point. Will Ye Luo remain loyal to Malaga? As it stands, he has only represented the Malaga youth team once and the first team once. Given such limited appearances, it is implausible to claim any sense of belonging or loyalty to Malaga. What does this signify? It indicates that now is a prime opportunity to secure Ye Luo's transfer. He is free to depart at any moment, as the youth training contract imposes no binding constraints on him. Of course, Malaga could receive compensation for his training and a share of any subsequent transfer fees. But that is the extent of it. The total cost would not exceed €50,000 to acquire a prodigious talent who scored a hat trick against Real Madrid. Such enticing prospects would tempt any club. Is it really just a youth training contract? This statement is often uttered by the head coaches of prestigious football clubs upon receiving such news regarding their scouting departments. After all, any team's youth academy possesses the potential to nurture prodigious talent. Those gifted individuals, whose extraordinary abilities are readily apparent and seemingly destined to evolve into elite stars, will invariably be offered professional contracts at the opportune moment. This not only serves to safeguard the interests of the club, but also acts as a commendation for the emerging talents. For the majority of youth players, their sense of belonging to their mother club is an intrinsic part of football culture, leading most to accept the first contract extended by their nurturing club, though exceptions do exist. Moreover, as the competition among Europe's elite clubs intensifies, the battleground has gradually expanded from the first team to the youth academies. Instances of clubs poaching talent from one another's youth setups have become increasingly common. To mitigate potential losses, Clubs often extend professional contracts to any promising talents that emerge within their academies, even if these players are not yet ready to step onto the professional stage. However, cases like that of Ye Luo are exceedingly rare. A young player of such extraordinary talent, nearing 18, still bound by a youth contract, is indeed a remarkable opportunity. Chapter 36. Signing equals profit. The elite clubs must act swiftly. In the Catalonian capital of Barcelona, at the training base of the iconic FC Barcelona, head coach Pep Guardiola is perusing a rather unusual resume. At the top of this document is the name Ye Luo. In fact, following Real Madrid's defeat to Malaga, Guardiola promptly turned his attention to this match and, after watching videos of Ye Luo's goals, immediately instructed Barcelona's scouting department to compile a comprehensive report on him. This report was delivered to Guardiola's desk the following day at noon. Prior to joining Malaga, Ye Luo's background was relatively unremarkable. He emerged from a youth academy in Long Country, represented his national youth team in Asian competitions, and was subsequently promoted to the U23 squad. While Ye Luo was considered a notable talent among Long Country players, he held no particular advantage on the global stage. However, after joining Malaga, Ye Luo appeared transformed. He first scored 3 goals for Malaga's youth team against the U23 squad of Long Country, and subsequently, under the guidance of first-team coach Manuel Pellegrini, he was promoted to the senior team, seizing his opportunity to start against Real Madrid and netting a hat trick, thereby capturing global attention. This seemingly straightforward resume, however, presents a stark contrast before and after his transfer to Malaga, leaving Guardiola somewhat perplexed. Though it may seem peculiar, this does not diminish Guardiola's astonishment. He even remarked to his assistant, Villanova, that this young lad could potentially be the Messi of the left flank. Under Guardiola's guidance, Messi typically occupied the central or right positions, yet predominantly featured in the middle, to the extent that the Swedish striker Ibrahimovic found himself sidelined. Consequently, Ibrahimovic transferred to AC Milan during the summer transfer window, leaving Barcelona's attacking reserves somewhat depleted this season. Barcelona primarily employs a 4-3-3 formation, but currently, only 4 forwards remain available: Messi, Villa, Pedro, and Boyan. Among the 3 starters, there exists but a solitary substitute. Fortunately, Messi is at the zenith of his prowess, and both Pedro and Villa have managed to evade significant injuries thus far this season. The sole unexpected development was the assumption that Boyan, a promising talent from La Masia, could step up as a reliable substitute following Ibrahimovic's departure. However, his performances in La Liga this season have been inconsistent, making it challenging to regard him as a dependable forward reserve. Thus, Guardiola now finds himself in search of reinforcements. Initially, he had his sights set on the Chilean forward Alexis Sanchez, who plays for Udinese in Serie A. Unfortunately, this summer transfer window did not persuade Udinese to part with the South American winger. Therefore, Guardiola must rely on the 4 forwards at his disposal, supplemented by a few young talents from La Masia to navigate the remainder of the season. To his surprise, the emergence of Ye Luo has sparked Guardiola's imagination. If he could secure Ye Luo's transfer to Barcelona during the winter window, the team's attacking lineup would be flawless: Ye Luo on the left, Villa in the center, and Messi on the right, with Pedro and Boyan as substitutes. Perfection. Moreover, this young prodigy has yet to sign a professional contract. Guardiola gazed at his computer screen, replaying the highlights of Ye Luo's performance at the Bernabéu. He picked up the phone. "Please connect me to Mr. Rosell." Rosell, the newly appointed president of Barcelona. Meanwhile, at the Real Madrid Sports City, this comprehensive sports complex does not solely belong to the Real Madrid football team. In fact, Real Madrid is an expansive sports entity, encompassing men's and women's football teams, as well as basketball teams. However, when the media mentions the name Real Madrid without any suffix like basketball team, it invariably refers to the football team. It is akin to how one references the World Cup, inherently understood to mean the FIFA World Cup without any additional qualifiers. With 9 UEFA Champions League titles, Real Madrid undeniably stands as one of the foremost brands in the footballing world. Their allure to players is unparalleled. Even after experiencing 2 consecutive defeats, including a loss to a lesser team, Malaga, their reputation remains untarnished. Mr. President, I believe we should promptly submit a formal offer to Malaga. Within the office of Florentino Perez, the president of Real Madrid, at the Sports City, the atmosphere is charged with urgency. Real Madrid's head coach, Mourinho, inquired about the formal offer. Florentino furrowed his brow slightly. Yes, if all goes according to plan. Teams will begin to take action in the coming days. We still need to engage with the players. The crux lies in their attitude, he responded. Florentino smiled, asserting, given the allure of Real Madrid, this should not pose a problem. The only challenge rests with Jose. What can you promise him on a competitive level? The appeal of Real Madrid is indisputable, a testament to Florentino's confidence. However, not every player, upon hearing the call of Los Blancos, will rush to the Bernabéu without hesitation. Serving the club entails immense competition, prompting many young players to consider their playing opportunities carefully. Those around 20 years old are at a critical juncture, needing match experience. Sitting idly on the bench could squander even the finest talent. The opportunities for the team depend solely on training performance, Mr. President. Mourinho, while eager for Real Madrid to sign Ye Luo, steadfastly refused to guarantee playing time. This was his principle as head coach. At Manchester's Carrington training ground, Sir Alex Ferguson, the legendary architect of the Red Devils, had also received a scouting report on Ye Luo. Without much hesitation, Ferguson promptly instructed the scouting department to initiate contact with Ye Luo and Malaga. Since the departure of Manchester United's star player, Ballon d'Or winner Cristiano Ronaldo, to Real Madrid for a staggering transfer fee, the club has been in desperate need of a new talisman. Previously, Ferguson had earmarked England's top star, Rooney, for this role. However, if he could secure Ye Luo's arrival at Old Trafford, Ferguson could begin cultivating a new generation of Red Devils around him. In a flurry of activity, not only Barcelona, Real Madrid, and Manchester United but also Chelsea, Arsenal, and the two Milan clubs, along with the newly funded Manchester City, sprang into action. With Ye Luo on a youth contract, signing him would be a lucrative opportunity. Chapter 37. My boss is wealthy. Particularly wealthy. In the office of Fernando Sanz, the general manager at Malaga's first team training facility, Pellegrini wore an expression of resignation as he faced Sanz. He had long warned the club's hierarchy to expedite a professional contract for Ye Luo to avert greater losses. Yet, who could have anticipated the explosive potential Ye Luo possessed? He had directly assisted Malaga in overturning Atletico Madrid, scoring a hat-trick at the Bernabéu and swiftly becoming a sensation across Europe. The media's influence is profound. It wasn't long before news of Ye Luo's lack of a professional contract broke, placing Malaga in an even more precarious position. Understood, Mr. President. I will take immediate action. Sanz nodded repeatedly over the phone, and upon hanging up, he set to work. With a bitter smile, he helplessly turned to Pellegrini. Well, now we must contend with illustrious clubs such as Barcelona, Real Madrid, Manchester United, Bayern Munich, AC Milan, Inter Milan, Juventus, Chelsea, Arsenal, and Manchester City for the treasure of Malaga. The mere mention of these clubs made Pellegrini's scalp tingle with apprehension. I truly do not know what advantages we might possess. Pellegrini lamented. Honestly, it is rare for young talents to withstand the attention of so many elite clubs and affluent teams. We certainly have an advantage, Sanz interjected. For there are still 2 months until the winter transfer window opens. We now have this precious time to retain our gem. Although he was practically delivered to us on a platter, if Malaga were to let him go, it would be a regret we would bear for a lifetime. Let us not even discuss the competitive loss. Economically, losing Ye Luo would be painfully detrimental for Malaga. Should Ye Luo have a professional contract with Malaga, it would be a different story. If Malaga were to indicate that 30 million euros could secure his departure, clubs from across Europe would line up from Madrid to Barcelona. And if Ye Luo can maintain the explosive form he exhibited against Real Madrid, the figure could easily soar by several million. As the influx of Middle Eastern oil money inundates European football, the momentum of financially driven football is intensifying, causing player transfer values to inflate. In the context of certain affluent clubs, tens of millions of euros are merely trifling sums. Thus, if Ye Luo were to be lured away for a mere 500,000 euros as a youth training compensation, the loss for Malaga would be catastrophic. Pellegrini, of course, wished to retain Ye Luo. Although the club president had promised substantial investments during the winter transfer window to rejuvenate the squad, could Malaga truly find a scorer and game-changer of Ye Luo's caliber in the transfer market? Even if Malaga could afford the transfer fee and salary, it is nearly certain that such a player would not choose Malaga. Therefore, for Malaga, retaining Ye Luo and building the team around him is the most economically prudent strategy. Core players like Ye Luo are exceedingly rare in the transfer market. Contemplating this, Pellegrini remarked, to keep Ye Luo, Our only advantage may lie in salary. Sans nodded in agreement. I hope you can speak with Ye Luo and offer him competitive assurances. As for the salary, we have no issues there. What a jest. The club's owners are affluent beyond measure, their wealth seemingly erupting from the ground, and they spend without a twinge of regret. Pellegrini pondered for a moment, a smile gradually forming on his face. If that is the case, our chances of retaining Ye Luo are significantly enhanced. Indeed, it is true. Firstly, there are still 2 months until the winter transfer window, a period during which Ye Luo will be negotiating with the team. Secondly, from a competitive perspective, the structures of most elite clubs remain relatively stable. If Ye Luo opts for a winter transfer, it may not be beneficial for his career progression. Rarely do top-tier stars choose to transfer mid-season unless they have publicly criticized their club. As long as Malaga can offer a sufficiently enticing salary, retaining Ye Luo for several seasons should not pose a problem, especially considering his youth. Even if a 5-year long-term contract is signed, he would only be 22 years old by then. I will have a conversation with him. However, the specifics of the contract should be expedited on the club's end, Pellegrini remarked. Sans nodded repeatedly, showing greater deference to Pellegrini. He regretted not following the coach's advice and presenting a professional contract at the earliest opportunity. Would they be in such a passive and troublesome situation now otherwise? After a moment's hesitation, Luis Sans asked, "What do you believe Ye Luo's ultimate market value could reach?" Pellegrini pondered for a moment before responding, "That is uncertain. However, if he avoids significant injuries over the next 2 or 3 seasons, at the very least." Pellegrini raised a finger. 100 million? Sans gasped. 100 million. That would be a record transfer fee in football. Is it conceivable that Ye Luo could reach such heights? Sans calculated in his mind. Even without reaching 100 million, Ye Luo's value would likely soar to at least 50 or 60 million. Stars of this caliber typically do not choose smaller clubs like Malaga. Once Pellegrini left, Sans dialed the phone number of the team's owner, Abdullah Al-Sani. "Boss, I believe we should redefine the team's maximum salary standards, particularly because of Ye Luo. If we wish to retain him, we must offer a salary that not only rivals, but far exceeds what those elite clubs can currently provide," Sans stated. On the other end of the line, Abdullah Al-Sani responded without hesitation. "In that case, let's continue adjusting the team's maximum salary standards. My only demand is to spare no expense to keep him." Hearing the words from the other side of the phone, Sans felt a surge of confidence. "Rest assured, boss. I promise to keep him at Malaga. Yes, with a top-tier salary, core treatment, and a familiar environment. Coupled with the fact that Malaga is the club where Ye Luo made his professional debut, there is bound to be some emotional attachment." Sans now felt utterly confident about retaining Ye Luo. However, the only concern remained. Does Ye Luo not have an agent? Of course, Ye Luo could sign on his own, and this might even save Malaga a considerable amount. Yet, Sans believed he must maintain a good relationship with Ye Luo and refrain from employing such petty tactics. No one is a fool, and a player with Ye Luo's potential is undoubtedly sought after by prestigious agencies. With this thought in mind, Sans glanced at the call history on his phone, noting the 2 individuals listed ahead, a figure named Mino Raiola and another named Jorge Mendes. One must ensure that the vampire Raiola does not become Ye Luo's agent. With this thought in mind, Sans reached out to Mendes. "I can provide you with Ye Luo's contact information, but it must remain confidential." "No problem. Jorge, I am well aware of your principles. Rest assured, my backer this time is affluent, exceptionally affluent." Chapter 38. A Pact of Indenture. "Hello, I am Mendes." Ye Luo met one of Europe's most renowned agents, Jorge Mendes, in a private dining room of an upscale Chinese restaurant in Malaga. Upon Ye Luo's arrival, Mendes promptly rose and extended his hand. For Mendes, a player with Ye Luo's potential was worth his personal attention. In Mendes's eyes, Ye Luo radiated an aura of golden wealth, softening his gaze. "Hello," Ye Luo reciprocated the greeting. It must be noted that Mendes's ascent to becoming the most celebrated agent in Europe, with numerous star players signed under his agency, is attributed to his remarkable charm. With just a few words, he created an atmosphere of warmth, bridging the gap between them. Ye Luo received Mendes's call in the afternoon, shortly after completing his second match in the virtual arena, utterly exhausted. After utilizing the stamina reset feature, he felt invigorated once more, erasing any lingering fatigue from the previous day's match against Real Madrid. This revelation made Ye Luo acutely aware of the importance of the virtual arena's daily stamina reset feature. It allowed him to approach each match with optimal energy and condition, significantly reducing the likelihood of injury. Most injuries, unless provoked by malicious fouls, often stem from accumulated fatigue. If one could compete in every match at full capacity, the chances of injury would be drastically diminished. After all, encounters with reckless defensive plays that could incapacitate players are rare. Most athletes depend on their physicality for livelihood, and while unsportsmanlike individuals exist, they are in the minority. Thus, maintaining peak physical condition is of paramount significance for a player like Ye Luo, whose style of play resembles that of a football king. Just as his day of respite was nearing its end, he fortuitously received a call from the esteemed European agent Mendes, precisely when he needed representation to navigate contractual matters. After all, contracts are not his forte. It would be wiser to entrust such affairs to a professional agency. Isn't it remarkable how fate orchestrates such coincidences? Ye Luo pondered. In truth, Ye Luo had no stringent requirements regarding which agency to sign with, but his lack of connections in Europe made securing a contract with a reputable brand more reassuring. He had heard tales of numerous players being taken advantage of by their agents. Therefore, given his current circumstances, it seemed far more prudent to align himself with a super brand like Mendes rather than risk partnering with lesser agencies. Upon receiving Mendes's call, and with Mendes himself traveling to Malaga to demonstrate his sincerity, Ye Luo would not feign ignorance of his presence. Mendes opted to meet at a Chinese restaurant, seemingly out of respect for Ye Luo. Once Ye Luo was seated, Mendes wasted no time and directly stated his purpose. Mr. Ye, you are in need of a manager, a distinguished team to handle your contracts and business development. In this regard, Mendes smiled with confidence. I assure you, throughout Europe, my agency is unparalleled in professionalism and trustworthiness. I can offer you a top-tier management contract. Top tier? Ye Luo inquired. You will be receiving a contract on par with Cristiano Ronaldo's, complete with a dedicated legal advisor and a substantial business development team. Your value will be maximized, placing you among the wealthiest individuals globally. Mendes began to paint an enticing picture. What I currently require is a solid professional contract, one of considerable weight. Not a problem, Mendes replied with a grin. You can initially sign a temporary agreement with me, and if I negotiate a flawless professional contract for you, you will then have the option to formalize the signing. Ye Luo pondered this approach and found it quite appealing, a prominent agent acting as his temporary manager to negotiate contracts. With the prospect of a formal signing later, there was no fear of Mendes lacking commitment. Thus, the naive Ye Luo succumbed to Mendes's allure of a lucrative contract and affixed his signature to a temporary agency agreement. Mendes smiled slightly. His connections on the Iberian Peninsula were extensive. He had close ties with professional club managers like Sans. Thus, securing Ye Luo a substantial contract was a trivial matter. After all, a team like Malaga, backed by wealthy owners, hardly concerned itself with financial constraints. Pleasant collaboration, Mendes extended his hand once more. As Ye Luo shook hands, a thought crossed his mind. Have I just sold myself, and am I now counting someone else's money? Damn it. I toil tirelessly on the field to earn so little, while this old chap likely profits more as an intermediary. Consequently, it is said that athletes earn their money through hard work, whereas real profit lies with such opportunists. After signing the temporary agency agreement with Mendes, Ye Luo entrusted all negotiations with Malaga and other clubs to Mendes's agency. His focus, naturally, would be on diligent training and earnest competition, aiming to deliver outstanding performances on the field to secure a top-tier contract. Following the match against Real Madrid, Pellegrini significantly revamped the team's training regimen, firmly establishing Ye Luo's status as the absolute core of the squad. All tactics would revolve around Ye Luo, fully leveraging his individual capabilities. However, it was acknowledged that this strategy could allow opponents to neutralize Malaga's offense by stifling Ye Luo's contributions. However, for a smaller club like Malaga, having a top-tier player to rely on is undoubtedly a lucrative investment. Thus, the current training focus revolves around establishing a system centered on Ye Luo. The other players in the team serve merely as supporting tools for Ye Luo. Their responsibilities include defending, creating space, and alleviating defensive pressure from Ye Luo, thereby crafting opportunities for him to directly assault the goal. This is the advantage of being in a smaller team, as the capabilities of the other players are somewhat limited. Consequently, Ye Luo easily assumes the role of tactical centerpiece, with all offensive strategies revolving around him. Following their victory over Real Madrid, the team secured 3 points, bringing their total to 9 and elevating their ranking to 18th place in the league, though they remain in the relegation zone. Malaga's next opponent is Sporting Gijón, a direct rival for relegation, who currently holds 10 points and occupies the 17th position. Competing at home, Malaga faces the challenge of an opponent likely to adopt a defensive posture and counterattack. In such circumstances, Gelo's individual prowess may prove to be the key to Pellegrini's breakthrough. Chapter 39. The Training Maniac, the Relegation Battle. Each year, November and December mark the most congested period in European leagues, particularly for teams engaged in European competitions. However, this concern does not apply to Malaga, as they are only participating in La Liga and the Copa del Rey this season, with the latter not yet calling upon La Liga teams for matches. Thus, the weekly league fixture becomes the sole competitive task for a club like Malaga. Consequently, after their away victory against Real Madrid, Mourinho's team has to compete in the Champions League, while clubs like Malaga can enjoy an entire week of rest in anticipation of their league match. During this week, Gelo has thoroughly won over his teammates. No one voices complaints about his status as the core player. They have little to grumble about, as Gelo evidently demonstrates a superior technical level. Regarding his training attitude, Pellegrini often finds himself compelled to personally intervene to halt Gelo's extra training sessions, urging him to return home for rest. What Pellegrini does not realize is that upon returning home, Gelo immediately immerses himself in a virtual arena, continuing to battle against Real Madrid. Pellegrini's concerns are indeed justified. He worries that Gelo's relentless training could deplete his physical stamina. Yet, he is unaware that Gelo possesses an advantage. For Gelo, he is acutely aware of the potential he holds. To harness this potential, he recognizes the necessity of hard work. History is replete with examples of squandered talent. While other players from Dragon Country can return to the Chinese Super League and earn substantial sums if they fail to make their mark abroad, Gelo's situation is markedly different. If he cannot establish himself in Europe, returning home would subject him to the ridicule of countless spectators eager to witness his downfall. This is but a minor concern. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that no domestic team would dare to take him on, risking the ire of the Football Association. On one hand, he is spared the worry of excessive physical exhaustion, yet on the other, an acute sense of crisis looms over him. This has shaped Ye Luo into a training fanatic, to the extent that the seasoned players in the team feel reluctant to invite him along for nocturnal escapades, akin to how underperforming students would feel awkward mingling with a top scholar during outings. Years hence, whenever Ye Luo reflects on this, he cannot help but feel a pang of regret. A week swiftly elapsed, and the weekend match day arrived once more. On the evening of December 10th, at 7:30 local time, it was indeed still afternoon for the Spaniards. Malaga was set to host a critical relegation battle against a rival. They would welcome Sporting de Gijón at the Rose Garden Stadium. Last season, Gijón narrowly escaped relegation, finishing just 2 points above the drop zone, having once led by as many as 6 points. However, since the 33rd round, they have suffered 6 consecutive defeats. In the final match, had Barcelona not decisively defeated Valladolid 4-0 away, and Gijón managed to draw at home, it could have been Gijón facing relegation. This prompted Gijón's president, Antonio Virgo, to express his gratitude to Barcelona on social media. Theoretically, Gijón is aligned with the Barcelona faction. The reason it is termed theoretical is due to media speculation, as no one can furnish concrete evidence of factional divisions within La Liga. According to prevailing media narratives, La Liga is dominated by 2 super clubs. Even among the teams, they can be broadly categorized into 3 factions, one favoring Barcelona, another supporting Real Madrid, and the last being Atletico Madrid, which stands alone due to its fraught relationships with both Real Madrid and Barcelona. Historically, Atletico has been perceived as financially disadvantaged, hence lacking the capacity to forge alliances. Of course, the degree of affiliation varies. The most quintessential example is Espanyol. This club was almost founded in opposition to Barcelona, hence they fiercely compete in the Catalan derby, often succumbing to Real Madrid without anyone alleging foul play. Yet, it is evident that Espanyol exhibits a markedly different spirit when facing these 2 teams. Theoretically, Malaga is even considered closer to Real Madrid, as the relationship between the 2 clubs is quite amicable, although not to the extent of Espanyol's. The president of Gijón's expression of gratitude towards Barcelona for aiding their relegation battle has ignited fervent discussions about factional allegiances within La Liga. However, if one were to inquire with the Barcelona camp, They would assert their own identity. What team am I? The sextuple champions, the team of the universe. What is Valladolid? It is a relegation team in La Liga. As a proud representative of Barcelona, losing to Valladolid would be quite a blow to our dignity. Thus, this matter remains merely a rumor circulating in tabloids and online platforms. After securing their place in the league, Sporting Gijón has shown little ambition this season. There have been no significant new signings, and even the coach, Preciado, who was rumored to be dismissed last season, continues to remain in his position. Given that this team narrowly achieved survival last season without any reinforcements or changes in the coaching staff, it is only natural that they continue to battle for relegation this season. Relegation teams have their own survival strategies, typically focusing on home games while staunchly defending away matches. Preciado adheres to this philosophy, although Malaga is not a formidable opponent. They recently triumphed over Real Madrid on their home turf and have unearthed a talented young star from their youth academy, indicating a strong momentum. Consequently, Preciado's fundamental approach at the Rose Garden Stadium is to prioritize defense. In terms of specific tactics, the strategy involves compressing space. Preciado has meticulously analyzed Jairo's performance against Real Madrid. All three of Jairo's goals were scored in situations where there was ample space, utilizing his speed and exceptional ball control to create shooting opportunities. Does this imply that Jairo might struggle in tighter spaces? Preciado is uncertain, as there is scant information available about Jairo, which partly explains why some prodigious talents shine brightly in their debut season but encounter difficulties in their subsequent seasons. Opponents are not mere NPCs. They study, strategize, and when you are a newcomer with a blank slate, your strengths and weaknesses remain unknown, making targeted defensive strategies unfeasible. However, once your characteristics and abilities are thoroughly analyzed, you risk becoming a target, significantly diminishing your threat level. This is a challenge every player faces. Any athlete competing at the highest level will be scrutinized by countless coaches and scouts. Lacking comprehensive data on Jairo, Preciado can only devise strategies based on Jairo's previous performance at the Bernabéu, compressing the defense and tightening space, as well as adopting a defensive stance away from home, is a strategy Sporting Gijón has long contemplated for survival. Earning a point on the road is, in itself, a victory. Chapter 40. What does it mean to ask for a lion's share? Sporting Gijón has limited options. They are accustomed to focusing on defense during away matches. Within the home locker room at the Rose Garden Stadium, Pellegrini addressed his players, emphasizing the need for vigilance. We cannot afford to be complacent. They possess a certain counterattacking ability, so our two central defenders must not push forward. We must immediately stifle their counterattack routes. The two starting center backs nodded in agreement. In matches between teams positioned in the lower ranks of the league, it often transpires that the encounter devolves into a stalemate, with neither side exhibiting a will to advance. Such is the case now. Sporting Gijón has resolutely decided to adopt a defensive strategy, while Malaga, lacking the capability to breach such defenses, dares not commit too heavily to attack, lest they fall prey to counterattacks. Consequently, barring any unforeseen circumstances, such encounters seldom yield captivating spectacles. However, Malaga does possess a player capable of conjuring unexpected moments or surprises. Should the opposition tighten their defensive line, it signifies that we may enjoy a considerable amount of possession in the attacking third. At this juncture, Pellegrini turned his gaze towards Ye Luo, encouraging him to adopt a more fluid position, to seek out their vulnerabilities, and to boldly venture forth. It is imperative to create opportunities for set pieces in the attacking zone, as these can effectively disrupt a dense defensive formation. Ye Luo nodded in response, affirming, "Absolutely, boss." Pellegrini nodded back, inhaling deeply as he stated, "For us, at this stage, defeating any opponent merely translates to securing 3 points. With half the season nearly behind us and only 9 points accrued, this record is utterly insufficient for our survival in La Liga. A victory over Real Madrid presents an excellent opportunity. It must mark the beginning of Malaga's resurgence. We must accumulate points, one by one. For only by securing sufficient points for survival can we entertain discussions of other ambitions." Pellegrini refrained from uttering overly sentimental words, for this match requires patience. Although Malaga boasts a player like Ye Luo, the overall strength of the team is evident, leaving little room for pride. Sporting Gijón is battling for survival. Malaga is no different. While it is true that the new owner is poised to invest significantly during this winter transfer window, the efficacy of such investments remains uncertain. Neither Pellegrini nor the players can rely solely on winter acquisitions to catalyze a turnaround. Prior to that, every single point is immensely valuable. This marks Ye Luo's first foray into the Malaga home ground, the Estadio La Rosaleda. This stadium has previously attracted crowds of up to 100,000 for Shakira's concerts. However, in the realm of football, accommodating such numbers is unfeasible. Indeed, for safety reasons, the stadium typically does not permit full capacity. For home matches, approximately 40,000 tickets are made available, though they are seldom all sold out. The home side usually sees around 25,000 supporters in attendance, with the visiting team bringing in a few thousand, resulting in an overall attendance rate of about 75%. As Ye Luo stepped onto the pitch, the cheers of the home fans erupted like a volcanic roar, hot lava surging into the sky. "Welcome our number 41, Ye Luo." The stadium DJ rallied the crowd, and the fans collectively chanted Ye Luo's name. Ye Luo turned to behold the electrifying atmosphere, and his yearning for the match intensified. Perhaps this is the inspiration that a home crowd provides. The television broadcast focused on Ye Luo, capturing his close-up on screen. The national television of the Dragon Kingdom unequivocally broadcasted this match, despite the concurrent game featuring Atletico Madrid. However, the majority of Dragon Kingdom fans undoubtedly preferred to watch this particular contest, as it showcased a player from their homeland. The fervor and aspirations for football are projected onto these Dragon Kingdom athletes competing in the top 5 leagues. Any match featuring a player from the Dragon Kingdom in these leagues invariably claims the highest viewership on its match day. Currently, Ye Luo stands as the sole representative of the Dragon Kingdom in the prestigious 5 leagues abroad. Consequently, all attention is focused on him. Ye Luo started the match without a doubt. This marked his consecutive second start in La Liga. Hopes are high that he can replicate his previous performance against Real Madrid and score once more. The voice of Duan Xian resonated through the televisions of fans watching the live broadcast. "Go, Ye Luo." Almost every fan silently cheered for him. Meanwhile, in the luxurious boxes of the Rose Garden Stadium, others eagerly anticipated Ye Luo's remarkable performance, including Mendes, who had just signed a temporary agreement with him. Beside Mendes was the team's general manager, Fernando Sanz. A wry smile adorned Sanz's face as he remarked, "Jorge, do you realize how outrageous your terms are? My boss may be wealthy, but he certainly won't agree to these conditions." Mendes replied, "Why not? Spending a few million to retain a superstar. Who can say who benefits and who loses?" He spread his hands, adding, "After all, you lack a binding professional contract." Sanz shook his head. "I fully recognize his value. However, he is still under 18. Look at your demands. A €10 million signing bonus, a €10 million net annual salary, a mere 4-year contract, along with a potential €60 million release clause, goal bonuses, win bonuses, and appearance fees, all of which are double the current highest standards at Malaga. Such a contract is reserved for true marquee stars." Mendes chuckled. "Do you not consider my client to be a significant star? Fernando, you mustn't think that it benefits him alone. If Malaga cannot retain Ye Luo, do you realize the magnitude of the loss? With a 4-year contract and a €60 million release clause, surely another team will eventually pay that to acquire him, leaving Malaga with only profits." Sanz pondered, wishing to earn a bit more. Just as the two were conversing, the match commenced. As Sanz looked up, he witnessed Ye Luo gliding into the center, receiving the ball, turning, and unleashing a powerful shot. The ball skimmed the grass, deflected off a defender's foot, and found its way into the net. 1-0. Just 2 minutes into the match, Malaga had breached the ironclad defense of Sporting Gijón. A triumphant smile appeared on Mendes's face. "How about that, my friend?" Sanz could only shake his head in resignation. Feeling torn, he certainly wished for Malaga to secure the victory. However, if Ye Luo performs exceptionally well in the upcoming matches, there would be no justification for negotiating a lower price. Should one truly acquiesce to Mendes' terms? Chapter 41. Goals must be beautiful. Celebrations must be impressive. Mendes is certainly aware of this. For a club like Malaga, coupled with Ye Luo's tender age of less than 18, the proposed salary is indeed extravagant. Yet, he is not simply inflating his demands. He genuinely believes that Malaga might ultimately accept this price, bolstered by the confidence instilled by the new owner of the club. For teams like Malaga to rise through financial prowess akin to Chelsea in the past, they must invest heavily. Mendes is not in a hurry. His sole requirement for his client is a lucrative contract though it is not stipulated that it must be with Malaga. Currently, Ye Luo is bound only by a non-restrictive youth training contract, and as long as his performances remain stellar, it is Malaga that will find itself in a precarious position. Should this matter extend into the winter transfer window, the pressure on Malaga will become unprecedentedly immense. From this moment until the opening of the winter transfer window, the period will be one of mounting pressure from Malaga's general manager, Sans, underscoring the necessity of resilience under stress. Mendes rose from his seat, applauding Ye Luo's goal. It was indeed a remarkable strike, was it not? Sans glanced at the television replay in the box. He observed Ye Luo deftly maneuver from the flanks to the center, receiving the pass before deftly shifting the ball from his left foot to his right and unleashing a shot before the defenders could close in. The sequence was swift and fluid. Fortune favored him as the shot deflected off an opposing player, leaving the already committed goalkeeper utterly helpless. Malaga quickly took the lead at home. Indeed, Sans joined in the applause. With Ye Luo on the pitch, the competitive pressure had notably diminished. Scoring so early at home greatly increased their chances of victory. The entire Rose Garden Stadium erupted in chants of Ye Luo's name. Following his goal, Ye Luo exuberantly dashed towards the sidelines, executing a slick slide on his knees. As he glided near the corner flag, a sigh of relief escaped him, knowing that his countless rehearsals for the knee slide celebration had not been in vain. Goals should be stunning, and celebrations must be equally impressive. With arms wide open, Ye Luo basked in the adulation of the home crowd. At that moment, he was the darling of the Rose Garden Stadium. Behind him, Malaga's players surged forward. Having plummeted into a downturn, Malaga was now finally reversing the tide and embarking on a path toward victory. The morale of the players soared to unprecedented heights. On the sidelines, Sporting Gijón's coach, Preciado, wore a furrowed brow, his face a portrait of helplessness and conflict. Initially, he anticipated a tightly contested battle of defense and offense. Yet who could have foreseen that within less than 2 minutes of the match, their ironclad defense would be breached? The goal was scored by the defensive target, Ye Luo, whom had been emphasized prior to the match. While not an absolute opportunity, Ye Luo's strike nonetheless found its way into the net of Sporting Gijón. Preciado shook his head. What could he do in the face of such a conceded goal? This is a quintessential display of a superstar's brilliance. It appeared as though there were no vulnerabilities in the defense, yet a flash of individual skill from a star player altered the course of the match. For Sporting Gijón, the situation became exceedingly challenging. Confronted with Malaga, a direct competitor in the relegation battle, Gijón could not afford to concede so easily, relinquishing 3 vital points to their adversary. A defeat would elevate Malaga's standing, pushing Gijón into the relegation zone. Standing at the sidelines, Preciado observed for a moment before swiftly implementing tactical adjustments. He instructed his players to press forward slightly, engaging in a fierce contest in the midfield against Malaga. The match indeed became intense, with both teams entangled in the midfield, resulting in a fragmented game. Neither side possessed particularly creative midfielders. It was a contest of mediocrity. The sole distinction lay with Malaga, who boasted a star player. Upon regaining possession, they immediately sought out Ye Luo. As Gijón's players advanced, Ye Luo found himself with increased space to maneuver and create. In the 32nd minute, Malaga's second goal arrived as a natural progression. Ye Luo, receiving the ball on the left flank, skillfully swept it towards the penalty spot with his left foot. Midfielder Juanito surged in from behind, striking the ball with his instep. The football found the net with a resounding thud. 2-0. On the sidelines, Pellegrini could not help but raise his arms in triumph upon witnessing this goal, for it signified a successful offensive demonstration of the tactical system centered around Ye Luo. By drawing defenders to the strong side, Ye Luo delivered a pass to the vulnerable area, culminating in this finish. This indicated that Ye Luo was not merely a scorer. He possessed the awareness and capability to collaborate with his teammates. Such awareness, in turn, significantly enhanced Ye Luo's individual performance. Following this goal, Gijón's players would surely be more cautious in their marking of Malaga's players, thereby granting Ye Luo even more freedom. Before the first half concluded, Ye Luo had already contributed 1 goal and 1 assist. Just 8 minutes into the second half, Gijón's attempt to counterattack faced another setback. Following a defensive interception, Malaga launched a counteroffensive. Ye Luo, in possession of the ball, advanced along the flank before delicately lifting it with his right foot at the edge of the penalty area, allowing it to fall into the right side of the box. The following forward, Edinho, comfortably controlled the ball, taking a moment to assess the goalkeeper's position before shooting, as the only 3 Gijón defenders left behind were drawn away by Ye Luo's presence. In such a favorable shooting position, Ronaldinho, as a professional player, would certainly not squander the opportunity. He struck with his right foot, directing the ball toward the far corner. The goalkeeper was unable to react to such a strike. 3-0. Malaga has extinguished the suspense. However, this is not the final score. In the 83rd minute of the match, it was once again Ye Luo's breakthrough that led to a foul by a Sporting Gijón player within the penalty area, prompting the referee to award Malaga a penalty. As the team's linchpin, Ye Luo naturally took charge as the primary penalty taker, confidently positioning himself at the spot. Despite the goalkeeper's various antics, Ye Luo merely smiled, exuding confidence, which unnerved his opponent. With the referee's whistle echoing, Ye Luo made his run. A subtle change in rhythm ensued, and as the goalkeeper dove to the side, Ye Luo effortlessly slotted the ball into the center of the net. The penalty was calmly converted. 4-0. With Ye Luo contributing 2 goals and 2 assists, Malaga returned home with an unprecedented victory. Chapter 42. The final straw that broke the camel's back. In the stands, numerous scouts diligently scribbled notes. This match showcased Ye Luo's explosive prowess as a breakthrough player, with his dribbles appearing almost insurmountable, perfectly blending speed, skill, and rhythm. A player of such velocity, technique, and exceptional shooting ability soared like a rocket, instantly becoming a focal point for scouts from nearly every major club. In addition to scouts, reporters were also on high alert. As the final whistle blew, cameras swiftly focused on Ye Luo. Eager media personnel, positioned at the sidelines, pounced on Ye Luo as he left the field. Ye Luo, Ye Luo. It is rumored that Florentino has made contact with Malaga. Will you join Real Madrid? Guardiola has not denied Barcelona's intention to offer you a professional contract. Would you be interested in playing alongside Messi? Numerous Premier League giants have extended olive branches to you. Will you leave Malaga? In an instant, Ye Luo, the standout player of the match, stood before a backdrop adorned with sponsor logos, bombarded with questions from various media outlets. This was Ye Luo's first encounter with such a scene. Fortunately, his interim representative Mendez had sent a media relations expert to impart some techniques for handling the press. In truth, it was not particularly difficult, merely a matter of delivering some ambiguous platitudes. For instance, Ye Luo, with a smile, stated, "I will respect my contract with Malaga. I am happy here." On television, Malaga's owner Abdullah Al-Thani watched Ye Luo's interview with a furrowed brow. Respecting the contract? His contract was merely a youth training agreement. Walking away after leaving a training compensation fee of 500,000 was also quite a form of respect. Immediately, Abdullah Al-Thani dialed the club's general manager. Why has the contract matter not been resolved? We need to showcase Malaga's ambition through a substantial deal. Currently, oil prices are at their peak, and these petroleum conglomerates are quite willing to invest. Boss, their asking price is exorbitant. If we were to fully comply with their demands, the challenges of signing players during the winter transfer window would likely exceed our imagination, Santos explained. Meeting the contractual demands of Ye Luo is feasible for Malaga, backed by substantial financial support. However, in the subsequent winter transfer window, those players may likely leverage Ye Luo's contract to inflate their own asking prices, complicating Santos's efforts further. Unless Ye Luo can showcase statistics that would render all players hesitant to compare themselves. Al-Thani furrowed his brow, genuinely hoping to retain Ye Luo as the emblematic figure of his team, a premier star emerging from Malaga's youth academy. Although his time at the academy was brief, in a few years, few would contest his status as a genuine product of Malaga's youth system. European clubs place significant importance on this. Even if Malaga embarks on an aggressive acquisition spree, the presence of a homegrown emblem and soul would silence critics labeling the club as nouveau riche. The term nouveau riche is particularly displeasing to Mr. White Turban. You may negotiate at your leisure. But I have but one stipulation. Finalize Ye Luo's professional contract before the winter transfer window opens. Abdullah Al-Thani found himself somewhat resentful of his own general manager's somewhat petty approach. Is it not merely about money? Perhaps this lackadaisical spending mentality is what set the stage for Malaga's future troubles with financial fair play violations, leading to their ban from European competitions. Time is running short for Santos. Following the conclusion of the 15th round of the league, the next challenge is the first leg of the 5th round of the Copa del Rey against Sevilla. Malaga opted for a certain degree of rotation due to the immense pressure of relegation, as they could not afford to drop points in the league. Playing at home, Malaga was ultimately defeated by Sevilla with a score of 4-1, with Ye Luo coming off the bench in the 70th minute to score a consolation goal for the team. This was followed by the 16th round of the league, where the team faced Mallorca away. Ye Luo started the match and scored in the second half, breaking the deadlock and helping the team take the lead. As the match neared its conclusion, Ye Luo pierced through the opponent's defense, providing an assist. In the midweek Copa del Rey, Pellegrini even opted not to take many of the main players to Sevilla, resulting in a 0-2 defeat and elimination from the tournament. However, for Malaga's fans, the exit from the Copa del Rey is regrettable, as the team's depth is insufficient to sustain efforts on two fronts. After a week of rest, the team achieved another victory in the 17th round of the league, challenging Osasuna away. Thanks to Ye Luo's long-range shot in the 79th minute of the second half, Malaga triumphed over Osasuna with a score of 1-0, clinching their fourth consecutive league victory, having previously defeated Real Madrid, Sporting Gijón, Mallorca, and Osasuna. During this period, Ye Luo participated in 4 league matches and 1 Copa del Rey match, making 4 starts and 1 substitute appearance. In the league, he scored an impressive 7 goals across these 4 games. Although his substitute appearance in the Copa del Rey did not yield a victory, he still contributed to the team by scoring. Remarkably, in the 5 matches he played, he found the net in each one. This has placed immense pressure on Sands. With only 2 league matches remaining in the first half of the season, both at home, one against Almeria in the 18th round and the other against Atletico Madrid in the 19th, Sands is feeling the weight of unresolved issues. After these matches, La Liga will enter a brief winter break, coinciding with the opening of the winter transfer window. For Sands, the pressure is becoming unbearable. If he has not resolved the situation with Ye Luo before facing Atletico Madrid, he doubts his ability to finalize a contract with Ye Luo once the transfer window opens. Before the 18th round commenced, Mendes had a conversation with Ye Luo. Mendes informed him that if he performed exceptionally well against Almeria, the Malaga management would not delay the signing until after the match against Atletico Madrid. For Ye Luo, staying in Malaga is the preferred choice, as it provides a relatively stable and familiar environment. Over the past 2 to 3 seasons, he has enjoyed a core role and consistent playing time here. If his salary expectations are also met, what reason would he have to leave? Thus, from the outset of the match against Almeria, Ye Luo displayed remarkable enthusiasm, frequently seeking the ball. Although Almeria focused on defending against him, Ye Luo swiftly shattered their defensive line. In the 28th minute, Ye Luo maneuvered within the penalty area, creating a narrow angle for a shot that found the top corner, marking his first goal of the match. By the 43rd minute, he netted his second with a delightful curled shot from the edge of the penalty area, sending the ball into the bottom corner. With the score at 2-0, Malaga was on the brink of securing their 5th consecutive league victory. In the second half, in the 78th minute, Ye Luo seized a one-on-one opportunity, executing his signature move to evade the goalkeeper and slotting the ball into the empty net, bringing the score to 3-0 and sealing the victory for Malaga. In the 86th minute, having completed his hat trick, Ye Luo was substituted, basking in the adoration and applause of the home crowd. This substitution also reflected the coach's concern for Ye Luo's safety, as Almeria, trailing by 3 goals, became increasingly frantic and rough in their play. In the VIP box at the stadium, Sands applauded Ye Luo's performance, fully aware that with this hat trick, he could no longer withstand the pressure. Scoring in 6 consecutive matches and netting 10 goals in 5 league games, such efficiency and talent are bound to attract the attention of elite clubs across Europe. If action is not taken soon, Malaga may soon find themselves watching Ye Luo transfer to a prestigious club. This hat trick is the final straw that breaks the camel's back. No, it is the last pyramid that crushes the camel. With a resounding thud, the camel has been reduced to a mere pulp. Chapter 43. Total Acceptance, Ye Luo's Initiative. The match has concluded. Thanks to Ye Luo's hat trick, Malaga triumphed over Almeria at home with a score of 3-0, achieving an impressive 5 consecutive victories in the league. They have now amassed 24 points, positioning themselves in 11th place in the standings. Ahead of them is Sevilla with 26 points. Remarkably, Malaga has ascended from the second to last position to mid-table in just 5 matches. This transformation is rooted in the emergence of this genius from the Dragon Kingdom. As the referee's whistle sounded, signaling the end of the match, Andres, the commentator from Cadena Cope, exclaimed excitedly while focusing on Ye Luo's close-up on the monitor. 5 league matches, 10 goals. 6 matches, 11 goals. Ye Luo has undoubtedly become the absolute core of Malaga, ranking among the top 3 in La Liga for goal-scoring efficiency. What does 10 goals signify? It signifies that Ye Luo has climbed to 3rd place in the league's top scorers list. He trails only Cristiano Ronaldo, with 18 goals, and Lionel Messi, with 16. Behind him are David Villa, with 9 goals, and Pedro and Athletic Bilbao's Llorente, both with 8 goals. In just 5 matches, Ye Luo is on the heels of Messi and Ronaldo. It is truly astounding. He has ascended like a rocket. If one stellar performance could be attributed to luck, then scoring in 5 consecutive matches can only be explained by his undeniable skill. Andres' perspective resonates with many scouts from various teams. It is certain that at least one scout in the stands is currently on the phone with their boss. With only 5 days remaining until the winter transfer window opens, if action is to be taken, preparation for competition must begin now. If a single match can be deemed extraordinary, some may attribute Ye Luo's performance to a particularly good day and favorable luck. History is not devoid of instances where a player emerges brilliantly only to fade away into obscurity. However, after his hat trick against Real Madrid, Ye Luo has continued to score against Sporting Gijón, Sevilla, Mallorca, Osasuna, and Almeria. Such consistency cannot be dismissed as mere luck. Moreover, it is evident from these matches that Ye Luo is rapidly integrating into Malaga's system. His synergy with teammates is growing increasingly palpable, and the attacking framework centered around him operates with remarkable fluidity. At 17, he has burst onto the scene as the core of the team. Such talent and growth rate are rarely seen in the annals of football history. Undoubtedly, Ye Luo, having executed a hat trick, has once again earned the title of Man of the Match. Moreover, he is highly likely to be the foremost contender for the La Liga Player of the Month award in December, with only Messi and Ronaldo, 2 superstars who also delivered remarkable performances that month, as his rivals. Typically, when individual statistics are closely matched, one must consider the impact on the team and the strength of the team itself. In this regard, it is evident that yellow holds the advantage, for Malaga is considerably weaker. Achieving such statistics in a team that is struggling to avoid relegation presents a far greater challenge than what Messi and Ronaldo face in their respective powerhouse clubs, Real Madrid and Barcelona. In just 5 matches, yellow is nearly matching the strides of Messi and Ronaldo, a performance that has garnered immense attention from the global media. In a flash, nearly all sports outlets have been fervently covering yellow, from those in Europe and the Dragon Kingdom to media in South America, as well as outlets in Japan and South Korea. The emergence of a potential superstar from the Dragon Kingdom, one who could even contend for the Ballon d'Or, has left the Japanese and Korean media astonished. Historically, the football prowess of the Dragon Kingdom has been overshadowed by Japan and South Korea, whose overall strength is incomparable to these 2 teams. Furthermore, in terms of the number of players competing abroad, both Japan and South Korea far surpass the Dragon Kingdom. Yet, yellow's current prominence eclipses that of numerous Japanese and Korean players in Europe. Presently, Japan's leading player in Europe, Shinji Kagawa, who plays for Borussia Dortmund and was awarded the Bundesliga's half-season MVP, is clearly outshone by yellow's potential. Meanwhile, South Korea's representative in Europe, Park Ji-sung, who plays for Manchester United, has become more of a supporting player over time, with diminishing playing time due to age and injuries. Yellow's emergence appears poised to surpass Kagawa and even chase Park Ji-sung, as he is indeed the core of a La Liga team. Consequently, yellow's rise has sparked a hint of envy among certain media outlets in Japan and South Korea, given the delicate relations among the 3 countries. In Europe, particularly among the elite clubs, the conclusion of this league season has prompted several top teams to take decisive action. Yellow's remarkable consistency and prowess, having scored in 6 consecutive matches, have left the top clubs eager for his talent. Barcelona was the first to publicly express their interest. In an interview with Marca, club president Sandro Rosell was questioned about this matter. Pep Guardiola hopes to strengthen our left flank. We might be able to form a formidable attacking trio of Yellow, Villa, and Messi. Such a declaration instantly ignited media speculation and left Malaga's management displeased. The team's general manager, Sans, rebutted Rosell on social media, denouncing his audacity to discuss players from other teams as overly arrogant and disrespectful. However, who can deny Barcelona's status as a powerhouse? Each transfer window, countless players find themselves linked with these elite clubs, and Rosell's statement seems to signal something significant. In the realm of Real Madrid, The media has swiftly begun to unveil details regarding the club. Reports suggest that Florentino Perez has personally instructed the acquisition of Ye Luo, with whispers circulating in the locker room regarding his arrival. Team captain Iker Casillas has privately expressed his enthusiasm for Ye Luo joining the ranks in Madrid. There are even rumors that during the winter transfer window, the club intends to part ways with the seldom utilized defensive midfielder Diarra, with the rationale being to relinquish the coveted number 10 jersey from Diarra and bestow it upon Ye Luo. Clearly, these revelations have been disseminated by Real Madrid themselves, underscoring their regard for Ye Luo. Not only are Spain's two footballing giants involved, but clubs from the English Premier League, Serie A, and Bundesliga are also in contact with Malaga and Ye Luo's temporary agent, Mendes, ahead of the winter transfer window. No one anticipated that the most significant transfer saga of the winter would revolve around a player who was scarcely considered just a month prior. However, for Malaga, this unfolding drama is intolerable. Sans has capitulated, surrendering completely to Mendes and expressing his acceptance of Ye Luo's terms to finalize the contract. Yet, the initiative in this negotiation lies not with them, but firmly in Ye Luo's hands. Chapter 44. What audacity you possess. Clubs such as Barcelona, Real Madrid, Manchester United, Manchester City, and Chelsea have indeed made inquiries, yet their assessments categorize you merely as a budding talent, unable to guarantee you a starting position. Malaga communicated to Mendes their willingness to negotiate based on Ye Luo's proposed terms, hoping to expedite the signing process. Mendes subsequently returned to Malaga for another meeting with Ye Luo at the restaurant where they had previously discussed the contract. Mendes indeed holds several lucrative offers from prestigious clubs. However, it is evident that, despite Ye Luo's eye-catching performances, none of these elite teams can meet Malaga's conditions. Setting aside discussions of salary and signing bonuses, the fundamental issue lies in tactical positioning on the field. No top-tier club can promise Ye Luo a starting role, let alone a pivotal one. This, however, is not insurmountable, as Ye Luo possesses the confidence to contend for his place based on merit. Yet, under such circumstances, no elite club is likely to offer a player categorized as a potential star an annual salary exceeding 10 million. Thus, for Ye Luo, remaining at Malaga presents a compelling option, offering both a central role and a lucrative salary. Moreover, the new ownership of the club boasts considerable financial resources, indicating the potential for acquiring impactful players in the transfer market. Ye Luo is aware that Pellegrini has provided Sans with recommendations for winter signings. This winter transfer window, Malaga's budget approaches 100 million. There are plans to bolster the squad in 4 key positions: center back, defensive midfielder, attacking midfielder, and striker, with targets reportedly valued at upwards of 10 million. In light of these developments, Ye Luo finds himself optimistic about his future at Malaga. Given these circumstances, remaining with Malaga is indeed a commendable choice, he remarked. Mendes smiled warmly. Indeed, and with a penalty clause in place, they cannot retain you should you desire to depart. Do you have any further additions regarding the contract? He placed the contract before Ye Luo. After a meticulous examination, Ye Luo found it rather comprehensive, yet upon a second glance, he furrowed his brow. Where are the championship bonuses? Championship bonuses? Mendes was momentarily taken aback. Ah, yes, the league title, the Copa del Rey, and the Champions League. Moreover, if we secure qualification for this season's Champions League, wouldn't we also receive bonuses for the Europa League qualification? Mendes studied Ye Luo, intrigued. What's the matter? Ye Luo inquired. Lifting his gaze, Mendes replied, Indeed, it is customary for elite clubs to include such bonuses, but can Malaga truly contend for the title? Why not? Ye Luo countered. Mendes chuckled at this. True. After all, this is football. Then let us inform them to include the championship bonuses and those for entering European competitions. Mendes laughed. As for personal accolades, Ye Luo mused, stroking his chin, what about the best player of the league, top scorer, and accolades like the Golden Boy and Ballon d'Or? Shouldn't those be included as well? Mendes gazed at Ye Luo as if he were a peculiar creature, soon breaking into a wry smile. Do all prodigious talents share this mindset? The Golden Boot. Best player? Ballon d'Or? You certainly have audacious dreams. Ye Luo grinned. Well, one must always dream. Indeed, these are trifles. They will not oppose such requests. Of course they won't oppose, Mendes thought to himself, feeling a knot tighten in his throat when he relayed Ye Luo's new demands to Sans. However, As he detailed the various championship and personal accolade bonuses, a peculiar expression crossed Sans's face. Does this lad believe he is signing with Real Madrid or Barcelona? This is Malaga. Champions League, Copa del Rey? How audacious. This was La Liga, governed by the likes of Real Madrid and Barcelona. Could their dominance be so easily overturned? And as for the Golden Boot, Best Forward, and Best Player awards, with those two behemoths in the arena, could a fledgling star even dare to aspire to such honors? It was indeed a flight of fancy. Thus, when faced with Yellow's bonus demands, Sans readily acquiesced. A league championship bonus of €200,000, a Copa del Rey championship bonus of €100,000, and a Champions League championship bonus of €300,000. Additionally, personal accolade bonuses were also set at maximum thresholds. In Sans's view, these were mere daydreams, unlikely to materialize. Yet, should Malaga indeed achieve such feats, rewarding Yellow with these sums would be exceedingly worthwhile. Hence, Sans agreed with eagerness, somewhat anxious that Yellow might have a change of heart. Before long, after reaching a consensus on the major terms, the remaining details were swiftly finalized. Once the time for contract signing was established, Sans let out a long sigh of relief. The prodigious talent of Malaga has finally chosen to remain. Upon learning of Yellow's contract signing, Pellegrini breathed a profound sigh of relief. Without Yellow's contributions in recent matches, Malaga would never have achieved successive victories. Yellow is undeniably the current linchpin of the team, and the recruitment strategy has been meticulously crafted around his attributes, with the intent of establishing him as the unequivocal focal point of the squad. Had Yellow opted not to sign the contract and departed during the winter transfer window, it would have rendered Pellegrini's efforts futile. Yellow's decision to stay has instilled Pellegrini with renewed confidence for the season ahead. With the swift facilitation from Malaga, on January 2, 2011, the day prior to the 19th round match against Atletico Madrid, Yellow finalized his professional contract at the training base alongside his agent, Mendes, with whom he had signed a long-term agreement. Upon witnessing Yellow inscribe his name on the contract, Sans exhaled in relief. Subsequently, Yellow, Sans, and Pellegrini posed for a photograph, proudly holding up a jersey emblazoned with the number 10. Almost immediately, Malaga's official website and social media channels eagerly disseminated this image. We are thrilled to announce that Malaga's gem, our prodigious player Yellow, has officially signed a professional contract with the team. Welcome, our new number 10. At that moment, a voice resonated in Yellow's mind, announcing, "Ding. Congratulations, you have completed the main quest. First professional contract. Task completion rating. A. Ding. Congratulations. You have received the task reward. Fusion points 9, A grade random treasure chest 1. Ding. You have triggered a new main quest. Secure qualification for the Champions League. Chapter 45. The Strikers of Atletico Madrid. Oh my. It's the number 10. Incredible. What a princely treatment. As Malaga's official announcement was released, numerous media outlets swiftly shared the news. Fans were promptly informed that Yellow had signed a professional contract with Malaga. While the specifics of the contract were not immediately disclosed, fans could only behold the photograph of Yellow standing at the center, flanked by General Manager Sans and Coach Pellegrini. The jersey number was particularly striking. The number 10 is undeniably the most legendary and storied number in the realm of football. Originally, the number 10 belonged to veteran Aponio, but due to his prolonged injury and uncertain return, coupled with Pellegrini's explicit intention to rejuvenate the midfield, it was clear that Aponio, a chronic injury concern, would be released. After receiving the club's assurance that no obstacles would be placed in his path during the winter transfer window, Aponio graciously agreed to relinquish his jersey number to Yellow. Thus, this coveted number now adorns Yellow's back. The moment Yellow donned the illustrious number 10, the excitement was palpable. The local fans in Malaga, as well as those from other parts of Europe, did not perceive anything particularly extraordinary. However, the fans from the Dragon Kingdom were utterly astonished, even somewhat overwhelmed. To quote a headline from a certain online media outlet, this is the very first Dragon Kingdom player to don the number 10 jersey in one of Europe's top 5 leagues. Incredible. Astounding. In that moment, the fans from the Dragon Kingdom could only express their shock and delight with a single exclamation. In the Dragon Kingdom, the fervor ignited by Ye Luo continues unabated. Particularly, the recent events involving the Football Association and Li Tai, which had only just begun to settle, have now been reignited by this signing, prompting a resurgence in public discourse. Not only the fans, But even ordinary citizens in the Dragon Kingdom are likely aware of the Football Association's controversies. Consequently, as Ye Luo's popularity surges, television stations, newspapers, and online media, especially those savvy enough to sense the trending topics, are fervently resharing news about him. Ye Luo has now become the hottest keyword on the internet in the Dragon Kingdom. Every mention of Ye Luo, especially in the context of criticizing the Football Association, garners significant attention and engagement. This explosive interest has caught the eye of numerous businesses, all keenly observing this rising sports star. Many assessment agencies are evaluating the value of the traffic Ye Luo represents. It is evident that he is poised to become an immensely popular sports icon within the Dragon Kingdom. Why is the NBA so popular in the Dragon Kingdom? It is not unrelated to the stellar performances of past superstars in America. Football, being the world's foremost sport, means that Ye Luo does not need to achieve the astronomical statistics of a prominent figure to capture the attention of countless sports enthusiasts. There is no need to purchase trending topics. Simply being a weekly starter ensures his presence on the hot lists. His commercial value is incalculable. Upon returning to his residence, Ye Luo eagerly opened the system. The fusion point at 9 o'clock had been successfully merged, and the current fusion progress stood at 42. For Ye Luo, acquiring the peak abilities of 3 legendary Ronaldos at a score of 42 is sufficient to elevate his prowess to the highest echelons of La Liga. What he lacks is merely competitive experience. Fortunately, the props from the virtual arena can significantly compensate for this deficiency. Over the past few days, Ye Luo has been engaged in 2 matches daily against Real Madrid in the virtual arena, steadily enhancing his competitive experience and stamina management. The A-grade random treasure chest can yield items that are particularly beneficial for Ye Luo at this stage. Thus, he did not hesitate and chose to open the treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired an A-grade item, A-grade physique badge. A-grade physique badge, A-grade item. Item effect, physique 10. Physique greatly influences injury resistance. Durability, permanent. This item enhances physical endurance, making it exceptionally useful at this stage. Ye Luo equipped it immediately and then glanced at the new main quest, advance into the Champions League. Quite a challenge. Ye Luo powered on his computer and glanced at the current La Liga standings. After 18 rounds of matches, Malaga had amassed 21 points, buoyed by an impressive streak of 5 consecutive victories. To qualify for the Champions League, a minimum of 4th place in the league is essential. La Liga offers Champions League participation with 35 points, where the top 3 teams gain direct entry, while the 4th must contest a qualifying round to secure a spot in the group stage. Presently, the top 4 teams in La Liga are as follows: Barcelona with 49 points, Real Madrid with 47 points, Villarreal with 36 points, and Valencia with 34 points. It is evident that Barcelona and Real Madrid are in a league of their own, being the only 2 contenders for the championship this season. Consequently, Malaga may still vie with Villarreal and Valencia. However, they trail the 4th-placed Valencia by a daunting 12 points. Closing such a gap in the second half of the season defies imagination. Furthermore, the competition for these 2 Champions League spots does not solely involve Valencia and Villarreal. Espanyol with 32 points, Atletico Madrid with 30 points, and even Getafe with 29 points all harbor aspirations for a top 4 finish. If anyone were to assert that Malaga's objective is to secure a 4th-place finish, it would likely be met with skepticism, as such an ambition seems exceedingly far-fetched. The prospect of closing a 12-point deficit against teams like Valencia in just half a season is genuinely daunting. One might wonder if Malaga possesses the prowess of Real Madrid or Barcelona, who can indeed achieve such feats. At this stage, Barcelona leads Valencia by 15 points, while Real Madrid is ahead by 13, a gap that could easily exceed 20 points by season's end. But can Malaga replicate such success? To be candid, Ye Luo himself harbored little confidence, for the 12-point chasm felt insurmountable. All he could do was focus on winning 1 match at a time. Ye Luo then closed the system and took a moment to review information about his next opponent. Atletico Madrid had recently undergone a managerial change, dismissing their former coach, Manzano, and appointing the Argentine, Simeone, in his stead. This match would mark Simeone's debut in charge of Atletico Madrid, known for their formidable reputation. Atletico Madrid ranks just below Real Madrid and Barcelona among La Liga teams on the international stage. However, their performance in recent seasons has been lackluster, even flirting with relegation at one point. Yet, one cannot claim that Atletico Madrid's squad lacks talent, particularly their two forwards. Upon reviewing the tactical analysis materials provided by Pellegrini, Ye Luo was taken aback when he encountered the names Agüero and Diego Costa. Both would go on to achieve considerable acclaim. In their prime, they were elite strikers, with Agüero even having been ranked third in the world at one time. It is widely acknowledged that the first and second spots are consistently occupied by two individuals, while the third position has at least 5 contenders. Atletico Madrid boasts a formidable squad and has just undergone a managerial change. As the adage goes, a change of coach is akin to a change of blade. The newly appointed figure, Simeone, is an unequivocal pragmatist and will not permit himself to falter in his debut as the coach of Atletico. This match will undoubtedly pose a significant challenge for Malaga. However, for Ye Luo, it marks his first game after signing a professional contract, and he is equally determined to avoid any missteps. Chapter 46. A glimpse of iron-blooded football at the Atletico Madrid training center, in the office of the new head coach, Simeone. This iron-willed leader from Argentina employs a firm hand in his management. Yet, the team he has recently taken over has yet to bear the hallmark of his influence. His predecessor, Manzano, laid a solid foundation. The strength of Atletico's lineup is commendable. In goal, they have the prodigious David De Gea. The defensive lineup features stalwarts such as Godin, Dominguez, and Weifaluzzi. The midfield is bolstered by national team caliber players like Thiago, Reyes, and Raul Garcia. The forward line is even more impressive, with top-tier strikers like Agüero and Forlan, alongside the formidable Diego Costa, who possesses the potential to ascend to elite status. This squad, when placed within La Liga, ranks prominently as a second-tier team, just behind the giants of Barcelona and Real Madrid. The paper strength of the team is indeed remarkable. Thus, despite Manzano guiding the team to a 6th place standing in the league, a significant improvement from previous seasons, club president Enrique Cerezo opted to dismiss him following a disheartening 1-4 defeat to Hercules. The new coach, Simeone, faces the daunting task of contending against Malaga, who have achieved 5 consecutive victories. In his office, Simeone, alongside his coaching staff, reviews specially edited footage focusing on Ye Luo's performances with the ball. This compilation showcases his touches, passes, dribbles, and shots, all moments where the ball graced his feet. The duration of the footage isn't extensive, as Ye Luo has participated in only 6 matches in La Liga, including 5 starts and 1 substitute appearance in the Copa del Rey. Every instance where Ye Luo had possession has been meticulously compiled. Although there exists a complete recording of one of his matches, its length is prohibitive, and after reviewing Ye Luo's performances, Simeone readily concludes that Ye Luo is not adept at off-the-ball play. Therefore, Ye Luo's greatest threat emerges when the ball is at his feet. Simeone has watched this footage numerous times. For him, arriving at Atletico Madrid signifies a new chapter in his coaching career, and he intends to make a significant impact here. In the eyes of Simeone, Atletico Madrid possesses a solid foundation, bolstered by an excellent youth training system and a proficient scouting network, ranking among the elite in La Liga. Thus, Atletico Madrid provides the essential groundwork for Simeone to realize his ambitions. Currently, on the league table, Atletico Madrid trails the top 4 by a narrow margin. Consequently, the objective for the upcoming season is crystal clear: to vie for a place in the Champions League. It is noteworthy that participating in a single season of the Champions League guarantees the team at least 6 group stage matches, along with substantial financial rewards from broadcasting revenues. This influx of revenue typically exceeds 20 to 30 million euros, a considerable sum for any club. Therefore, qualifying for the Champions League significantly boosts a team's income for the season, allowing for increased investment in the transfer market. Furthermore, the exposure that comes with the Champions League makes the club more appealing to potential recruits. Many players tend to favor teams with Champions League eligibility. Conversely, failing to secure such a place can hinder even a prestigious club like Manchester United in their recruitment endeavors. As the video concluded, the screen went black, and Simeone turned to his assistants, stating, "Gentlemen, the crux of this match lies in how we can contain Ye Luo's performance." His assistants, however, remained furrowed in concentration, their expressions only growing more tense. After reviewing Ye Luo's match footage multiple times, they increasingly recognized the young player's formidable capabilities. His speed, ball control, dribbling, and shooting were all exceptional. Yet, what truly unsettled them was the realization that this young talent appeared to be in peak form for every match. showing little to no fluctuation in performance. Remarkably, he seemed to have no signs of the physical fatigue typically seen in young players. Although he expended all his energy in each game, he returned for the next match resembling a player in the prime of the season, as if he had rested for a month or two. His recovery ability was nothing short of astonishing. Have you noticed? One assistant remarked, when we look at these recent matches collectively, it becomes evident that his experience is progressing at an alarming rate. Against Real Madrid, he played like a fledgling youth player. Yet by the time of the match against Almeria, he exuded the maturity of someone who has competed at the highest level for a season or two. Herman Burgos, Simeone's assistant coach, frowned as he spoke. His rate of improvement is the fastest I have witnessed in my coaching career. Another coach chimed in, indeed. I see no weaknesses in his technique, and his physical condition is excellent. His tactical maturity is also impressive. Limiting Ye Luo? It seems an insurmountable challenge. Hearing this, Simeone's brow furrowed deeply. He had been consumed with thoughts of how to secure his first victory as the head coach of Atletico Madrid. In his debut victory, Simeone was able to garner the support of Atletico Madrid's players, uplifting the team's morale. To secure a win, however, it was imperative to contain Ye Luo. Should Ye Luo replicate his hat-trick performance from the previous match or against Real Madrid, Atletico would find it exceedingly difficult to emerge triumphant. He observed his furrowed-browed assistants, a faint smile gracing his lips. It appeared that the young talent's intimidation factor was indeed formidable, while he may not possess significant weaknesses in his individual skills. Football is a team sport, not a one-on-one duel. Our adversary is Malaga, not merely Ye Luo. Simeone rose and approached a whiteboard. He pointed out that in Malaga's goals, there were long-range strikes, counterattacks, and breakthrough passes, yet a crucial element was conspicuously absent. Turning his head, Simeone emphatically uttered a single term: set pieces. Upon hearing this, the coaches present were instantly enlightened. Malaga's efficiency with set pieces was indeed low. They lacked aerial threats and free-kick specialists. This indicated that we could intensify our defensive focus on Ye Luo in this area. With a swift motion, Simeone delineated a substantial zone between the edge of the penalty area and the midfield line. Fouling is, after all, a part of the game, he stated calmly. He intended to transform this match into a midfield battleground, employing persistent fouls and minor infractions to unsettle Ye Luo, introducing the young player to the harsh realities of football. As the 19th round of La Liga approached, media outlets began to speculate on the highly anticipated clash. A match between Malaga and Atletico Madrid, at any other time, would likely have garnered little pre-match coverage. Yet this season was different. Malaga had become a captivating team. After securing only 6 points in the first 13 matches, they surged with a 5-game winning streak, amassing 15 points, propelling themselves from the bottom of the standings to mid-table. The 5 consecutive victories transformed Malaga from what seemed like an easy opponent into the league's most formidable team, especially following Barcelona's recent draw with Deportivo La Coruña, which ended their 6-match winning streak. Currently, Malaga stood as the team with the most potent winning momentum in the league. Moreover, with the emergence of their star Ye Luo, who had just signed a professional contract, and Atletico's managerial change, the intrigue surrounding this match was considerable. In Madrid, the media predominantly supported Atletico, believing that teams often experience a surge of momentum following a managerial change. They contended that Malaga's squad, on paper, was not particularly strong, and their ability to maintain their 5-match winning streak relied heavily on Ye Luo's performance. In his column, the AS editor Rohrites, who harbors a long-standing grudge against Pellegrini, enumerated the reasons for Atletico Madrid's assured victory and Malaga's impending defeat. He argued that Malaga's consecutive victories lack credence, as their triumphs came against teams languishing in the lower echelons of the league table. The loss to Sevilla in the Copa del Rey further underscored Malaga's inability to contend with the league's elite, while Ye Luo's hat-trick against Almeria showcased his prowess. Almeria is a team considered a prime candidate for relegation, akin to Malaga's prior image. Hence, Malaga's winning streak fails to convey much significance. Ye Luo's 5 consecutive league goals merely indicate his aptitude for exploiting weaker opponents. Many readers found Rohrites' analysis compelling. Victories over lower-ranked teams indeed lack persuasive weight. However, they conveniently overlooked Ye Luo's earlier performance against Real Madrid. This illustrates the adage that the media can serve as a crownless king, often conveying partial truths rather than outright fabrications. During the pre-match press conference, An inquisitive journalist presented Pellegrini with Rohritz's article. Pellegrini's expression shifted to one of surprise. If I recall correctly, isn't Real Madrid currently sitting in second place? Are they also a mere stepping stone? The Chilean engineer Pellegrini, known for his generally amiable temperament, had previously faced staunch opposition from Rohritz during his tenure at Real Madrid, thus intertwining their past grievances with the current context. Yellow found himself collateral damage amidst the media frenzy. This match was neither a title decider nor a relegation battle. Rather, it garnered attention akin to the most anticipated fixtures of the week. In Spain, while the match generated considerable buzz, it remained within conventional bounds. However, in the Dragon Kingdom, it became the focal point for the majority of football enthusiasts over the weekend. Coinciding with this match was a high-stakes encounter in Serie A, the Milan Derby. Yet, the national sports channel opted against broadcasting the Milan Derby, choosing instead to feature Malaga's home clash against Atletico Madrid. Such scheduling drew little opposition even from Milan fans, as everyone was eager to witness Yellow's potential 7th consecutive goal. The fervor surrounding Yellow's ongoing scoring streak permeated the Dragon Kingdom, captivating even those previously indifferent to football. Consequently, the sports channel's viewership surged, prompting several domestic online football portals to consider investing significantly to acquire the streaming rights for La Liga from the national broadcaster. As the television, computer, and mobile devices showcased close-ups of Ye Luo, the long-awaited match day had finally arrived. Esteemed viewers, welcome to the broadcast of La Liga's 19th round, featuring Malaga facing off against Atletico Madrid. Undoubtedly, the focal point of everyone's attention is Ye Luo, who is set to make his starting appearance once again, aiming to extend his record of consecutive matches with goals to 7. The voice of commentator Zhang Jun, renowned for his expertise in Premier League commentary, resonated as he transitioned to narrate Ye Luo's exploits in La Liga. "Let the game begin," exclaimed Zhang Jun. "Can the streaming service provide a smoother experience? It's lagging." The influx of viewers surged past 1 million, reminiscent of a Champions League final. The comments section of the live stream was abuzz with activity. Players from both teams lined up, shook hands, posed for photographs, and the captains called for the coin toss. Following a series of pre-match rituals, the referee's whistle signaled the official commencement of the match. Ye Luo seized the ball. "Watch out. Oh no, Diego Costa has committed yet another foul. Can you count how many fouls Atletico Madrid has committed in under 10 minutes? Zhang Jun's voice reflected a hint of urgency. On the screen, Ye Luo rose from the ground, gesturing to the referee with 3 fingers. 3 fouls. Why hasn't a yellow card been issued? Ye Luo protested vocally. The referee, unfazed by Ye Luo's objections, halted and sternly replied, "Young man, I have my own standards and judgments. Should you continue with such remarks, I will issue you a yellow card." "Curse it," Ye Luo muttered in his native tongue. "What did you say?" The referee, well aware that Ye Luo's words were far from courteous, received a sharp retort in Spanish. "I wish you good health." 10 minutes into the match, Ye Luo struggled to find a moment of comfort on the ball. Every time he sought possession, players from Atletico Madrid would swiftly converge upon him, committing fouls, pulling him down, tackling him, and sometimes engaging in subtle, underhanded tactics. Among them, Diego Costa stood out as a master of unsavory maneuvers. Ye Luo cast a glance towards Costa, who exuded an air of provocation, raising his chin defiantly. In this match, Costa had secured a starting position over Falcao primarily due to his grappling prowess. Coach Simeone had spoken to him directly, urging him to engage in the dirty work necessary to counter Ye Luo. If one could induce a state of imbalance and emotional instability in Ye Luo, he would undoubtedly be the unsung hero of Atletico Madrid in this match. Observing Ye Luo's displeasure brings immense satisfaction to Diego Costa. This young lad possesses talent, yet lacks the experience, making him susceptible to traps. Furthermore, Diego Costa's satisfaction is amplified by the referee's leniency. 3 consecutive fouls went unpunished with yellow cards, providing Costa ample opportunity to exploit. Ye Luo must master his emotions. Atletico Madrid's strategy appears to be remarkably effective, as they continuously commit fouls in midfield to disrupt Malaga's attacking organization, fragmenting the game to such an extent that neither side has orchestrated any meaningful attacks thus far, leaving both goalkeepers without a single save to make. As Zhang Jun remarked in the broadcast room, this Diego Costa is exceedingly unscrupulous. Is he here to play football or to wrestle? Does a prestigious La Liga club like Atletico Madrid truly need to resort to such tactics? This match is utterly excruciating to watch. This is hardly football. Fans from Long Country were equally incensed. At that moment, Madrid pinned what seemed to be an objective remark on his Weibo account. Fouling is part of the game. If one cannot handle such situations, can they truly be considered a top-tier star? To be candid, there is nothing inherently wrong with that statement. Yet, fans are seldom able to separate the issue from the individual. Madrid, previously a vocal critic of Ye Luo, now issuing such a statement is undoubtedly laced with sarcasm. A flood of fans inundated the comments section, with hundreds expressing their disdain towards Madrid's female relatives. How courteous. Just then, Atletico Madrid capitalized on a mistake during a Malaga free kick. Godin leapt high in the penalty area to clear the ball, which Raul Garcia seized, launching a swift counterattack. Reyes received the ball on the flank, delivered a low cross, and Agüero, darting into the small box, effortlessly slotted the ball into the net. 1-0. Malaga, playing at home, has fallen behind. Agüero. Goal. A splendid counterattack. Indeed, a change in management has invigorated the team. Simeone's squad struck in the 12th minute. This is the first time Malaga has trailed in recent matches, and a statistic may send a chill down the spines of their supporters. Since last season, Malaga has failed to achieve a single comeback, losing the majority of games in which they conceded first. In the commentary booth, various commentators exuberantly celebrated Atletico Madrid's goal. In the press area, Llorentes leapt from his seat, raising his arms in triumph. Exactly. Just like that. They are merely a relegation-threatened team, Llorentes bellowed, causing many nearby to lean away from this notorious media madman. On the sidelines, Pellegrini wore a furrowed brow. Atletico Madrid's current strategy is indeed a source of concern. The offensive capability of Malaga concerning set pieces is indeed rather weak. On one hand, they lack aerial threats, and on the other, they do not possess adept free-kick specialists. This deficiency emboldens Atletico Madrid to commit fouls at the edge of the penalty area without hesitation. Moreover, the characteristics of Ye Luo necessitate that he has the ball at his feet to maximize his potential. What exacerbates Pellegrini's concerns is the prospect that Atletico Madrid may devise a strategy to counter Ye Luo and Malaga. If such a tactic emerges, it is likely to be swiftly replicated by the majority of other La Liga teams, potentially halting Malaga's winning streak and causing their previously commendable form to decline. Yet, Pellegrini finds himself at a loss regarding how to counter Atletico's aggressive fouling strategy, as Malaga's inherent limitations are evident. The challenge of maintaining control amidst such a game tempo is indeed a tall order for his players. To make matters worse, the team has conceded a goal, compounding their misfortune. Pellegrini's gaze inadvertently shifts towards Ye Luo. What should be done now? Should they focus on defense in the first half? His assistant, Marlosca, furrows his brow and suggests ensuring they only trail by one goal, with plans to adjust during halftime and intensify their efforts in the second half. This seems a rather conventional strategy. Pellegrini's attention remains fixed on Ye Luo, whose expression reflects anger, yet his focus remains on the ball. After striking the ball, he immediately sprints forward, then abruptly changes direction, angling to the right in an attempt to escape his markers and receive the ball in space. His eyes continuously scan the pitch, his positioning ever dynamic, refusing to succumb to despair despite the incessant fouling from the opposition. Instead, he appears increasingly proactive. Pellegrini takes a deep breath. He contemplates taking a risk. "Old friend, let us do nothing," he declares. "Nothing at all." "Yes. For we can rely on our star player now." He gestures towards Ye Luo on the field. "Are you not concerned about his mental state?" Pellegrini pauses, then responds. "To be honest, I harbor some concerns. Yet, I wish to take this gamble." "A gamble?" "Indeed, I wager he is a true superstar." Marlosca glances at Ye Luo on the pitch. A superstar. Such lofty expectations. However, if he truly is a superstar, he should not lose control of his emotions over such minor setbacks. What if the gamble fails? Marlosca cannot help but inquire. If it fails? Pellegrini reflects, then shrugs. Perhaps this is the price of growth. The price of growth? To pay with a loss in a match? Marlosca finds the notion absurd. Isn't that rather hasty? Meanwhile, on the other side, Simeone, having celebrated the goal, also fixates on Ye Luo. Ye Luo is indeed the linchpin of this encounter. Shortly thereafter, Simeone returns to the coaching bench. "We must prepare ourselves for this match as if it were a fierce battle," Simeone remarked to his assistant. The assistant coach, Herman Burgos, was momentarily taken aback. "What are you worried about? I believe our victory is already apparent." and we can comfortably execute counterattacks while they lack any means to threaten our goal. Simeone's gaze remained fixed on the pitch. I am concerned about him, he stated. Chapter 49, a goal from you. Simeone indeed harbored some worries. With Atletico Madrid's movements, the players from Malaga also began to feel anxious, instinctively responding with targeted actions. The match unfolded in a manner that Simeone hoped to see. Both teams' players were focused on fouls, pulling, tackling, collisions. The game was constantly interrupted. This was the pace Atletico Madrid desired, for they had prepared thoroughly throughout the week. And what of Malaga? Their rhythm was not aligned with this. The crux of victory in football lies in transforming the tempo of the game into one that is comfortable for oneself but uncomfortable for the opponent. In this regard, Atletico Madrid was quite successful. Yet, Simeone's eyes remained on Ye Luo, and in this process, he observed that, compared to other Malaga players, Ye Luo's focus remained unwavering. He consistently sought to receive the ball, to attack Atletico Madrid's goal, and he appeared somewhat impatient. However, Simeone could discern from Ye Luo's movements that he maintained his composure. Football, after all, is not a gladiatorial arena. Victory is not determined by the dirtiest plays or the most fouls, but by who can deliver the ball into the opponent's net. As Simeone pondered this, Ye Luo suddenly surged forward near the center circle, evading the defense of central midfielder Raul Garcia. However, Ye Luo struggled to accelerate due to Atletico Madrid's dense defense, leaving little space. He controlled the ball, feigned a lateral pass, and then swiftly changed direction, slipping past another midfielder. Mario Suarez. Ye Luo. He weaved past two players. The commentators' voices rose in excitement. Ye Luo advanced with the ball, pressing towards the edge of Atletico Madrid's penalty area. At the forefront of the penalty arc, the defending fullback, Luis Felipe, employed all his limbs, yet Ye Luo maintained firm control of the ball. Although he could not increase his speed, his objective was crystal clear: the penalty area. Atletico Madrid's penalty area. Ultimately, the resolution lay with Diego Costa. He sprinted back and, as Luis Felipe engaged Ye Luo, accelerated, placing a hand on Ye Luo's shoulder and extending his foot forward, forcefully pushing him ahead. With Ye Luo stumbling forward, the boos from the Rose Garden Stadium echoed through the air. Once again, it was Diego Costa. Not receiving a yellow card for this would be utterly unreasonable. The commentator, Zhang Jun, sounded somewhat irate. Even the commentators were outraged. The fans of the Dragon Nation need not be mentioned further. Diego Costa and the entire Atletico Madrid squad were collectively addressed. Ye Luo stands as the sole representative of Dragon Nation football abroad, and he may very well be the most gifted footballer in the history of Dragon Nation. Every kick he endures on the pitch sends waves of anxiety through countless Dragon Nation fans. However, Ye Luo's style of play also invites the possibility of rough fouls. Under the current regulations, the situation is relatively favorable, as FIFA encourages attacking players to showcase their talents, resulting in stringent penalties for fouls from behind or the side, particularly tackles. Thus, the genius stars of the Messi and Ronaldo generation have found themselves in fortunate circumstances. Today, a foul from behind will certainly earn a card. Even a clean tackle that solely makes contact with the ball can still warrant a yellow card warning, if contact is made with the player. The consequences are far more severe, often resulting in a straight red card. Such regulations undoubtedly provide better protection for attacking players, enhanced by advancements in medical care, allowing offensive players to remain at their peak even into their mid-30s. In contrast, a decade ago, many players faced the prospect of forced retirement by the age of 30. Even Ronaldo, arguably one of the most talented forwards in history, struggled with injuries in the twilight of his career. Diego Costa, upon executing a particular maneuver, was aware that a card awaited him. Yet, he feigned incredulity, clutching his head with both hands and half-squatting as he glared at the referee, brandishing the yellow card. The intent behind this gesture seemed to be to instill doubt in the referee's mind. Was it truly justifiable to penalize him? Of course. The referee was acutely aware of the foul from behind, coupled with prior infractions, and failing to issue a card could lead the match into chaos. Nonetheless, both the referee and Costa endured the cacophony of boos from the home crowd. Malaga's two wingers, Elisu and Sandro Silva, were deliberating on how to take the upcoming free kick. The position was directly in front of the goal, albeit from a considerable distance of approximately 28 or 29 meters. Previous opportunities of a similar nature had failed to trouble David De Gea's goal. Ye Luo glanced at the goal, and at that moment, as Costa prepared to set the wall in the penalty area, He remarked to Ye Luo, "We still have 10 players who can receive yellow cards." This provoked a surge of anger within Ye Luo. He turned to Costa with a look that suggested he was up to no good. He had no doubt that if he charged forward now, Costa would dramatically clutch his face and roll on the ground for 2.5 revolutions. Such banter was truly entertaining. A subtle smile crept across Ye Luo's face. Observing this, Costa felt a twinge of apprehension. This young man seemed rather formidable. "Are you going to set up the wall, Brazilian?" Ye Luo suddenly inquired. Costa, momentarily taken aback, heard Ye Luo's cold retort. "In a moment, I shall kick the ball over your head." What a display of bravado. Who couldn't do that? Ye Luo turned away, leaving Costa with a view of his back. At this moment, 2 players from Malaga had positioned the football, and Ye Luo picked it up, declaring, "Let me give it a try." Silva and Elisu were momentarily taken aback. "You can take direct free kicks?" inquired Silva, hailing from Brazil, as he had never noticed Ye Luo's capability to execute such shots before. Ye Luo smiled faintly. "Isn't it just a matter of shooting? Today, there aren't many chances for direct shots, so I wish to test my footwork." The two nodded in agreement. As the team's core and primary scorer, Ye Luo's performance was crucial. If he struggled today, Malaga's attacking prowess would significantly diminish. Allowing him to experiment with his touch seemed reasonable. "Do you need me to provide a screen?" asked Elisu. Ye Luo shook his head, saying, "No, I'll be taking a longer run-up." With that, he placed the ball carefully, aligning the valve toward himself, and took several large steps back, retreating about 7 or 8 meters. He then stood firm, his gaze fixed on the goal. Meanwhile, Diego Costa in the wall felt a twinge of apprehension. Why was this guy retreating so far? Was he aiming to shoot or to injure? In that moment, Ye Luo began his run-up, accelerating with increasing speed. Finally, with a resounding thud, the football soared into the air. What incredible velocity! Diego Costa was momentarily stunned, instinctively leaping upward. Whoosh! The ball narrowly skimmed over his head. Chapter 50, he was indeed well prepared. Ye Luo was set to take the free kick himself, having retreated to allow for an ample run-up. Oh, that was quite a distance indeed. In the commentary booth, Andres from Kobe Radio spoke with a hint of astonishment. No one truly knew the caliber of Ye Luo's free kick technique, as he had not had the opportunity to showcase it in previous matches. However, this time he might just surprise us. Zhang Jun's voice resonated through the airwaves, reaching all the fans watching the live stream. Ye Luo commenced his run. Suddenly, his voice soared by more than 8 octaves. "Shoot! Shoot!" At the Rose Garden Stadium, over 40,000 fans simultaneously erupted in cheers and roars. All previous frustrations seemed to rise with Ye Luo's kick, hurtling fiercely toward Atletico Madrid's goal. Initially, no one considered this free kick to be particularly special. However, once the ball was struck, the entire Rose Garden Stadium, including fans, coaches on the sidelines, substitute players, and those on the field, was collectively stunned. The ball was moving with alarming speed. To David De Gea, it felt almost instantaneous as the football transformed from small to large. He instinctively leaped, attempting to save the ball's trajectory, but quickly realized something was amiss. The ball undulated side to side, following an S-shaped path, a falling leaf. As this term echoed in David De Gea's mind, he understood the challenge ahead. The football soared into the net from the opposite side of his body. Perhaps if he had not attempted to dive, he would have fared better standing still, David De Gea pondered in frustration as he hung in the air. A goalkeeper with a slightly slower reaction time might have deflected the ball, as it initially traveled towards De Gea's right side before curving dramatically at the end of its trajectory. From an aerial perspective, one could observe its serpentine path. De Gea crashed heavily to the ground, incredulously turning his head to witness the ball colliding with the net, lifting it high like a grand tent. The football paused for a brief second before it plummeted with a resounding thud, bouncing upon the grass within the goal. Goodness gracious! What have I just witnessed? Ghoul! Unbelievable! Astounding! So exquisite! This was an astonishing free kick strike. Yes, the scorer was Ye Luo. He had netted the first direct free kick of his professional career. The speed, the trajectory, flawless in every aspect. De Gea made an attempt to save it, but was unable to prevent the ball from finding the back of the net. Following the goal, the commentators in the booth erupted in ecstasy. They could hardly believe their own eyes. The entire sequence, from takeoff to goal, transpired in no more than a second. Yet, that fleeting moment was indelibly etched into their cerebral cortex, igniting their minds with exhilarating electric signals. This free kick was indeed a remarkable spectacle. The speed was astonishing. Moreover, the trajectory was elusive, making it exceedingly difficult for the goalkeeper to make an accurate judgment. Such a goal deserves to be replayed time and again. After scoring, Ye Luo was immensely thrilled. Even as he placed the ball for the free kick, he harbored no absolute confidence in his ability to convert it. After all, even the most formidable free kick takers like Juninho would not dare to assert that every free kick they took would find the net. Nevertheless, Ye Luo had weighed his options before deciding to take the free kick himself. Firstly, he possessed Cristiano Ronaldo's scoring prowess, which naturally encompassed free kicks. Secondly, he benefited from Ronaldinho's exquisite touch. While Ye Luo was uncertain of the extent to which ball control enhanced his shooting ability, he was certain it had a significant impact, influencing all facets of ball-related skills, including stopping, shooting, and passing. Therefore, Ye Luo concluded that even if he failed to score, he would be a more reliable option than his two teammates. Thus, he resolved to take the shot himself. His prior confrontation with Diego Costa was merely a matter of pride. The opponent's provocation had compelled him to assert himself. He aimed directly at Costa's head, hoping that if the shot made it through, it would pose a threat, and if not, it would simply strike Costa's head, allowing him to vent his frustration. Little did he expect that this charade would manifest into such a remarkable reality. With exhilaration coursing through him, Ye Luo dashed forward, deliberately passing by Diego Costa with an air of disdain. He then skidded to a halt at the corner flag, celebrating with a dramatic slide on his knees. The Rose Garden Stadium erupted into a frenzy. The cheers of the fans surged forth like molten lava from a volcano. Oh, what a magnificent strike! A stunning direct free kick. Ye Luo has unleashed a world-class shot. 1-1. The home team, Malaga, has equalized. It is Ye Luo who has scored. This marks his 7th consecutive match with a goal and his 11th goal in La Liga. Zhang Jun, typically known for his impartial commentary grounded in data, found himself swept away in the moment. His elation resonated with the Dragon Kingdom fans, who were equally ecstatic. Incredible. Amazing. What a swift shot. Shouldn't De Gea have reacted better? Various comments flooded the screen as television replays showcased Ye Luo's goal from multiple angles. Malaga's players surged toward the corner flag, enveloping Ye Luo in a jubilant embrace. Meanwhile, the Atletico Madrid players wore grim expressions, caught off guard by such an unexpected concession. De Gea knelt on the ground, staring vacantly at the ball nestled in the net, his face a mask of resignation. Diego Costa's countenance was dark with frustration. Ye Luo's pre-goal remarks and subsequent nonchalance left Costa feeling like a mere jester. The once radiant visage seemed overshadowed by clouds. Equally dismayed was Simeone, whose face reflected his own disappointment. Ye Luo's free kick had dismantled much of his pre-match strategy. Atletico Madrid could no longer afford to commit fouls in that area. As a former professional player, Simeone recognized the skill behind Ye Luo's free kick. It was no mere fluke. Ye Luo was clearly well prepared. Simeone knew he had to make adjustments. Otherwise, if Ye Luo were to attempt another free kick or two, it could lead to self-doubt among his players. Not far away, Pellegrini celebrated with delight, exclaiming, "He will be our primary free kick taker." Marlosca excitedly wrapped his arms around Pellegrini's neck. In Chapter 51, The Third Monster, Simeone swiftly made adjustments. As his team had just been equalized against what was undeniably a spectacular direct free kick, he instructed his players to tighten their defensive formation, concentrating their efforts in the central area to minimize any opportunities for the opposition to take dangerous direct free kicks. Simeone recognized his oversight. He had taken things for granted. However, it was not too late to rectify his mistakes. Meanwhile, Pellegrini quickly pulled Ye Luo aside to discuss tactical strategies on the field. Inform the players that we must capitalize on our current momentum to score and suppress them. Let us swiftly net the second goal. Malaga has equalized after trailing. Both momentum and morale are ascending. Conversely, Atletico Madrid's spirit inevitably wanes after conceding the equalizer. In the arena of football, the paper strength, tactics, and the condition of the players are pivotal to determining the outcome of the match. Yet, there exists another crucial element that bears significant importance: momentum. When momentum surges, every pass finds its mark, every shot hits true. A competent coach would undoubtedly leverage the advantage of rising momentum to establish a winning position. Understood, coach. Ye Luo nodded emphatically and eagerly dashed onto the pitch. Brothers, the coach urges us to annihilate them. Ye Luo shouted. Annihilate them. Instantly, the morale of Malaga's players soared to its zenith. On the sidelines, Pellegrini was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a wry smile. It seems he had been too genteel. A single phrase like annihilate them is far more impactful than a multitude of words. This lad possesses the makings of a true captain, Pellegrini remarked to his assistant. As the match resumed, Malaga's momentum surged, particularly Ye Luo. Positioned as a left winger on the pre-match formation, he operated more akin to a free attacker in the front line. He could receive the ball on the left, right, or through the center, his positioning remarkably fluid. Being the unequivocal core of Malaga, the primary objective of their attack was to deliver the ball to Ye Luo's feet, allowing him to challenge the opposing defense. Ye Luo's task was to find space to receive the ball, and if the defense showed any weakness, he would exploit it with his individual prowess. Such a strategy proved troublesome for Atletico Madrid's defense. Faced with Ye Luo's formidable one-on-one dribbling, Atletico was compelled to resort to fouling him. Fortunately, these fouls occurred primarily on the flanks, preventing Ye Luo from seizing another direct shot at goal. Nevertheless, Atletico had to contend with 3 yellow cards, leaving 5 of their players cautioned by this stage. In the 21st minute, Ye Luo evaded Felipe Luis on the flank, only for the opposing center-back Godin to swiftly close in. Resolutely executing a tackle near the right edge of the penalty area, Ye Luo was sent sprawling to the ground, rolling several times before immediately rising to request the ball. This determination, this desire to attack the goal, this purity of spirit for the game, sent shivers down Godin's spine, instilling in him a newfound respect. In his mind, Ye Luo had transcended the status of a mere young star. He had become an adversary worthy of every effort to thwart, an immensely formidable opponent. Oh, what an exhilarating contest! The young lad from our dragon country swiftly sprang to his feet, eager to retrieve the ball. He did not roll on the ground in an attempt to deceive the referee. Instead, he possessed a courageous and relentless spirit, a desire to win that commands admiration. As the commentators noted. Meanwhile, the fans of Dragon Country expressed their concern. Why not linger on the ground a bit longer? Cover your face. Roll around a few more times. Why so honest? They exclaimed. You lack experience. Grab your shirt. They urged. However, for Ye Luo, he was acutely aware that a few dramatic rolls, some anguished cries, and a furtive glance at the referee might have prompted a card for the opposing player. Yet, such theatrics would disrupt the flow of the game, potentially halting Malaga's momentum and affording Atletico Madrid a chance to regroup. Moreover, Godin's tackle was executed close to the grass without any studs exposed. Despite its seemingly forceful nature, such a challenge posed no real danger. Consequently, Ye Luo sustained no injury. He promptly received a quick free kick from a teammate, deftly maneuvering into the penalty area with his right foot, then feigned a pass with his left, completely deceiving Atletico's center-back, Ye Luo. After cutting into the middle, he struck the ball towards the goal with his right foot. Ye Luo, the commentators exclaimed, their voices rising in excitement. Oh, De Gea, David De Gea, he has once again saved Atletico Madrid. The 19-year-old De Gea was undoubtedly the standout player on the field. This match seemed to revolve around a duel between 2 prodigies. Here it comes again. Ye Luo cuts inside. Everyone knows he intends to cut in, yet they cannot stop him. The shot. Splendid. De Gea executed a magnificent save. What a striking effort, and what a brilliant stop. Throughout the first half, Ye Luo consistently received the ball, made runs, and dribbled past defenders. His presence was felt in every corner of the pitch, frequently creating goal-scoring opportunities. It could be said that had it not been for David De Gea, Atletico Madrid might have already succumbed to a crushing defeat. And now, with the first half yet to conclude, Ye Luo had already drawn 5 yellow cards from Atletico Madrid. 5 players had been cautioned for fouling him. This posed a significant challenge for Atletico in the second half. Could their strategy of fouling continue? If someone were to receive a red card, the likelihood of Atletico losing this match would significantly increase. This match left many Spanish journalists in the media area utterly astonished. For the majority of the first half, Malaga had dominantly controlled the game against Atletico Madrid. Indeed, Malaga had overpowered Atletico Madrid. This scenario sounded almost like an April Fool's joke. What kind of team is Malaga? A perennial relegation contender in La Liga. Although they now had a wealthy owner, they had yet to fully realize that wealth. And what about Atletico Madrid? They are touted as the 3rd powerhouse in La Liga. Everything unfolding at the Rose Garden Stadium felt surreal, yet upon closer inspection, it seemed entirely plausible. For Malaga possessed a monster. There exists a formidable entity that poses a significant threat to the goal, regardless of the time or place. When the whistle signifying the end of the first half echoed through the stadium, the players of Atletico Madrid collectively exhaled in relief. Throughout the first half, they resembled hapless deer in a jungle, driven into a frenzy by the arrows of a skilled hunter. The sound of the halftime whistle was a hymn of redemption for them. Meanwhile, the gaze of the reporters was fixated on Ye Luo, who had already netted 11 goals. With 6 matches played, could the race for the Golden Boot possibly welcome a third monster? The Spanish journalist displayed a complex array of emotions. Conversely, the journalists from Longwa could not help but rise to their feet, applauding and cheering for Ye Luo as he traversed the players' tunnel. Well done. Keep it up, Ye Luo. As Ye Luo made his way towards the tunnel, he reciprocated the applause for those who cheered for him. Yet, his heart was not at ease. For the team had yet to surpass their opponents in score. Chapter 52. What defines a superstar? Simeone was acutely aware that if Malaga continued their relentless assault in the second half, it was uncertain whether his team would retain all 11 players on the pitch. To continue defending meant to allow Ye Luo to torment his backline further. What, then, was to be done? As Simeone returned to the locker room, his brow was furrowed in thought. However, upon opening the door to the locker room, a confident demeanor returned to his countenance, as though all was well within his grasp. Any exceptional head coach often embodies the qualities of a psychological maestro. The moment the locker room door shut, Simeone fixed his gaze upon his players and declared, "I am quite pleased with your performance in the latter stages of the first half." This statement indeed caused the weary Atletico Madrid players, who had been looking down, to lift their heads in surprise. When they beheld the confident expression on their coach's face, they paused momentarily. Simeone, the newly appointed head coach of Atletico Madrid, understood that he currently possessed little authority in the locker room. Therefore, to compel these players to give their all in the second half, he had to employ different tactics. Was it not true? They had conceded only a single goal, and that was merely a fluke. If Ye Luo were to attempt a shot from that position 100 times, I would wager that he could replicate the quality of that shot no more than 5 times. While such a statement might seem excessive, one could certainly find logical flaws upon rationally analyzing it. Yet, the players of Atletico Madrid, witnessing Simeone's unwavering confidence, found themselves instinctively inclined to trust his judgment. Thus, they concluded that their first half had, in fact, been quite successful, even though their opponents had pressed them fiercely for over 20 minutes. Simeone held up 2 fingers, emphasizing, over 20 minutes. Yet, they failed to score. What does this signify? It signifies that their strategy was a failure. Their aggressive tactics were unsuccessful. It indicates that they expended excessive energy. You all are well aware of the toll such fierce attacks can take, especially their core player, the not yet 18-year-old Ye Luo, who is still merely a child. How formidable can his physical prowess truly be? Indeed, Ye Luo has yet to reach the age of 18. As a youth whose body is still in the throes of maturation, what strength can he possess? Thus, upon hearing this, the players of Atletico Madrid found Simeone's words quite reasonable. They instinctively straightened their posture, their gazes fixed upon Simeone, a newfound trust beginning to blossom within them. Simeone felt satisfied. He surveyed the room, ensuring his gaze lingered on each player. He then proclaimed, "In the second half, let us advance our formation and launch an offensive. We shall suppress them through our attack." The strength of Atletico Madrid's lineup is formidable, boasting 2 strikers with considerable scoring capabilities. Therefore, even in a shooting contest, Atletico Madrid had nothing to fear. A header. Brilliant. Alno's splendid save. Oh, Diego Costa's close-range header was thwarted. As the second half commenced, Atletico Madrid shed their previous passive stance and took the initiative to attack. They turned the tables on Malaga, who found themselves nearly immobilized within their defensive zone. Atletico Madrid possessed such strength. Indeed, they had an exceptionally talented lineup. This was the performance Atletico Madrid was meant to deliver. The commentators' voices brimmed with excitement. Diego Costa clasped his head in despair. Undoubtedly an outstanding forward, he is also quite astute. Upon realizing that his petty antics and trash talk had no effect on Ye Luo, he promptly abandoned such behaviors. Now, in the offensive realm, the combination of Costa and Aguero as dual strikers showcased remarkable attacking prowess. One exuded raw power, while the other demonstrated agility and finesse, creating a complementary dynamic. Just 5 minutes into the second half, they had already collaborated for 4 shots, each on target. Atletico Madrid appeared to be tantalizingly close to scoring. Pellegrini needed to devise a strategy to turn the tide, Their situation was exceedingly precarious. If they continued to be pressured by Atletico Madrid in this manner, conceding a goal was merely a matter of time. At this moment, the camera focused on Pellegrini, who was furrowing his brow at the sidelines. He was already glancing at the substitutes bench. In such circumstances, the head coach could only adjust the team's rhythm through substitutions in hopes of reversing the situation. Just as Pellegrini turned his head, a sudden eruption of gasps filled the Rose Garden Stadium. He quickly turned back to witness a corner kick from Atletico Madrid, finding the center-back Godin in the box. Godin leaped high, directing a powerful header towards the goal. Thud! The ball struck the crossbar and rebounded into the grasp of the startled Alno. As Alno intended to hold onto the ball for a moment to disrupt Atletico Madrid's rhythm, he heard a loud call. Captain! It was in Chinese, the term Ye Luo typically used to address him. Arnaud, without even lifting his head, unleashed his powerful Chilean arm, forcefully hurling the ball towards the source of the sound. What rhythm disruption? Absolutely non-existent. Wouldn't scoring against them be delightful? It's all entrusted to you. The seasoned veteran Arnaud released the ball, which gracefully traced a parabolic arc through the air, his gaze precisely catching sight of Ye Luo's frenzied sprinting figure, the number 10 of Malaga, the pivotal player in this match, the absolute core of Malaga's offense, the hottest rising star in La Liga. Charge forth. Arnaud exerted every ounce of strength into his arm, his body lunging forward to the ground. Yet his eyes remained fixated on Ye Luo. This veteran, who had dedicated 9 years to Malaga, glimpsed the hope of the team reaching its zenith. The Atletico Madrid players had no time for regret. Upon witnessing Ye Luo's burst of speed, they felt a tingling sense of despair. Instantly, everyone began to chase back. And as for Ye Luo, amidst his reckless dash, he glanced at the ball, then gently lifted his foot to ease it forward. It landed, he exerted force, initiated, accelerated. Like flowing clouds and flowing water, smooth and seamless. As he flung his arms and sprinted, one could almost envision a cheetah pouncing towards its prey. Ye Luo's complete focus was directed ahead. The football. De Gea. The goal. Accelerate. 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 The Atletico Madrid players, in pursuit, were enveloped in despair. They resembled a three-wheeled motorcycle attempting to race a Ferrari. All they could do was listen as the engine of that sports car roared away into the distance. A clear shot. A clear shot. Ye Luo is one-on-one. De Gea was now the only player from Atletico Madrid facing Ye Luo, and he charged forward. Oh! Ye Luo did not slow down. De Gea lunged, but Ye Luo deftly evaded him. An open goal. A push. The ball is in. 2-1. 2-1. Ye Luo has scored twice. His 12th league goal. What more can be said? What more can be said? A genius. This is what it means to be a genius. What defines a superstar? This is a superstar. In a moment of extreme adversity for the team, he turned the tide with a spectacular long-distance goal. Amidst the cheers of the commentators, the Rose Garden Stadium erupted like a volcano. All the fans leaped up, jumping and cheering. The entire stadium trembled. Amidst the vibrations, Ye Luo spread his arms, sprinting to the sidelines. He turned, thumbs pointing proudly to the name on the back of his jersey. The 40,000 fans collectively chanted, Ye Luo. Chapter 53, The Red Dot Package. The defeated Atletico Madrid. De Gea lay on the ground, gasping for breath. As a prodigious goalkeeper under the spotlight of all Spain, De Gea possessed remarkable talent on the goal line, possibly being the fastest reacting keeper of the new generation. Yet at this moment, his eyes were filled with confusion and dread. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. De Gea had faced strong opponents before. He had faced Cristiano Ronaldo and had been breached by Lionel Messi, but when confronted by Yellow, the opponent's momentum nearly shattered his composure. As the adversary charged forward with the ball, he perceived a mighty lion, a lion determined to seize its prey. In that moment, the intensity of the opponent's presence reached its zenith, overwhelming him. Indeed, at that instant, De Gea felt a surge of panic and fear. He covered his face with his hands and collapsed onto the grass. In this direct confrontation, he had succumbed. The young De Gea experienced a profound sense of defeat for the first time, perhaps because the one who had utterly vanquished him was even 2 years his junior. Finally, he sat up, fixating on the fleeting silhouette of the number 10. Sweat trickled down from his brow, cascading down his face as if a century had passed. Next time, I shall not succumb to you. De Gea clenched his fists, vowing that this silhouette would forever be etched in his memory. On the sidelines, Simeone was taken aback. The moment he witnessed Ye Luo bypassing De Gea and scoring, he realized the match was beyond redemption. Yet, it was not merely a defeat to Malaga. It was a loss to this prodigious talent. Indeed, a prodigy. Have you ever seen a 17-year-old player possess such extraordinary ability? It defies belief. Simeone's head buzzed with the implications. He understood that his tenure at Atletico Madrid would be fraught with challenges and setbacks due to this match. He would need to exert greater effort to unify the team and earn the players' trust. Meanwhile, the Malaga bench erupted with excitement. This goal propelled Malaga ahead, reversing the score from 0-1 to 2-1. How could one not be exhilarated by such a turn of events? Pellegrini clasped his head in disbelief, fixated on the pitch. Ye Luo had sprinted 70 meters, calmly bypassed the goalkeeper, and slotted the ball into the open net. The Atletico Madrid players were unable to even approach him. With a single opportunity, he had scored. It was terrifying. Pellegrini felt a surge of relief. Thankfully, this remarkable player was on his side. Otherwise, devising a strategy to counter Ye Luo would have been utterly agonizing. But now, the anguish belonged to Simeone and the coaches of other La Liga teams. Pellegrini needed only to celebrate and rejoice. After falling behind, the Atletico Madrid players appeared dazed, once again overwhelmed by Malaga. Their mentality seemed to falter, leading to increasingly aggressive actions on the pitch. The referee's whistle echoed frequently. Foul. My heavens, that action deserves a card. Indeed, Dominguez received a yellow card, bringing the total of cautioned Atletico Madrid defenders and midfielders to 5. The atmosphere was charged with tension. The referee must restore calm among the Atletico Madrid players. Commentators shook their heads in disapproval. The stands at the Rose Garden Stadium erupted with sharp boos. The Malaga players, visibly agitated, surrounded the referee, demanding an explanation for the countless fouls they had endured. Were they expected to wait for one of their players to be injured before the referee would brandish that dreaded red card? Silence. Silence. I have my judgment. The referee declared coldly. Reluctantly, the Malaga players dispersed. On the sidelines, Pellegrini watched with bated breath, contemplating substituting Ye Luo. Yet, with only a slender lead of 1 goal, replacing him felt too risky. However, the reckless actions of the Atletico Madrid players posed a genuine threat. Pellegrini, weighing the risks, glanced toward the substitutes bench and signaled for forward Sebastián Fernández to warm up. Ye Luo grimaced, rubbing the spot where he had just been kicked. As the referee's whistle blew to resume the match, Ye Luo swiftly controlled the ball at his feet, passing it to Edinho. Edinho, understanding the moment, sent the ball into the penalty area. Ye Luo seized the opportunity, deftly maneuvering past Domingos, who failed to make any contact. Suddenly, from the defensive side of the penalty area, Diego Costa surged forward, executing a tackle from behind. Ye Luo collapsed to the ground. The sharp sound of the referee's whistle pierced the air. The referee pointed to the penalty spot, and to the horror of Diego Costa and all Atletico Madrid players, he produced a red card from his pocket. A cacophony of cheers erupted from the Rose Garden Stadium. Diego Costa, hands on his head, mouth agape, looked utterly bewildered, his expression one of incredulity, as if he were more wrong than doughy. A penalty, a red card, a double blow to Atletico Madrid in a matter of moments. Costa protested angrily to the referee, seeking to voice his grievances. "Let us review the replay," exclaimed the commentator Zhang Jun. "What is there to discuss? The tackle from behind. No contact with the ball, and Ye Luo was brought down right in front of the goalkeeper. Penalty, red card, no questions asked." However, the Atletico Madrid players were far from convinced. De Gea was visibly agitated. "Diving. It's a dive. He fell intentionally." Exactly. Diego's action was insufficient to justify such an exaggerated fall. "This cannot be a penalty," they protested vehemently. "This is far too harsh. How can you issue a red card so swiftly?" Some Atletico players even attempted to provoke Ye Luo, hoping to draw him into the fray, to earn him a yellow or red card as well. The players of Malaga, steeped in experience, stood resolutely before Ye Luo, preventing any interference as he prepared to take the penalty kick. After all, the execution of a penalty is a true test of one's mental fortitude. The players from both sides became entangled in a tumultuous clash, pushing and shoving one another. The referee's whistle pierced through the air urgently, with the assistant referee joining the fray, striving to separate the competing players. No one anticipated that what appeared to be a rather mundane match beforehand would unfold into a tapestry of drama, rife with conflicts, yellow cards, red cards, and fierce confrontations. The commentator from Cope Radio, Andres, exclaimed fervently from the commentary box. Red dot package. Red dot package. Atletico Madrid has been utterly overwhelmed by Ye Luo. Chapter 54. A genius of historic proportions indeed. It was this young prodigy before them that brought nightmares to the coaching staff, players, and fans of Atletico Madrid. Their gazes towards Ye Luo were laced with trepidation. To thwart his brilliance, Atletico Madrid had paid a steep price. Ye Luo stood at the penalty spot, coolly observing Diego Costa's theatrics. As Costa surged into the penalty area, he could have easily slotted the ball into the far corner. However, upon recognizing that the recovering defender was Diego Costa, he reconsidered. Such a penchant for fouling? Perhaps it would be prudent for him to reflect in solitude for at least 3 matches. In football, prowess speaks for itself. Ultimately, Costa's protests and antics became mere embellishments on the television screen. His red card was irrevocable, setting aside the absence of VAR technology, even if it were present. A blatant foul disrupting a clear goal-scoring opportunity would undoubtedly warrant a red card. Observing Costa's resigned exit from the pitch, Ye Luo placed the ball on the penalty spot. At that moment, De Gea sought to rattle his composure. "You dived, didn't you? You must have dived. You despicable creature," the Spanish goalkeeper shouted at Ye Luo. Yet, Ye Luo remained unfazed. The Malaga players took on the role of Ye Luo's protectors, pushing away anyone attempting to disrupt his focus, nearly igniting yet another conflict. In the penalty area, only Ye Luo and De Gea remained. De Gea continued his incessant chatter. "I know how you intend to strike. You're aiming this way, aren't you? Go on. Kick it here." Ye Luo furrowed his brow. Hadn't he heard that this goalkeeper, who would later transfer to Manchester United, was loquacious? Such antics. Did he believe he was auditioning for a performance? Ye Luo scoffed, casting a glance at the referee. At that moment, the referee blew the whistle. Without hesitation, Ye Luo took a swift run-up, devoid of any rhythm or pause. He surged forward and unleashed a powerful shot towards the lower right corner. Whether one could predict the direction was inconsequential. He aimed for that precise angle, an absolute dead zone. Even if De Gea guessed correctly, it would prove futile. Indeed, he dove to his left, having anticipated the direction, yet faced with such a fiercely angled strike, he had no means to respond. His body had yet to fully unfurl when the football, with a swift whoosh, brushed against the net. A penalty kick is not merely a contest of skill. It is a fundamental technique that, on the La Liga stage, any player, given a sound mindset, can execute with precision. Striking the ball from the penalty spot towards a fixed target is a skill upon which many depend for their livelihood. Yet, why do players occasionally miss their penalties? This brings us to the pivotal factor influencing penalty success: mentality. Executing a penalty is a battle of wits between the goalkeeper and the kicker. When De Gea's interference bore no fruit, and Ye Luo had already predetermined how he would approach his shot, directing the ball accurately towards his desired angle, scoring the penalty became an inevitability. The ball found the net. A splendid strike to the lower right corner, forceful and decisive. Such a powerful shot is nearly insurmountable. However, a moment's carelessness could lead to a miss or a high shot. To strike with such confidence indicates Ye Luo's remarkable composure. He possesses a heart of steel. With the score at 3-1, Malaga had essentially sealed their victory. After converting the penalty, Ye Luo stood at the spot, smirking, no need to perform like a clown. It serves no purpose. De Gea, upon hearing this, was immediately engulfed in fury, charging towards Ye Luo. Fortunately, his defensive partner, the center-back Godin, restrained him firmly around the waist. "Stay calm. Stay calm," he asked, trying to provoke you into receiving a red card. The words fell on De Gea like a bucket of cold water, sending chills down his spine. Indeed, had Godin not intervened, his reckless advance would have practically invited a red card. Was this young man always so composed? They were already 2 goals ahead, yet he still sought to maximize his team's advantage through a penalty. Such a mentality is formidable. It is truly difficult to fathom that he is merely 17. De Gea fixed his gaze upon Ye Luo, taking deep breaths to force himself to regain composure. Ye Luo, witnessing De Gea being held back, felt a twinge of regret. Otherwise, Atletico Madrid would have been reduced to 9 men. Consequently, for the remaining 20 minutes of the match, Atletico Madrid would find it virtually impossible to create any surprises. Is this not merely a tactic of trash talk? Who cannot do that? Ye Luo scoffed, then opened his arms to welcome the Malaga players rushing towards him. After scoring, Malaga played with newfound ease. Their opponents were a man down, and time was running short. In the 78th minute, amidst the cheers of the crowd, Ye Luo was substituted early. Pellegrini's decision proved to be astutely correct, as the ensuing match descended into chaos. The players' actions grew increasingly aggressive, with frequent fouls and collisions interrupting the game repeatedly. Ultimately, Atletico Madrid received an astonishing 8 yellow cards and 2 red cards in this match, while Malaga also garnered 5 yellow cards. It was truly a game overflowing with cards. At the moment the final whistle blew, even Simeone let out a sigh of relief. He genuinely feared that if the match continued, he would have to field reserve players in the next game. Ultimately, thanks to Yellow's hat trick, Malaga staged a remarkable comeback, defeating Atletico Madrid 3-1 at home, achieving an impressive 6 consecutive victories in the league. Yellow, who has scored 13 league goals over 6 matches and has delivered hat tricks in back-to-back games, has created a whirlwind across La Liga and Europe. Prior to this match, some media outlets reported details of Yellow's contract: a net annual salary of €10 million, a signing bonus of €10 million, and a buyout clause of €60 million. Initially, European media widely viewed the cost incurred by Malaga as exorbitant and the risk as too high. However, after this match, public opinion took a turn. To perform a hat trick against a team like Atletico Madrid and score 3 goals in 2 consecutive league matches, does such performance warrant any skepticism? All La Liga teams have recognized that Yellow is the undeniable core of Malaga. To restrain Yellow is to restrain Malaga. Coaches throughout La Liga are scrutinizing Yellow with a magnifying glass. Meanwhile, teams that had already shown interest in Yellow have begun making offers to Malaga as the winter transfer window opens, with some even willing to pay the full €60 million buyout clause to secure Yellow's services, prompting Sans to regret the amount of the clause. La Liga has welcomed a historical-level genius. After the match, renowned football commentator Andres expressed his thoughts in a column for Cope Radio, marveling at the ascent of Malaga to 11th place in the standings. Incredible. 6 consecutive wins. With 24 points, they are now just 11 points behind 4th-placed Valencia. However, Valencia has 1 game in hand, and an 11-point gap is substantial. It is unlikely Malaga can maintain this winning streak. Why not? This is the peak moment. A slump is inevitable. I am solely focused on Yellow's performance. 2 hat tricks in 2 matches, 13 goals across 6 matches, leading the scoring charts. Who else can compare? It feels like a dream. Surely he won T-peak before even starting his career. Such ominous thoughts. On social media, discussions about this match were fervent. Will Yellow ultimately win the Golden Boot? Someone asked. It's impossible. In the Bundesliga, Premier League, or Serie A, perhaps, but in La Liga it's unlikely. The top 2 contenders are too consistent. Indeed, it seems improbable, but being just behind those 2 monsters is possible. Those 2 monsters are not even human. So I declare Yellow the true Golden Boot winner. As long as sufficient prerequisites are established, even Bernabéu could be crowned the king of football, correct? Even if he does not achieve this season, what about the next? Maintaining such a scoring efficiency is undoubtedly possible. I never imagined that I might actually witness a player from the Dragon Kingdom securing the Golden Boot in one of the top 5 leagues. What does it matter? I have heard that the Football Association is currently convening review meetings across various regions, criticizing Yellow. Criticizing him. What a fool. The Football Association is filled with fools. How could the Football Association be so foolish? The following day, nearly all media outlets made this match their headline story. Marca, Atletico Madrid falls at the Rose Garden. Dragon Kingdom's genius scores 3 to decimate the Mattress Army. Mundo Deportivo, 2 consecutive hat tricks. The talented youngster rises strongly. Iberian Daily, back-to-back hat tricks. Malaga celebrates 6 consecutive victories. In an instant, all of Spain was abuzz with discussions about Yellow. Simultaneously, following this league match, there was approximately a 10-day interval until the next one commenced. Consequently, Malaga granted the players a 3-day holiday. Meanwhile, Malaga's transfer department was not idle. Soon, they made significant acquisitions in the transfer market. For €2.5 million, they secured the talented defensive midfielder Camacho from Atletico Madrid, alongside another promising goalkeeper, Asenjo. Tragically, Asenjo, only 21 years old, anticipated becoming Atletico Madrid's starting goalkeeper, but the emergence of the 19-year-old De Gea swiftly usurped his position. Now, Atletico boasts 2 prodigious goalkeepers, leaving Asenjo to languish on the bench. Given the unique nature of the goalkeeper position, which rarely allows for rotation, he could only seek a loan, thus providing Malaga with an unexpected opportunity. The acquisitions of these two players were merely an appetizer. Soon, the main course arrived. Malaga reached an agreement with Bayern Munich. Argentine center-back Demichelis accepted Malaga's invitation and transferred to the club, becoming the first marquee signing for Malaga. Yet, this was not the end. On January 7th, Malaga announced another signing. Valencia's prodigious midfielder Isco joined the team on a loan with an option to buy during the winter transfer window. In just a matter of days, there were 4 significant signings. This winter transfer window, Malaga was destined to stir the waters of the transfer market. On the way to the headquarters of Madrid's Cope radio station, Ye Luo stared at his phone, his face displaying a look of terror. "Dear Ye Luo, I have chosen to join Malaga, and it is all because of you. From the moment I witnessed your style of play, you became my idol. I am in such awe of you, and I cannot wait to share the pitch with you. I am eagerly anticipating arriving at Malaga's training ground." Isco, goodness, must it be expressed so sentimentally? Although Spaniards are known for their passion, such fervent declarations are indeed rare. And when did my phone number get leaked? Who was responsible for this? A certain coach, involved in the transfer dealings of Malaga, was suddenly interrupted by a sneeze. Ye Luo felt a chill run down his spine. He was well aware of Isco's considerable talent, which ultimately led him to Real Madrid. However, upon receiving this text message, Ye Luo's unease intensified, as he began to worry about his future safety in the locker room. This time, we are to participate in the flagship program of Cope Television, La Liga Review, which frequently features numerous star players, including the likes of Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo. At the wheel was Vera Ann Bylan, the head of the media relations team assembled by Mendez to assist Ye Luo. Let it not be misconstrued. She was not one of those strikingly attractive young graduates. The world does not abound with such beauties. While Ms. Vera was not unattractive, she certainly did not embody the essence of charm. Moreover, her role as a media relations professional for a player of Ye Luo's caliber under Mendez agency spoke volumes of her extensive experience, which was reflected in her age. She was already 37. As she drove, she meticulously outlined the key points for Ye Luo's participation in the program. For athletes, attending television shows serves as a means to enhance visibility, and Mendez agency was also negotiating Ye Luo's first commercial endorsement contract, a vital component of a player's economic income. The program typically featured 3 hosts, the renowned commentator Mr. Andres, and the esteemed journalist and media figure, Mr. Ivanis. The format primarily consisted of a conversational exchange where the 2 hosts posed questions for Ye Luo to answer, fostering a relaxed atmosphere. What about the 3rd host? Ye Luo astutely noticed Ms. Vera had glossed over the identity of the 3rd presenter. Oh, you need not concern yourself with her. The host is named Blanca Savira. She generally refrains from asking challenging questions and is primarily responsible for enlivening the atmosphere. She previously hosted a wildly popular Spanish program that achieved remarkable viewership ratings, Ms. Vera explained. Ye Luo's expression reflected genuine interest. In recent times, he had been watching local Spanish television to hone his language skills. What program? Vera glanced at him while focusing on the road. The daily weather forecast in Spain. Upon arriving at the program's venue, Ye Luo immediately understood why the weather forecast consistently dominated the ratings of Spanish television programs. The explanation was rather simple. It was a woman named Blanca Savira. While her features were not exceptionally refined, she could be deemed attractive. However, her figure was undeniably striking. Indeed, the aesthetic preferences of men worldwide tend to converge. Although politically correct selections in beauty contests often yield peculiar results, a genuine understanding of what men appreciate in women can be gleaned from the viewership rankings of certain unmentionable video sites. The atmosphere of the live show was indeed quite relaxed, essentially resembling a casual chat program. The 2 male hosts posed questions primarily concerning football, to which Ye Luo frequently responded. A comedic presence, referred to as a flower vase, contributed to the lightheartedness of the environment. This type of program lacked depth, and Ye Luo pondered how such impressive viewership could be attributed to the 2 notably astute male hosts. He even speculated that the remuneration for the flower vase lady must exceed that of the 2 male hosts. The recording proceeded smoothly to its conclusion. Host Andres, with keen interest, inquired, Malaga has achieved 6 consecutive victories, successfully escaping the shadow of relegation. What, then, is Malaga's goal for the second half of the season? Without hesitation, Ye Luo replied, our objective is to win every match. No, I'm asking about league standings. You cannot evade me with such platitudes, Andres chuckled. As for the league standings, Ye Luo pondered briefly before stating, "My personal goal is to strive for a top 4 finish, securing a spot in next season's Champions League." Aiming for the top 4? Are you certain? Absolutely. Ye Luo responded without hesitation. There was nothing inherently wrong with this ambition. Perhaps Pellegrini had not set forth a goal of contending for the top 4. Yet for Ye Luo personally, this aspiration was not a mere fanciful delusion. "That does seem quite challenging," interjected the other host, Mitter. Ye Luo smiled, replying, "I am well aware of the difficulties, but if the goals set are easily attainable, what significance do they hold?" Both hosts nodded in agreement. Although the notion of Malaga vying for a top 4 finish might seem somewhat unrealistic, a closer examination of the league table revealed that if Malaga were to establish a goal worthy of pursuit, a top 4 finish could indeed galvanize the team as players. I genuinely believe Malaga might make it into the top 4. They've already secured 6 consecutive victories, and with a few more wins, they may catch up to Valencia. Ye, isn't your next opponent Valencia? They could be considered your rivals for the top 4, Blanca remarked, winking at Ye Luo and unusually sharing an extended thought. Can you defeat them? Blanca inquired. Of course, we can conquer all our opponents. I shall eagerly await the outcome, Blanca responded, covering her mouth while her gaze remained fixed on Ye Luo. If you win, I will grant you one request, any request at all. Ahem, Andres quickly interjected, Blanca. I must remind you that Ye Luo is still a minor. And so what? Is age an impediment? I do not believe so. The only true barrier is the Indian mentality, Ye Luo internally cursed. The Spaniards were indeed quite liberal. Such remarks made openly on a program were rather lacking in decorum. Ye Luo considered that the comments were merely playful jests for entertainment purposes. However, after the program concluded, Blanca slipped a business card into Ye Luo's hand and leaned in to whisper, "Feel free to call me anytime, handsome." Instantly, a shiver ran down Ye Luo's spine. On the way back, he couldn't resist asking Ms. Vera, "Is this Blanca the type who seeks to exploit the fame of football stars to make a name for herself?" Ms. Vera rolled her eyes. "She is far more famous than you at the moment." Ye Luo then presented the card in his hand. "Oh, perhaps she simply wishes to enjoy some youthful charm," Ms. Vera remarked. Ye Luo felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. It seemed he was the one being toyed with. "With this, you might just find yourself on the front page of the entertainment section," Ms. Vera observed. Smiling as she noticed, Ye Luo tossed the card into the trash can in the car. She had seen many young football stars rise to fame, but these spirited young men often struggled to withstand the allure of beauty. Yet, she had seldom encountered someone as disciplined as Ye Luo. For Ye Luo, the thrill of riding the wave of fame was not a source of fear. However, he was not one to indiscriminately entertain every suitor. Moreover, his sole focus was on football, leaving little room for distractions. With Blanca's overt flirtation, Ye Luo felt no inclination to chase after a fleeting romance. Who would believe in Ye Luo's pure intentions? Before long, the entire Spanish entertainment media was abuzz, confidently reporting that the goddess Blanca had once again captured the heart of a young starlet. This time, it was the rising star from Malaga, Ye Luo. In an instant, countless Spanish men, upon reading this news, felt their teeth clench in frustration. For instance, Soldado, Valencia's starting striker, was particularly vexed, having attempted to woo Blanca via social media just 2 months prior, only to receive no response. In fact, during an interview, Blanca had even showcased the explicit messages Soldado had sent her, which had become a major scandal in Spanish entertainment news. Now, the goddess that Soldado yearned for was publicly declaring her affection for Ye Luo on air, a blatant slap in the face. To add insult to injury, in the 19th round of La Liga, 4th-place Valencia was set to host Malaga. For Valencia, Ye Luo's public declaration that Malaga aimed to compete for a top 4 finish meant they were now rivals in that pursuit. For Soldado, although his intentions in pursuing Blanca were purely driven by desire for a fleeting encounter, he never anticipated that a mere dalliance would culminate in such public humiliation. Yet, a nosy reporter dared to inquire about the situation right in front of Soldado. Competing for a top 4 finish? I do not believe Malaga possesses such prowess. Yellow is indeed formidable, yet his team cannot be compared to mine. Of course, I shall score in this match. When Yellow glimpsed the media reports, he could not help but smile wryly. This is akin to being caught in the crossfire. I have done nothing at all. How can the entertainment media report on me with such intricate details? These journalists have a remarkable talent for storytelling. Moreover, it seems this situation has ignited the fighting spirit of our opponents. In Chapter 57, the new recruits integrate, and on the field, Ye Luo, who has gained notoriety in Spain, finds himself the subject of disdain from many Spanish men. However, once these reports were disseminated by the media from Long Country, the narrative took a dramatic turn. Fans from Long Country suddenly felt that Ye Luo's accomplishments were a matter of national pride. Go for it, Ye Luo. Don't bring shame upon us. Strive to last beyond 3 minutes. Is 3 minutes a long time? Not particularly, is it? Oh dear, you've revealed yourself upstairs. Honestly, given his physique, lasting over a minute is already quite impressive. Huh, I can go for an hour without rest. Are you a pile driver? You lot. Ye Luo isn't even of age. Can he really be so reckless? As long as he can score, nothing else matters. That brash fellow has spoken again, claiming that at such a young age one should not indulge in women. Nonsense. Fans are quite pragmatic and often hypocritical. As long as one can score, what does it matter? What is crossing the ocean? Eating sea cucumbers? Is that supposed to be an issue? Rooney has a belly. Some have even referred to him as a white-cut chicken. If you lack ability, eating sea cucumbers? Huh. Eating fried rice is a crime. In the realm of football, being inept is the original sin. As the holiday concluded, upon Ye Luo's entrance into the locker room, everyone burst into laughter. Ye Luo feeling good? Someone asked loudly. Ye Luo cast a sideways glance at his theatrically inclined teammates. What is with these people? He shook his head and declared, I have no connection with that woman. Yet, his explanation went unheard. Who could resist a beauty like Blanca? Let alone Ye Luo, at the tender age of 17, where even the faintest allure is irresistible. Amidst the laughter and banter, Captain Arno entered, drawing everyone's gaze to the door. It turned out the captain had brought in 4 new recruits. The first to enter was Decisive, now regarded as the second strongest player in Malaga after Ye Luo, boasting an impressive background with prestigious clubs. However, the Argentine did not exhibit arrogance. Instead, he warmly greeted his new teammates. Following him were Asenjo and Camacho, both hailing from Atletico Madrid, indicating a closer camaraderie in the locker room. Meanwhile, Isco, upon entering, fixed his gaze upon Ye Luo, causing a shiver to run down Ye Luo's spine. However, the first question posed by Isco left Ye Luo utterly speechless. Ye Luo, have you truly become involved with that Blanca? Truly it is you. I find myself unable to suppress my admiration for you. Laughter erupted in the locker room. The atmosphere in the dressing room of such a modest team as Malaga remains refreshingly innocent, with little desire from the media for sensational stories and minimal conflicts of interest. Thus, in this congenial environment, the 4 new recruits quickly integrated into the team. Each of these newcomers aspired to be a starter, particularly Decisive and Isco. Both displayed a level of skill that far surpassed that of their Malaga teammates on the training field. Especially in the attacking zone, with Isco's presence, Ye Luo's potency magnified. They developed a remarkable synergy, capable of executing one-touch passes, their thoughts aligning seamlessly. After just a couple of days of training, they had cultivated a commendable understanding. On the 3rd day of the team's training resumption, the 5th recruit arrived, the Brazilian national team forward Baptista, formerly of Real Madrid and Arsenal. Known as the Brazilian Beast, upon joining the team, Baptista immediately showcased his prowess. He could hold the ball effectively in the attacking front, serving as a formidable focal point. His robust physique enabled him to overpower defenders, thereby creating greater space for Ye Luo and Isco. In light of this, Pellegrini opted to establish a 4-3-1-2 formation, with Isco as the attacking midfielder responsible for delivering incisive passes, Baptista stretching the defense, while Ye Luo was liberated from the burdensome responsibilities of retrieving the ball from the back, passing and advancing. Instead, he could position himself directly in front of the opponent's defensive line, seeking goal-scoring opportunities. This trio, each possessing unique attributes, theoretically possessed immense potential when combined. Of course, the true effectiveness would ultimately be tested in actual gameplay. In midfield, Camacho, a defensive midfielder from Atletico Madrid, was introduced, while Decisive bolstered the central defense. The goalkeeper position was filled by the younger, more talented, and capable Asenjo. During the winter transfer window, Malaga effectively revamped its core lineup. The former captain, Arno, transitioned from the starting goalkeeper to the bench without complaint, after over 9 years with the team. He had already made plans to retire at the season's end. Thus, accepting his role on the bench and allowing the young goalkeeper to take the lead was a dignified choice for a veteran. However, this situation raised a question: who would don the captain's armband while the captain sat on the bench? Typically, it is bestowed upon the most seasoned player. Yet, 3 days before the commencement of the 20th round of the league, Pellegrini made his decision known. He would place the captain's armband on Ye Luo's arm. Even Ye Luo was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the coach's decision. Subsequently, the veteran captain Arno was the first to voice his support for the coach's choice, with other players also expressing their backing. They managed to break free from the dismal performance of the first half of the season, largely thanks to Ye Luo's remarkable contributions. He stands as the undeniable cornerstone of the team. In the absence of the captain, it seems entirely reasonable to don the captain's armband on the arm of the team's linchpin. Thus, on the eve of the match, Pellegrini brought Ye Luo along to the press conference. During this pre-match gathering, the queries from journalists shifted away from Ye Luo's personal life and gossip, focusing instead on the sport itself. Ye, you declared in the program that your aim is to contend for a top-4 finish. Do you genuinely believe that Malaga possesses the capability to secure a Champions League qualification? Why not? Ye Luo responded. But you trail Valencia by 11 points. 11 points may seem substantial, yet it merely equates to a gap of 4 matches. If Valencia were to lose 4 games, wouldn't we catch up? There are still 19 matches left in the second half of the season. The reporters could not help but shake their heads at this statement. Can the points be calculated in such a manner? If Valencia loses, does that mean Malaga won't suffer defeats as well? Regarding Valencia, Soldado opined that Malaga is not a contender for the top 4. What is your perspective on this? At the very least, they are our next opponents. Ye Luo retorted with a smirk. Pellegrini was quite pleased with Ye Luo's performance at his inaugural pre-match press conference. He exhibited neither arrogance nor servility, avoiding any blunders and demonstrating a stable, mature demeanor. This bolstered Pellegrini's confidence in appointing Ye Luo as the on-field captain. Chapter 58. The confidence of the Bad Army and Malaga's new system. The winter transfer window was rather uneventful. Few clubs, like Malaga, engaged in significant acquisitions. Soon enough, match days began to unfold. In the 20th round of La Liga, Malaga was set to face Valencia away at the Mestalla Stadium. This match garnered heightened attention due to Ye Luo's assertions about Malaga's ambition for a top-4 finish. If Malaga is to contend for this position, they must secure victory in this match, as Valencia stands as their most formidable rival in the race. However, the majority of the media does not believe that Malaga possesses the strength to vie for a top-4 finish. Even after achieving 6 consecutive victories, many outlets maintain that Malaga is merely experiencing a fleeting phase of exceptional form. Once their performance regresses, their scoring capabilities will likely align with their overall strength. This match is viewed by numerous journalists as the ultimate test for Malaga. A defeat at Mestalla would render their aspirations for a top-4 finish a mere jest. Nevertheless, this contest also places considerable pressure on Valencia, particularly on their coach, Emery. A loss could see Valencia slip out of the top 4, overtaken by Sevilla. Therefore, for the home side, this match is one they cannot afford to lose. The repercussions on team morale and performance would be incalculable. Consequently, once the players returned to the locker room after warm-ups, Emery delivered a rare impassioned speech. This is our home ground. We need not fear Malaga. The strength of our squad is sufficient to secure a victory against them on our turf. We shall dominate the game, forcing them into a relentless defensive posture throughout the match, unleashing wave after wave of attacks to overwhelm their backline. Emery declared emphatically, home advantage, game control, and attacking football. Emery's confidence stems from Valencia's formidable roster. The backcourt is a powerhouse in La Liga, boasting numerous national team players from various countries. Although the team's soul, Villa, departed for Barcelona last summer, and midfield linchpin David Silva was lured to Manchester City, Valencia still possesses a squad that cannot be underestimated. In defense, they have the capable goalkeepers Moya and Guaita, the French center-back Mathieu, and the Spanish international defender Javi Navarro, alongside the national team left-back Alba. In midfield, there is the Spanish international Joaquin and the prodigious Juan Mata, who emerged from Real Madrid's youth academy. The forward line features well-known players such as Soldado and Adjuris. One could say they are highly competitive in La Liga. For Emery, his only concern lies with the impact of Malaga's newly acquired players. But their short time together may hinder their integration into the team. Yes, this is our home ground. We must crush them here. The backcourt leading striker, Soldado, proclaimed loudly. His words immediately elicited laughter from the players in the home dressing room. Hey, Roberto, I doubt you're solely focused on winning the match. Blanca might be watching this game. but she probably isn't watching you. Soldado, once hailed as Raul's successor during his time in Real Madrid's youth academy, felt his face flush with embarrassment. As long as she's watching, that's all that matters. She will see what a real man is in this match. She only dates those pretty boys like Ye Luo for fun. Once she gets bored, she'll realize my worth. Such absurd flattery. The players in the dressing room looked at Soldado with pity. Setting aside everything else, for his sake, they must strive to help their devoted teammate win this match. We need to fortify our defense. Our recent tactical adjustments aim precisely at this goal. The three defensive midfielders must safeguard the backline. Martin, upon recovering the ball, you must take on more responsibility for advancing the play. Pass the ball to our front three. Pellegrini directed his gaze towards Martin de Michelis. Although de Michelis has faced criticism from several Manchester City fans for his defensive lapses, this criticism is largely linked to his playing style. De Michelis is a center-back who enjoys pressing forward and can also function as a defensive midfielder, possessing a certain level of passing ability. His abilities have certainly been criticized during his later tenure at Manchester City, yet at Malaga, he was undeniably a linchpin of the defense, adept at not only intercepting but also facilitating forward play after regaining possession. In the absence of a true organizing midfielder, de Michelis emerged as the optimal initiator for Malaga's counter-attacking strategy. The tactics crafted by Pellegrini for Malaga were predicated upon a solid defensive foundation, allowing for rapid counterattacks, a choice aptly reflecting the team's realities. While every team aspires to play an attacking style, dominating possession and pressuring their opponents, one must question, does Malaga possess such capabilities? Thus, pragmatism dictates that Malaga should judiciously utilize its existing resources. There is no shame in playing a counter-attacking game. It is defeat that brings disgrace. With three defensive midfielders alongside four defenders, including Isco and Baptista, all must participate in the overall defensive efforts. Isco, despite his limited one-on-one defensive prowess, possesses a basic awareness of collective defense, while Baptista, known as the Brazilian Beast, is a versatile forward who can also occupy a midfield role. His remarkable stamina and industriousness allow him to contribute defensively alongside the backline. The only player exempt from defensive duties is Ye Luo, as his position in the attack is fluid, requiring him to adjust his receiving positions based on the unfolding dynamics of the game. He serves as the team's spearhead. De Michelis is primarily tasked with initiating play from the back. Baptista functions as a stronghold. Isco delivers the final pass, and Ye Luo seeks to convert opportunities into goals. This straightforward and swift counter-attacking system emphasizes speed. Following Pellegrini's address, all eyes turn to Ye Luo. As the captain on the pitch, he must fulfill his leadership role with a pre-match rallying cry. Rising to his feet and surveying the room, he spoke. You are all aware of the media discussions over the past few days regarding our potential to secure a top-4 finish. Yet, in my view, this debate is trivial. Are we to simply abandon our ambitions if we do not set any goals? Why can't we aim for a top-4 position? Is that truly an unreasonable aspiration? No, we are not being overly ambitious. Our objectives are grounded in the current state of the team. Remember, we garnered only 5 points in the first 13 matches. And now, doubt, skepticism, and ridicule abound. They do not believe we can break into the top 4. They do not believe a team like Malaga can challenge the dominance of the elite clubs atop the standings. Let them doubt. Let the final standings at season's end speak for themselves. Our singular objective for this match is clear, to secure that elusive victory. Let us go, brothers. Let us crush them. Let us crush them. The players erupted in fervent cheers. Ye Luo, with his head held high, opened the door to the changing room and stepped out alongside his teammates. Pellegrini cast a somewhat proud glance at his assistant, who in turn smiled and gave a thumbs up. Clearly, the captain's performance on the field was commendable, especially considering this was his inaugural match in that role. Such a display could only be deemed exceptional. Chapter 59, The Power of the Trident. As the players emerged from the tunnel, the cameras swiftly focused on Ye Luo, who stood at the forefront of the Malaga side. In fact, the media had received the news an hour prior to the match that Ye Luo would be the captain for Malaga. However, even as the young Ye Luo donned the captain's armband and took his place at the front of the line, there remained an air of disbelief among the spectators. A captain under the age of 18 is a rarity in the annals of La Liga history. With the captain's armband in place, Ye Luo appeared remarkably composed, and one could only hope that this newfound responsibility would not weigh heavily upon him. The commentator Zhang Jun remarked, "What an impressive feat. To captain a La Liga team before even turning 18 is truly remarkable. Meanwhile, within the chat room, fans were fervently expressing their astonishment. Incredible. Becoming a captain at such a young age. And that's amazing. Another chimed in, I'm more interested in the big guy, to which a fellow fan retorted, is that really concern? I feel a bit embarrassed to point it out. Amidst the lively discussions, the players from Valencia frequently cast glances at Ye Luo. In their previous encounter, Valencia had decisively defeated Malaga 4-0 on their home turf. However, following a string of victories in the latter half of the first phase, Malaga's momentum had not waned, and Valencia could no longer afford to underestimate them. Furthermore, with Ye Luo positioned third on the La Liga scoring chart, the Valencia players were acutely aware that he was the most significant threat on the pitch for Malaga. This fact remained undeniable, even for Soldado, who was determined to outshine Ye Luo during the match. Spanish media reported that during a local television appearance, Ye Luo proclaimed that Malaga aimed to contend for a top-4 finish in La Liga, a daunting ambition indeed. Yet, should they triumph over Valencia in this match, they could significantly narrow the gap to the top 4, leaving them with a deficit of merely single digits in terms of points. As both teams prepared to take the field, Zhang Jun busied himself with introducing pre-match developments and the starting lineups. Valencia deployed a 4-3-3 formation, with goalkeeper Moya, a central defense pairing of Javi Navarro and Matthew, right-back Bruno, left-back Alba, and a midfield duo of Alberta and Benega. Joaquin occupied the attacking midfield role, while the forward positions were filled by Mata on the right, Adjures on the left, and Soldado as the central striker. Meanwhile, Malaga had opted to start all 5 of their new signings from the winter transfer window. The goalkeeper, Asenjo, is supported by the central defensive duo of Demichelis and Ivan Gonzalez, with Rosario occupying the left-back position and Gomez on the right. In midfield, Malaga has deployed a trio of defensive midfielders, Camacho, Fernando, and Juanito. The attacking trident consists of Ye Luo, Baptista, and Isco. According to the formation chart released prior to the match, it appears to be a 4-3-3 setup, yet the true arrangement will only be revealed during the game. Personally, I speculate it is unlikely to be a 4-3-3, as the 3 midfielders possess stronger defensive attributes, making it improbable for Isco to be positioned as a winger. Malaga requires more creativity in midfield, thus Isco is likely to play as an attacking midfielder, suggesting that their formation may very well be 4-4-2 or 4-3-1-2. As the commentary from Zhang Jun intensifies, the players step onto the field. The electric atmosphere of the Mestalla Stadium engulfs them. Just ahead in the players' tunnel, Valencia fans raise a banner to welcome their opponents. Competing for 4th? Do you believe you've secured your survival? The Valencia supporters unabashedly mock Malaga, questioning their worthiness to contend for a top-4 finish. Despite Valencia's lackluster away record this season, their home performance remains robust. At Mestalla, even Barcelona managed only a narrow 1-0 victory, and Real Madrid left with just a single point after a 1-1 draw. In fact, throughout the first half of the season, Valencia has only succumbed to Barcelona at home. To triumph over the Bad Army at this venue, Malaga, in the eyes of Valencia fans, is simply not up to the task. Meanwhile, fans lining the players' tunnel hurl provocative taunts at Ye Luo. Hey, you from the Dragon Kingdom, Blanco is here. They jeer, oh, can you handle a heavyweight like Blanco? He must have drained you dry. Upon hearing these remarks, Ye Luo remains unfazed, but Soldado's expression darkens. He has long admired Blanco, yearning for a chance to be in his orbit. What he covets is effortlessly within Blanco's grasp. The idol he reveres is merely someone else's devotee. It is utterly demoralizing. Clenching his fists, Soldado suppresses his frustration, his competitive spirit surging to unprecedented heights. When the match resumes, the home side Valencia seizes control of the majority of possession, advancing their line into the attacking third and laying siege to Malaga. Throughout this phase, Soldado's performance is particularly vibrant. He actively positions himself, frequently darting in and around the penalty area, receiving and distributing the ball. In the 6th minute of the match, Valencia seizes a promising opportunity. Mata receives the ball on the flank, cutting into the edge of the penalty area before curling a left-footed shot towards the goal. The ball evades Malaga's front post defense, finding its way to Soldado's head. He leaps high, directing the ball forcefully toward the net. However, the header was too straightforward, lacking the necessary angle, and was easily collected by the goalkeeper, Asenjo. Soldado, upon landing, regrettably clutched his head and let out a roar of frustration. The television broadcast swiftly transitioned to a replay of the preceding attack. "What a dangerous header from Soldado," Zhang Jun exclaimed, noting that for well-known reasons. Soldado possessed additional motivation in this match, prompting Malaga to exercise utmost caution. At that moment, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The screen quickly reverted to the live broadcast. In the foreground, Baptista controlled the ball with his chest, extending his arms to shield the center back, Navarro, behind him. After securing the ball, he passed it back to Isco. Isco received the ball while in motion, deftly maneuvering it toward the center, seemingly poised to advance with it. However, as Valencia's defense converged towards the middle, Isco executed a subtle lift with his right calf, flicking the ball over the defenders to the left. "Ye Luo." Amidst the commentators and fans' gasps, Ye Luo, who had been lurking near the halfway line, surged forward, evading the pursuing right back, Bruno. The ball appeared to adhere to his foot as he skillfully brought it down, then proceeded to slice toward the center. A clear shot on goal. The commentators were in a frenzy as Malaga's straightforward counterattack crafted a scene that instilled sheer terror in all Valencia supporters. On screen, Ye Luo controlled the ball, maneuvered it, and charged towards the penalty area. Chapter 60. The twin stars of Malaga, Ye Luo, cutting into the center. A one-on-one situation. Ye Luo, Ye Luo, Ye Luo, Ye Luo. The commentators stared wide-eyed at the pitch. In their gaze, Ye Luo raced towards the penalty area with the ball. Valencia had pushed up too far and did not anticipate Malaga's counterattack to be so decisive, so sharp, and so rapid. Demichelis delivered a long pass. Baptista shielded the ball and distributed it. Isco attracted the defense before providing a split-second pass that unleashed Ye Luo's speed. In just 3 passes and a matter of seconds, the dynamics on the field shifted from Valencia's siege to Ye Luo facing the goalkeeper in a one-on-one situation. The fans at Mestalla Stadium emitted piercing boos, which intensified in despair as Ye Luo approached the center. Pellegrini, standing at the sidelines, clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Just like that. That's it. This is the power of the counterattack system. The front 3 complement each other, especially with a sharp weapon like Ye Luo. The potency of this counterattack is truly immense. Given the chance, Ye Luo can penetrate any opponent's frail defense. Counterattack, counterattack, counterattack. Like a gust of wind, Ye Luo swiftly approached the edge of the penalty area. Emery, barely settled in his seat, leaped up in astonishment, staring wide-eyed at the field. 3 precise passes pierced through Valencia's midfield press. The counterattack strategy of Malaga began to take shape, sending shivers down Emery's spine and stirring tumultuous waves within him. Baptista, Isco, and most importantly, the sharp blade that is Ye Luo. This triumvirate of counterattacking prowess possesses the potential to breach any defensive line in the world given the slightest opportunity. Malaga is no longer a team that relies solely on Ye Luo to secure victories in the first half of the season. They have now established a counterattack system that instills considerable fear in their opponents. Their maneuvers in this winter transfer window have proven to be remarkably successful. Emery clenched his fists, now relying solely on Valencia's goalkeeper, Moya, to make a decisive intervention. Ye Luo's speed with the ball is astonishing. Even Valencia's fastest defender, Alba, can only trail behind him, engulfed in dust. Moya, the starting goalkeeper for Valencia, bravely stepped off his line. He was acutely aware that Ye Luo excels at slipping the ball past goalkeepers into the empty net. Thus, he lowered his center of gravity, bracing himself to counter Ye Luo's advance. However, at that very moment, with a swift flick of his right calf, the ball soared into the air, not traveling swiftly, but effortlessly soaring over Moya's head towards the goal. Ye Luo's chip shot, accompanied by the commentators' exclamations. The trajectory of the ball seemed akin to the conductor's baton guiding a symphony, its parabolic ascent echoing the crescendo of boos from Mestalla Stadium. As it reached its zenith, the volume of the jeers peaked. With the ball descending, the cacophony of discontent diminished. The Valencia fans experienced a rapid transformation in their emotions, from anticipation to anger, then to despair, within mere seconds. Such a performance is perhaps beyond the capabilities of even the most skilled actors. Each individual is the protagonist of their own life. As the ball settled into the net, every Valencia supporter wore a singular expression, mouths agape, in disbelief. Mere seconds before, their team had been on the offensive. Yet in an instant, the ball was dancing within their own goal. The score on the stadium's big screen changed in that moment. 0-1. The home team trailing, while the visiting Malaga took the lead. Goa! What a stunning counterattack. What a magnificent goal. Ye Luo. Ye Luo's chip shot found the back of the net. Malaga has taken the lead away from home. Ye Luo's ability to seize opportunities is remarkable, indeed. Yet, let us also commend the performances of Baptista and Isco, as their contributions evidently alleviated some of the pressure on Ye Luo. A splendid counterattack, a marvelous goal. The commentators echoed their exuberance. After Ye Luo skillfully directed the ball into the net, he sprinted towards the sidelines, pointing enthusiastically towards Isco, the player who had assisted him, beckoning the equally exhilarated Isco to join in the celebration. Isco had already dashed forward, extending his arms to embrace Ye Luo in a passionate hug. What a splendid pass. What an exquisite shot. The two exchanged compliments, and then, with their arms around each other's shoulders, they rushed towards the away section of the stands. Amidst the cheers of the away fans, they raised their fists in triumph towards their supporters. Meanwhile, more players from Malaga surged forward to partake in the joyous celebration. Zhang Jun, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but reflect on Ye Luo's calm handling of the one-on-one situation, noting his rapid advance with the ball. However, it was the impeccable through ball from the Spanish prodigy Isco that truly stood out. The new signings from the winter transfer window had performed admirably, especially Isco. Perhaps, after the match, Spanish newspapers would herald Isco and Ye Luo as Malaga's twin stars. Zhang Jun's observation was astute. Being a Spanish player, Isco naturally garnered the affection of Spanish media, as praising the young talents of one's own country is a universal tendency among journalists worldwide. Furthermore, within Malaga's counter-attacking system, Isco's ability to deliver threatening passes was an essential component. With Isco in play, Ye Luo could focus entirely on positioning himself to torment the opposing defenders and goalkeeper. As the Malaga players reveled in their celebration, the Valencia players appeared somewhat bewildered. They seemed caught off guard, having barely registered the reality that their goal had been breached by the opponent's swift counterattack. The rapid strike felt like a blunt force trauma to the heads of the Valencia players, leaving them dazed and disoriented. Particularly, Soldado, when the camera panned to him, stood with his hands on his hips, a mixture of helplessness and confusion etched on his face, as he struggled to comprehend how the goal had been scored. How could it be that just a moment ago, Valencia was pressing forward, only to concede a goal in the blink of an eye? His perplexed expression drew a shake of the head from the Spanish commentator. In such a state, how could he possibly attract the attention of Blanc? Anyone in Blanc's position would surely be enamored with a young talent like Ye Luo. Fortunately, Emery, a highly capable head coach, promptly issued crucial instructions at this pivotal moment. He pulled Mata aside for a quick discussion. Upon entering the field, Mata relayed Emery's latest directives to the players to maintain composure, control the pace of the game, and refrain from rushing into attacks. Following this guidance, the dynamics of the match shifted to a more subdued tone. Valencia enjoyed the majority of possession, yet their shots on goal were scant. They engaged in a game of ball control, a hallmark of many Spanish teams, Valencia included. Meanwhile, Malaga, with their one-goal lead, did not recklessly push forward to reclaim possession, but instead continued to fortify their defense, patiently awaiting opportunities for counterattacks. After the first half concluded with Ye Luo's goal, the game drifted into a monotonous and somewhat soporific rhythm. Chapter 61. The twin stars exchanged passes, and Malaga secured their victory. The halftime interval passed amidst a mix of anticipation and agony. Both teams returned to the pitch without any substitutions, as Valencia trailed by just a single goal, while Malaga, holding the lead, saw no need for alteration. As the second half commenced, Valencia intensified their attacks on the flanks, particularly focusing on Mata's side. Joaquin also moved closer to Mata's flank, indicating Emery's intention to breach Malaga's defense through a concentrated offensive effort. However, Malaga was well prepared for this strategy. Pellegrini was acutely aware of Valencia's strong attacking side. Although Mata occupied the winger position, he was not a conventional winger, but rather a more modern hybrid playmaker. With the evolution of tactical systems in contemporary football, characterized by increased tempo, pressing intensity, and pace, the contest for possession near the penalty area grew fiercely competitive, and defenses tightened significantly. This shift diminished the viability of traditional playmakers. Many teams adapted by repositioning their playmaker deeper, effectively placing the creative core in a more defensive role. Notable examples include players like Pirlo and Xabi Alonso. Nowadays, teams employing a double pivot system typically assign one defensive midfielder and one maestro responsible for initiating play from the back. as seen with the combinations of Khedira and Xabi Alonso at Real Madrid, and Pirlo alongside Gattuso at AC Milan. In addition to repositioning the creative core to a deeper role, another approach involves placing playmaking talents on the wings, allowing them to orchestrate attacks from the flanks. In this regard, Juan Mata and his former teammate, David Silva, who has since transferred to Manchester City, have exemplified successful wing playmakers. Following Silva's departure, Valencia's attacking organization increasingly relied on Mata, resulting in a distinctly right-leaning offensive strategy for the season. Pellegrini, in devising defensive tactics for this match, paid particular attention to the opponent's right-side offensive threats while fortifying the left side of his own defense. Additionally, with Malaga in a leading position, they were well-positioned to exploit counterattacks. This is often why many underdog teams resort to defensive counterplay against stronger opponents. While the counter-attacking strategy may sometimes be criticized as pragmatic football, it remains a highly economical tactic, especially when in the lead. At the beginning of the second half, Mata orchestrated several threatening attacks, but each was deftly neutralized by Malaga's defense. As the minutes of the match ticked away, the Valencia players began to exhibit signs of anxiety. This was manifested in a noticeable decrease in their passing frequency, coupled with an increase in attempts to dribble and shoot. This is characteristic of a player like Mata, who, as a forward midfielder, relies heavily on the trust and understanding of his teammates, while his individual prowess does not quite match that of a traditional winger. Under such circumstances, Valencia's offensive threat significantly diminished. Among the most anxious was the Spanish striker Soldado, who felt a pressing need to compete with Ye Luo. With Ye Luo having already scored, Soldado found himself struggling to make an impact. Blanc was watching this match. The thought only heightened Soldado's urgency. After so many years of admiration, he could not allow himself to appear so feeble before his idol. Consequently, Soldado began to drift from his central position to the right flank to receive the ball, inadvertently encroaching upon Mata's territory. This encroachment reduced Mata's ball control, causing Valencia's offensive organization to descend into chaos. In the 78th minute, Soldado received the ball at the edge of the penalty area and, after turning to enter the box, ignored Mata's signal for a pass and opted to shoot instead. However, at that precise moment, Demichelis seized the opportunity to intercept the ball, swiftly diverting it away and then blocking Soldado's right foot before sending it forward. The ball sought the head of Baptista. The Brazilian beast leapt high, directing the ball with a header towards the right flank. Ye Luo had already made his move as Demichelis launched the long pass. Baptista's header perfectly positioned the ball in front of him. Ye Luo effortlessly collected it and surged forward. Ye Luo, he's on the move again, the commentators exclaimed in unison. In the stands of Mestalla, Valencia's fans erupted in sharp boos, yet this time, the jeers carried an undertone of desperation, lacking conviction. Amidst the piercing boos, Ye Luo advanced along the wing, but this time, he faced several Valencia defenders. The two defensive midfielders, Banega and Alberta, left-back Alba, and center-back Navarro were all converging towards him. Banega lunged in with a sliding tackle. Amidst gasps of astonishment, Ye Luo merely accelerated, effortlessly evading Banega's challenge and continuing his advance along the wing. Alberta, realizing he could not catch up, sprinted towards his own penalty area, while Alba hesitated, retreating cautiously. Yet as he retreated, Ye Luo surged forward. With only a meter separating them, Ye Luo deftly controlled the ball with his right foot, changing direction and cutting into the center. Alba immediately pivoted to close in on the penalty area, while Navarro drew nearer to Ye Luo. At this moment, the goalkeeper Moya had almost entirely focused his attention on Ye Luo. At this moment, Ye Luo, cutting in, captured the attention of four Valencia defenders. As he maneuvered inward, his left foot was already raised high. Ye Luo took a shot. Amidst the exclamations of all the commentators, his elevated left foot did not direct the ball towards the goal. Instead, he delicately flicked it with the outside of his foot, sending the football into the air with a slight curve, weaving between Navarro and Alberta, landing on the far side of the penalty area. Out of the camera's view, Isco surged forward at high speed. The instant he entered the box, Ye Luo's pass perfectly landed at his feet. What lay before him was a simple task, to lift his right foot and strike with the instep. The goalkeeper, Moya, never anticipated that Ye Luo, in such a situation, would still opt to pass. He swiftly adjusted his position, but it was already too late for a save. Just as he turned around, the football had already crossed the goal line to his right. 2-0. The Malaga twins combined once more to secure victory. Chapter 62, the 7th match of the league. The battle for the top 4. Ye Luo advanced along the flank as Banega lunged in for a tackle. Caution. Oh no. Ye Luo. He continued to accelerate. In the studio, Zhang Jun felt his palms sweat at the sight of Banega's sliding tackle. Such high-speed challenges could easily result in injury. Fortunately, Ye Luo maintained his pace. Cutting into the center, a left-footed pass? Magnificent. It was a swift delivery. Isco darted into the penalty area to shoot. The ball found the net. It found the net. With Ye Luo's assist, Isco sent the ball into Valencia's goal. 2-0. Malaga led Valencia away from home, with approximately 10 minutes remaining in regular time. The 2-goal advantage had already secured Malaga's victory. Zhang Jun exclaimed with fervor. Fans of Longhua, gathered in front of their televisions, smartphones, and computers, rejoiced. Winning this match left them just 8 points away from the top 4. The pursuit for the Champions League places appeared promising. 8 points seemed challenging. Yet Malaga had surged from second to last to achieve 7 consecutive victories. Rest assured, given this momentum, Malaga's quest for the top 4 is secure. Trust me. I am an Arsenal fan with ample experience. At this moment, in the Mestalla Stadium, the jeers of Valencia fans and all other sounds fell silent. They stared blankly at the football behind their goal, a ridiculous thought flickering through their minds. Could Valencia truly be relegated from the top 4 by Malaga? Meanwhile, over 1,000 Malaga supporters present at the stadium finally erupted into clear cheers. The Mestalla Stadium was entirely occupied by them, until the dazed Valencia fans regained their composure. They quickly drowned out the cheers with jeers. In front of over 50,000 home fans, the voices of the visiting supporters could be described as negligible. Yet, what did it matter if Mestalla transformed back into a domain for the home fans? On the grand screen at the venue, the score of 0-2 was painfully glaring. On the sidelines, Emery gazed helplessly at the pitch, enduring the jubilant celebrations of Pellegrini not far away. His brow furrowed as he rapidly contemplated strategies. Yet, he found himself in a predicament. Apart from relying on the stars on the field to ignite a spark, there were no superior tactical alternatives available. He could certainly substitute a forward for a desperate gamble, but this would likely expose his team to a counterattack from Malaga. He focused on the jubilant Malaga players on the field, particularly their number 10, Ye Luo. His prowess seemed tailor-made for this counterattacking strategy. Given even a single opportunity to counter, he could carry the ball into Valencia's penalty area, creating a significant threat. With Ye Luo present, Malaga's fearsome counterattack posed a serious concern for Valencia. Under such circumstances, the prospect of scoring and equalizing felt like a mere fantasy. Nevertheless, Emery made a final desperate attempt. He made substitutions in both midfield and attack. Soldado was replaced by Adjuriz, while defensive midfielder Banega was substituted for attacking midfielder Fernandez. Valencia adjusted their formation to a 4-3-3, initiating one last fervent assault. In the dying moments of the match, Valencia surged forward relentlessly. With their attacking momentum, had the game continued a little longer, they might have indeed scored. However, as the 3 minutes of stoppage time elapsed, the referee's whistle signaled the end of the match. All Valencia players hung their heads in despair. Malaga's players raised their arms in triumph, celebrating their victory. The match concluded. Malaga triumphed over Valencia with a score of 2-0, achieving an astonishing 7 consecutive victories. After 7 matches, 7 victories, Malaga's total points reached 27. They were now only 8 points shy of 4th-placed Valencia. Malaga's position in the standings surpassed Sevilla, who had garnered 26 points, climbing to 7th in the league. Ahead of them were Atletico Madrid with 30 points, Athletic Bilbao with 32, Espanyol with 33, Valencia with 35, Villarreal with 37, Real Madrid with 51, and Barcelona with 54. This victory heralded Malaga's formal entry into the contest for a spot in the top 4 and Champions League qualification. Who could have imagined this 2 months ago? Commentator Andres from Cope Radio marveled from the commentary booth. After 13 rounds of the season, Malaga had even been considered a prime candidate for relegation. Yet now, following a remarkable 7-game winning streak, they had ascended to 7th place, emerging as contenders for the top 4. Such a turnaround was simply incredible. The key to this transformation, of course, was their core player, the number 10, Ye Luo from the Dragon Kingdom. As Andres exclaimed this, the atmosphere was electric. The camera lens firmly captured the standout player of the match, Ye Luo. Journalists flocked around him, encircling the best player of the game. Indeed, we triumphed in this crucial battle, yet for us, it merely translates to 3 points. To catch up with the top 4 teams, we must persist in our victories and accumulate more points. The captain's armband holds significant meaning. As the on-field captain, it instills a heightened sense of responsibility within me. While personal statistics are important, my primary concern is the victory of the team. Facing the cameras and a myriad of recording devices, Ye Luo maturely addressed the inquiries of the reporters. In the stands, Ms. Vera attentively watched the interview content broadcast on the large screen, nodding in satisfaction. She had been training Ye Luo in media etiquette during this period. For a star athlete, how to engage with the media is one of the fundamental skills that requires learning. Ye Luo's performance was commendable. Ms. Vera couldn't help but recall the reports she had previously gathered about Ye Luo from within the Dragon Kingdom. She was baffled as to why such a handsome, humble, and disciplined player was labeled a problematic athlete by numerous media outlets in his home country, and why there seemed to be such a significant conflict with the Dragon Kingdom Football Association. Even a professional media public relations expert like Ms. Vera found it perplexing, highlighting the peculiarities of the Dragon Kingdom Football Association. Malaga did not linger at the Mestalla Stadium for long. After a brief rest, they set off on their journey home. On the road, Ye Luo opened a system he had not attended to for quite some time, only to be astonished to discover that the integration progress of 3 templates had reached 43. As for the book's launch announcement, on April 14th at noon, the book will officially be released. Today, I received a notification from the editor stating that the strong push for PK had failed, and I would have to launch without any support, which is disheartening. Now, let me discuss the state of the book. The collection has just surpassed 7,000, which is rather dismal. However, the football category is inherently niche, so it is understandable. Furthermore, the book has garnered over 2,000 readers, which can be deemed satisfactory. If it launches tomorrow, I will provide an initial update of 20,000 words, typically around 6,000 to 7,000 words per chapter, with 3 to 4 chapters. Following that, I will ensure a minimum daily update of 8,000 words. Additionally, if the initial subscriptions exceed 2,000, I will increase the daily update to 10,000. If it surpasses 2,500, then 15,000 updates. Should it reach 3,000, though that is merely a jest, I would aim for a staggering daily update of 20,000. Haha. In truth, 3,000 is a playful exaggeration. I am aware of my own capabilities. However, if there are over 2,000 readers, the prospect of reaching 2,500 initial subscriptions seems quite realistic. Note, BD can search for Chidian data on the website for initial subscriptions, which should be accessible around April 16th. There is nothing more to say. This is the current situation. If the results are favorable, the author will naturally feel more motivated, as is human nature. Do you believe that if the initial subscription reaches 10,000, I could drive Chidian to bankruptcy? Well then, at noon tomorrow. The VIP access may be delayed by a few minutes, so please remember. Chapter 63. The champion judge, joining the Spanish national team? Ye Luo was momentarily taken aback, as he distinctly recalled that the last time he had completed the main quest, the fusion progress stood at 42. Yet now, the figures displayed on the attribute template were indeed not a figment of his imagination. Just as Ye Luo contemplated inquiring further about the system, it had already provided an automatic explanation. It turned out that both competitions and training could facilitate the fusion of the template, particularly competitions, where any match data could promote fusion, such as running statistics, shots, passes, and, of course, goals and assists bearing the most weight. In this particular match, Ye Luo had achieved 1 goal and 1 assist, and coupled with the accumulation from previous matches, it was only natural that his fusion progress had increased by 1 percentage point. With this realization, Ye Luo was instantly invigorated. This undoubtedly would provide him with greater motivation, the motivation to compete. Every meter run on the field, every pass made, each crucial assist, every goal scored, and every victory achieved would propel his strength toward the direction he aspired to reach. Closing the attribute template, Ye Luo leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes to rest. It was now the end of January 2011, with just over 10 days remaining until his 18th birthday. However, Ye Luo had little time to indulge in the celebrations of turning 18. For Malaga, the upcoming matches in the second half of the season were exceedingly critical. To secure a place in the top 4, Every game must ensure points and victories. There could be no room for error. Yet, in the 21st round of the league, Malaga's 7-match winning streak came to an abrupt halt. In their away match against Zaragoza, despite a relentless assault on the opponent, the match ended in a goalless draw, marking the end of Malaga's 7 consecutive victories. Ye Luo's streak of scoring in 7 successive league matches also came to a close, leaving the fans somewhat stunned. However, for head coach Pellegrini, this draw did not incite anger, for fluctuations in a team's form are entirely normal. Although the draw had somewhat dampened Malaga's momentum in accumulating points, it could also be viewed as a release from the pressure built up during their winning streak, allowing them to approach the next challenges with renewed vigor. On February 6th, at 7 p.m. local time, Malaga hosted Sevilla. Despite Sevilla's poor form this season, they were still contenders for the top 4, trailing Malaga by a mere point. This match promised to be a fierce battle. Both teams fiercely contested every inch of the midfield, and by the 89th minute, the score remained deadlocked at 0. Just as it seemed Malaga was destined for a second consecutive draw, Ye Luo executed a breakthrough on the flank, penetrating the penalty area before delivering a powerful shot from a tight angle towards the goal. Sevilla's goalkeeper managed a desperate save, deflecting the ball into the 6-yard box. However, Malaga's striker, the Brazilian powerhouse Baptista, was quick to respond, nudging the ball into the net. 1-0. Malaga scored in the final moments, securing a dramatic victory over Sevilla. Once again, they have returned to the path of victory. However, following this match, the media has been abuzz with discussions regarding Ye Luo's goal drought, as he has failed to score in 2 consecutive games. Although the decisive goal that secured victory against Sevilla can largely be attributed to Ye Luo's efforts, it does not alter the fact that he has not found the back of the net in his last 2 outings. Various media outlets have begun to speculate, with many asserting that Ye Luo's era of brilliance has come to an end. He is now subjected to tighter defensive scrutiny, no longer a fledgling star. His attributes well known and studied. As a burgeoning talent, he seems to have encountered his limitations. At first glance, these media assertions appear quite reasonable. Yet, during the pre-match press conference ahead of the 23rd round of the league against Getafe, Pellegrini dismissed the journalists' inquiries, finding their claims utterly ridiculous. He asserted that Ye Luo does not possess any such limitations, claiming that scoring is as effortless for him as quenching one's thirst. Indeed, at the Rose Garden Stadium, amidst the cheers of the home crowd, Ye Luo reclaimed control of the pitch after his 2-game goal drought. In the 31st minute of the first half, he cut inside and struck a shot that helped Malaga take the lead. Before the halftime whistle, Ye Luo received the ball at the edge of the penalty area, drove into the box, and delivered a cross to the far side of the small box, assisting Isco, who had surged forward to join the attack. Following the 2-0 lead, Malaga played with even greater composure in the second half. In the 67th minute, Ye Luo found the net once more, capitalizing on Isco's cross from the wing. He leapt high to head the ball into the goal. This goal also served to remind everyone that Ye Luo is still a minor, according to official records. His height is listed at 176 centimeters. However, when he stands on the field, he appears hardly shorter than the 185 centimeters Baptista. After Ye Luo out-jumped the center-back to score with his header, many commentators noted that his height must now exceed 176 centimeters. In truth, while his public profile has not been updated, his height has rapidly increased over the past few months, surpassing 180 centimeters. Although his center of gravity remains largely unchanged, his jumping ability and heading prowess have begun to manifest more prominently. Ultimately, the final score of this match was 4-2, with both teams delivering an exhilarating display of goal scoring at the Rose Garden Stadium. Following their draw with Zaragoza, Malaga achieved consecutive victories against Sevilla and Getafe, marking a return to winning ways. Ye Luo, magnificent, stunning dribbling, a beautiful goal, a world-class strike, a brace. The home side, Malaga, secured their victory. They are on the brink of achieving a remarkable 7 consecutive wins. With this victory, Malaga's points total has risen to 49, leaving them only 2 points shy of 4th-placed Villarreal. Malaga is pushing for a top 4 finish. This marks Ye Luo's 23rd goal of the league season. He continues to chase the 2 superstars at the top of the scoring leaderboard. Currently, Cristiano Ronaldo leads the La Liga scoring chart with 30 goals, followed closely by Messi with 29 goals, while the 3rd place is held by Ye Luo, who has netted 23 goals. It is noteworthy that Ye Luo has played 13 fewer matches than the 2 ahead of him. At the Rose Garden Stadium, The commentators in the booth are raising their hands in fervent exclamation. Meanwhile, countless fans watching the match on television are likewise cheering with enthusiasm. The entire stadium resonates with applause, vibrating with excitement. The large screen displays a few lines of text clearly. Time seems to freeze at this moment. La Liga. Matchday 28. Malaga vs Espanyol. Score, 2-0. Match time, 9:10, 11. The home team is listed first, followed by the visitors. The crowd is roaring with joy as the spirited young man with dark hair races across the pitch. He has just scored his 23rd goal in La Liga. Moreover, Malaga has been on a winning streak in recent rounds. In matchday 24, they secured a critical away victory with a score of 2-1 against Villarreal, who were then ranked third. Ye Luo scored in that match. In matchday 25, Ye Luo netted a brace to help Malaga triumph 3-1 at home against Almeria. In matchday 26, they won 1-0 against Osasuna, where Ye Luo did not score but provided an assist. On matchday 27, Ye Luo scored twice, leading his team to victory against Real Sociedad at home. Malaga has now achieved a remarkable 6-game winning streak. Before the commencement of matchday 28, Malaga faces Espanyol at home, and Villarreal has suffered a staggering 5-0 defeat to Real Madrid. This result means that Villarreal, who previously led Malaga by 5 points, may find that margin reduced to just 2 points after this match. This adds extra motivation for Malaga in this encounter. In fact, this match is, to some extent, a crucial battle for the top 4. The intensity of this season's La Liga race for the Champions League spots rivals that of the Premier League. Teams such as Valencia, Villarreal, Malaga, Atletico Madrid, and Espanyol are closely contesting, with Valencia currently third after their matchday 28 victory, accumulating 54 points. Espanyol, ranked 7th, has 45 points, although they have yet to complete their matchday 28 match. Unless a miracle occurs, they may reluctantly accept defeat at the Rose Garden Stadium. If Malaga secures a victory in this match, they will not only extend their lead over Espanyol, but also close the gap with 4th-placed Villarreal, who, after their loss to Real Madrid, remain at 51 points, just 2 points ahead of Malaga. The camera focuses on the celebrating Malaga players, with the captain's armband adorning his arm. Ye Luo opened his arms wide, embracing his teammates in a jubilant celebration following their goal. Once the exuberance subsided, he raised his clenched fist towards the fans in the stands, inciting a thunderous cheer that echoed through the heavens. Long live Malaga! Long live Ye Luo! Listen to that roar. This may very well be the happiest moment for the fans at the Rose Garden Stadium, proclaimed the commentator from Cope Radio, Andres. After Malaga secured their second goal, the morale of the Espanyol players utterly collapsed. In the final minutes of the match, the fans at the Rose Garden Stadium erupted into a Poznan dance, forming a human wave. The entire stadium rejoiced in celebration, reveling in their victory. As the final whistle blew, the cheers reached a crescendo. Malaga was now a mere 2 points away from the top 4. However, amidst the celebrations of the Malaga players, their coach, Pellegrini, remained far from relaxed. He hastily exchanged handshakes with his counterpart before retreating to the locker room. For the upcoming 2 matches would pose an exceedingly stern test for Malaga. On March 27th, in the 29th round of the league, Malaga would face Barcelona away, followed by a home match against Real Madrid on April 2nd in the 30th round. These 2 encounters were pivotal not only for Malaga, but also for both Barcelona and Real Madrid, making them crucial for all 3 teams involved. As the match concluded, Alvarez, a journalist from Marca, scribbled a headline in his notebook. Will Malaga be the judge of the La Liga championship? While the competition for the top 4 in La Liga this season was fierce, it was evident that the media and the vast majority of fans were far more captivated by the title race. As it stood after 28 rounds, Barcelona topped the table with 74 points, closely followed by Real Madrid with 72 points, both teams racing ahead while maintaining a tight point differential of just 2 points. Every subsequent match was crucial for these 2 clubs. With only 9 rounds remaining in La Liga, Real Madrid and Barcelona would face each other in the 31st round, right after they had their encounters with Malaga. If Malaga were an ordinary mid-table team, it would be one thing. After all, no one believed that teams like Almeria or Zaragoza could pose a threat to the title-chasing giants of Real Madrid and Barcelona. Yet, Malaga's form was exceptional, boasting a remarkable 7-game winning streak and an unbeaten run of 15 matches, second only to Barcelona's ongoing 21-match unbeaten streak this season. Before the monumental clash between Real Madrid and Barcelona, both teams would first need to contend with Malaga. It is indeed a remarkable coincidence that the schedule unfolded this way. Should either team falter against Malaga prior to their head-to-head showdown, it would not only dampen their spirits, but could also place them at a disadvantage in the points tally. If Malaga were to succumb to Barcelona yet triumph over Real Madrid, then even in the event that Real Madrid secures victory against Barcelona in the 31st round at home, they would still trail Barcelona by 2 points. Conversely, should Real Madrid prevail, they would approach Barcelona with a slender lead of 1 point. As for Malaga, winning or losing both matches would likely have minimal impact on the two competing teams for the title. However, the challenge posed by these two matches is undeniably monumental for Malaga. They are set to face formidable opponents consecutively, and this comes at a crucial juncture in the race for the top four. For Malaga, surrendering these encounters is not an option, and regardless of the stature of their adversaries, be it Real Madrid or Barcelona, they will exert every effort to secure points. Following the conclusion of the 28th round of the league, Malaga will face 2 consecutive weeks of international fixtures. Due to their commendable performance in La Liga, several players have received national team call-ups. Isco has been summoned to the Spanish national team, as the squad seeks fresh talent to bolster their preparations for next summer's European Championship, following their triumph in the 2010 World Cup. Meanwhile, Baptista, who has been absent from the Brazilian national team for several years, has received another call-up, igniting excitement in the physically robust Brazilian forward, who has already packed his bags in anticipation of reporting back to Brazil post-match. Another player embarking on a journey across half the globe to South America is Demichelis, who is no stranger to the Argentine national team. Malaga is no longer the team devoid of international players that it once was. Their impressive performances in the league have naturally attracted the attention of national team coaches. Pellegrini is particularly pleased that despite Ye Luo being a shoo-in for the season's Best Young Player award and a guaranteed selection for the Best 11, the national team has not called him up during the international break. This exemption spares Ye Luo from the rigors of travel during the international fixtures, as well as the potential injury risks associated with national team play. For the club, players participating in international matches pose a significant risk, one that the club bears. Ye Luo's absence from the national team's events is indeed a fortuitous boon for Malaga. This allows him to utilize the 2 weeks to adjust and recuperate, relieving his taut nerves. As national team matches begin to dominate the media landscape, club news inevitably diminishes. Unbeknownst to Ye Luo, who remains in Spain, engaging only in basic recovery training at Malaga's first team training facility, the 2 weeks of international fixtures are an agonizing wait for the fans. Ye Luo has largely ceased to follow national team news, finding it a source of frustration, and has opted to disengage entirely. In the past fortnight, the national team of Longwa is set to engage in 2 matches for the 40-team Asian World Cup qualifiers. Their opponents are Guam and Singapore. The outcome was 1 victory and 1 defeat, a 2-0 triumph at home against Guam, followed by a narrow 1-0 loss away to Singapore. The victory over Guam seemed unremarkable, as Guam is merely an amateur team, with their most prominent player being a 19-year-old youth league player active in the Thai league, while the rest are amateurs who juggle football with professions such as doctors, bricklayers, and engineers. Nevertheless, it was surprising that the national team failed to score in the first half, ultimately securing the win through 2 headers in the second half. However, to lose to a team like Singapore is alarming. Although a win and a loss may superficially yield 3 points, this is merely the group stage of the 40-team qualifiers. Following this stage, the competition narrows to 12 teams, and eventually to the coveted 45 spots available for the World Cup in Asia. For the national team of Longwa, advancing beyond the 40-team stage necessitates securing full points against weaker opponents, such as Guam and Singapore. Only then can they hope to vie for the Group S top position against their main competitors, Syria. The group consists of 5 teams: Longwa, Syria, Singapore, Guam, and Bhutan. The latter 3, especially Singapore, ranked around 156th in Asia, while Guam and Bhutan are essentially amateur squads. If they cannot triumph over Singapore, the prospect of securing the top spot in the group becomes exceedingly dim. After all, Longwa fans cannot realistically expect to gain an advantage against Syria. Yet, the defeat to Singapore is an embarrassment that has sent shockwaves through public opinion at home. What audacity to lose to Singapore! Will they soon fall to Laos or Myanmar as well? The outrage is palpable, and the pressure on the Longwa Football Association is mounting. In light of this situation, discussions among fans naturally gravitated towards Ye Luo. Why hasn't the Longwa Football Association included Ye Luo in the national team? Don't they remember their own past actions? To still have the audacity to reflect on their decisions is absurd. The situation has become chaotic. The fans express their disdain, and the mention of Ye Luo reignites controversies from months ago. Ma Dixin, upon observing the public sentiment online, appeared quite troubled. He is acutely aware of his responsibilities. Failing to manage the storm of criticism arising from the national team's loss to Singapore could jeopardize his standing in certain respects. We need to find a way through Ye Luo, his assistant suggested, referring to potential strategies involving his identity. In his identity? You mean to bring Ye Luo into the national team? That's impossible. The national team would never accept such a troublemaker. Ma Dixin replied immediately. Of course not. Rather, we should manipulate the issues surrounding his stance. What stance? The stance of the national team. It is said that he is set to join the Spanish national team. Ye Luo made his mark in La Liga before he turned 18, and now Spain is merely waiting to issue his passport for him to join their ranks. Is this not a fabrication? Mada Xian furrowed his brow. You actually recognize that spreading falsehoods is wrong? Thought the assistant with dark circles under his eyes, though a sycophantic smile graced his face. How could this possibly be a rumor, Mr. Ma? Ye Luo, unable to join the Dragon country's national team, is simply seeking to represent Spain, which is entirely reasonable. It is only natural for one to pursue honors in football, especially with the World Cup at stake. The assistant continued, however, if we muddy the waters, what grounds will the Dragon country's fans have to continue discussing Ye Luo? As long as we associate him with a lack of patriotism, we can resolve this matter once and for all. A glint of malice flickered in Ma Xian's narrow eyes. Very well, Ma Xian exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Isn't this boy rather arrogant? I shall bring him down, tarnish his reputation, and label him a traitor. Let us see how he continues to act so brazenly. In truth, Ma Xian had no desire to entangle himself in this issue. He had no personal grievances with Ye Luo. It was unnecessary. But the situation left him no choice. The national team had suffered an embarrassing defeat to Singapore. This was utterly unacceptable. Singapore, a team that couldn't even best Vietnam, had managed to secure a victory. When the national team faltered, the fans invariably turned their ire toward Ye Luo, and the clamor for his inclusion in the national team grew louder. The current Football Association lacked the authority it once held and had to consider the ramifications of public opinion. As a subordinate in certain respects, it fell upon him to manage this situation. If mishandled, both he and the football newspaper could face significant repercussions from internal sources, leading to substantial losses. Young man, do not blame me for being ruthless. You brought this upon yourself. A flash of determination crossed Ma Xian's gaze. The art of swaying public sentiment was a domain best left to the journalists wielding the pen. Without delay, Ma Xian set his plan into motion. His assistant swiftly activated dozens of marketing accounts to disseminate a story. Ye Luo's agent, Mendez, was in discussions with the Spanish Football Association, which was reportedly attempting to naturalize Ye Luo. This news, amplified by the marketing accounts, quickly captured the attention of numerous fans. Soon after, Ma Xian contacted social media platforms to purchase trending topics. In no time, this shocking piece of news began to gain traction among football enthusiasts online. On platforms like Weibo, Tieba, and various forums, fans were left bewildered by the revelation. What? The Dragon country has finally produced a genius, and he intends to represent Spain? Those with a more impatient temperament erupted in outrage. What on earth is happening? Am I blind? Of course, some fans expressed their support, reasoning that remaining in the Dragon country would lead nowhere, while joining Spain offered a chance to dream of a World Cup victory. Yet, others immediately countered their arguments. Is representing a foreign nation in the World Cup truly a dream? I find it difficult to accept. There are those who remain calm, allowing the bullets to fly for a while. In any case, the tremors caused by this news are unprecedented. Soon, the ripples it generated sent shockwaves through nearly all football and sports enthusiasts, igniting a fervor across the entire online community in the Dragon Nation. Opinions poured in, a cacophony of voices. In an instant, the name Ye Luo re-entered the public consciousness. Ye Luo joining Spain? Zhong Daong, a correspondent for the Southern Sports Daily stationed in Spain, was awakened at 4 a.m. local time by a relentless barrage of international calls from back home. Initially bewildered by the words of his colleagues on the other end, he questioned the source of this news. How could such information not have reached Spain? Quickly coming to his senses, he checked the time. 4 in the morning in Spain, which translates to 10 in the morning in Beijing. This news had been aggressively pushed by various marketing accounts a few hours prior, subsequently trending on Weibo. Clearly, this was not the typical rhythm of a sensational news story. Pondering this, Zhong Daong felt a twinge of frustration, reflecting on his years in the domestic sports media. Someone is out to tarnish Ye Luo's reputation, Zhong Daong remarked. Just redirect the focus, his colleague on the phone responded, somewhat helplessly. Is it Mada Xin again? He speculated, recognizing the influence of the verified Weibo account. Zhong Daong fell silent for a moment before stating, the national team's defeat has created immense pressure. So they're using Ye Luo as a scapegoat to shift the focus of public opinion. Such tactics are common worldwide. The most effective way to divert public attention is to create another focal point. Public opinion behaves like a single-threaded organism, perpetually chasing one trending topic after another. It is easy to envision that once the topic of Ye Luo joining the Spanish national team gains traction, the debacle of the national team's defeat in Singapore will fade from view. The approach may be rather ordinary and cliched, yet it undeniably proves effective. What should we do now, Editor Zhong? Should we refute this? Wouldn't that offend the Football Association? Let us hold off on reporting for now, Zhong Daong advised. In truth, he was uncertain whether this was merely a rumor. Upon reflection, if the Dragon Nation's national team is adamant about not calling up Ye Luo, then his attempt to join the Spanish national team appears to be a reasonable choice. Moreover, if Ye Luo continues to be overlooked by the Dragon Nation's squad, the Spanish Football Association's initiative to naturalize him seems plausible as well. Could it be that this situation is not entirely baseless? Even the correspondent stationed in Spain began to doubt the veracity of this news, illustrating the perplexity surrounding this story, as it seems to follow a somewhat logical trajectory. It is no wonder that many fans were taken aback upon first encountering the news. One can only imagine the implications years down the line. The attempt to join the Spanish national team undoubtedly stands as one of Ye Luo's blemishes. The truth holds little significance. What truly matters is the collective memory that persists. Regardless of the ultimate outcome of this affair, it will inevitably cast a shadow on Ye Luo's reputation domestically, much like the infamous betrayal of Wang Zhizhi. The truth often yields to emotional sentiment. Zhong Daong, after ending the call, let out a sigh. It is a rarity in the annals of Dragon Country football to encounter a talent of such historical caliber. Why must his path be so fraught with obstacles? Gazing out the window at the deserted streets of Spain at 4 in the morning, he mused that Ye Luo would certainly not be rising at this hour for training. Ensuring ample sleep is essential for any athlete to maintain peak performance. One could easily imagine Ye Luo still fast asleep in his hotel in Barcelona, as they were to face the top team, Barcelona, at Camp Nou that very afternoon. Upon awakening and discovering the news, one wonders how it might affect his state of play. Zhong Daong hesitated before finally deciding against calling to disturb him. Instead, he opted to send a few messages. Given the current state of public opinion, even if Ye Luo were to awaken now, what influence could he possibly exert over the media narrative back home? With this thought, he opened his computer and logged into his social media account. Presently, there were no updates from Spanish media regarding Ye Luo's potential naturalization. He typed, despite the noise. The individual holds little weight. Chapter 64, Messi. This is a challenge from Ye Luo. While Zhong Daong thoughtfully refrained from calling Ye Luo at 4 in the morning. At 6:30 local time, Ms. Vera's urgent call roused Ye Luo from his slumber as he fumbled for his phone on the bedside table. Ye, are you planning to join the Spanish national team? On the other end, Ms. Vera, characterized by her maturity and composure, was clearly agitated. This was indeed the most significant public relations crisis at present. Ye Luo's market was primarily in Dragon Country, at least for the time being. Joining the Spanish national team seemed utterly inconceivable, especially considering he lacked Spanish heritage. Losing the domestic market would be a grievous loss. Mendes' agency would also suffer considerable repercussions. Joining the Spanish national team? Ye Luo was bewildered. Ms. Vera quickly elaborated, revealing that the news of Ye Luo's potential joining of the Spanish team had escalated to trending status on social media. Instantly, his drowsiness evaporated. How could this even be? As a proud citizen of Dragon Country, joining the Spanish team was unfathomable. Moreover, he was certain that should he renounce his Dragon nationality for Spanish citizenship, His father would undoubtedly come to Spain to break his legs, and his name would surely be expunged from the ancestral records back home. Ye Luo hastily retrieved his personal phone. Now that he was a star, it was essential to keep his work and personal numbers distinct. Indeed, the 20 missed calls left Xiaoye feeling a surge of anxiety. Friends, relatives, and childhood companions were all attempting to reach him. Without the need for contemplation, Ye Luo understood their inquiries. He noticed a message from Zhong Daong, connecting it to the national team of Lungwa's defeat against Singapore. It dawned on him that he was being used as a diversion. "I will not join the Spanish national team. I have no interest in that whatsoever," Ye Luo remarked, rubbing his temples. "Given this, you should make a clear statement on your social media account," Ms. Vera sighed with relief. After hanging up, Ye Luo sent messages to friends and family back home to clarify the situation. He then logged into his long-neglected Weibo account. Instantly, an overwhelming flood of messages nearly overwhelmed his phone. With trepidation, Ye Luo glanced through them. As expected, the majority were filled with vitriol. He let out a cold laugh and candidly shared the truth on Weibo, leaving no room for ambiguity. The Longwa national team faced immense pressure after their loss to Singapore, resorting to fabricating false news for distraction. In the end, Ye Luo firmly declared that he would never change his nationality. "Would I betray my country just to play in the World Cup? Is that even human?" He tossed his phone aside and fell back into a deep slumber. At that moment, Ye Luo's nearly forthright Weibo post quickly garnered support through shares. If they wished to play their deceptive games, he would lay all the cards on the table. He had no regard for the so-called rules or hidden regulations of the domestic football scene. "If you want to play this game, I won't play along. As for evidence? None. Believe it or not, those who choose to have faith will do so." While the skeptics were likely already naysayers, what was there to fear? Ye Luo was not a fleeting celebrity reliant on looks. He earned his livelihood through his skills on the pitch, not his appearance. The presence of critics was inconsequential. The likes of Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo, two towering figures in football, undoubtedly attracted the most fans, yet they also had their fair share of detractors. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Perhaps this encapsulates the essence. As Ye Luo's fame burgeoned, so too did his following, and consequently, the influx of critics from all walks of life. With over 1 billion people in the nation, even an unlikely 1 in 10,000 chance could amount to tens of thousands. Moreover, some were professional critics. After posting on Weibo, Ye Luo chose to ignore the ensuing reactions, not out of disinterest in the spectacle, but because he was fully immersed in preparing for the upcoming monumental clash at Camp Nou against the formidable Barcelona. Such a match filled him with anticipation, not merely due to its significance in terms of victory or defeat. Villarreal's recent loss to Atletico Madrid meant that a win against Barcelona would propel Malaga into 4th place in the league. Meanwhile, Barcelona had recently been temporarily surpassed by Real Madrid, who had comfortably triumphed over Almeria at home. This meant that this is a contest in which both sides strive with all their might to seize victory. The home team, Barcelona, is fiercely defending their position at the pinnacle of the league standings, while Malaga aspires to secure a place among the top 4. Even setting aside the myriad implications imposed by their standings, the prospect of facing a team that has long been hailed as a cosmic powerhouse is enough to ignite fervor within the hearts of many. Undoubtedly, the clash between Barcelona and Malaga is the highlight of this round in La Liga, strategically scheduled as the final match of the round. With the other 9 matches of this round already concluded, nearly the entire Spanish football community, media, fans, and more, turns its attention to this pivotal encounter laden with significance. On the morning of the match, Malaga's players finished breakfast around 10 o'clock, followed by a session of physical training in the hotel gym to maintain their vitality, and then proceeded to take a midday rest. After their nap, the players had a light meal at the hotel before boarding the bus to Camp Nou, all under the watchful eyes of numerous reporters. At the outset of the season, no one could have imagined that the encounter between Barcelona and Malaga in the 29th round of La Liga would draw such attention, akin to a final. The outcomes of the matches in rounds 29, 30, and 31 will significantly influence the determination of this season's league champion. Moreover, apart from the direct confrontation between two title contenders in the 31st round, both the 29th and 30th rounds directly involve Malaga. Furthermore, Malaga is no longer an easy opponent. They are currently one of the best performing teams in La Liga. Ladies and gentlemen, the officials have boarded the bus. To whom will they adjudicate the title of La Liga champion? A reporter from Cope Television humorously addressed the camera. However, for the Catalan media, the question of whether Malaga can triumph over Barcelona at Camp Nou is not even a matter for debate. From the perspective of Barcelona's mouthpieces like Mundo Deportivo and Sport, this statement should be rephrased. Malaga is to witness the splendor and glory of the formidable, resplendent, and invincible cosmic team that is Barcelona. What is there to fear about Malaga? Indeed, they are in exceptional form, boasting an impressive record of 15 consecutive matches without defeat, with their star player, Ye Luo, having scored 23 goals during this run, outpacing even Mr. Ronaldo of Real Madrid in terms of goals per game, despite having far fewer attempts. But does this truly signify that they can pose a threat to Barcelona at Camp Nou? Barcelona triumphed over Manchester United in the Champions League final, claiming an unprecedented quintuple crown. They may well be the most formidable team in history. They have no reason to lose to Malaga at home, especially in such a momentous match. Before the match, the article from the World Sports News has gained considerable traction among the fanbase of Barcelona. It can be regarded as a battle cry for the team. With aspirations for the La Liga championship, Barcelona is unlikely to afford any opportunities to Malaga in this match. In fact, it's not just the media from Catalonia that harbors skepticism towards Malaga. Most outlets from other regions in Spain share this sentiment. Malaga has remained unbeaten for 15 consecutive matches, while Barcelona boasts an impressive streak of 21 matches without defeat. This season, they have not lost a single game at Camp Nou, having even triumphed over Real Madrid with a staggering score of 5-0 on this very ground. Malaga has their own standout player, Ye Luo, but Barcelona possesses the genius of Messi, and they are not solely reliant on him. They also have Villa, Pedro, and the indomitable midfield trio of Xavi, Iniesta, and Busquets. Their defensive line is fortified by the formidable duo of Puyol and Pique, while goalkeeper Valdés is also a celebrated figure. More significantly, Barcelona's ability to control the game is unparalleled. For a team like Malaga, which primarily relies on counterattacks, the prospect of executing a successful counter under Barcelona's domination is indeed questionable. In summary, apart from the media aligned with Real Madrid that hopes for a miracle from Malaga, the local press is rallying behind their team. The media from other regions of Spain overwhelmingly believes that Barcelona, playing at home, will hold the upper hand. As Malaga's team bus arrived at Camp Nou, they were greeted by the fervent boos and countless gestures of disapproval from the Barcelona supporters. Camp Nou, the world's second-largest professional football stadium, boasts a capacity of 99,354, second only to the Maracanã Stadium in Brazil, which can accommodate up to 200,000 spectators. The intimidating atmosphere created by nearly 100,000 fans is enough to instill fear in any visiting team. In reality, the average attendance at Camp Nou each season hovers around 75,000, and not every La Liga match reaches full capacity. However, this particular match is undoubtedly sold out, underscoring its significance. The spectacle is not limited to the team buses entering the stadium. Notable figures are also seen entering through various gates. Among them is Vicente Del Bosque, the head coach of the Spanish national team, accompanied by his assistant, Tony Grande, who has been spotted by keen-eyed reporters. Del Bosque led the Spanish team to an historic World Cup victory last year, making him a prominent figure in the media. And his position as the national team's coach is firmly established. Given that many Spanish internationals are participating in this match, it is entirely natural for Del Bosque to attend and observe at Camp Nou. Mr. Del Bosque, what is your prediction for this match? Do you believe Malaga has a chance of winning at Camp Nou? Suddenly, amidst a multitude of inquiries, one question stands out as particularly abrupt. Mr. Bosque, today there are rumors suggesting that the Spanish Football Federation is preparing to naturalize Ye Luo. Is there any truth to this? Initially, Bosque bore a smile, intending to sidestep any inquiries from the journalists as he focused on entering the pitch. However, upon hearing this question, he momentarily appeared taken aback. He exchanged glances with his assistant, while numerous local Spanish reporters were equally stunned. Clearly, this question was rather unexpected. Naturalizing Ye Luo? From where did this rumor originate? Their confusion deepened when they noticed that the question came from a middle-aged man of Eastern descent, with dark hair and eyes. Yet, some reporters' eyes lit up. For the discord between Ye Luo and the Dragon Nations Football Association was hardly a secret. Although this matter garnered little attention in Spain, anyone who sought information on Ye Luo could not overlook it. If Ye Luo were merely an ordinary La Liga player, This issue would only serve to tickle the curiosity of Spanish fans as a trivial anecdote. However, Ye Luo's displayed talent is astonishing. He is bound to secure a Rookie of the Year award this season and will undoubtedly claim a position among the forwards in the best lineup, with no surprises for the other two spots. In other words, the merely 18-year-old Ye Luo will be the most talked-about player in La Liga this season. Aside from Messi and Ronaldo, is such a player not worthy of joining the Spanish national team? There is no need for further discussion. Yet, due to his conflicts with the Dragon Nations Football Association, Ye Luo has not yet been called up to the senior national team, meaning he lacks any appearances for an adult national team despite having surpassed 18. Any nation willing to offer Ye Luo a passport could have him represent them on the international stage. Not only the Spanish journalists, but even Bosque found his interest piqued. He did not express his thoughts at that moment, but internally, he began to commend the efforts of the Spanish Football Federation president, Villarreal. Could it be that the federation has adeptly seized the opportunity to secure Ye Luo? If so, the Spanish national team would possess a razor-sharp weapon on the front line, supported by midfield maestros Xavi and Iniesta. Just envisioning Ye Luo's explosive performance under the passes of Xavi and Iniesta lightened Bosque's steps considerably. In his mind, he already envisioned Ye Luo's profile, a finisher nearly on par with Messi and Ronaldo. He is remarkably swift, exhibiting rare stamina, ball control, and shooting prowess for his age. With 23 goals in 15 league matches, such statistics at the age of 18 are nothing short of miraculous. As he sat in the VIP box, Bosque mused about the potential impact Ye Luo could have on his team. Old friend, if Ye Luo truly joins us, it would indeed be magnificent, wouldn't it? Bosque exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. His assistant, Tony Grande, nodded in agreement. If it's true, that would certainly be splendid. But I can't shake the feeling that this might be rather implausible. Reliability is something to be pursued. I believe we ought to place a call to the chairman of the Football Association, Bosque mused, now seriously contemplating the matter. Just then, a tremendous cheer erupted from the stadium. The Barcelona players had emerged for their warm-up. Messi, 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 Messi. The crowd of over 90,000 fans collectively chanted the name of the king of Camp Nou. The number 10 of Barcelona strolled onto the pitch, maintaining his usual composure, laughing and chatting with his teammates, exuding an air of relaxation. In fact, the players from Malaga followed suit, also in need of a warm-up. However, Malaga's number 10 appeared less composed. The young lad from Dragon Country glanced around, his eyes filled with curiosity, as if he were a tourist experiencing Camp Nou for the very first time. Upon witnessing the stands brimming with fervent supporters, Ye Luo took a deep breath and turned to his teammates, exclaiming, "Brothers, the stage is set." Beside him, Isco gazed at the stands of Camp Nou, marveling. "It's truly spectacular. This will be a fierce battle," young goalkeeper Arsenjo remarked. "I care not for that," Ye Luo retorted, redirecting his gaze from the stands. "All I seek is victory." The starting lineup for Barcelona was announced. Marlosca entered with the official starting information. "No surprises, I presume?" Pellegrini inquired. "None," Marlosca replied after reviewing the starting list once more. Barcelona's starting 11 remained consistent, typically undergoing minor rotations in less critical matches. Yet, it is precisely this consistency that renders Barcelona a formidable force. They seem unperturbed by opponents' analyses, employing fixed tactical approaches and routines in every match, always maintaining control of the ball. Other teams have limited strategies to counter them. Puyol is injured. This is no smokescreen. He didn't even make the 18-man roster, Marlosca noted. The starting center-back duo consists of Mascherano partnering with Peak. This is the only change in Barcelona's starting lineup, if one could even call it a change, as the aging captain Puyol has seen a noticeable reduction in playtime this season due to frequent injuries. However, the Argentine defender Mascherano, who transferred from Liverpool last summer, is more than capable of stepping in. Mascherano can play both defensive midfielder and center-back, and his partnership with Peak appears effective, allowing for excellent ball control. Thus, Barcelona's strength remains largely intact despite Puyol's waning years. Pellegrini took a deep breath, fully aware of the formidable challenge that lay ahead. The opponent's ball control was exceptional, bolstered by the presence of an offensive weapon like Messi. Any lapse in concentration from the defense could result in a swift breach. At that moment, the players from Malaga concluded their warm-up and entered the locker room. As all the starting players donned their match kits, socks, shin guards, and cleats, Pellegrini remarked, "This is not an easy match. It is foreseeable that our possession will be limited, a point I have reiterated countless times. Thus, I urge you to remain patient. Patience is essential. He fixed his gaze on his players. We yearn for these 3 points. A victory here will forge our own miracle. We are indifferent to their championship aspirations, for we have our own goals. Our opponents will be formidable. In the home team's locker room, Guardiola was also making his final pre-match address. Pay special attention to their number 10. He instructed, looking at Busquets and Mascherano. These 2 players would be pivotal in defending against James, as Barcelona's style revolves around possession and attack. Their fullbacks, Alves on the right and Maxwell on the left, would often push beyond the halfway line to engage in passing plays. Should Malaga seize a counterattack opportunity, it would be up to the holding midfielders and the advancing center-backs to execute timely defensive maneuvers, at least to stall the opponent's counter, thereby granting the fullbacks time to recover. Busquets and Mascherano, both seasoned players, nodded in acknowledgement, their expressions calm. Guardiola refrained from delivering a lengthy oration. This Barcelona squad was far too experienced in high-stakes matches. Most of the players had participated in Champions League finals and secured numerous titles. A significant number of them, including several Spanish internationals, had even won the World Cup with their national team. With a wealth of accolades, the players were unlikely to experience significant emotional fluctuations in such a contest. We shall demonstrate to them what constitutes a true strong team, Peake remarked with a smirk, prompting laughter throughout the locker room. Nearly all of Barcelona's players wore relaxed smiles, and Guardiola too smiled faintly. As long as his players took the field with smiles on their faces, his team would be invincible, capable of winning any match. Malaga? Their strength was insufficient to rival Barcelona. As for James, this match would impart a crucial lesson. Only through the amalgamation of individual prowess with a formidable team could one truly grasp the essence of strength. Leo, you seem to be worried about something? Iniesta inquired, patting the only unsmiling Messi as they exited the locker room. The Argentinians cast a glance at Iniesta, slightly shaking their heads as one remarked, I always feel we cannot underestimate Ye Luo. Of course, we hold him in high regard. Have you not noticed? The boss seldom devises defensive strategies specifically targeting a single player from the opposition. Indeed, even that fellow, the boss has not explicitly discussed how to contain him. This term is a colloquial reference used by Barcelona players to denote Cristiano Ronaldo. Is it truly so? Messi, accompanied by his teammates, stepped out of the locker room just then. Coincidentally, the players from Malaga were making their way towards the tunnel at nearly the same moment, causing both teams to cross paths. Ye Luo's gaze immediately fell upon Messi, brimming with excitement. This was the exhilaration of challenging a formidable opponent. Messi, in turn, regarded Ye Luo, fully aware that he need not shy away from the gaze of a challenger. Every year, countless players attempt to issue a challenge while competing alongside him. However, few truly evoke a sense of threat in Messi. A challenge? Messi contemplated as he scrutinized Ye Luo. Not everyone possesses the merit to challenge me. End of chapter. Chapter 65. Unleashing Fury at Camp Nou. Ye Luo comprehended the significance of Messi's gaze. He withdrew his eyes from Messi and adjusted the captain's armband on his arm. Then, grasping the ball boy's hand, he proceeded toward the pitch. Boom. The moment he stepped onto Camp Nou, a wave of energy surged forth. Ye Luo felt his eardrums and chest resonate with the intensity. He strode confidently, no longer glancing around as he had before, but fixated ahead, resolutely leading his teammates onto the field. From this moment onward, Camp Nou would no longer be merely an enigmatic legendary stadium. It was now the enemy's stronghold. Ye Luo mused. Ladies and gentlemen, the players have entered the field, and Ye Luo, still adorned with the Malaga captain's armband, leads his team onto the pitch. Let us hope he remains undistracted by today's headlines, exclaimed the commentator Zhang Jun from Zingsport. Ye Luo's recent tweet had already soared to the top of trending topics. His audacious style of unmasking everything without leaving any room for pretense left Madrid and others bewildered. Most fans, of course, chose to side with Ye Luo, as many tend to follow the crowd blindly, yet people inherently lean towards believing what they wish to see. The majority of fans did not wish to witness Ye Luo opting for the Spanish national team, thus they unwittingly embraced the perspective shaped by Ye Luo's stance, easily succumbing to his conspiracy theories. These theories were fervently criticized by Madrid and the Football Association's mouthpiece. They vehemently condemned Ye Luo's conspiracy theories, demanding he provide evidence. However, after posting that tweet, Ye Luo once again retreated from the social media spotlight, exhibiting a demeanor of detachment, as if to say, "I have spoken my piece. Your reactions are beyond my concern." At that moment, Ye Luo was not preoccupied with domestic public opinion. His mind was solely focused on the impending match. In this match, there were no surprises in the starting lineups, as both teams fielded their strongest squads. Malaga, competing away, certainly adopted a defensive and counter-attacking stance against Barcelona. The ability of Malaga to execute efficient counterattacks would be pivotal for their survival in this encounter, as commentators busily introduced the starting players, tactics, and various predictions for the match. The players had already completed a series of pre-match rituals. Villa stood in the center circle, placing the ball beneath his foot. With the referee's whistle, Villa sent the ball back to Xavi. The match had officially commenced. After gaining possession, Xavi refrained from advancing the ball forward and opted to play it back, eventually returning it to the feet of center-back Mascherano. Barcelona's two fullbacks pressed forward along the sidelines, crossing the halfway line, while Xavi and Busquets withdrew to the edge of the penalty area to provide support. Barcelona displayed a classic possession-based tactical setup. A bird's-eye view would reveal that the distance between each Barcelona player was minimal, and every player was capable of establishing direct passing connections with at least two teammates. Through their positioning on the pitch, Barcelona's players divided the field into small triangles. Possession is the soul of Barcelona. This tactical approach has persisted since the Cruyff era. However, it truly flourished during Guardiola's tenure, establishing the midfield triangle of Xavi, Iniesta, and Busquets, complemented by Messi's incisive presence. This synergy allowed Barcelona's possession play to reach its zenith, ultimately becoming a team that garnered admiration from all corners of European football. While numerous teams now attempt to emulate Barcelona's possession style, few can replicate their current execution. On one hand, many teams struggle to maintain control, as not every midfield can boast the technical prowess and understanding exhibited by the trio of Xavi, Iniesta, and Busquets. The technical abilities of these three are undeniable, each being a top-tier midfielder. Furthermore, their synergy is remarkable, as they all hail from La Masia and have honed their playing style since their youth, ensuring a seamless connection. On the other hand, even teams that can maintain possession often lack the capacity to disrupt the equilibrium of the game. Ultimately, the outcome of a football match hinges on scoring goals. Altering the scoreline is not achieved through possession statistics alone. Therefore, regardless of how adept a team is at controlling the ball, they require a player, like Messi, capable of breaking the balance to secure victory. It is the combination of the midfield triangle and Messi that renders Barcelona a complete footballing entity. As Barcelona gradually circulated possession in their defensive half, realizing that their opponents were not applying pressure and revealing gaps behind them, Xavi seized the ball near the center circle and advanced it across the halfway line. The two fullbacks, Alves and Maxwell, positioned themselves further forward, completely stretching the width of the field in an attempt to draw out Malaga's densely packed midfield defense, thereby exposing more space. However, Malaga was evidently well prepared, fully aware of Barcelona's formidable penetrating attacks through the center. Hence, their central defense was notably compact, with two center-backs and three defensive midfielders converging to thwart any incursions. The flanks were entrusted to the two fullbacks and the returning Isco and Baptista, who participated in the defensive efforts. Even so, Malaga's lateral defense maintained a careful distance from the central defense, ensuring no space for penetration into the middle. In this context, Barcelona still managed to execute a breakthrough. In the 6th minute of the match, Barcelona's offense suddenly accelerated. The harbinger of this shift in rhythm was Iniesta. The diminutive maestro leisurely made his way to the edge of the penalty arc to receive a pass from the wing by Pedro. After holding the ball on the flank and feigning a drive towards the byline, Pedro paused and delivered a lateral pass to Iniesta. Upon receiving the ball, Iniesta poised himself as if to shoot. At the very moment Malaga's defensive midfielder, Camacho, moved into block, he deftly flicked the ball toward the left side of the penalty area, which was the right flank of Barcelona's attack. At that instant of Iniesta's pass, a figure darted into the box like a bolt of lightning. Messi. Almost all commentators gasped in unison. In the stands of Camp Nou, every Barcelona fan craned their necks, holding their breath as they witnessed Messi's entry into the box to receive the ball. The Catalan television commentator seemed to chant like a spell from the stands. Messi, 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 Messi. The volume ebbed and flowed like a rising symphony. culminating in an abrupt crescendo, and then suddenly erupted. Messi. As the sound reached its zenith. Inside the box, Messi received the ball and, without any feints, executed 2 quick changes of direction, cutting into the center before unleashing a curling shot with his right foot. A collective gasp resonated throughout the stadium. Subsequently, all Barcelona fans appeared as if remotely controlled, abruptly sinking back into their seats, leaning backward, hands on their heads. Eyes wide with disbelief. The ball grazed the post and went out of play. Oh. Messi. So close. The sudden shift in Barcelona's tempo revealed a deadly intention. Malaga's defense was in jeopardy. In the commentary booth, the Catalan broadcaster mirrored the sentiments of the fans in the stands, though he quickly displayed a look of exhilaration. So close. Just a hair's breadth. What a pity. But fear not. Malaga's defense cannot withstand Barcelona's onslaught. They cannot contain Messi. Zhang Jun's expression bore a hint of concern. Messi's sudden diagonal run into the box nearly breached Malaga's goal, indicating that this match posed a formidable challenge for them. Messi remains formidable, and Iniesta's pass was impeccably timed. Barcelona's lineup is simply too powerful. Malaga has only one Ye Luo, perhaps with an additional Isco, which pales in comparison. I have long asserted that Malaga stands no chance of victory. It seems fortune will favor me this time. The camera adeptly focused on Ye Luo as the barrage of comments streamed by. Clearly, Ye Luo was aware of Barcelona's impending assault. The rhythmic shifts in play. The seamless connection between Iniesta and Messi's skillful strike showcased the prowess of this formidable team. Ye Luo inhaled deeply, rather than succumbing to fear before such opponents. He felt an unprecedented surge of fighting spirit. Unfortunately, his contributions to defense were rather limited. Following this offensive maneuver, Barcelona maintained their pressure, firmly establishing an aggressive stance in the attacking third. Arsenjo initially intended to execute a short pass, but faced with the relentless pressure from the opposition, he opted to clear the ball with a long kick. Malaga's players surged forward, prompting Barcelona to retract their formation. Observing the positions of the attacking players, Arsenjo launched the ball forward. Baptista positioned himself to seize the first touch. If one were to identify a weakness in this Barcelona squad, aerial balls would surely be among them. However, Barcelona had their strategies to counter high balls. Busquets held his ground against Baptista, refraining from jumping, instead opting to disrupt and prevent the opponent from gaining immediate control. Under such interference, Baptista struggled to find a solution. His header intended for Isco veered slightly off target, forcing Isco into a duel with Barcelona's right-back Alves for a challenging ball. Ultimately, the ball went out of play, and after a brief hesitation, the referee awarded Malaga a throw-in. As Rosario prepared to take the throw-in, he noticed the meticulous compression of space by Barcelona's players, rendering it nearly impossible to execute the throw immediately. While Barcelona scored numerous goals, their defense was equally commendable, as no championship-winning team could afford to have a weak defense. Here, Ye Luo called out loudly. Rosario hesitated, aware that Ye Luo was a primary target for Barcelona's defense, with Iniesta, Busquets, and Alves surrounding him. Tossing the ball to Ye Luo meant he would have to contend with 3 opponents while maintaining control. Faster, Ye Luo urged. Gritting his teeth, Rosario eventually threw the ball to Ye Luo. As Malaga's throw-in commenced, Ye Luo found himself encircled. Barcelona's pressing was highly efficient. Zhang Jun, feeling somewhat helpless, furrowed his brow. At that moment, he raised his voice. Ye Luo, deep-fried meatballs. Beautiful. Instantly, the crowd of fans erupted with excitement. On the screen, Ye Luo first halted the ball, executing a swift turn, then deftly nudged the ball forward with his feet, akin to chopsticks, before suddenly darting ahead, slipping through the narrow gap between Iniesta and Busquets. He then controlled the ball with his right foot, evading Alves' challenge, and with a swift change of direction, propelled the ball forward. His leg muscles contracted, resembling a cheetah suddenly accelerating, reaching an unparalleled speed in an instant. Alves stretched out his hand, grasping only a gust of wind. The number 10 from Malaga surged past him like a breath of fresh air, an exhilarating overtaking maneuver. Magnificent. Ye Luo's speed was astonishing. In the commentary booth, nearly all the commentators were taken aback. The Barcelona fans in the stands at Camp Nou momentarily fell silent, while over 2,000 traveling supporters erupted in cheers upon witnessing Ye Luo break free from 3 defenders. Charge. Go for it. Oh, the Malaga commentator leapt up in excitement. Oh, the supercar from the Dragon Kingdom has reached its peak speed. Alves appeared as slow as a smoke-emitting tractor in comparison. Ye Luo, Ye Luo, Ye Luo. Amidst the commentators' fervent shouts, Ye Luo seized the ball just outside the penalty area, now confronted by Peak. Peak slightly angled his body. Fully aware of the threat, Ye Luo posed with an inward cut, thus positioning himself to counter it. Yet, Ye Luo did not cut inside. Instead, he utilized his right foot to push the ball towards the baseline. Peak sighed in relief, realizing that even if Ye Luo managed to cross the ball, the threat would be minimal as few Malaga players were in close pursuit. Ye Luo's speed was overwhelming. Peak immediately turned to follow him along the baseline, seeking an opportunity to intercept. However, just as he spun around, Ye Luo executed a swift change of direction with his left foot. Peak was taken aback, utterly unprepared for Ye Luo's rapid maneuver. Ye Luo, brilliant, the commentator exclaimed, as Peak stood before him like a mere post. Mascherano quickly rushed in to provide support. Yet as Ye Luo advanced into the center, he unleashed a fierce shot. Mascherano lunged to block, nearly tearing himself apart in the process. The football struck his ankle, ricocheting out of bounds. A collective gasp reverberated through Camp Nou. Danger! Mascherano with a crucial block, exclaimed the Catalan television commentator, his heart racing. The threat posed by Ye Luo was immense. He needed to be handled with utmost caution. The camera captured close-ups of fans in the stands, their faces pale with fear. Ye Luo's display left the entire stadium in shock. So close. Zhang Jun also feels a sense of regret. However, the offensive play in this round was truly exquisite, showcasing Ye Luo's extraordinary individual prowess. After breaking through the encirclement of 3 defenders, he skillfully maneuvered the ball into the penalty area and deftly evaded Peak before attempting a shot. Had it not been for Mascherano's keen awareness and fearless intervention, this shot would have posed a significant challenge for Valdez to handle. The commentator from Cope Radio, Andres, was also left in awe of Ye Luo's remarkable performance. Following a threatening shot from Messi, Ye Luo quickly retaliated. Might this match evolve into a duel between 2 prodigies? For neutral fans, the prospect of Barcelona scoring first and then indulging in their lethargic ball control to waste time is far from appealing. Such a spectacle is rather uninviting. No one enjoys watching slow back passes in defense. What everyone yearns for is the exhilarating exchange of attacks. Thus, Andres' hopes resonate with the desires of many neutral spectators. Malaga earned a corner kick. In no time, the Barcelona players returned in droves to fortify their defense in the penalty area. Meanwhile, Malaga fielded 2 center-backs, along with 2 defensive midfielders, Juanito and Fernando, both standing over 180 centimeters tall, the Brazilian powerhouse Baptista at 185 centimeters, and Ye Luo, who also exceeds 180 centimeters. For the corner kick, Malaga deployed 6 players. Capitalizing on set pieces was a crucial aspect of the attacking strategy devised by the Malaga coaching staff prior to the match. Given the disparity in strength, corner kicks and free kicks in the opponent's half are opportunities that must be seized. Additionally, Malaga holds a height advantage over Barcelona, making set pieces like corner kicks a focal point for practice. Taking charge of the corner kick was Isco. He positioned the ball, retreated a few steps, surveyed the penalty area, then raised his right hand, extending 2 fingers. This was a prearranged signal established during corner kick training days earlier. Upon seeing Isco SQ, all Malaga players in the penalty area surged towards the back post. The number of attacking players at that location was indeed substantial. As the commentator's words faded, Isco began his run, and the Malaga players initiated their movements. Some darted towards the near post, while others prepared to maneuver around at the back post. During this sequence, Ye Luo exploited a gap created by his teammates, making a diagonal run towards the edge of the penalty arc. Simultaneously, Isco struck the ball. Rather than soaring towards the densely populated small box, the ball flew outward at a lower elevation, peaking at about waist height, landing along the arc of the penalty area. Prior to this, with 6 towering players positioned at the back post of the small box, everyone expected Isco to deliver the ball into that area for Malaga's giants to contest in the air. Who could have anticipated that his kick would veer towards the periphery? Inside the penalty area, the defenders of Barcelona shifted their gazes towards the trajectory of the soaring football, their bodies momentarily frozen. In the next instant, nearly all of them widened their eyes in alarm, with the quicker ones, such as Alves and Mascherano, frantically charging forward. For in their line of sight, The trajectory of the ball was about to intersect with the path of Malaga's number 10, Ye Luo, right at the edge of the penalty area. As he ran, Ye Luo was already adjusting his steps. The football descended from the air, and in that final stride, Ye Luo's body resembled a bow drawn taut. The power of his muscles converging into his right foot. Ye Luo. Amidst the commentators' astonished exclamations, Ye Luo's right foot lashed out like a whip, striking the outer side of the descending football. Bang! The resounding crack silenced every sound within the Camp Nou. The ball veered sharply, transforming into a meteor racing towards the goal. Alves instinctively leaped, yet the ball whizzed past him. The air vibrating with the speed of the flying football exploded in his ears, akin to the sonic boom of a jet fighter breaking the sound barrier. Boom. Thud. The football slammed against the underside of the crossbar, ricocheting down into the goal before bouncing back up, colliding with the net. At that moment, Camp Nou was enveloped in a profound silence. Valdez stood frozen, his body completely rigid. Chaos erupted within the penalty area, his focus having been entirely on the immediate vicinity. By the time he noticed Ye Luo suddenly near the edge of the penalty box, it was too late for him to react. Had Ye Luo opted to control the ball before shooting, Valdez might have had time to respond, but Ye Luo executed a volley instead. The shot was propelled with astonishing speed. And in the blink of an eye, the football struck the underside of the crossbar and sailed into the net. Goal! Ye Luo. Ye Luo. A thunderous volley. A world-class strike. Incredible. 1-0. 1-0. Ye Luo has propelled Malaga into the lead. The home team, Barcelona, now trails. Who could have anticipated this? Who could have foreseen that it would be Malaga that struck first? In the commentary booth, several commentators quickly reacted, their voices rising in jubilation. Malaga's fans leaped from their seats, waving scarves and celebrating with exuberance in the stands. Soon after, the Camp Nou crowd began to awaken from their stupor. A sharp chorus of boos erupting throughout the stadium, attempting to drown out the visiting supporters. Yet, they could not hinder the celebrations of Malaga's players. Ye Luo raised his arms, laughing as he sprinted towards the corner flag, fists clenched, veins bulging in his neck. Upon reaching the corner flag, he kicked over the flag that stood at the intersection of the goal line and touchline, roaring in celebration alongside Isco. Quickly, other players from Malaga joined in, reveling in their triumph within this globally renowned arena, as the underdogs from Malaga unleashed their joy. Chapter 1 contains nearly 8,000 words, Chapter 2 exceeds 6,000, and Chapter 3 also comprises 6,000, totaling just over 20,000 words. My fingers are nearly cramping from the effort of typing. I shall take a brief respite before resuming the task of preparing tomorrow's manuscript this afternoon. This chapter concludes with Chapter 66, The Corridor of Messi, featuring the indomitable Ye Luo. What a sight! A corner kick executed with a stunning volley. Truly spectacular. Incredible. Amidst the din of enthusiastic commentary, Zhang Jun applauds fervently. What an impressive corner strategy. Despite Malaga's towering players, everyone anticipated Isco would direct the ball to the far post. However, Malaga's players opened a pathway for Ye Luo, leading him to an unmarked position for a shot. Nonetheless, this also relies on Ye Luo's formidable shooting prowess. Executing such a clean and precise volley without the need for a touch is an extraordinary feat. In the commentary booth, Andres from Cope Radio is extolling Ye Luo's goal, a beautiful strike. This goal evokes memories of Zidane's magnificent volley in the Champions League final. If I were to vote for the best goal of the season, this would undoubtedly earn my nomination. Amidst a chorus of boos, the Catalan television commentator appears slightly disconcerted. Yet, he quickly asserts, such a conceded goal is unavoidable. The opponent delivered a high-quality strike. Fortunately, with less than 10 minutes into the match, for Barcelona, it is merely a single goal conceded, nothing of great consequence. Indeed, just a single goal. We can equalize. Let us go. Countless Barcelona fans before their screens echo this sentiment. On the sidelines, Malaga's coaching staff celebrates exuberantly. In contrast, Guardiola remains composed. Although he shakes his head in disapproval after the goal, he does not exhibit overt anger. In truth, upon witnessing Malaga's 6 players over 6 feet tall clustering at the far post, he anticipated that they were scheming something. However, the element of surprise and subtlety in this corner kick strategy makes it nearly impossible to predict the opponent's movements. This is precisely why weaker teams rigorously practice corner strategies against stronger opponents, as set-piece tactics can significantly mitigate the technical disparities between teams. Moreover, This goal cannot be solely attributed to Barcelona's players. Ye Luo's sudden run, coupled with the cover provided by other Malaga players, afforded him the opportunity to shoot from the edge of the penalty area. Had he opted to control the ball first, Barcelona's defenders would have had time to recover. Yet he chose to strike immediately, a decision fraught with difficulty. Scoring such a high-difficulty world-class goal indeed leaves Guardiola at a loss for words. Additionally, he finds no need for drastic measures, as Barcelona is a highly mature team. Their players are well aware of how to respond in the face of conceding a goal. Within the box at Camp Nou, Bosque raised his gaze to the television screen, replaying Ye Luo's remarkable goal from various angles, his face betraying a look of astonishment. Truly, he is a genius, is he not? Bosque turned to his assistant, Grande. Indeed, however, the chairman has yet to take any action, Grande replied with a shrug. He previously called Villar, the president of the Spanish Football Federation, but was informed that there were no plans regarding Ye Luo. Bosque waved his hand dismissively. It matters not. We can take our time. As long as he has not represented the Dragon country's national team, we still have a chance. Bosque's gaze shifted to the pitch. We need to rejuvenate the team, to maintain our hunger for honor. Grande nodded in agreement. Since winning the World Cup, the players of the Spanish national team have appeared somewhat lethargic during matches. This is perhaps what they call the champions' malaise. They have achieved the highest honor, naturally diminishing their thirst for glory. It is human nature. He may be a player of historical significance, Grande remarked, but Spain boasts plenty of young talents. No, it is different, Bosque contemplated. He feels distinct. Distinct? Indeed. Bosque inhaled deeply. He may be the kind of player who could rival Maradona. Grande gasped in disbelief. Rival Maradona? That seems an exaggeration, does it not? Has the old man lost his mind? On the field, Barcelona's players calmly controlled the ball, awaiting the referee's whistle to resume the match. Ye Luo's goal was indeed spectacular, yet it could hardly evoke feelings of shock, disbelief, or fear among Barcelona's players. If that were the case, how could this team ever claim titles such as La Liga or the Champions League? It was merely a conceded goal, quite ordinary. If a single goal could shatter their defense, could they still be referred to as the team of the universe? Thus, when the players from Malaga jubilantly returned to their half, they were met only with the tranquil expressions of Barcelona's players. Ye Luo glanced at Messi. Unfortunately, he was engaged in conversation with Villar and did not look his way. Ye Luo swiftly sprinted back to his half, aware that the true test of the match was just beginning. Ye Luo's intuition proved correct. Upon the resumption of play, Barcelona unleashed a frenzied assault. Waves of attacks relentlessly battered Malaga's defense, each attempt seemingly inching ever closer to a goal. Villar, a decisive strike. Oh, Malaga narrowly escapes. Iniesta controlled the ball deftly, shooting with his left foot. A magnificent save by Asenjo. Splendid. Messi. Is it a pass? Pedro. A sliding shot from the back post went awry. Just listening to the commentator's excitement reveals the ferocity of Barcelona's onslaught. On the sidelines, Pellegrini's expression was grave. He had begun to notice players gasping for breath while clutching their knees after completing defensive tasks, and nearly 20 minutes had elapsed in the first half. Such passive defending was excessively taxing on their stamina. After conceding a goal, Barcelona unleashed a relentless assault for a continuous 10 minutes. Their offensive was akin to a barrage of cannon fire, while Malaga's defense resembled a wall being pounded by solid cannonballs. The bricks, compacted earth, and stones that constituted this fortification were being reduced to dust, rendering the wall pockmarked and seemingly awaiting the final cannonball to shatter it completely. This stark disparity in strength weighed heavily on Pellegrini's brow. He cast a glance at Ye Luo, who was equally diligent, participating in the defensive efforts. There was no other option. With Barcelona's ferocious onslaught, Ye Luo found himself unable to receive the ball in the forward line and thus retreated to his defensive position. However, this left Malaga devoid of any counterattacking potential. At that moment, Messi received a pass from Busquets on the right flank. He initially veered towards the sideline. Then with his right foot, he deftly controlled the ball before flicking it with his left foot, cutting inwards. The fullback Fernando and midfielder Juanito were effortlessly bypassed. The supporting defender Camacho hesitated to engage, fearing being outmaneuvered, and could only retreat cautiously. Meanwhile, Messi continued to dribble along the edge of the penalty area, moving inward. Just as Camacho sensed the impending danger, Messi adjusted his stride. He was preparing to shoot. Camacho was alarmed. At that instant, a figure moved even faster. It was Yellow. Amidst the commentators' exclamations, Yellow executed a sliding tackle to block the shot. However, Messi's left-footed curling shot barely skimmed past Yellow's outstretched legs. The ball soared to a height of about 1 meter above the ground before descending rapidly, curving toward the right post of the goal. As Asenjo lunged for the save, the shot proved too cunning to intercept. The ball grazed the inside of the post and slipped into the net. The Malaga players stood frozen in disbelief. Yellow, on the grass, pounded the turf in frustration. Just one step away. Just one step. Yellow lamented, tugging at his hair in disappointment. He sensed trouble the moment Messi opted to break through, particularly when he saw Camacho retreating. Yellow was acutely aware that Messi would choose to shoot, as that route was his most favored scoring path, Messi's corridor. Thus, he sprang into action, attempting to slide in for the block as Messi prepared to shoot. Yet, he was ultimately a moment too late. Even though Yellow had mentally prepared for Messi's pace, the latter's speed was simply too swift. This was Messi's greatest advantage, his rapid stride. Whether dribbling, changing direction, or shooting, he could execute high-quality shots with a remarkably short leg swing. After completing the shot, Messi felt a jolt of surprise. As Yellow lunged in for the block, Messi nearly believed that his shot would be thwarted. When had he returned to defend? As Messi opened his arms in celebration, his mind was flooded with the image of Yellow suddenly lunging in. This fellow's desire to win is truly fierce. Pep has always wanted to bring him to Camp Nou. Perhaps this match would make him realize that only at a prestigious club like Barcelona can one find the tactical resources to elevate a superstar's prowess. Yellow rose to his feet, observing his somewhat dazed teammates, and clapped his hands, exclaiming loudly, "It's just one goal conceded. It's nothing to worry about. Let us score another." His voice resonated so powerfully that all the players from Malaga instinctively turned to him. He was the youngest player on the field. Yet at this moment, Yellow was the steadfast pillar supporting the Malaga players in their relentless fight on the pitch. Indeed, with Yellow in our ranks, we shall not surrender. As long as he does not give up, Malaga shall not falter. No one noticed the small incident occurring within the Malaga penalty area, for all eyes were fixated on the celebrating Barcelona players. The atmosphere in Camp Nou was electric. "Messi, Messi, Messi," echoed throughout the stadium. Before the match commenced, who could have predicted that Barcelona would be the first to concede a goal? After 10 tense minutes, Camp Nou finally erupted. "Look, this is Barcelona. This is Messi. So what if we conceded first? We can score 1, 2, 3. The Barcelona fans joyously mused, leaping and cheering while chanting Messi's name. Messi, Villa, Pedro, their formidable trio striking fear across Europe. Messi's goal ignited the passion of the stadium. What a splendid shot. Messi's incisive run from the flank and his sublime curled effort after bypassing 3 defenders sent the ball into the corner. This was quintessential Messi. The Messi corridor had come alive once more. Commentators were exulting. Just 10 minutes after conceding, Barcelona equalized. The formidable attacking prowess displayed by the home side led many to believe that any twists in the match might be at an end. After the equalizer, could Malaga still muster the spirit to resist such an opponent? Pellegrini indeed harbored concerns regarding Malaga's morale. However, witnessing Yellow inspiring his teammates and observing the gradually dissipating frustration and helplessness on the faces of the Malaga players, he let out a slight sigh of relief and returned to the bench. As a head coach, there was little else he could do in such a match. Malaga's hard power was evident, and they had adopted a defensive counterattack formation with 3 midfielders. The scope for adjustment was quite limited, and the substitutes bench offered no options for Pellegrini to make impactful changes. Therefore, in this scenario, if Malaga were to make an impression, they could only rely on the brilliance of their stars, specifically, on Yellow. "Messi, Malaga has conceded again," Zhang Jun lamented. Barcelona's strength remains formidable. While Malaga boasts the talent of Yellow, they are overshadowed by Barcelona's powerful team. Currently, Yellow's personal prowess is still a distance from that of Messi. And as a collective unit, Malaga pales in comparison to Barcelona. The outcome of this match, at this juncture, is hardly surprising. Many fans from the Dragon Country are shaking their heads. Nevertheless, I am indifferent to whether Malaga secures a victory. I simply hope Yellow scores another goal. Yes, just one more. As a Barcelona supporter, I must admit I am quite pleased. Barcelona has equalized, and Yellow has found the net. Even if we lose this match, Malaga is still 2 points shy of the top 4. No matter, there are 9 more league matches ahead. The discussions among the Dragon Country fans are quite revealing. Everyone believes that after being equalized, Malaga's chances of regaining the lead are minimal. This suggests a high probability of a Barcelona victory. After all, at this venue, Barcelona has yet to taste defeat this season. Many media personalities, commentators, and fans share this sentiment. However, Ye Luo, with the ball at his feet, disagrees. As the referee signals the resumption of play, Ye Luo promptly kicks the ball backward and then darts forward. The Barcelona players advance, except for Busquets, who, noticing Ye Luo's momentum, closely marks him. At that moment, Isco, positioned in the backfield, lofts the ball in Ye Luo's direction. Chapter 67, A Leisurely Stroll. The sprite on the field. Busquets is acutely aware of Ye Luo's threat. Thus, he intends to avoid prolonged entanglement with him, instead placing both hands on Ye Luo's shoulders. Should Ye Luo show any signs of breaking through, Busquets is prepared to commit a foul without hesitation. The referee has already raised the whistle to his lips. If Ye Luo were to fall at this moment, a foul would be called, granting Malaga a free kick from a right midfield position. Ye Luo senses the pressure from behind. He focuses on the approaching ball, then leans back suddenly before accelerating forward. This maneuver deftly frees him from Busquets' grappling defense. Such subtle techniques are invaluable, honed through countless encounters with Real Madrid on the virtual pitch. For a player, the peak of their career often arrives around the age of 27 to 29, as their physical condition remains at its zenith while their experience becomes significantly enriched. In football, experience can sometimes be as crucial as physicality and technique. The referee, observing Ye Luo's movement, hesitates, while Ye Luo leans back slightly. His arm is only marginally raised. In contrast, Busquets' arm movement is considerably more pronounced. If a foul is to be called on Ye Luo, would it not necessitate a prior infraction by Busquets? Thus, after a moment's deliberation, the referee opts to refrain from blowing the whistle, allowing the game to flow uninterrupted. Busquets clutched his face, on the verge of collapsing. This time, it was no mere act. He was genuinely in pain, unable to even surreptitiously observe the referee through his fingers. His weight was pressing down, nearly causing him to hang on Ye Luo's body. However, Ye Luo suddenly leaned back, his shoulder colliding sharply with Busquets' nose. This unexpected maneuver caught Busquets off guard. He never anticipated that this young player would employ such crafty tactics, leaving even the seasoned veteran at a disadvantage. Yet, the whistle from the referee remained silent, forcing Busquets to endure the pain and grit his teeth as he pursued Ye Luo fervently from behind. Unfortunately, he had lost the initiative and could not entangle Ye Luo, making it increasingly difficult to catch up. A sense of helplessness ignited within Busquets. It reminded him of training sessions against his teammate Messi. No, this young man's speed surpasses even that of Messi. It was truly astounding. A player of such height could display agility akin to that of a diminutive figure like Messi. With gritted teeth, Busquets pressed on, and at last, he noticed Ye Luo decelerating. Just as hope flickered in his heart, Ye Luo unexpectedly accelerated again, the abrupt change in rhythm nearly leaving Busquets breathless. Ye Luo had slowed down just before confronting Mascherano, then surged forward, using the shift in pace to evade Mascherano's defense. As he charged into the penalty area, many fans in the Camp Nou stood up, craning their necks to catch a glimpse of the pitch. Ye Luo was entering the box. This was the most perilous signal. At that moment, Barcelona's defenders braced themselves for an impending threat. Fortunately, several defenders were present, and Busquets had returned to the penalty area just in time. Mascherano, having been momentarily shaken off, also regained his position in the key area. Upon entering the box, Ye Luo came to a sudden halt, managing to control the ball at his feet. However, no Barcelona player dared to recklessly advance. Pique stood before Ye Luo, lowering his center of gravity and maintaining a cautious distance to block any potential breakthrough routes. Simultaneously, Mascherano and Busquets closed in on Ye Luo swiftly. Alves and Maxwell were also approaching. On the sidelines, Guardiola, who had been anxiously tense, felt a sense of relief wash over him. With 5 players surrounding Ye Luo, what could he possibly do? Baptista's speed was far too slow. He couldn't even outrun Busquets, so there was little to worry about. Within Barcelona's penalty area, 5 defenders were tightening their encirclement. Ye Luo lifted his right foot, his ankles subtly shaking, the feint not overly pronounced. Planning to break through? I merely need to hold my position. Your attempts will be futile. I am close enough to you. Wherever you go, I can keep up. In such a scenario, do you truly believe you can shoot directly? I have 5 teammates. Can you outmaneuver me in an instant? Wait, are you actually shooting? Pique was taken aback, a chill running down his spine. Unbeknownst to Ye Luo, his adversaries were entangled in such psychological musings. Upon bringing the ball into the penalty area, he realized that the space to advance further was rapidly diminishing. Moreover, even if he forcefully penetrated near the baseline, he would struggle to execute a quality shot. He must wait for his teammates to provide support. At times, one's speed can become a source of frustration. However, upon realizing that his teammates had yet to catch up and that opponents were encircling him, Ye Luo promptly abandoned the notion of waiting and prepared to continue his breakthrough, aiming for the goal. He lifted his right foot, feigned a move, and observed. Then, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Peke's slightly parted legs. Suddenly, he deftly nudged the ball with his toe. This action was exceedingly subtle. No one anticipated that Ye Luo would handle the ball in such a manner. The football slipped through the narrow gap between Peke's legs, skimming the grass and darting sharply towards the lower left corner of the goal. Valdez felt a twinge of anxiety upon witnessing Ye Luo's advance into the penalty area. However, as the opposing players became encircled by his defensive teammates, his worries waned. Ye Luo was up against a well-organized defensive structure. Barcelona's defenders had returned. Although Malaga's attacking players surged forward to support Ye Luo, Barcelona's players were also tracking back. Under such circumstances, no matter how skilled Ye Luo may be, making a significant impact became increasingly difficult. Just then, he sensed trouble brewing. He had not seen Ye Luo's toe poke, due to Peke obstructing his view. But the football suddenly emerged from between Peke's legs, startling him. The ball was traveling at a swift pace, and at an acute angle. He instinctively lunged to his left. Yet, he was a moment too late. His fingertips grazed the ball but did little to alter its trajectory. The football skimmed the grass and struck the inside of the far post, ricocheting into the net. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. For Valdez to even attempt to save was commendable. Almost everyone was momentarily stunned. It felt as though the entire Camp Nou had frozen in that instant. All eyes fixated on the ball swirling within the goal. Subsequently, they instinctively turned to the large screen to comprehend how the ball had suddenly breached Barcelona's defenses. Few truly grasped the moment. Commentators glanced at their computer screens, yet they did not forget their duty. Goal. The ball has entered. Malaga has once again taken the lead. Unbelievable. Within a minute of conceding, Malaga responded. 1-2. Barcelona found themselves trailing at home once more. This match had become thrilling. Barcelona had just equalized, only for Malaga to respond with another goal. Ye Luo's strike was pivotal, stabilizing the team's morale with his timely goal. This score invigorated Malaga's players with boundless spirit. The battle was far from over. Astonishing. Unbelievable. Let us delve into the exquisite manner in which this ball found its way into the net. Oh, what a splendid sight it was. Ye Luo's deft touch with the tip of his foot rendered Peke rather clumsy in comparison. This goal evokes memories of Ronaldinho, as the commentators were all astounded. The television replay vividly captured the entirety of this remarkable moment. Ye Luo lifted his right foot, seemingly feigning a maneuver to elude Peke, yet in the next instant, he deftly nudged the ball with his toe, akin to thunder erupting from a clear sky. The football surged through the gap between Peke's legs and nestled into the net from an impossible angle. Effortless, poetic, as if strolling leisurely through a garden. The imagery of this goal was replayed incessantly, from every conceivable angle and camera lens. All fans, save for the supporters of Barcelona, including neutral spectators, were utterly enraptured. He was truly a sprite upon the football pitch, remarked a local Spanish journalist from the press box. Some Catalan reporters fell into silence. For this goal reminded them of a certain individual, a footballing spirit once belonging to this very stadium. Across the internet in the Dragon Kingdom, fans were equally entranced. Videos and GIFs of this goal swiftly circulated across various forums and websites, shared and reposted by fervent admirers. A young footballer from the Dragon Kingdom ambled effortlessly within Barcelona's penalty area, unperturbed by the 5 defenders surrounding him, and with a stroke of imaginative flair, he sent the ball into the opponent's goal. This calm and romantic audacity, plucking victory from the jaws of defeat, was truly mesmerizing. One cannot help but wonder how many became ardent fans of this young talent in that very moment. In Malaga, local supporters unable to travel with the team congregated in bars throughout the city. Upon witnessing Ye Luo's unexpected brilliance in scoring against Barcelona, propelling Malaga ahead once more, the entire city erupted in jubilation. A tremendous cheer reverberated through the urban landscape. Ye Luo, long life, they cried, raising their arms in exultation, celebrating with joyous toasts. After the goal, Ye Luo spread his arms wide, a smile gracing his face as he stood amidst the throng of Barcelona players. However, at that moment, the Barcelona players could no longer maintain their previous composure. Just moments after they had scored, they found themselves once again at a disadvantage due to Ye Luo's astonishing response. The expressions of resignation and a hint of barely concealed panic appeared on their faces. On the sidelines, Guardiola ran his hand over his gleaming bald head, his brow furrowed. The timing and nature of this concession were a significant blow to the team's morale. Just as Malaga had suffered a dip in spirit upon conceding a goal, Barcelona had the opportunity to thoroughly dismantle their opponents. Yet, Ye Luo's goal instantaneously reignited Malaga's morale to its zenith. In this ebb and flow, the tides of fortune shifted dramatically. The subsequent endeavor for Barcelona to score shall prove to be a formidable challenge, compounded by the considerable threat posed by Ye Luo. Despite having previously emphasized the necessity of defending against him, it appears that such measures may fall short. Contemplating this, Guardiola summoned Mascherano. Chapter 68. They possess a leader. Mascherano returned to the pitch, bearing a somewhat peculiar expression. What did Pep say? Busquets inquired. He instructed me to remain in close pursuit of Ye Luo, Mascherano replied. Are you certain he meant to follow him so closely? Busquets appeared momentarily taken aback. Indeed, that was his exact directive, Mascherano stated, taking a deep breath. That implies a pawn sacrifice tactic, Busquets remarked incredulously. Such a tactic is not uncommon. Many teams employ it when contending with an opponent's key player. Yet, who could have anticipated that Barcelona would resort to such a strategy? But what about your positioning if you advance? Busquets pondered, a hint of frustration in his voice. Pep instructed me not to cross the halfway line, and he emphasized the importance of maintaining possession to deny the opponent opportunities, particularly ensuring that the ball does not reach Ye Luo, Mascherano explained. Understood. Busquets nodded, and soon, Guardiola's latest adjustment reverberated throughout the field. Ye Luo noticed an additional shadow beside him. Mascherano shadowed him closely, as Ye Luo traversed from left to right, then back again, accelerating and strolling, with Mascherano never exceeding a meter in proximity. Ye Luo frowned slightly, realizing that the opposition had dispatched a defender to shadow him closely. A pawn sacrifice? Ye Luo mused, observing Mascherano with a curious expression. The virtual arena was indeed remarkable. In matches against teams like Real Madrid and Valencia, he had occasionally encountered similar scenarios where the opponent employed a pawn sacrifice strategy to mitigate his threat. Ye Luo was well acquainted with the implications of having an additional player nearby, increasing the pressure for receiving passes. He had faced similar situations numerous times, yet this was his first encounter on the actual pitch. Perhaps it was due to his limited experience in La Liga, having played only 15 matches. Who could envision that this individual before him was a young prodigy engaged in 2 high-intensity matches daily? Over the past 2 months, that amounted to over 130 matches. Typically, a young player, even one starting from the outset, would accrue a maximum of around 40 matches in a season. To amass Ye Luo's level of experience would require at least 3 seasons. Thus, Mascherano believed that his close marking would pose challenges for such a young player. Little did he realize that the individual before him was, in fact, quite seasoned. After witnessing Ye Luo's repeated attempts to elude him without success, Mascherano, amused, simply placed his hands on his hips and strolled leisurely in the attacking zone. The youth, often lacking in patience, find themselves in a moment where Barcelona has nearly seized control of the match. Although they appeared somewhat flustered after conceding a goal, their formidable composure, both on the field and psychologically, compelled Malaga to retreat into a defensive posture. Barcelona unleashed a series of relentless attacks, with the cheers from the stands of Camp Nou rising in crescendo. In the commentary booth, the Catalan announcer raised his arms in exultation. This is Barcelona. This is our football. We still have time to crush them. Go, Barcelona. Go, Messi. The offensive onslaught of the home team, the Cosmic Squad, proved to be truly fearsome. Despite trailing by a goal, the momentum of Barcelona's attack suggested that an equalizer was inevitable. The pitch was thoroughly dominated by Barcelona, exhibiting a remarkable stability that remained unaffected even when they faced the prospect of falling further behind. This is the terrifying essence of a championship-caliber team. Their control is unparalleled. Malaga was forced into a defensive shell, with Isco and Baptista retreating to the penalty area, leaving Ye Luo isolated and unsupported. The question loomed, could Malaga withstand the relentless pressure from the home side? On the field, Barcelona firmly dictated the pace of the game. In that moment, many commentators began to doubt Malaga's chances, as it seemed inevitable that their defense would eventually crumble under such an onslaught. They were left with little opportunity for counterattacks. Ye Luo appeared like a kite severed from its string, devoid of support from the backline, and several aerial balls from defense were expertly dealt with by Mascherano and Busquets, who thwarted any attempt from Ye Luo to gain possession. With every passing moment, as Barcelona's advantage grew, their attacks intensified. In the 33rd minute of the match, Messi received the ball on the right flank and executed a 1-2 with Iniesta before penetrating the penalty area. With a deft left-footed flick, he set the ball at Villa's feet. The Spanish striker, upon receiving it, unleashed a left-footed strike that sailed just past the fingertips of goalkeeper Asenjo, grazing the post before going out of play. Fans in Camp Nou began to celebrate prematurely, only to exhale a collective sigh of disappointment upon realizing the miss. However, the subsequent waves of applause and cheers resounded throughout the stadium. Although the goal did not materialize, it sufficiently underscored the magnitude of Barcelona's attacking threat. All Malaga supporters were drenched in cold sweat, for if this continued, conceding a goal to Barcelona was merely a matter of time. The formidable prowess of Barcelona, showcased through a series of relentless attacks, was on full display. Finally, in the 38th minute of the match, after a barrage of frenzied assaults, Barcelona found the back of the net. Villa. Oh, David Villa. 2-2. The home side, Barcelona, had equalized once more. Remarkably, before the end of the first half, both teams had already contributed for goals. The pass was exquisite, the shot spectacular. Iniesta's incisive through ball drew the attention of the majority of Malaga's players, who were captivated by Messi in the penalty area, thus providing Villa with a golden opportunity to strike within the box. Villa's composed finish not only preserved Barcelona's dignity on their home turf, but also ignited a fervent roar from the commentator. The Spanish striker, Villa, clenched his fist and sprinted in celebration, as the entire stadium erupted in cheers, chanting his name. The Camp Nou was engulfed in a frenzy, with all Barcelona supporters rising from their seats, waving their towels in jubilation. From the front stands, a cacophony of ecstatic shouts resonated. Bow to the champions. You country bumpkins of Malaga. Kneel. Malaga. We are Barcelona. Oh, we are Barcelona. We are exceptional, playing the finest football in the world. Oh, country bumpkins of Malaga. Kneel and pay homage to the champions. Kneel and honor Barcelona. Oh, we are Barcelona. The chants of humiliation towards the opponents unfolded, a song typically reserved for Real Madrid when they graced this stadium. Traditionally, Barcelona fans regarded Madrid solely as rivals. However, at this moment, the name Madrid was replaced with Malaga. This shift illustrates the palpable sense of threat that Barcelona's supporters felt from Malaga. If Barcelona were to lose this match while Malaga fell to Real Madrid, they would risk surrendering their top position ahead of the national derby. Although the Catalan side, from players to fans, would exude confidence in a match at the Bernabéu, the advantage of leading the standings would certainly offer a degree of assurance when facing their fiercest rivals. Before the first half concluded, Barcelona equalized once more, allowing the pent-up frustration of their supporters to finally be released. Furthermore, the misfortune befell Ye Luo. As Malaga's linchpin, he was naturally the focal point of the opposition's attacks. Oh, from the Dragon Kingdom, you will never surpass Leo Messi. Oh, you will never surpass Leo Messi. The lyrics of the stadium's anthem were straightforward and unambiguous. This song was originally a staple for welcoming Cristiano Ronaldo to Camp Nou, yet now it was directed at Ye Luo. The fans sang that Ye Luo could not compare to Messi, which, to Zhang Jun, brought a sense of elation. After all, it signified that the rival fans were placing Ye Luo in the same breath as Messi, thus elevating Ye Luo's status. However, Ye Luo did not share this sentiment, for he could sense the disintegration of team morale. The players wore expressions of helplessness, with several struggling to catch their breath, leaning on their knees. The visiting fans had also fallen silent. They sat in their seats, some with their faces buried in their hands, unable to bear watching the remainder of the match. The opposing team celebrated, and for their own squad to reach this level was already a commendable feat. After all, they were up against Barcelona. Many fans of Malaga contemplated this when, at that moment, they observed Ye Luo passionately communicating with his teammates. He approached each Malaga player, fervently rallying them. It was yellow, igniting the team's fighting spirit. There was still time left in the match, and we had merely conceded an equalizer. Yellow had not surrendered. How could we possibly give up? On the away stands, the murmurs of the fans began to rise. Suddenly, from an unknown source, the chant of Yellow echoed through the air. Over 2,000 fans resounded his name. Yellow, yellow, yellow. The sound was so clear, even amidst the cheers of the thousands of Barcelona supporters. Akin to a fish leaping from the ocean, soaring above the waves. Let us rally. We are not defeated yet. Brothers, the match is far from over. Pass me the ball. Yellow bellowed into the ears of each teammate. We've only been equalized. It's nothing of great consequence. If we can score 1, 2, we can achieve a third. They were contending for the championship, while we were fighting for a top 4 finish. Yellow pointed towards the celebrating Barcelona players. Look at them. Defeating such formidable foes would surely be an even greater accomplishment. At that moment, he heard the voices from the stands. It was his own supporters. They had not given up either. Yellow smiled, raised his hand, fingers splayed, and then pounded it down towards the crest on his chest. I hear your voices. Instantly, the cheers of over 2,000 fans nearly drowned out the cacophony created by the Barcelona supporters. They shouted with all their might. They knew there was still one trustworthy individual on their team who had not been vanquished by Barcelona. He was still fighting. He had not given up. Indeed, they still had Yellow. Why should we feel despondent? Why should we hang our heads? We possessed the indomitable Yellow. He could score 1 goal, 2 goals, and then a third. A crescendo of voices surged again, raising the decibel level to such heights that even the security personnel separating them from the home fans were momentarily bewildered. Barcelona had just scored. Yet what were these Malaga supporters so excited about? Had they lost their minds? On the coaching bench, Pellegrini witnessed the scene. To be honest, after Barcelona netted their second goal to equalize, he felt a pang of despair. The opponent's collective offense was overwhelmingly strong, while Malaga could only rely on a scattered few counterattacks. To win such a match would require an extraordinary stroke of luck. He has even begun to seek excuses for their failures, citing a lack of cohesion, an influx of new players, and suggesting that this season is merely a stepping stone towards a triumphant return next season. After all, achieving this level at Camp Nou is a testament to the potential possessed by this team. If this season proves unsuccessful, they shall return stronger next season. Malaga boasts a formidable core. At this moment, however, Pellegrini observed that, through Yellow's efforts, the players, who had previously hung their heads, began to lift them once more. The plummeting morale seemed to have halted its downward spiral. Spirits were being rekindled. The panic in the players' eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by a fierce determination, a renewed fire of ambition. Pellegrini was suddenly jolted back to reality. He felt a wave of self-reproach, realizing that he had momentarily entertained thoughts of surrender, which was utterly unacceptable for someone in his position as the head coach. Malaga had not yet collapsed, for they possessed a leader. As long as they did not relinquish hope, opportunities remained. On the football field, anything is possible. The moment of defeat does not begin with conceding a goal, but rather with the act of giving up. Yellow pointed towards the away fans. Do you see? They have not given up, he proclaimed. As players, how could we let down the support of so many fans? The players heard the resounding cheers from the crowd, and they were moved. They would fight. They would battle to the very end. One player raised his fist and declared loudly. The team's morale surged from the depths to unprecedented heights. This chapter, which I had distinctly titled, mysteriously lost its title upon publication, and I shall have to seek editorial permissions to rectify it tomorrow. Chapter 69. The moment of decisive victory. Silence at Camp Nou. Guardiola celebrated the goal from the sidelines. Following the equalizer, he believed that Malaga's psychological defenses had been thoroughly breached. Thus, after the celebration, he quickly summoned Xavi to the sideline. Attack! Attack! Continue the relentless assault. Crush them completely. Do not give them a moment to breathe. Guardiola commanded loudly. Xavi nodded vigorously and then turned to return to the field, conveying Guardiola's latest directives to each Barcelona player. This was precisely what they wished to hear. Attack. Overwhelm them with our offense. After all, they had merely equalized. A draw was not their objective. They sought victory. They craved 3 points. They aimed to maintain their advantage over Real Madrid in the standings. Therefore, their immediate task was to leverage their home advantage and mount an utterly ferocious offense to obliterate their opponents. At this moment, The spirits of Barcelona's players soared to unprecedented heights. As the match resumed, they swiftly regained possession and launched an aggressive assault. In Malaga, despite the match unfolding as before, with the necessity of a low-block, densely packed defense to withstand the opponent's onslaught, they had relinquished the majority of possession. Yet, the anxiety that had once gripped their hearts had dissipated, replaced by a steadfast determination. This tenacity invigorated their defensive movements, while the forward, Ye Luo, remained close to the midfield line, neither drifting too far nor losing his influence. This positioning not only disrupted Barcelona's passing in the center, but also shortened the distance for his teammates' passes, enhancing his own chances of receiving the ball. Barcelona regained control, having twice fallen behind only to equalize, demonstrating formidable momentum. Yet, Malaga found themselves in a precarious position. Both of their goals were the fruits of Ye Luo's individual brilliance. While he had managed to shine once or twice, could he possibly illuminate the pitch thrice in a single match? The commentators expressed skepticism regarding Malaga's prospects. The current state of the game seemed decidedly unfavorable for them, even with a star like Ye Luo on their side. The brilliance of a single player shining once in a match was already remarkable. He had dazzled twice. Barcelona, meanwhile, maintained a relentless focus on containing Ye Luo. Mascherano's positioning resembled that of a defensive midfielder, shadowing Ye Luo the moment he crossed the halfway line. Other Barcelona players would converge at the first hint of Ye Luo receiving the ball, ready to resort to foul tactics at the slightest misstep. Under such stringent defense, it was difficult to envision how Ye Luo could find the back of the net. He was isolated and unsupported. However, for Malaga, there was a glimmer of hope as the first half wound down. Barcelona's vigorous assault had failed to yield a goal. As the referee's whistle marked the end of the first half, the score stood at 2-2, both teams retreating to the dressing rooms with a stalemate. The first half had delivered 4 astounding goals, rendering it arguably the finest half of the season in La Liga. Yet, the match was far from over. An anticipation brewed for the performances in the second half. After commentator Andres concluded his analysis, he removed his headset and silenced his microphone, leaning back in his chair, squinting his eyes as he took a deep breath. The 45 minutes of commentary had proved a considerable test of endurance for any commentator. The halftime interlude quickly passed, with little opportunity for tactical adjustments. As both teams returned to the pitch, the previously subdued atmosphere transformed into a lively spectacle. Barcelona's fans sang and danced, their numerical advantage rendering Malaga's supporters nearly voiceless. Yet, they remained undeterred, buoyed by the team's efforts in the closing moments of the first half. Even in the event of defeat, they could hardly fault their players. Losses were an inherent part of the game, and no team was immune to them. The fans' allegiance to their team would remain steadfast, irrespective of the outcome. Win or lose, I love you. But without effort, I cannot love you. The dynamics of the second half closely mirrored those of the latter part of the first half. Barcelona naturally pressed forward with vigor in their attack, and fortune favored them splendidly. Merely 2 minutes into the second half, Xavi attempted a long-range shot from outside the penalty area, and the ball struck the arm of Camacho, who was retreating defensively. The referee immediately awarded a penalty kick. A penalty. Indeed, it is a penalty. Malaga's luck has been utterly dismal. Camacho's arm was already retracted. Yet Xavi's shot fortuitously struck his elbow. As the second half commenced, Barcelona was granted a penalty, which was a devastating blow for Malaga, who might find themselves trailing in this match. As the commentators spoke, Ye Luo rushed forward to protest the referee's decision. This was his right as team captain. His arm was retracted. You can't expect our players to sever their limbs, he exclaimed vehemently. Ye Luo glared at the referee, shouting and advancing, causing the referee to retreat in response. However, the likelihood of overturning the decision after it had been made was minimal. The referee explained, the ball struck his arm. I saw it clearly. This is a penalty. You must restrain your players and not disrupt the flow of the game. With a wave of his arm, Ye Luo departed with a sullen expression. This penalty decision was lethal. It meant they would likely commence the second half at a disadvantage. Yet, when Ye Luo glanced at his teammates, he found them lifting their heads. Don't look at me, Captain. I want to give up. They seemed to convey. So what if we concede? We'll fight back. Ye Luo's lips curled into a faint smile. He approached Camacho, the young midfielder who was filled with guilt, and helped him to his feet. It's nothing serious. Just bad luck, Ye Luo reassured him, patting his shoulder. The players remained composed, while on the sidelines, Pellegrini protested to the fourth official and received a yellow card. Malaga's luck was indeed miserable. Slow-motion replays revealed that Camacho's arm was struck during the retraction process, raising questions about whether it constituted an extension of the defensive area. Nonetheless, this was Camp Nou, Barcelona's home ground, and it was customary for referees to favor the home side occasionally, as commentator Zhang Jun noted. Messi stood at the penalty spot. When it comes to penalty kicks, Messi does not possess the same reliability as Cristiano Ronaldo. However, despite having missed penalties on several occasions, he confidently converted this one into a goal. Instantly, the entire Camp Nou erupted in cheers. Some Barcelona supporters jeered at Malaga, shouting, "You've lost. You are destined to lose. Surrender now, Malaga." At that moment, the proud fans of the Universe team began to recognize the threat posed by Malaga. Their performance was a testament to how wary they truly were of this opponent. Barcelona's supporters breathed a sigh of relief. The players of Barcelona breathed a sigh of relief. And so did Guardiola on the sidelines. At this moment in the match, Barcelona finally took the lead for the first time. However, once Barcelona gains the upper hand, the game is practically over. They excel at playing from a position of advantage, possessing an extraordinary control of the ball. This mastery can serve as a defensive strategy. When the ball is at their feet, the opponents are rendered incapable of mounting an attack. Any attempt to press for possession could result in being exploited by the likes of Messi and Pedro, who possess remarkable individual prowess. Barcelona is blessed with an abundance of players capable of delivering threatening passes. Once they establish a lead, the likelihood of victory becomes significantly heightened. At this juncture, even the most pessimistic Barcelona supporters could hardly conceive of a reason for defeat. They hold the upper hand in morale, form, tactics, and strength. What possible justification could there be for a Barcelona loss? A penalty is converted. Barcelona has taken the lead, the score now standing at 3-2, marking their first advantage in this match. In the commentary booth, Andres remarked, displaying little exhilaration. Deep down, he anticipated that Yellow might spark something. After witnessing Yellow's style of play in numerous matches, he had grown fond of its impact, entertainment value, and tenacity, like a mighty lion. Would Malaga respond this time? Would Yellow rise to the occasion? He voiced his sentiments aloud, echoing the thoughts of many Malaga fans and neutral spectators, as well as a considerable number of Real Madrid supporters. For the Madrid fans, they certainly hoped for Barcelona to drop points, as this would allow them to catch up in the standings. Although Real Madrid's next opponent is Malaga, in this match, all Madrid fans became ardent supporters of Malaga. In the stands, Malaga's fans rallied fervently. Facing unprecedented difficulties, competing away from home against a formidable opponent while trailing in score was indeed a dire situation. Nevertheless, they continued to uplift their team with chants of encouragement. Go Malaga! Go Yellow! Soon, the collective singing emerged, piercing through the noise created by the Barcelona supporters during brief interludes, like green shoots stubbornly breaking through rocky crevices, small, yet resilient. Malaga began to apply more pressure in midfield and attack, a development that Barcelona welcomed, as they could exploit the spaces behind Malaga's defense with passes from the backline. The match grew more animated as both teams exchanged blows, yet overall, Barcelona maintained a more significant offensive threat. One must ponder what other offensive strategies Malaga possesses beyond counterattacks. In the 6th minute of the match, a long pass from the backfield sought the towering presence of Baptista, exploiting his physical advantage. Baptista triumphed in a confrontation with Peak, leaping high to direct the ball toward the edge of the penalty area. Yellow took a few steps forward, utilizing his speed to evade the closely marking Mascherano, seizing the ball ahead of Busquets. Behind him, Mascherano exerted every effort, nearly collapsing on Yellow, aware that falling might result in a free kick, though more likely not. Given the referee's discretion in such confrontations, especially in the opponent's home ground, Yellow refrained from taking that risk. If the referee chose not to blow the whistle, a swift counterattack could ensue. Thus, while grappling with Mascherano, he deftly pulled the ball back with his right foot, sidestepping Busquets' attempt to dispossess him, and simultaneously stepped forward to shield Xavi. With opponents clinging to him from behind, blocking him in front, and interfering from the side, his situation appeared dire. Just as all eyes were fixed upon him, Yellow exerted himself to reclaim the ball, executing a subtle pass with a minimal swing of his calf. The football glided through the narrow gaps, landing at the right flank of the penalty area. At that moment, a figure clad in white and blue surged into the box. Isco. Amidst the commentators' astonishment, Isco had remarkably inserted himself into the play. Just as he was about to drift into an offside position, Yellow's pass arrived with impeccable timing, slicing through the air like a knife through butter, glistening as it reached Isco's feet. Isco was one-on-one with the goalkeeper. Amid the commentators' fervent exclamations and the jeers from the Camp Nou crowd, Valdez rushed forward. Isco feigned a shot, and as his ankle descended, it became evident that this was no attempt on goal, but rather a pass. The ball traversed horizontally across the penalty area. All attention was drawn to Malaga's twin stars, momentarily neglecting the presence of another forward. The Brazilian powerhouse Baptista faced an unguarded goal, a chance too glaring to squander, one even my grandmother could convert. As he sprinted, his right foot swept the ball toward the net like a broom. The football crossed the goal line. Malaga. Wow. The ball found its way in. Baptista had leveled the score for Malaga. Indeed, the finisher of this goal was not Yellow, but their center forward Baptista. The commentary booth erupted. The away fans erupted. A cacophony of sounds intertwined, exploding into cheers, roars, and jeers, reverberating through the stadium. Splendidly done. As Yellow passed the ball, he had already been knocked to the ground, but from his vantage point, he witnessed the entire sequence unfold. Leaping to his feet, he pointed to Baptista and Isco. Brilliant pass. The three embraced in joyous laughter. What of Barcelona? What of Camp Nou? They are still able to score here. We must net another goal. We shall triumph. Ye Luo exclaimed. At this very moment, his teammates no longer harbored doubts. They believed in their capacity to conquer the cosmic team. From this point forward, regardless of the adversaries they encounter, fear shall not grip them again. The players of Barcelona appeared utterly bewildered. The match, a roller coaster of twists and turns, left their emotions akin to that of a wild ride with exaggerated heights. Who could withstand such a tumult? The Barcelona players seemed to fall into a delusion, as if no matter their efforts, the opposing team perpetually found the net, particularly that Ye Luo. Not only did he score twice himself, but he also orchestrated another goal. He seemed capable of anything. The goal was netted by Baptista, with Isco providing the assist. Yet, the gazes of the Barcelona players were fixated on Ye Luo. This very individual had concocted a myriad of challenges that plagued Barcelona throughout the match. Indeed, their overall strength surpassed that of Malaga. But they could not contend with the brilliance of the opponent's core performance in this encounter. Confronting such an adversary would leave anyone feeling frustrated and helpless. A sense of powerlessness began to creep into the hearts of the Barcelona players. Guardiola furrowed his brow. What a beautiful pass, he mused. It was evident that Barcelona was in trouble. What should be done now? Substitutions? Guardiola glanced at the bench. The options available were rather limited. To bolster the offense, he had only Boyan and Heffernan, both of whom seemed less than ideal. Guardiola looked again towards Ye Luo, wishing he were on his team. He shook his head in resignation. He had no choice but to remain inactive, standing at the sidelines, gesturing to his players to maintain their composure. Pellegrini, of course, also chose to hold his ground. He had no viable substitutes, especially against an opponent like Barcelona. To recklessly adjust while seeking to equalize could disrupt the team's momentum. Thus, neither side made substitutions at the 70-minute mark. However, at this moment, Malaga's morale surged, while Barcelona's seemed to plummet. In this ebb and flow, a balance emerged on the field. Malaga began to attempt more possession-based attacks, while Barcelona experienced rare passing errors. Time ticked away, the customary 90 minutes slipping by amidst a fierce contest. On the sidelines, the fourth official raised the sign for stoppage time. 5 minutes of stoppage time in this match. Only 5 minutes remain, the commentators remarked. At this stage, both teams were suffering from fatigue, leading to an increase in unforced errors. The crux lay in who could seize the opportunity. In the 94th minute, Malaga executed a remarkably intense high press in the attacking third. Mascherano found himself unable to distribute the ball, ultimately resorting to turning and propelling the ball forward. In that very moment, gasps echoed from the stands of Camp Nou. Yellow made a valiant sliding tackle, intercepting Mascherano's forward pass. Such an error is a rarity for Barcelona. Yellow maintained possession of the ball, swiftly rising to his feet, and subsequently passed it to the advancing striker Baptista, who was pressuring peak. Baptista, a formidable bastion in the attack, shielded the ball and, with keen precision, delivered it in the direction of Yellow's run. By now, Yellow had attained full speed. Barcelona's players began to tighten their defensive formation within the penalty area, determined to deny Yellow any opportunity to strike. The area was densely packed, yet as he dashed forward, he glanced towards the goal. In a flash of inspiration, Ye Luo made a decisive choice. Without any forewarning, he lifted his leg and shot. Bang! With merely a flick of his right calf, he unleashed an astonishingly swift ball. Amidst the horrified gazes of the players within Barcelona's box, boom! The football erupted forth like a cannonball, crashing into the net behind Valdez. A profound silence enveloped the stadium. Chapter complete. Chapter 70. A rapid ascent, Ferguson's primary target for the summer window. At that moment, the entirety of Camp Nou fell into a hushed stillness. It was not only the home supporters who were struck dumb, even the visiting Malaga fans, present to rally behind their team, were momentarily stunned. Ye Luo's shot had come without warning. As he sprinted, no one had anticipated the release of his striking prowess. With a mere flick of his calf, the ball surged forth like a projectile. At that instant, everyone was momentarily dazed. Approximately 1 or 2 seconds later, the stadium erupted. The fervor did not emanate from the home supporters, but rather from over 2,000 traveling Malaga fans. At that moment, Camp Nou belonged to the Malaga faithful. A last-minute goal. This was a genuine last-minute triumph. On the live scoreboard, Malaga surged into the top 4. From second to last, they had accomplished an epic ascent to 4th place over the course of 16 grueling matches. Ye Luo. Oh my God, it was Ye Luo once more. A hat trick. He seemed capable of anything. A divine presence upon the field. A last-minute goal. This was indeed a true last-minute triumph. Ye Luo had vanquished Barcelona. Unbelievable. In the face of this goal, everything else seemed pale and inconsequential. Just look at the stands of Camp Nou. The Barcelona supporters were utterly speechless. Behold. Observe the Malaga coaching staff, the substitutes, and the players on the pitch. They were reveling in their victory. Although the match had yet to conclude, it was widely accepted that Malaga would emerge victorious. At this point, even the added time had elapsed. Once Barcelona reinitiated play, the referee was likely to sound the final whistle. The television broadcast repeatedly replayed this monumental goal. In the blink of an eye, the spectators present, along with many players on the field, failed to comprehend how Ye Luo, akin to a magician, deftly maneuvered the ball into the opponent's net. It was only through advanced broadcasting technology that the viewers, via slow motion on their television screens, could finally discern the entire sequence of this remarkable goal. Initially, Ye Luo advanced at a pace that was not particularly swift. However, under the watchful gaze of the camera, it became apparent that his body was taut, poised to unleash himself like an arrow released from its bow. The moment he detected Mascherano preparing for a forward pass, he surged forward with remarkable intensity, executing a ground slide tackle to intercept Mascherano's pass. Without pausing, he immediately lifted his gaze during his ascent and spotted Baptista's position. He promptly delivered a pass and then moved forward to receive it. As Baptista's diagonal back pass approached, Ye Luo exhibited a subtle indication of a shooting intent. His eyelids flickered as he surveyed the situation within Barcelona's penalty area. He then executed a minor movement of his calf, relying solely on the power of his calf muscles to elevate the ball, resulting in a shot of exceptional quality. The football soared above the penalty area, tracing a beautiful parabolic arc before precisely descending into the net from a 10-degree angle. The entire sequence from Ye Luo's interception to his shot transpired in mere seconds. Within these fleeting moments, Ye Luo's foresight, positioning, interception, passing, receiving, and finally shooting unfolded seamlessly. There was nothing ostentatious about his actions, no exaggerated feints, no flamboyant tricks, nor any grandiose spins that might mislead the opponent into retreat. Instead, everything appeared as remarkably fundamental. Intercept, pass, run, receive, shoot. Each individual action, when isolated, seemed achievable to many fans watching from their screens. After all, was it not merely a slide tackle? A straightforward pass with the instep? A simple run to take a shot? Yet, when these actions were showcased in slow motion through advanced high-speed cameras, the brevity of the time taken, less than 3 seconds, became evident. Moreover, the essence of this attack transcended the rapidity of Ye Luo's movements. It resided in his profound contemplation and observation of the game. In Madrid, within the confines of Mourinho's office at Real Madrid's first-team training base, upon witnessing the birth of this goal, Mourinho switched off the television. With narrowed eyes, he repeatedly replayed the entirety of Ye Luo's offensive maneuver in his mind. What a thrilling match, Jose. Our next opponent will pose a significant challenge. remarked his assistant, Karanka, who stood nearby. For Real Madrid, the upcoming fixtures this season would not be a walk in the park. In the previous week's Champions League round of 16, they had comfortably triumphed over Lyon from League One with a score of 3-0 at home, advancing to the quarterfinals with an aggregate score of 4-1, thus breaking the curse of the round of 16. Moreover, the draw has favored them, as they encounter Tottenham Hotspur from the Premier League. Although the squad is reasonably strong, the team lacks the fortune of champions. When facing Real Madrid in the UEFA Champions League quarterfinals, their journey is likely to reach its conclusion. This implies that, on the Champions League stage, Real Madrid has a high probability of advancing to the semi-finals. However, in the league, Mourinho's team faces a more arduous challenge, as the upcoming fixtures present a daunting test for Real Madrid. Firstly, in the 30th round of the league, they will contend against Malaga. In their earlier encounter at the Bernabéu during the first half of the season, Real Madrid was stunned by Malaga, who scored 3 counterattack goals. The maestro of rapid counterattacks, Mourinho's team, fell victim to such tactics. The mere thought of this leaves Mourinho's expression less than favorable. This match will take place at the Rose Garden Stadium in Malaga, where the opponents have just triumphed over Barcelona, achieving an impressive 8 consecutive league victories, currently the best performing team in La Liga. This undoubtedly promises to be a grueling battle. Following this match, Real Madrid's adversaries will include, in the 31st round, a home fixture against Barcelona, in the 32nd round, an away match against Valencia, in the 33rd round, an away encounter with Atletico Madrid, the first leg of the Champions League quarterfinals at home against Tottenham, in the 34th round, an away battle against Athletic Bilbao, the second leg of the Champions League quarterfinals away against Tottenham, and finally, the Copa del Rey final against Barcelona. 7 matches will be played from March 20th to April 17th. The outcomes of these encounters will significantly determine what Real Madrid can ultimately achieve this season in the league, Champions League, and Copa del Rey. Whether they can surpass Barcelona to claim the top spot, advance to the semi-finals of the Champions League, and secure a decisive victory over their archrivals in the Copa del Rey final will hinge on their performances in these 7 matches. The starting point for this critical stretch is next weekend's match against Malaga at the Rose Garden Stadium. As Mourinho contemplates this, he slightly lifts his head, acknowledging the formidable challenge ahead. He nods, remarking particularly on their number 10. Can he truly be only 18 years old? Shaking his head, Mourinho reflects on the players' actions on the field, which exude a sense of seasoned maturity. Typically, players of this age relish showcasing their technical prowess, especially skillful wingers like Ye Luo. Yet, in the recent attack, Mourinho observed a mature approach from the player. Skill, it seems, is secondary. If one can outmaneuver an opponent 100 times yet fails to place the ball in the net, all efforts are in vain. The so-called match experience for many young players initially entails a process of elimination, reducing unnecessary dribbling, minimizing superfluous flair, and curtailing ineffective running. The emphasis lies on simplicity and efficiency. For Mourinho, devising a strategy to counter Ye Luo has become a perplexing conundrum. In England, at Manchester's Carrington training ground, the venerable Sir Alex Ferguson, now in his 70s, appears more flushed than ever. At the venerable age of 70, he still occupies the managerial seat at Manchester United, undertaking the immensely pressurized role of a football head coach. His physician has warned him that if he wishes to avoid a fate on the sidelines, it would be prudent to retire within the next year or 2. In this moment, Ferguson appears both exhilarated and somewhat vexed. Mike, did you see that? The progress of this lad is astonishing. He surpasses even the Brazilian Ronaldo in terms of talent, Ferguson exclaimed, having nurtured the Portuguese Cristiano Ronaldo. Yet, at this juncture, he chooses to draw a comparison between Ye Luo and the Brazilian Ronaldo, 18 years old, and already exhibiting such dominance on the pitch. Even the Brazilian Ronaldo, when he demonstrated comparable prowess, was already 19, a feat that was nothing short of remarkable, hence the moniker alien. Damn it, Ferguson lamented, slapping his thigh in frustration. Beside him, Mike Phelan knew precisely the source of Ferguson's discontent. During the winter transfer window, Ye Luo's agent, Mendes, had informed Ferguson that acquiring Ye Luo would be straightforward, simply match the contract terms offered by Malaga, €10 million in signing fees and an annual salary of €10 million. At the time, Ferguson had bluntly declared Mendes to be mad for proposing such a lucrative contract for a player yet to reach 18. How could he possibly acquiesce? Such an arrangement would disrupt Manchester United's entire salary structure. Thus, Ferguson abandoned the notion of bringing Ye Luo to the club. He had heard that his old rival, Wenger, was keen on matching the contract, but ultimately, it fell through due to budget constraints. Nevertheless, Ferguson couldn't help but mock Wenger, deeming him desperate, especially given his prolonged absence from titles. Yet now, Ferguson could only feel fortunate that Wenger had not succeeded in acquiring Ye Luo for Arsenal. Otherwise, they might have re-emerged as formidable contenders in the Premier League. Moreover, a player of Ye Luo's caliber and potential, if able to showcase dominant performances at Arsenal, would likely preclude any competition for his signature from rivals, rendering the likes of Van Persie pale in comparison. Had I known of his rapid advancement, I would have willingly offered a higher signing fee to secure him here. This season's League and Champions League titles would have been within our grasp. Ferguson reflected with regret. There are myriad ways to navigate Manchester United's salary structure. Offering a slightly higher signing fee or elevating performance bonuses would suffice. After all, what players desire is remuneration. Whether it be in the form of signing bonuses or wages, the distinction is negligible, as it is all legal and expendable. Ferguson's remorse was palpable. Contrarily, his assistant remained composed, noting he is far too young. Such a meteoric rise at this age could potentially overextend his capabilities. Ferguson, however, shook his head and replied, "As long as he can maintain this level of performance for a few years, that will be sufficient." He was acutely aware of his own circumstances. Age was encroaching, and his physical condition was deteriorating. Given his physical condition, he is hardly suited for the role of head coach, particularly in light of the immense pressure associated with managing Manchester United. However, the current landscape of the Premier League has shifted dramatically from what it once was. The financial influx brought about by Chelsea has fundamentally disrupted the established order of the league. Arsenal, with its lack of significant investment, has essentially been relegated from the title race. Meanwhile, Manchester City has ascended rapidly, bolstered by substantial investments from Middle Eastern consortiums. For Manchester United, their status as the dominant force in the Premier League is profoundly challenged by these two wealthy newcomers. Ferguson can envision that, following his retirement, Manchester United will struggle to maintain its supremacy against these rivals wielding substantial financial power. He pondered this and declared, "Manchester United requires a new leader." "Is it him you speak of?" Mike Phelan furrowed his brow, acknowledging the uncertainty of future developments, as fresh young talents emerge every year. "Yes, it is indeed him. He is different, truly unique." Ferguson recalled the remarkable performance of Ye Luo from just a few months prior and compared it to the current match, concluding that his progress was nothing short of astounding. In a mere half-season, he had transformed from a fledgling star to a player who exuded the experience of a seasoned veteran. What does this indicate? Ferguson could not fathom that Ye Luo had a hidden talent. Hence, he attributed Ye Luo's success to his physical prowess, exceptional technical skills, and keen game intelligence. He was adept at summarizing and learning, constantly improving through each match. Imagine a player with the physical attributes of a 21 or 22-year-old, yet possessing over a decade of competitive experience, a hybrid of sorts. Ye Luo gave Ferguson the impression that by the age of 21 or 22, he could read the game like a player on the verge of retirement. "We must bring him here, to Old Trafford. He will be expensive," Mike Phelan cautioned. The release clause stands at $60 million, which is not an insurmountable sum, as many elite clubs are willing to write such checks. However, this does not imply that acquiring Ye Luo will be inexpensive. If the transfer fee is not an obstacle, then the next consideration will be his personal terms. Ye Luo's contract grants him considerable leverage, and in this regard, Manchester United is clearly at a disadvantage compared to clubs like Manchester City. "It's nothing. We are quite wealthy," Ferguson replied with a grin. Indeed, Manchester United possesses considerable financial resources, having consistently outperformed Real Madrid as the highest-earning football club for 9 consecutive years. Nevertheless, under Ferguson's stewardship, he rarely splurged on signings, as Manchester United operates as a commercial club listed in the United States, unlike Real Madrid, which is a member-owned entity. Every penny earned by a member club must be reinvested into the club itself, whether for player acquisitions or for the renovation of stadiums and training facilities, whereas a commercial club has private ownership. The American owners of Manchester United did not acquire the club for philanthropic purposes. Unlike Abramovich, they do not require a foothold in the Western world. Their primary objective is profit. Consequently, Manchester United's transfer budget is evidently not as abundant as that of clubs such as Real Madrid. However, given Ferguson's esteemed position at Manchester United, should he decide to pursue a significant acquisition, it is highly probable that the owners would not object. Once the season concludes, I shall personally discuss this with him, Ferguson remarked. In his view, Ye Luo is the individual destined to lead Manchester United to continued dominance in the Premier League after his retirement. Upon hearing this, Ferran displayed a look of astonishment. This seemed to carry a sense of entrustment. Yet, would Ye Luo choose Manchester United? Even with Ferguson's direct involvement, he is not the only one. Numerous coaches from various top European leagues are closely monitoring both this match and the player Ye Luo. At this moment, Ye Luo is not preoccupied with the potential media frenzy surrounding his summer transfer. His singular thought is the overwhelming sensation of being buried beneath the jubilant Malaga players. All clamoring over him. One by one, the players leap onto him, leaving poor Ye Luo trapped at the bottom, gasping for air amidst the cacophony of ecstatic cheers and shouts from both the on-field players and substitutes of Malaga. Meanwhile, the Barcelona players stand in a daze, as if caught in a nightmare. They have finally come to the realization that they might genuinely be on the verge of defeat, losing such a match in this manner and relinquishing their top position. At Camp Nou, only the cheers of the visiting fans resonate, while the home supporters appear disoriented, some collapsing into their seats, others crossing their arms tightly, brows furrowed in distress. Journalists in the media seats glance around, feeling utterly out of place in this atmosphere of despair. This is Camp Nou, renowned across Europe as a formidable fortress. Yet, at this moment, it has become the domain of the Malaga players, who have finally concluded their celebratory pile-up and rushed to the away fans to rejoice. Ye Luo has finally found relief. He gasps for breath, his hair disheveled, and his body covered in blades of grass, looking rather disheveled. Yet, at this moment, every gaze upon him is filled with reverence. The transformation of this match into its current state is entirely due to this young man from the Dragon Kingdom named Ye Luo. He has, almost single-handedly, triumphed over Barcelona. As Ye Luo returns to the field, nearly all Barcelona players fix their eyes upon him, for they have been bested by this youth. At this juncture, Barcelona's captain, Xavi, claps his hands, his voice slightly hoarse. Let us rally our spirits. Even if we lose this match, we still have opportunities ahead. Indeed, Barcelona certainly has chances still. They had the opportunity for a direct confrontation with Real Madrid at the Bernabéu. Meanwhile, Real Madrid was set to challenge Malaga at the Rose Garden Stadium. Facing the formidable young talent from Dragon Country, it is believed that they would not easily allow Real Madrid to triumph. Observing the figure of the number 10 across the field, the players of Barcelona could not help but ponder the prowess of this individual, wondering if he would contend with them for the championship next season. Now, whenever they recall the name Ye Luo, they are reminded of this match, conjuring images of his awe-inspiring performance akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens. With such a mindset, the match resumed. The referee graciously afforded Barcelona one final chance to attack. However, as a long pass from the backfield was seized by the advancing Arsenio, who leapt high to secure possession, the referee blew the whistle 3 times. The match concluded. Chapter 71, A Shocking World, the temptingly impressive Ye Luo. The match was over. It had ended. Thanks to Ye Luo's hat trick, Malaga triumphed over the home team Barcelona with a score of 4-3 at the Camp Nou. It was a victory that reached the heights of madness, a match that embodied sheer insanity. Ye Luo achieved a remarkable feat. He became only the second player in this century to score a hat trick at the Camp Nou, the last being Diego Forlan, who played for Villarreal back in 2005. In the studio, Zhang Jun was rapidly flipping through his prepared materials. Even with his thorough preparation, he could not find another piece of information he sought. I was just researching and could not locate a record of any player scoring a hat trick in the same season at both the Bernabéu and the Camp Nou. Ye Luo is undoubtedly the first player in the new century to achieve this feat in a single season, not playing for either Real Madrid or Barcelona. As for whether he is the very first in history, I truly cannot find relevant records, but what does it matter? He is currently the most captivating star in La Liga. In 16 league matches, he has astonishingly netted 26 goals. He is now just 5 goals behind Messi and 6 behind Cristiano Ronaldo. In this match, Messi scored twice, raising his league total to 31 goals. Could it be that the race for the La Liga Golden Boot this season will include Ye Luo's name? Zhang Jun exclaimed. Many fans of Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo felt a chill run down their spines. What kind of monster is this? 16 league matches, 26 league goals. He is on the verge of catching up to Cristiano Ronaldo's 30 goals. With 9 league matches remaining this season, at this rate, is he on track to score over 40 league goals? It is truly terrifying. Congratulations to Malaga for their victory against Barcelona, propelling them to 4th place in the league. In a remarkable turnaround, they ascended from the penultimate position to 4th in the league over the course of 16 matches, achieving an impressive record of 15 victories and a solitary draw. This included exhilarating wins against the mighty Real Madrid and the illustrious Barcelona on their own turf. Their 4th place standing is indeed a testament to their prowess. In this match, Malaga's attacking linchpin, Ye Luo, delivered a stunning hat-trick, maintaining his exhilarating form. Andres, from the commentary booth, exuberantly declared that Ye Luo had stirred a tempest in La Liga. The cameras captured Ye Luo, who was enthusiastically high-fiving every player from Malaga in celebration. At that moment, he was no longer perceived as an 18-year-old lad. He had transformed into the undeniable core of the team and the unequivocal leader of the locker room. His skills had thoroughly captivated his teammates. Well done. Fantastic. The Malaga players wore beaming smiles as they exchanged high fives, embraced, and reveled in their triumph. After celebrating with his teammates, Ye Luo was preparing to join the coaching staff in their revelry when he was doused unexpectedly. It was Xavi. Great game, Ye Luo. Following their defeat, Xavi first consoled his teammates before waiting for Ye Luo to finish celebrating with his own. Thank you, Ye Luo replied courteously, already anticipating what Xavi was going to say. What was the matter with the captains of these two teams? Were they seeking to recruit him due to their inability to triumph? Let us exchange jerseys, Xavi suggested, removing his shirt and handing it to Ye Luo. Naturally, Ye Luo accepted, reciprocating by removing his own jersey. After the exchange, Xavi remarked, "The stage at Malaga is far too small for you." Ye Luo waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he replied, "What? Has Malaga been expelled from the Champions League? We can still participate in the Champions League next season." With that, he flashed a grin at Xavi and turned to depart, joining Real Madrid or Barcelona. Such prestigious clubs undoubtedly possess immense allure. However, in Ye Luo's heart, he harbored no desire to align himself with either current powerhouse. His ambition was to surpass Messi and Ronaldo. How could he achieve that if he joined them? Furthermore, being teammates raises questions about who becomes the core player and who wields the unrestricted authority to score. There was no need for him to settle for being second. Xavi shook his head slightly as he observed Ye Luo's retreating figure. It seemed Pep's hopes of acquiring this talent were rather dim. Ultimately, Ye Luo did not celebrate with the coaching staff, as he was soon surrounded by another group, the swarm of journalists from the media section. As the best player of the match, Ye Luo was obliged to partake in post-match interviews. However, after succinctly addressing queries regarding his feelings about the match, his hat-trick, and the season's objectives, he cheerfully proclaimed to the reporters, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is a victory worth celebrating, isn't it? I must now join my teammates and our fans in this celebration." As he spoke, he navigated through the throng of journalists, extending his arms, and approached the away fans section where the Malaga players had gathered. He bowed in salute to the supporters who had come to Camp Nou to battle alongside the team. Players and fans alike rejoiced in their victory. In the football culture prevalent across much of Europe, the bond between a team and its supporters is unique. The team is, in essence, a possession of its fans. This notion is deeply ingrained. In La Liga, several clubs operate on a membership basis, while the Bundesliga's 51 rule ensures that clubs genuinely belong to their supporters. Many teams in the Premier League have their roots in the community. Each club is firmly anchored in its locale, akin to a mighty tree taking root in the earth, basking in the sunlight and nourished by rain. Their vitality is formidable, unwavering through peaks and troughs, even as teams face relegation to amateur leagues. Their loyal followers steadfastly pursue them. The connection between teams and fans is almost akin to a shared lifeblood, inseparably bound together. The cheers of Malaga's devoted supporters reverberated through Camp Nou. However, the celebration at Camp Nou was short-lived, as staff members arrived to usher them back to the dressing room. "We need to water the pitch," a staff member politely informed them. Within the dressing room, players continued to celebrate exuberantly, pounding on tables, waving towels, and some even danced in their shorts amidst the delightful chaos. Pellegrini entered the dressing room, reminding his players, "Gentlemen, while winning this match is indeed joyous, I must remind you that we are only 2 points ahead of 5th place. and our next opponent is Real Madrid. This is not the time to let our guard down. The boss is right. It's not yet time to celebrate. We shall reserve our festivities until the season concludes," yelled Ye Luo, raising his fist in exultation. Soon, all players echoed his sentiment, buoyed by their triumph. They boarded the bus en route to the airport, their spirits high. On their journey back to Malaga, the sports media across Europe and the world went into a frenzy reporting on this match, which undoubtedly stands as a strong contender for the annual best match. A thrilling contest with 7 goals, a roller coaster of drama. Goals, equalizers, further goals, more equalizers, lead changes, and a nail-biting finish. Such a narrative could easily overwhelm fans with weak hearts. Ye Luo's performance astonished the world, scoring a hat-trick at Camp Nou capped with a dramatic final goal. Given the implications for the league title race and top 4 contention, it was undeniably newsworthy. In no time, a multitude of media outlets provided extensive coverage. Numerous Spanish media outlets swiftly engaged in a thorough review and reporting online immediately following the match. We now reside in the era of the internet. Many media organizations have established online accounts, and the immediacy of internet media far surpasses that of television and print news. Its efficacy in dissemination is remarkably superior, and the internet has significantly lowered the barriers to entry for media creation, resulting in a proliferation of independent media outlets. Numerous legends of La Liga have taken to the internet to express their views. Immediately following the conclusion of the match, Spanish football icon and former Real Madrid defender Fernando Hierro took to his social media platform to celebrate Ye Luo. He remarked, "It is my honor to share a name with this gentleman. This composed central defender, known for his steadiness, rarely indulges in humor. When Spaniards pronounce the name Ye Luo, it often evokes the sound of Hierro, perhaps owing to the natural lisp prevalent among Spaniards. Not only Hierro, but many other esteemed figures from Spanish football have also lauded Ye Luo's performance. Renowned journalists from major newspapers have taken to social media, marveling at Ye Luo's display on the pitch. Jose Felix Diaz, a distinguished reporter from Marca, expressed on his social media account, "Thank you, Ye Luo, for your performance. Barcelona has fallen from the top of the standings for the first time this season, and an opportunity arises for Real Madrid." In swift response, Edu Polo, a columnist for Mundo Deportivo, retorted on his platform, "Does Real Madrid truly believe they can secure victory at the Rose Garden against Malaga? Let us not forget that they have been defeated at home as well. In La Liga, clashes between these two footballing giants are always central, even though the true protagonists of this match were Ye Luo and Malaga. In other countries, detached from the realm of these two powerhouses, journalists and legends adopt a more neutral stance. The famous English pundit Gary Lineker took to social media to declare, "The GOAT of this match is Ye Luo." His words were succinct, yet impactful. Lineker was not alone. A multitude of retired football legends promptly praised Ye Luo's performance. For the media in Dragon Country, it became a veritable feast to translate and showcase the accolades from foreign legends towards Ye Luo, requiring little more than to compile and translate such praises into articles that would surely bring smiles to the faces of Dragon Country fans. Ye Luo now embodies popularity and traffic. Any news that celebrates him is guaranteed to captivate fans. Furthermore, a post on his Weibo account addressing rumors of his potential inclusion in the Spanish national team has rapidly ascended to the top of trending searches. Fans flocked to comment, share, and engage. As Ye Luo boarded a flight, he received a message from an unknown number. "Hey, handsome, you truly are heartless. I'm in Barcelona tonight. How about I treat you to a drink?" Blanca. Ye Luo frowned. This woman was not giving up. He boarded the plane, switched off his phone, donned an eye mask, and drifted into slumber. In a Barcelona bar, a seductive temptress attempting to lure the young lad found herself unable to sleep. She was not the only one restless. In this world, the coaches, directors, and general managers of elite clubs were also wide awake. The intrinsic value of Ye Luo has rendered them insatiably eager. Due to some matters at home, I shall commence regular updates the day after tomorrow, typically ranging from 4,000 to 5,000 words per chapter. One chapter will be released at midnight, another at noon, with additional updates in the evening as circumstances permit. This chapter concludes here.